Chapter 1. The Nine Nether Battle Body. On the Tsunyuan continent, in the Yushuan Prefecture, outside Fengning City, at the burial Luo Ridge, Jiang Chun leaned weakly against a tree, his face ashen, blood trickling from his mouth, his eyes filled with shock and rage. Just moments ago, his dantian had been attacked, shattering his qi si, and the vital energy within him was rapidly draining away. As a martial artist, the destruction of the qi si meant the end of his martial path, condemning him to a state of utter helplessness. To his disbelief, the perpetrator was none other than his fiancée, the second miss of the Yi family, Yi Yunxue. Jiang Chun found it hard to accept that his fiancée, who had always shown him tenderness, could suddenly turn so cruel. The two had been training together in Burial Luo Ridge for the past 10 days. Jiang Chun had already reached the 3rd level of the Qi gathering realm, and during this time, he had been diligently protecting the 1st level Yi Yunxue, sharing with her his martial arts insights. He had thought that their days together would blossom into cherished memories in the future. Yet, he never imagined that during an embrace, Yi Yunxue would suddenly strike at his dantian. What shocked him further was that she had previously laced his food with scattered bone powder, robbing him of his strength. Feeling as though his genuine affection had been twisted into a tool for manipulation, Jiang Chen's heart sank into an abyss of despair. Why? Why? After enduring such a brutal betrayal, Jiang Chen's voice trembled slightly as he painfully questioned, "Shuer, why have you done this to me? Why? You remained so naive." Naturally, it is for a place in the Yushuan Martial Academy. Yi Yunxue, clad in a blue sword outfit, looked down at the powerless Jiang Chun, her beautiful eyes filled with mockery. "You could secure a spot, but what about me?" The Dazhou dynasty had 8 great prefectures, each housing a prestigious martial academy. Both the Jiang and Yi families were merely small clans in Fengning City, and to gain admission to the Yushuan Martial Academy in Yushuan Prefecture, they would have to pass the assessment competition in 2 months. According to the academy's regulations, any young disciple in Fengning City who achieves the 3rd level of Qi gathering before turning 20 and ranks among the top 5 in the competition would gain access to the academy's outer court. Jiang Chen's current strength was sufficient to earn a spot, though entering the inner court was exceptionally challenging. The inner court had stringent requirements, with the academy sending personnel for personal evaluations without extraordinary talent. One could not gain entry. Yet, even a spot in the outer court of the Yushuan Martial Academy was a coveted opportunity that many would strive desperately to attain. You only possess the strength of the 1st level of Qi gathering. Even without me, it would be difficult for you to place in the top 5 in this year's competition. Reflecting on Yi Yunxue's past gentle demeanor, Jiang Chun felt an overwhelming absurdity and sighed softly. The competition occurs once every 4 years. With your talent, you could undoubtedly succeed in the next round. Why not wait a little longer? However, Yi Yunxue paid no heed to Jiang Chen's earnest counsel. Even the least talented members of the Yi family can successfully temper their bodies before the age of 8. You, the young master of the Jiang family, only began tempering your body at 10, which makes you a waste. Yi Yunxue spoke with indifference, revealing her true thoughts about Jiang Chun. But you, against all odds, advanced rapidly, reaching the 3rd level of Qi gathering at 16. You must have a secret. Hand it over, and I may spare your life. Secret? Jiang Chun couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. I have already told you, I possess an innate cold energy that makes cultivation arduous, and I must endure the pain of the cold searing my body. Remembering those tormenting years, Jiang Chen's gaze turned icy. After tempering my body, the cold energy vanished. Without its suppression, I could naturally advance by leaps and bounds. Having begun his journey late, Jiang Chun had endured relentless ridicule and scorn from the outside world. Those years were etched into his soul. He trained obsessively, never daring to pause, seeking only to reclaim lost time. He was not born with an innate talent that allowed him to surpass others effortlessly. Rather, he started late, so late that others deemed him a failure. What he possessed was only an indomitable will forged through trials. Yet now, all his past efforts lay in ruins due to Yi Yunxue's betrayal. Jiang Chen's eyes grew colder with hatred. He surged forward, striking at Yi Yunxue with a palm, disregarding the fact that his cultivation had been obliterated and he bore grave injuries. Yi Yunxue let out a cold snort and countered with a palm strike, her vital energy swirling around her right hand, enveloped in a faint white light. It was a renowned martial technique of the Yi family in Fengning City, the cloud slapping palm. Bang! Jiang Chun collided with the trunk of a tree. The tremendous impact sent leaves scattering to the ground. Having lost his cultivation, Jiang Chun was no match for the empowered Yi Yunxue, and after that strike, he had no strength left to resist. Yi Yunxue drew a long sword from her waist. The sword, named Qinxue, was a gift from Jiang Chun when Yi Yunxue entered the Qi gathering realm. The sword sang softly, revealing a blade as pure as snow, gracefully glimmering amidst the dappled light of the forest. Jiang Chun had once thought of this sword as their token of love, yet now Yi Yunxue intended to use it to take his life. "Since you have no secrets, you may now depart," Yi Yunxue said coldly. With a thrust, Qinxue pierced Jiang Chen's chest, crimson blood spreading as intense agony made his body tremble uncontrollably. Jiang Chun did not utter a single groan or plea for mercy. He fixed his gaze on Yi Yunxue, blood trickling from the corners of his mouth. From that moment on, Yi Yunxue was no longer the fiancé he wished to protect, but an enemy he could never forgive. This recruitment, the Yushuan Martial Academy has granted Lord Gu 2 recommendations for inner court disciples. The young lord has promised to marry me, allowing us to enter the inner court without any assessment. Therefore, for the sake of my future, you cannot live. At this point, Yi Yunxue chose to cast aside her pretense and revealed the truth. Once we enter the inner court of the Yushuan Martial Academy, we will be the admired prodigies, while you shall become but a patch of yellow earth in Burial Luo Ridge. Having said that, Yi Yunxue turned and departed, not even glancing at the fallen Jiang Chun. By tomorrow, Jiang Chen's corpse would be devoured by wild beasts, and no one would know what had transpired here. A fallen genius is of little consequence, only a living genius is truly a genius. At this moment, Jiang Chen's heart meridian lay shattered, darkness engulfing him entirely. Yet within his consciousness, a colossal beast faced the encroaching darkness, roaring and bellowing in defiance and fury. The beast's roar was filled with primal ferocity and strength. Yet the darkness was so profound and vast that even the beast's enormous form was shrouded and eroded by the omnipresent shadows. For reasons unknown, Jiang Chun felt a profound connection to the beast, as if he understood its roars and cries. Betrayal, death, darkness, fate, roar. I refuse to accept this. The thunderous roar echoed through the heavens, as if some supreme was venting its fury against the boundless darkness ahead. Jiang Chun was consumed by this wild and powerful will, completely immersed in the scene of the beast's skyward howl. Simultaneously, within Jiang Chen's body, the cold energy that had vanished for years suddenly re-emerged. This energy had once burned through Jiang Chen's body day and night, compelling him to exert countless efforts and endure hardships. Now, at the brink of death, it revealed its true form. When a martial artist successfully tempers their body, they draw upon the energies of heaven and earth, refining their physique and cleansing their sinews and marrow. This signifies the martial artist's formal entry into the path of martial arts. Yet within Jiang Chun, the innate cold energy that had lain dormant for years was transforming into a unique Nine Nether vital energy, completely reshaping his body. An endless stream of Nine Nether vital energy surged forth from his acupoints, repairing and nourishing every part of Jiang Chun. This energy seemed to possess consciousness, guiding itself through Jiang Chen's body in an orderly fashion. With a swift sound, the long sword embedded in his chest shot out. It began to repair Jiang Chen's shattered heart. Next came the broken Qi Si. Jiang Chen's meridians reconnected, and the circulation of energy within his body resumed. The Nine Nether vital energy began to fill Jiang Chen's limbs and bones, strengthening his blood, sinews, and muscles. Gradually, Jiang Chen's body not only regained its vigorous vitality, but also exuded a unique aura belonging to the Nine Nether vital energy, powerful and mysterious. Awakening. The Nine Nether Battle Body. Chapter 2. The Inheritance of the Sword Emperor. At this moment, Jiang Chun remained oblivious to the miraculous transformation taking place within him. His attention was captivated by the magnificent spectacle of the colossal beast battling against the heavens. Just as darkness seemed poised to claim victory, rendering the beast unable to resist any longer, a resplendent beam of sword light cleaved through the shadows, severing the dark tendrils that sought to engulf the creature. In midair, the silhouette of a man clad in black materialized. After its salvation, the beast appeared exceedingly frail, and a radiant essence erupted from its maw, soaring towards the sword held by the man. Subsequently, the beast collapsed in exhaustion. The man, standing firm with his sword, emanated an unparalleled aura of power. Although his stature paled in comparison to that of the earlier colossal beast, his presence commanded a formidable might that seemed to transcend the heavens and the earth. Alone, he and his sword stood against the boundless encroachment of darkness in the firmament. Under the man's supreme swordsmanship, the seemingly invincible darkness found itself incapable of advancing, and after a fierce struggle, it was ultimately cleaved asunder by a breathtaking flash of sword light. Witnessing this astounding battle, Jiang Chun was profoundly shaken. As the darkness dissipated, the transcendent man appeared to notice Jiang Chun, directing his gaze towards the spot where Jiang Chun stood. The man's eyes settled upon him, leaving Jiang Chun utterly astonished. Yet, unable to suppress his curiosity, he chose to meet the man's gaze. The man possessed silver-gray hair, a strikingly handsome visage, and profound features that exuded an extraordinary aura, evoking feelings of strength, wisdom, and mystery. Most striking were his eyes, dark as ink and steeped in ancient mystique, as if they contained the essence of time itself. Under his scrutiny, Jiang Chun felt utterly exposed, as if his very soul were laid bare. Jiang Chun's breath seemed to halt, and he stood in a daze, motionless. The man, however, merely smiled at him before vanishing into thin air. Just as the man disappeared, a gentle voice echoed in Jiang Chun's ears. What you need to know will be revealed to you by Luo Ho. Before Jiang Chun could ponder the meaning of this statement, he found himself within a cavern. Before him stood a tall youth, appearing only a few years his senior, who looked at him with wild elation. A million years have passed, and I have finally awaited your arrival. Do you know how I've spent this million years? Do you know? With that, he erupted into joyous laughter, his mirth resonating throughout the vast cavern. I can finally emerge. His laughter echoed, filling the large cavern with his exuberance. The youth, appearing scarcely 18 or 19, spoke of a million years, leaving Jiang Chun astounded. However, having already experienced numerous extraordinary events that day, and having seemingly faced death, Jiang Chun maintained his composure, refraining from rebuking the youth for his absurd claims. Perhaps this was the fabled underworld. Indeed, it was beyond comprehension. He mused silently. The youth eventually ceased his laughter and began to question Jiang Chun in rapid succession. Are you not curious as to why you, having been slain by that woman, find yourself here? Do you wish to know who I am and who the man fighting against the darkness is? Do you seek to understand the nature of that battle? Do you desire to possess the same prowess as that man, to defy the heavens in battle like him? Upon hearing these words, Jiang Chun was filled with excitement, speaking fervently. Of course I desire it. As martial artists, we must defy the heavens. I shall become a powerful warrior like him. The youth, hearing Jiang Chun's response, burst into laughter once more. Jiang Chun solemnly clenched his fist and bowed respectfully, saying, Senior, please impart your wisdom of martial arts to me. I would brave fire and water without hesitation. Seeing Jiang Chun's earnestness, the youth began to explain. You are within the confines of the Luo sword, the very sword wielded by the man you just witnessed. I am the demon beast Luo Ho. Upon hearing that he was within the legendary sword capable of severing darkness, even Jiang Chun, usually composed, was taken aback. Even more astonishing was the realization that the jovial youth before him was none other than the formidable demon beast Luo Ho. The disparity between the youth's cheerful demeanor and the indomitable giant he had just witnessed was striking. Luo Ho continued to elucidate. Your physical body has not arrived here. Rather, it is your consciousness that has come. In truth, I too am in a similar predicament. after my corporeal form was ravaged by darkness. My spirit could only reside within the Luo sword. Jiang Chun inquired, "What is that darkness? Is even someone as powerful as you unable to resist it? You are currently weaker than an ant. Knowing too much may not bode well for you. You have just awakened the Nine Nether Battle Body, establishing a connection with the Luo sword. What you witnessed was a battle that transpired here 1,000,000 years ago. 1,000,000 years. The youth before him was indeed a powerful demon beast from an age long past. Luo Ho continued to explain, my master was known as the Sword Emperor of the Devouring Heavens. The mightiest sword cultivator of 1,000,000 years ago, who, like you, awakened the Nine Nether Battle Body. Since you have awakened this body and garnered his acknowledgement, you are now the heir to the Luo sword and are qualified to practice his Devouring Heaven Great Luo Sword Sutra. This place is called the Burial Luo Ridge, where my physical remains lie, and where the Luo sword resides. You will soon return to your body. Break the seal of the Luo sword will require a portion of my soul power, which will plunge me into a period of slumber. Before I sleep, I will impart the Devouring Heaven Great Luo Sword Sutra to you. Though your current strength is exceedingly feeble, weaker than an ant, you possess the Nine Nether Battle Body and the legacy of my master, which will inevitably set you upon a path of unrivaled defiance against the heavens. You must uphold my master's will." At this juncture, Luo Ho's voice grew somber, and the joy that had once brightened his countenance faded, as if he were on the verge of tears. Could even such a formidable existence as the Sword Emperor of the Devouring Heavens truly fall? Was it related to the darkness he had just repelled? Though filled with curiosity, Jiang Chun knew better than to inquire about such matters, especially as Luo Ho had already deemed him weaker than an ant. The cavern began to tremble violently. Luo Ho nodded at him. Jiang Chun understood that he was about to return to his physical form. Upon reopening his eyes, Jiang Chun found himself back in his body at Burial Luo Ridge. His heart and dantian were unscathed. Although his cultivation remained at the 3rd level of Qi gathering, he felt that his strength far surpassed his previous self. The might of the Nine Nether Battle Body left him in awe. Is this real? Is this the world perceived by a true martial genius? At that moment, the entire Burial Luo Ridge convulsed violently, the earth rumbling, accompanied by the rustling of leaves, the frantic cries of fleeing beasts, the crashing of falling stones, and a cacophony of colliding sounds from myriad objects. Jiang Chun recognized that this upheaval was likely related to Luo Ho breaking the seal of the Luo sword. Though he had not anticipated such a tumult, the tremors persisted for the span of half a stick of incense before ceasing. In that instant, Jiang Chun sensed a familiar aura rapidly approaching. This was the unique bond forged between the Luo sword and himself. Suddenly, he experienced a moment of clarity. He was the only one in the world with a Nine Nether Battle Body, the only one capable of inheriting the legacy of the Sword Emperor of the Devouring Heavens. His future was destined to ascend to the pinnacle of martial arts, looking down upon all. A dark gleam appeared on the horizon, moving with such speed that the eye could hardly perceive it, drawing near to Jiang Chun. When the Luo sword landed steadily in his hands, Jiang Chun was left dumbfounded. Before him lay an unremarkable stone sword, rather than the awe-inspiring divine sword he had previously beheld. That moment, Luo Ho's jubilant voice echoed in his mind. My soul power was only sufficient to bring it out. To restore its former might, you must rely on your own efforts. Alas, you are far too weak now. Lacking even a fraction of my master's former grandeur, I am about to fall into slumber. But do not fret. It will not be for long that I must quickly impart the Devouring Heaven Great Luo Sword Sutra to you. Finally, it is time to greet those little ones I have watched grow. A triumphant roar erupted from Luo Ho, reverberating through the air and resonating far and wide. All the creatures of the Burial Luo Ridge heard this ancient and powerful roar. Unintelligent beasts and lower-tier demon beasts were rendered paralyzed with fear, some even losing control of their bladders. Deep within the Burial Luo Ridge, those formidable demon beasts who had attained sentience bowed low, paying their respects to the fallen king of the ridge. In truth, all the demon beasts born and raised in the Burial Luo Ridge were imbued with the bloodline aura that Luo Ho had left behind. He was akin to their ancestor. After this resounding roar, Luo Ho felt a surge of exhilaration, and in Jiang Chen's mind, he exclaimed, "Little ones, you are far too weak, Senior Luo Ho. You should rest now." Subsequently, the voice of Luo Ho ceased to resound. As Luo Ho fell into slumber, a segment of enigmatic and ethereal scripture materialized within Jiang Chen's mind, its characters ancient and graceful, akin to a soaring dragon. Simultaneously, a voice reverberated in his consciousness like the resounding chime of a grand bell. "My sword path, cultivated to the pinnacle, devours the heavenly path. With the heart of the sword giving rise to thoughts, all things shall be severed." This was indeed the supreme legacy of the Sword Emperor, the heaven-devouring Sword Sutra. Chapter 3. The Assassin of Tianxiang Tower. 3 days later, within the renowned tavern Tianxiang Tower in Fengning City, the lights blazed brightly, and the atmosphere was vibrant. The young city lord, Gu Zhaoyang, reclined on a plush seat in the VIP room of the third floor. His eyes slightly narrowed, engaging in lively conversation with Yi Yunxue before him. "So, you shattered his dantian with a single palm, and then killed him with a sword?" "I administered soft bone powder in his food. Once his dantian was ruined, he was no match for me. To think he was toyed with to death by a mere first-layer chi-gathering practitioner. What a fool. He entered the bone forging stage at the age of 10, likely resorting to some dubious elixir to enhance his cultivation. Utterly pathetic. Ha! What a so-called martial genius. Merely a boastful facade, dying like a stray dog on the burial of Luo Ridge, and even his woman is mine. Such a waste of existence, unworthy of being my fiancé. Only a prodigy like you, Zhaoyang, is deserving of my admiration." Si Yunxue disparaged Jiang Chen. Her gaze was tender as she gazed at Gu Zhaoyang. Just as their banter continued, Gu Zhaoyang suddenly sensed a chilling aura of malice. He looked up to see a flash of cold light barely missing him, causing him to break into a cold sweat. In an instant, that glimmer embedded itself deeply into the wall, revealing a long sword, its blade snow-white and elegantly elongated. Upon seeing the sword used for the ambush, Yi Yunshue's eyes widened in shock, her expression a mixture of fear and astonishment. "This sword is... How is it possible?" Indeed, this sword was the very one that had pierced my heart 3 days prior. "What? Yi Yunxue, do you not recognize it?" With that inquiry, a figure leaped through the window, revealing a youth bearing a peculiar stone sword before them. Why, Yi Yunxue turned pale, unable to comprehend the unfolding events. "Impossible. Jiang Chen is dead. I clearly pierced his chest with the dusty snow." "You cannot be Jiang Chen. Who are you, truly?" Though the boy bore a resemblance to Jiang Chen in stature and appearance, his demeanor was strikingly different. This youth had silver-gray hair and eyes as black as ink, exuding an air of profound mystery devoid of joy or sorrow. In Yunchu's eyes, he could not possibly be the genuine Jiang Chen. She had witnessed him fall, pierced through the heart. Yet why did he seem so similar? Legends say that if one dies with grievances, they may absorb the dark energies of the cosmos and transform into a zombie. Could it be that Jiang Chen had become one? The silver-haired youth smirked slightly, coldly stating, "I have become this way thanks to you." Upon hearing this, Yi Yunxue became even more convinced that Jiang Chen had indeed turned into a zombie, and she immediately scolded, "Demonic creature! How dare you act so recklessly within Fengning City? I can kill you once, and I can do it again. Such a demonic creature! You frame and murder me, yet pretend to act righteous. Who is truly the demon here?" Jiang Chen retorted, while Yi Yunxue was rendered speechless by his counter. Turning her gaze towards her current fiancé, Gu Zhaoyang, to this moment, Gu Zhaoyang had come to the realization that the silver-haired youth who had ambushed him was indeed Jiang Chen. However, how could he appear here for revenge when Yi Yunxue had claimed to have killed him on burial of Luo Ridge? The silver-haired youth was indeed Jiang Chen, awakened after acquiring the legacy of the heaven-devouring Sword Emperor. After receiving the inheritance, Jiang Chen had swiftly returned to Fengning City, seeking an opportunity for vengeance. Yi Yunxue had just slain Jiang Chen and returned to the Yi family, shutting herself away. Their private agreement to practice together at burial of Luo Ridge remained a secret to all. Jiang Chen had lain in wait at the Yi residence for 3 days, finally seizing the moment when Yi Yunxue went to Tianxiang Tower to rendezvous with Gu Zhaoyang. Jiang Chun ascended to the third floor of Tianxiang Tower, and upon overhearing their humiliating remarks, he found it intolerable and emerged, using the dusty snow sword as his catalyst. Upon awakening the Nine Hells Battle Body, his hair transformed to silver gray, and his pupils turned into deep, pure black. The Nine Hells Spiritual Eye, a unique and formidable ability of the Nine Hells Battle Body, granted Jiang Chun the power of insight and a tranquil combat state. Thus, his silver hair and profound black eyes led Yi Yunxue to mistakenly perceive him as a zombie. Gu Xiaoyang, however, had not considered the zombie angle. He believed Yi Yunxue had deceived him, that Jiang Chun had not been killed. His expression darkened as he secretly glared at Yi Yunxue. "You wretched woman, how dare you deceive me? Once I deal with him, I shall settle the score with you." Jiu Xiaoyang suppressed his rage, planning to punish Yi Yunxue after resolving the Jiang Chun matter. The youth before him was a third-layer Qi gathering practitioner, of equal cultivation level. Yet even among third-layer practitioners, the disparity between them was vast. He could not escape the fate of being crushed beneath my might, Jiu Xiaoyang declared arrogantly as he abruptly leaped. Intent on annihilating Jiang Chun with overwhelming force, he unleashed his prized martial technique, the Fierce Tiger Fist. The Fierce Tiger Fist was incredibly domineering. Gu Xiaoyang's fists were enveloped in golden light, akin to a ferocious tiger leaping forth. Aimed directly at Jiang Chun's chest, Jiu Xiaoyang was confident that even an average fourth-layer Qi gathering practitioner would not dare to withstand the might of this punch. However, the gray-haired youth did not evade, appearing entirely oblivious to the punch's terrifying nature. Humph! A fool unaware of his own demise, Gu Xiaoyang thought bitterly, already envisioning Jiang Chun being left half dead from the blow. Boom! A figure was sent flying backward, crashing through several precious ornaments. Yet this figure belonged to Gu Xiaoyang himself. Not only had he been sent reeling, but he also coughed up blood. Yi Yunxue exclaimed in alarm, rushing to assist him. "Get away!" Gu Xiaoyang, infuriated and embarrassed, violently rebuffed Yi Yunshue's approach. As the young lord of Fengning City, hailing from one of the three prominent families of the Yushuan Manor, Gu Xiaoyang had always commanded power and respect, with none daring to offend him. Yet in the fleeting moments just past, Jiang Chun had countered, returning his fierce tiger fist with a single palm strike. To lose so disgracefully to Jiang Chun was an affront beyond measure. However, despite Gu Xiaoyang's lack of character, he was no fool. He was wary of Jiang Chun's displayed power. After their clash, his blood surged, and his energy became chaotic. He had sustained significant injury that a pill radiating a faint glow appeared in Gu Xiaoyang's hand, which he swallowed whole. A storage ring. Yi Yunxue exclaimed, her eyes sparkling. Xiaoyang, indeed, was from a prestigious family. Possessing such a treasure, Yi Yunxue felt satisfied with her choice once more. Jiang Chun merely smiled derisively at this. Through the observation of the Nine Hells Spiritual Eye, he noted that after consuming the pill, Gu Xiaoyang's aura stabilized, and he even faintly sensed a breakthrough. Yet no amount of external assistance could bridge the gap between them. It was his own strength that instilled confidence in Jiang Chun. The Nine Hells Battle Body was a rare and formidable force, rendering Jiang Chun absolutely invincible among his peers. Counterfeit elixirs were utterly futile. Jiang Chun echoed Yi Yunshue's earlier words with scorn. Upon hearing this, Gu Xiaoyang's expression twisted into a grimace, utterly abandoning his usual genteel demeanor. You know the price of offending me? I will make you regret being alive. What I know is that your death is imminent, yet you still cling to bravado. Jiang Chun coldly retorted. That moment, the sound of heavy footsteps approached. It was Gu Xiaoyang's guards responding to the commotion. However, aware that Gu Xiaoyang and Yi Yunxue were together, they hesitated to burst in. Hearing the footsteps, Yi Yunxue shouted urgently, "There's an assassin. Quick, come in to protect the young lord." As her words fell, 3 guards burst through the door, each exuding a chilling aura. The leader among them was a middle-aged man with a cultivation level of 7th-layer Qi gathering, dressed as a servant and unarmed. The other 2 were merely 4th-layer Qi gathering practitioners. One wielded a sword, while the other held a knife. Seeing his subordinates arrive, an almost cruel smile crept onto Gu Xiaoyang's face. "Your skills are indeed commendable, but sometimes strength alone cannot determine everything. Uncle Hua, capture him alive. I wish to personally torment him to relieve the hatred in my heart, Gu Zhaoyang commanded. With a single order, the three guards coordinated seamlessly to encircle Jiang Chun in a pincer formation. In the center stood Hua, the guard at the 7th level of Qi gathering, facing Jiang Chun, with the sword-wielding guard positioned to the right and the knife-wielding guard on the left. Jiang Chun stood alone, confronted by the three. His eyes, as dark as ink, remained cold and indifferent. Yet, within his heart, a fervent battle intent was gradually rising. Chapter 4. The ideal sharpening stone. The middle-aged guard at the forefront suddenly blinked his right eye. Immediately, the three guards let out a unified roar, and the sword-wielding guard to the right swiftly thrust his sword. The strike was as swift as lightning, aimed directly at a vital point in the state of the Nine Nether Battle Body. Jiang Chun maintained a tranquil mindset, even while facing three opponents, showing no signs of panic. He observed the sword-wielding guard's attack from the lower right, while simultaneously noting the knife-wielding guard on the lower left, who had already taken a stance to execute a flanking maneuver, clearly preparing to launch a rapid, coordinated assault intended to disrupt his footing and create an opening for the most formidable middle-aged guard. The trio demonstrated a remarkable level of tacit cooperation, employing ruthless tactics against their adversary. However, they had grossly underestimated Jiang Chen's current strength. With a slight bend of his body, he grasped the stone hilt of the Shirluo sword from behind and swept it horizontally with great force. The sword-wielding guard, caught off guard, was struck on the shoulder by the stone blade, and with a powerful blow, he was sent flying out the door. He tumbled down the stairs, eventually landing at the bottom. Unconscious, the jubilant sounds of merriment below were abruptly transformed into chaotic screams and hurried footsteps. Next, Jiang Chun channeled his strength throughout his muscles, pivoting his waist, and surged toward the knife-wielding guard like an arrow released from a bow. The knife-wielding guard, initially prepared to attack, was thrown into disarray upon witnessing his companion being sent flying. His panic was apparent to Jiang Chun. With another straightforward horizontal slash, the stone sword whistled through the air. The knife-wielding guard hurriedly raised his weapon in defense, but it was too late. With a resounding crash, he too was struck on the shoulder and, unable to withstand the impact, was cleaved out of the window, landing directly on the eaves of the 2nd floor to gaze at the moon. Compared to the sword-wielding guard, he was fortunate. He remained conscious, although his shoulder was shattered, rendering him incapable of further combat. Jiang Chun secured the Shirluo sword back onto his back and turned to face the middle-aged guard, the one at the pinnacle of the Qi gathering realm, with the minor nuisances dealt with. It was time for the main course, with both knife and sword eliminated in mere breaths. The middle-aged guard's expression revealed no sign of panic. After all, the true protector of the young lord was solely himself. The other two, in name only guards, were merely attendants accompanying the young lord. Indeed, the vigor of youth is exceptional, the middle-aged guard remarked, admiration evident in his tone. He did not rush into action. Instead, he meticulously observed the young assassin before him. In the same realm, the 9th level of Qi gathering is divided into 3 phases. Levels 1 to 3 are early, levels 4 to 6 are mid, and levels 7 to 9 are late. The middle-aged guard possessed the cultivation at the 7th level of Qi gathering, significantly surpassing Jiang Chun, who was only at the 3rd level. However, Jiang Chun's ability to effortlessly dispatch the other 2 guards of the 4th level indicated he was not to be underestimated. As a guard, his duty was to ensure the safety of the young lord. Regardless of the opponent's strength, he would not let his guard down to that moment. Gu Zhaoyang, hiding behind the middle-aged guard, began to provoke. Jiang Chun, are you feeling proud after dealing with 2 useless fools? Do you comprehend the disparity between the 3rd and 7th levels of Qi gathering? If you kneel and beg for mercy now, I might spare your life. Do not rush. It is not yet time to deal with you. Waste. Gu Zhaoyang gritted his teeth in anger, shouting, Uncle Hua, what are you waiting for? Quickly subdue him. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged guard chose to strike. He clenched his fists, gathering a torrent of Qi, employing the same martial technique that Gu Zhaoyang had previously used, fiery tiger fist, without entering the realm of divine thought. One could not transform Qi into a physical form. One could only concentrate the Qi throughout the body for offense and defense. The might of the fist, bolstered by the accumulated Qi, radiated brilliantly. a testament to the power of a 7th-level Qi gathering practitioner, far beyond Gu Xiaoyang's capabilities. Jiang Chun felt a surge of admiration. He cast a cold glance at Gu Xiaoyang behind the middle-aged guard. Although Gu Xiaoyang could not see Jiang Chen's gaze, he understood that the glance was a sign of contempt for his own strength. Rage filled Gu Xiaoyang's eyes. Jiang Chun, you may be feeling triumphant now, but soon you shall be reduced to a stray dog. In contrast to Gu Xiaoyang's fiery enthusiasm, the middle-aged guard approached with a steadiness that was far more formidable. He advanced toward Jiang Chun with swift strides. Reaching him in an instant, his fist descended like a torrential storm. Everyone's surprise, Jiang Chun did not flinch. He raised his fist to retaliate. The clash of their energies erupted as their fists collided with a thunderous roar. Boom! The explosive sound reverberated, sending a gust of wind that scattered various items throughout the room. After this collision, Jiang Chun remained steadfast, unyielding, showing no signs of being overwhelmed. Gu Xiaoyang, who had anticipated Jiang Chen's defeat, was left speechless in shock. Then, as if struck by a sudden realization, he turned to glare at Yi Yunxue. Although he did not utter a word, his eyes questioned, "Did you not say you killed Jiang Chun in Zhongluo Ridge? How could this be a monster that you could defeat?" Yi Yunxue, bewildered, shook her head repeatedly in response to Gu Xiaoyang's accusatory gaze. "Do not ask me. I know nothing. It is simply that he is not human." However, it was not just these two who were questioning their existence. The middle-aged guard, engaged in battle with Jiang Chun, felt a profound sense of frustration. The martial technique employed by his opponent, seemingly a mundane form of Xingyi fist, revealed its terrifying nature only through direct experience. The sheer force contained within that seemingly unremarkable punch was astonishing. Even more perplexing was the enigmatic nature of Jiang Chen's qi. Practitioners at the early stages of qi gathering typically possess limited mastery over their qi. They are merely beginning to develop their qi, often still in the process of absorbing and converting the natural energies of the world into their inner strength. However, during their recent clash, the seemingly weak, gray qi emanating from Jiang Chun had consumed his own energy. Not only was his qi unable to overwhelm Jiang Chen's, but it had also inadvertently amplified Jiang Chen's power. What kind of monster is this? Is he truly at the 3rd level of qi gathering? Cold sweat trickled down the middle-aged guard's forehead. Surely, he would not be defeated by this 3rd-level brat. Jiang Chun observed the changing reactions of the three with keen eyes. Having recently awakened the Nine Nether Battle Body, he sought a worthy opponent to confirm and adapt to his newfound strength. The previous skirmishes with Gu Xiaoyang and the two guards had proven insufficient. The middle-aged guard before him was just right, not too strong, nor too weak, making for an exceptionally ideal sharpening stone. Such an ideal opportunity could not be missed. Jiang Chun resolved to take the initiative, letting out a powerful roar. Exhilarating, bring it on. The gray Nine Nether Chi surged and danced between his fingers as he launched a formidable palm strike at the middle-aged guard. Chapter 5. I Will Not Forgive. Jiang Chen's aggressive onslaught surged forth like a tempest, relentless wave after wave, seemingly without pause. Initially, the middle-aged guard managed to withstand the barrage, but as the battle wore on, he found himself increasingly outmatched. At the onset, he had fought valiantly, relying on years of accumulated vigor and abundant qi. However, as the conflict progressed, he was now barely holding on, relying more on his seasoned battle instincts and indomitable will. Jiang Chun could sense the middle-aged guard's steps growing unsteady, his breath becoming increasingly erratic. It was evident that he had been cornered to the brink of desperation. With the physical strength bestowed by his newly awakened Nine Nether Battle Body and his mastery of merely the 3rd level of qi gathering, he had managed to push a 7th-level master to the edge. This outcome undoubtedly bolstered Jiang Chen's confidence. He believed his prowess now rivaled that of an 8th-level master, and perhaps even a 9th-level master in a contest. In the entirety of Fengning City, only the city lord, Gu Minghu, stood at the 9th level of qi gathering, with only a handful of clan heads capable of reaching such heights. This meant that as long as he did not cross paths with Gu Minghu. Wait a minute. Isn't Gu Xiaoyang Gu Minghu's son? This indeed presents a lamentable predicament. The commotion on the third floor is impossible to overlook, and the sword-bearing guards below are likely already roused. Tianxiang Tower is not far from the Lord's mansion, and Gu Zhaoyang's reinforcements will soon arrive. Although the likelihood of Gu Minghu personally coming is slim, I cannot afford to take that risk. Moreover, if surrounded by numerous experts at the pinnacle of Qi gathering, no matter how formidable my Nine Nether Battle Body, or how abundant my inner energy, I would inevitably be exhausted and a swift resolution is imperative. I can feel my bones resonating within me, and the Nine Nether energy surges forth from my dantian, converging entirely in my right palm, that I am poised to unleash the family's secret martial art. The Wind Thunder Palm, as the final strike to eliminate the middle-aged guard. Unlike the foundational boxing technique I employed earlier for practice, the Wind Thunder Palm is a high-tier yellow-level martial art, on par with the fierce tiger fist. Channeling all my strength into this one palm, I dart towards the middle-aged guard like an arrow released from a bowstring. The air quivers violently, resonating with the sound of thunder and wind. Simultaneously, a fleeting glimmer of gray flashes in my pitch-black eyes, allowing me to discern the flow of energy within the middle-aged guard's body. This is a potent ability of the Nine Nether Eyes. After infusing my Nine Nether energy, I can perceive the opponent's energy circulation for a brief moment. Upon detecting the guard's energy flow, his defensive weaknesses lay bare before my eyes. My palm strikes the guard's right shoulder, which he can no longer defend against. Bang! The ferocious force surges into him, scattering his inner energy, and his body is sent flying, shattering several precious porcelain pieces in the process. A series of crisp, clattering sounds reverberates throughout the room. Uncle Hua, Gu Zhaoyang cries out in panic. Young lord, this person is far too dangerous. You must flee. After collapsing, the middle-aged guard continues to spit blood, desperately attempting to prop himself up to facilitate Gu Zhaoyang's escape. Yet, after a struggle, he ultimately succumbs to exhaustion and falls into unconsciousness. The VIP room of Tianxiang Tower is once again left with only Jiang Chun, Gu Zhaoyang, and Yi Yunxue present. At last, it is your turn. Jiang Chen's gaze lands upon Yi Yunxue, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he begins to walk towards the two. This seemingly effortless smile appears to convey to Yi Yunxue that Jiang Chun is about to exact his vengeance upon those who betrayed and murdered him. As Jiang Chen's cold, profound gaze meets Yi Yunshue's, despair creeps into her heart, and she begins to tremble uncontrollably. If even the middle-aged guard at the 7th level of Qi gathering could not withstand Jiang Chun, how could she and Gu Zhaoyang hope to defend themselves? Gu Zhaoyang's voice quivers, his tongue stumbling as he attempts to reason with Jiang Chun. Jiang Chun, we can talk this out. I admit I misjudged you before. Yuri's still alive, right? We can settle any grievances we have. No, I am dead, Jiang Chun replies coolly, continuing to advance toward them, the arc of his smile unwavering. Jiu Zhaoyang, gripping the trembling Yi Yunxue, retreats step by step until they reach the window. With nowhere else to escape, below, the noise of the crowd rises. At this moment of life and death, they have no mind to discern in their eyes. The approaching Jiang Chun resembles a harbinger of death. Suddenly, Yunxue erupts in a fit of hysteria. I did it for the spot at the Yushuan Martial Institute. I cannot bear to watch you gain entry, while I am left to vie for a mere illusory opportunity. Do not kill me. Jiang Chun, please do not kill me. I never wish to harm you. It was Gu Zhaoyang who compelled me to do so. If you seek vengeance, take it out on him. Spare my life. I beg you, Jiang Chun. Gu Zhaoyang, upon hearing Yi Yunshue's words, erupts in fury, striking her across the face. Yi Yunxue, her hair disheveled, collapses to the ground. Bowing her head as she sobs, Jiu Zhaoyang hastily turns to Jiang Chun. Pleading, Jiang Chun, do not believe this wretched woman's lies. She was the one who proposed killing you. The powder was her request. This vile creature, she... Let me explain. Silence. Jiang Chun barks, causing Gu Zhaoyang to fall silent, his expression one of anticipation as he watches Jiang Chun. Yet, beneath Gu Zhaoyang's facade of submission lies a heart brimming with malice. To save his own skin, he feigns compliance, waiting for his father to arrive, when he will relish the moment Jiang Chun meets his demise. Both Gu Zhaoyang and Yi Yunxue comprehend that their fates now rest solely in Jiang Chen's hands in their desperation to survive. They cast aside their dignity. Jiang Chun gazes at the two before him, his heart swelling with revulsion. He could swiftly eliminate them both, fulfill his revenge, and then escape the city, vanishing without a trace. Even if Gu Minghu, at the realm of spirit gathering, were to arrive, Jiang Chun is confident he could evade him. He yearns for gratification, to settle the score, and he would abandon everything else. Had it been the Jiang Chun before awakening the Nine Nether Battle Body, he would have chosen this path. However, now, within the Nine Nether Battle Body, his mind is clear, and he considers the consequences of his desire for revenge. Should he leave, the Jiang family would inevitably face the most brutal retribution from both the Lord's mansion and the Yi family. As the heir of the Jiang family, he cannot simply abandon his ancestors' legacy and flee. More importantly, if he departs, he would forfeit his chance to secure a position at the Yushuan Martial Institute. As thoughts of the institute cross his mind, a ripple of gray emerges in his previously calm gaze. Such fluctuations in his emotions only arise when he experiences intense feelings, causing the Nine Nether energy to coalesce within him. Jiang Chen's parents were once disciples of the outer court of the Yushuan Martial Institute, yet they vanished 15 years ago without a trace. The institute provided no explanation to the Jiang family. Jiang Chen's grandfather traveled thousands of miles to inquire at the Yushuan Martial Institute on 2 occasions, ultimately returning empty-handed, even suffering severe injuries from bandits during his second journey back to Fengning City. With his heart burdened by obsession, Jiang Chen's grandfather repeatedly urged him, even on his deathbed, to enter the Yushuan Martial Institute to seek out the whereabouts of his parents, despite the fact that at the tender age of 9, Jiang Chun was regarded as a waste incapable of cultivation by others. Only by gaining entry to the Yushuan Martial Institute could he hope to uncover his parents' fate. Yet if he does not eliminate these two, how can his revenge reach a conclusion? If his heart remains obstructed, how can he aspire to ascend to the pinnacle of martial arts in the future? This night in Fengning City is destined to be fraught with turmoil. Jiang Chen's choice will determine the course of this storm. He halts his advance, closing his eyes slightly as he enters a state of contemplation. As Jiang Chen ponders, Yi Yunxue gradually ceases her sobbing, while Gu Xiaoyang casts a cold smile in her direction. After a brief moment of reflection, Jiang Chen opens his eyes once more and speaks slowly. I have told myself, I will not forgive. As these words escape his lips, the atmosphere in the room plunges, as if the cruel winter is upon them. The two, who had thought Jiang Chen's attitude had softened, feel the murderous intent in his words and cannot help but gasp in unison. Chapter 6. The death of Yi Yunxue. Gu Xiaoyang, drenched in cold sweat from fear, hastily attempts to dissuade Jiang Chun. Jiang Chun, I was wrong before. I insulted you. Whatever you desire, I can compensate you. It was Yi Yunxue who plotted against you. I will hand her over to you. Exact your revenge, as you see. As he speaks, Gu Xiaoyang drags the fallen Yi Yunxue up from the ground. Her eyes are red, glistening with tears, appearing fragile and enchanting. Jiang Chun gazes intently at Yi Yunxue in her current state. The Nine Nether energy in his eyes swirls restlessly, resembling flickering gray flames. He recalls 3 days prior, when Yi Yunxue thrust that sword at him, her expression cold and devoid of compassion. He remembers the despair and agony he felt upon losing his Dantian. The blood staining his clothes as the sword pierced his chest inch by inch. That I could spare your life, Jiang Chun declares. Yi Yunxue's expression brightens with hope. However, Jiang Chen's right hand transforms into a palm and suddenly strikes towards her abdomen. The half-smile that had graced Yi Yunxue's face instantly shifts to one of shock. You. The Nine Nether energy surges from Jiang Chen's palm, akin to gray swords piercing into Yi Yunxue's Dantian. She feels a searing pain radiating from her abdomen, spreading throughout her entire body. Like a tea that moment, her inner energy begins to dissipate rapidly. No. Yi Yunxue screams, collapsing to the ground. But you must pay the price for your betrayal. Jiang Chun concludes, finishing his earlier statement. Yi Yunxue lifts her head, her eyes filled with malice. Suddenly, she bursts into a frenzied laugh, her voice tinged with sorrow. Jiang Chun, what does it matter if you cripple me? You are already dead. You are no longer human. You are merely a zombie. Subsequently, she bowed her head and wept. Jiu Xiaoyang found it quite peculiar to gaze into Jiang Chen's eyes, and upon hearing Yi Yunshua's words, he was instantly gripped by an overwhelming fear that he shivered several times and, sensing the peril, attempted to flee. At a faint smirk graced Jiang Chen's lips as he seized Gu Zhaoyang by the collar, lifting him effortlessly into the air. Jiu Zhaoyang, filled with terror, struggled desperately in midair. Suddenly, he noticed a transformation in Jiang Chen's gaze. It was no longer the emotionless, inky black eyes he had once known. Jiang Chen's eyes regained their vibrant clarity, revealing an expression of keen interest. Moreover, in the blink of an eye, Jiang Chen's hair shifted from silver gray back to black. Jiu Zhaoyang was left in a stupor. My goodness, has Jiang Chen truly become a sentient zombie, capable of reverting to human form? Jiang Chen's return to his ordinary appearance was not an act of mockery towards Gu Zhaoyang. Rather, he had heard commotion coming from downstairs. Jiu Minghu had arrived. Jiang Chen spoke softly to Gu Zhaoyang. I shall not take your life now, but your fate remains in my hands. Surely, the young lord would not jest with his own life. Jiu Zhaoyang exhaled in relief, realizing that Jiang Chen still held reservations. Rest assured, I shall not reveal your secret, Gu Zhaoyang declared earnestly. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen let out a cold laugh. Rest assured, you are the one truly haunted. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of rapid, heavy footsteps echoed from the staircase. Tap, tap, tap. Outside the window, faint sounds of something landing could be heard. I could see that moment. A booming voice erupted like thunder in Jiang Chen's ear. May I inquire why you are holding my son hostage? The lord of Fengning City, Gu Minghu, clad in his official attire, appeared at the entrance of the VIP room, exuding an air of authority. Behind him gathered a throng of individuals, completely filling the already narrow corridor. Jiang Chen, Yunxue, Chener. Two exclamations rang out from behind. Gu Minghu. One came from Yilian Tian, the head of the Yi family, and the other from Jiang Dehao, the elder of the Jiang family. It turned out that after Jiang Chen had knocked the sword-wielding guard downstairs, he was quickly revived. The news of Gu Zhaoyang's assassination attempt had reached the city lord's manor. At that time, Gu Minghu was convening the heads of various families in Fengning City to discuss the upcoming exam at the Yushuan Martial Institute in 2 months. Upon hearing that Gu Zhaoyang had been attacked, the attendees unanimously agreed to suspend the meeting, deciding instead to rush to Tianxiang Tower to discern which audacious individual dared to assassinate the young lord. Gu Zhaoyang, the city lord's guards had mobilized, intending to make an example of the perpetrator. Not only was the third floor crowded, but the entirety of Tianxiang Tower and its surroundings were teeming with people, creating a scene of overwhelming chaos. Almost half of Fengning City had rushed to Tianxiang Tower upon hearing the news of the young lord assassination, turning it into the absolute focal point of the city that night. Jiang Chen, what is the meaning of this? What have you done to Yunxue? Yi Liangtian demanded sternly, glaring at the weeping Yi Yunxue. Jiang Chen released Gu Zhaoyang and turned to coldly retort, You should inquire of your dear daughter. She conspired with Gu Zhaoyang to poison and entrap me beneath the burial Luo Ridge, intending to take my life. Father, Jiang Chen is not human. I killed him at burial Luo Ridge, and he has returned as a zombie to deceive everyone. He is a vile creature. Swiftly eliminate him. Father, he has ruined my vital energy. Yi Yunxue, consumed by hatred, shrieked desperately at Yi Liangtian. Zhaoyang, what is happening? Is what Jiang Chen claims true? Gu Minghu's authoritative gaze pierced through Gu Zhaoyang like a sword. Father, Jiang Chen. Gu Zhaoyang hesitated, contemplating his words as he noticed the assembled family heads. He intended to turn the tide, but before he could speak, Jiang Chen's left hand rested ominously on his back. A chill ran down Gu Zhaoyang's spine. He sensed that a single misstep could cost him his life. What Jiang Chen said is true, he uttered weakly, but it was all Yi Yunxu was doing. She told me she wished to marry me. So she sought to kill Jiang Chen, her current fiancé. In a moment of folly, I agreed. Jiang Chen remained silent, but his smirk grew increasingly sinister. Why, Yi Yunxu? Yi Liangtian's eyes widened in fury as he roared. His own daughter colluding with the young lord to murder her fiancé. Such a scandal exposed before the heads of the families would irreparably tarnish the Yi family's reputation in Fengning City. Moreover, Yi Yunxu now appeared hysterical, the subject of ridicule among the gathered families. No, father, do not believe their words. Jiang Chen is no longer human. Swiftly eliminate him. Yi Yunxue cried out. The absurdity of her claim elicited laughter from several family heads. Yulian Tian could no longer contain himself. He stormed up to Yi Yunxue and struck her squarely in the chest with his palm. That why Yi Yunxue stood no chance against such force. Her body trembled, and she collapsed to the ground, lifeless. Yi Yunxue conspired to murder her fiancé, Jiang Chun, and her crime warrants death. I shall cleanse my household today, without sullying the Jiang family's hands. That I regret that I cannot remain further. Please forgive me, City Lord. Liang Tian's face turned ashen as he offered his apology to Gu Minghu and leaped out of the window, departing abruptly. The onlookers were left in a mix of schadenfreude and astonishment at Liang Tian's ruthless decision to kill his own daughter. Chapter 7. Ransom acquired. Release the captive. The crowd watched in shock as Yi Yunxue lay dead and Liang Tian hastily departed, their emotions a tumultuous blend of sympathy and intrigue. Yet the affair was far from over. Jiang Chen's hand remained firmly on Gu Xiaoyang's back. Jiu Minghu's eyes narrowed slightly, but a man of his experience could not help but discern that while Jiang Chen appeared to be seeking justice, he was, in fact, holding Gu Xiaoyang hostage. Thus, the truth of the matter became inconsequential once Jiang Chen had control over Gu Xiaoyang's fate. The lingering doubt hovered in Gu Minghu's mind. This Jiang Chen, possessing merely a third level of qi gathering, had managed to subdue Gu Xiaoyang, who was of equal cultivation, not to mention his bodyguard, who was at the 7th level of qi gathering. How had Jiang Chen managed to overpower him? Gu Minghu knew well that although Gu Xiaoyang was not exceptionally gifted, he was no pushover among his peers in Fengning City. Moreover, it was said that Jiang Chen had trained diligently. Yet his talent was abysmally low, only beginning to cultivate his body at the age of 10. What puzzled Gu Minghu even more was the whereabouts of Gu Xiaoyang's personal bodyguard. Gu Xiaoyang scanned the surroundings and finally spotted Hua lying in a corner, utterly incapacitated. That a glimmer of insight flashed in Gu Minghu's eyes. He recognized that this seemingly unremarkable youth before him was far from simple. After a moment of contemplation, Gu Minghu altered his original approach. With Gu Xiaoyang as Jiang Chen's hostage, and Jiang Chen occupying the moral high ground, it became clear that what Jiang Chen desired was nothing more than a ransom for Gu Xiaoyang's life. Whatever Jiang Chen wanted, Gu Minghu was prepared to concede. I have grasped the sequence of events, and the guilty party, Yi Yunxue, has been dealt with. My son, due to his poor judgment, nearly committed a grave error. This is a failure of my guidance. The City Lord's manor is willing to apologize to the Jiang family. I wonder what compensation Jiang Chen desires. Upon hearing this, a composed smile spread across Jiang Chen's face as he casually placed his left hand on Gu Xiaoyang's shoulder, even patting it amiably. From their seemingly intimate interaction, no one could imagine that Jiang Chen could snuff out Gu Xiaoyang's life in an instant. However, Gu Xiaoyang was acutely aware of the truth. Beads of sweat trickled down his forehead. The assembled family heads, seasoned veterans of the political arena, understood that Jiang Chen's gesture heralded the impending demand for a hefty ransom. Upon first meeting, Gu Xiaocheng and I found common ground. Our previous misunderstandings are trivial matters. Jiang Chen feigned amiability. I overheard Gu Xiaocheng mention that the City Lord's manor possesses 2 recommendation slots for the inner court of the Yushuan Martial Institute. Any child of Fengning City, upon receiving the City Lord's recommendation, can enter the Yushuan Martial Institute directly, bypassing the martial competition in 2 months. As a citizen of Fengning City, the Jiang family has always benefited from the City Lord's patronage. I, Jiang Chen, have long aspired to reach the pinnacle of martial arts to serve my country, yet I lament my lack of talent and feeble strength. At this, Gu Xiaoyang's right cheek twitched involuntarily. Jiang Chen boldly continued, I hope the City Lord will bestow upon me one of the recommendation slots for the Yushuan Martial Institute, allowing me to become a fellow disciple with the young lord. So we may look out for one another. This time, Gu Xiaoyang's left cheek twitched as well. Father! Gu Xiaoyang could no longer contain himself and cried out urgently. Jiang Chen's left hand tightened its grip on Gu Xiaoyang's shoulder. Feeling the intrusion of Jiang Chen's energy, a chilling dread surged within Gu Xiaoyang. He promptly sealed his lips. Behind Gu Minghu, the heads of the families erupted in protest. No. This is absolutely unacceptable. We have gathered here today for the martial competition of the Yushuan Martial Institute. How can we allow the Jiang family to gain such an advantage for free? And for the inner court, no less. Lord of the city, you must think thrice. This Jiang Chun is merely a trifling threefold in energy accumulation. How could he possibly represent the young talents of our Fengming city? This Jiang Chun, devoid of any shame, dares to seek the esteemed recommendation of the city lord to enter the inner academy. Amidst the chorus of dissent, a voice of support emerged that we respect the will of the city lord. As long as he consents, a young prodigy like Jiang Chun deserves a place in the inner academy. This individual was Jiang Chen's uncle, Jiang Du Hai. Upon seeing him, the heads of the families immediately cast disdainful glances at his self-praise. Just as the crowd behind began to murmur in opposition, Gu Ming, whose reaction was unexpectedly magnanimous, he did not exhibit any hesitation. Instead, he readily agreed. This astonished Jiang Chun, who had initially planned to subtly torment Gu Zhaoyang to compel Gu Ming, whose consent. To his surprise, Gu Ming, who was so agreeable, having long heard of Jiang Chen's reputation as a youthful genius, witnessing it firsthand today, affirmed its veracity. Jiang Chun, as a promising young talent of Fengming City. With such a resolute heart towards the path, I, Gu Ming, who see no harm in bestowing this recommendation upon you. With that, Gu Ming, who retrieved the token from his storage ring and tossed it towards Jiang Chun with a flourish. Jiang Chun deftly caught the token between his fingers, his movements graceful and fluid. The intricate design on the token featured the characters Yuxian inscribed in seal script, with a smaller character, Nei, etched in the lower right corner. It was indeed the recommendation token for the inner academy of the Yuxian Martial Academy. The heads of the families looked on enviously, yet since it was Gu Ming who personally bestowed the token in plain view, they had no grounds to protest further. Upon receiving the token, Jiang Chun examined it and smiled with satisfaction. Having secured the ransom, it was only natural to release the captive. Thank you, City Lord, for your generosity. I shall not forget your kindness in the days to come. With that, Jiang Chun withdrew his hand from Gu Zhaoyang's shoulder and took a step back. Jiu Zhaoyang hurriedly approached Gu Minghu, his legs trembling, nearly stumbling even over a few short steps, a comical sight that drew laughter from several straightforward heads of families. The moment Gu Zhaoyang, now a liberated hostage, sought to leverage Gu Minghu's authority. He thought, Jiang Chun, your demise approaches. The one who will ultimately prevail is I. He approached Gu Minghu and loudly accused, Father, this Jiang Chun. However, he failed to notice that his father, the city lord, wore a face as dark as water, filled with disappointment. Before he could finish, Gu Minghu delivered a sharp slap across his face. You have caused great trouble today. You are confined for 2 months. Reflect on your actions and practice diligently at home. Gu Zhaoyang's left cheek immediately swelled, and realizing the gravity of the situation, he hastily covered his face, lowering his head and ceasing to speak. The Jiu Zhaoyang turned to the gathered heads of families and proclaimed, Esteemed guests, I sincerely apologize for the unforeseen events of today. Since the matter has been resolved, I suggest we all disperse. I will notify everyone regarding the discussions about the Yuxian Martial Academy's assessment competition tomorrow. After a cacophony of voices, the heads of families gradually departed. Onlookers below, having seen those from above descend, inquired about the situation and, upon learning it was resolved, slowly began to disperse. News rippled outward from the Tianxiang building, with spectators spreading the information they had gleaned in the days to come. The events of this night would transform into a myriad of embellished tales throughout Fengming City. Yet, regardless of how absurd the stories became, the protagonist would remain unchanged, Jiang Chun, the young master of the Jiang family. Chapter 8. A full-scale strike from a strong practitioner of the concentration realm once the crowd had dispersed on the 3rd floor of the Tianxiang building. 4 individuals remained, Jiang Chun, Gu Minghu, Gu Zhaoyang, and Jiang Chen's uncle, Jiang Du Hai. Jiang Chen stood with his hands clasped behind his back, a smile gracing his features, exuding an air of calm contentment. As the city lord, Gu Minghu had acknowledged his victimhood before the assembled heads of families, rendering any further actions against him unjustifiable, regardless of the truth. Moreover, Gu Minghu's recent conduct suggested he was not a narrow-minded individual. At that moment, the concerned voice of Uncle Jiang Du Hai broke the brief tranquility. Chiner, are you unharmed? As the eldest elder of the Jiang family, having assumed the role of patriarch after the passing of Jiang Chen's grandfather, Jiang Tianshao, he had always treated Jiang Chun as his own son. Before accompanying the others to the Tianxiang building, he never imagined that the assailant in the establishment would be his own nephew, Jiang Chun. What was even more astonishing was that Jiang Chun not only deftly resolved the crisis, but had also secured the city lord's recommendation for the inner academy of the Yu Xian Martial Academy. I am fine, uncle, Jiang Chun replied, a warm current surging within him. Having lost his parents at a young age and previously deemed a waste due to his inability to cultivate, he had never felt the diminishing affection of his uncle. After his grandfather's death, Uncle Jiang Du Hai could have claimed the title of patriarch, but chose to preserve Jiang Chen's position as the young master, only taking on the role of elder to fulfill the duties of the patriarch. Jiang Du Hai expressed his gratitude to Gu Ming, who, saying, "Today, I truly appreciate the city lord for upholding justice for Jiang Chen. It is of no consequence. It is my failure as a city lord that has allowed this wayward son to cause such turmoil." Gu Ming, who replied, gesturing towards the middle-aged guard on the ground, inquiring of Jiang Chun, "Did you orchestrate this, Jiang Chun?" The guard Ho is fiercely loyal to the young lord. I had no choice but to defeat him. Jiang Chun replied nonchalantly, unperturbed by the prospect of Gu Ming Hu's ire. Indeed, upon hearing Jiang Chen's response, Gu Ming Hu reacted with delight rather than anger, praising him, "Excellent, to so effortlessly defeat Ho, who has attained the 7th level of energy accumulation with your mere threefold. It appears my recommendation has not been misplaced. Be candid. Jiang Chun sought this recommendation not for himself. What? Do you know how precious this recommendation is?" Gu Ming, whose gaze turned icy. "Could it be that you were merely jesting with me?" "You have misunderstood, City Lord. I have a cousin, exceptionally gifted, far surpassing me. Merely 15. She has already reached the 4th level of energy accumulation, and I sought the recommendation for her. Chiner." Upon hearing this, Jiang Du Hai's emotions surged, tears welling in his eyes. Jiang Chen's grandfather, Jiang Tianshao, had 2 sons, himself and Jiang Chen's father, Jiang Dusheng. The cousin Jiang Chun referred to as his only daughter, Jiang Xian. The perilous situation Jiang Chun had faced, under the scrutiny of all Fengning City, could have led to his utter ruin with a single misstep. Think that Jiang Chun risked his life and bore immense pressure to secure the precious recommendation, only to reserve it for his daughter Jiang Xian, was enough to bring tears to Jiang Du Hai's eyes. However, upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, City Lord Gu Ming, who snorted coldly, "You do not intend to enter the inner academy of the Yu Xian Martial Academy?" Jiang Chun planned to rely on his own strength to gain entry into the inner academy. If he failed, he would only have himself to blame for his inadequacy. Jiu You Ming, who furrowed his brow, scrutinizing Jiang Chun with piercing eyes. You know why I have given you the recommendation for the inner academy. It is because if you and the young lord enter the inner academy together, we, hailing from Fengning City, can look out for one another. Jiang Chun replied, his tone respectful yet assertive. Jiu Xiaoyang, who had remained silent, could no longer contain himself upon hearing that Gu Ming, who genuinely intended for Jiang Chun to look after him. "Father, no, I cannot enter the inner academy with Jiang Chun." As Gu Xiaoyang began, he suddenly recalled the fate of Yi Yun Shui. Contemplating it, he decided to remain silent. Once in the inner academy, with the vastness of the world before him, he would no longer need Jiang Chen's support due to his status as a branch of the Gu family. Jiang Chun, you will soon learn what the foundation of the Gu family truly means. Gu Xiaoyang had already begun to envision himself navigating the inner academy with ease. Hearing Jiang Chen's response, Gu Ming, who let out a soft sigh, "I am well aware of Yang Er's talents. While he may be considered above average in Fengning City, he remains unremarkable in the outer academy of the Yu Xian Martial Academy, and in the inner academy, he pales in comparison to the true geniuses." With that, he shot a disapproving glare at Gu Xiaoyang, who flushed with embarrassment, eager to offer a retort. Jiu Ming Hu, however, continued without pause, "Yet Jiang Chun, your ability to defeat Ho, who has reached the 7th level of energy accumulation with merely a threefold, is sufficient to showcase your immense potential, rivaling those true prodigies of the inner academy. Jiang Chun smiled faintly, neither affirming nor denying, with the Nine Nether Battle Body and the inheritance of the sky-devouring Sword Emperor. How could his potential be equated with those so-called prodigies? I understand that you have grievances with Yanger, but I assure you, as long as I remain the city lord of Fengning, I will protect the Jiang family. Concerning the future of the young city lord, Gu Zhaoyang, Gu Minghu's words are undoubtedly filled with sincerity. However, Jiang Chun is quite reluctant to take responsibility for Gu Zhaoyang, even if he could set aside past grievances and suppress the urge to eliminate Gu Zhaoyang. The latter's abilities, character, and strategic insight are decidedly lacking. Should he agree to this, it would likely lead to a series of incessant troubles down the line. Yet, having reached this point in their discussion, Jiang Chun finds it somewhat difficult to refuse. After a moment of contemplation, he addressed Gu Minghu, saying, "Rest assured, my lord, once I enter the martial academy, I will look after young Lord Gu, but I must reserve the inner academy spot for my cousin. I hope you can understand." Jiang Chun. Gu Minghu snorted coldly, his expression darkening, and in an instant, he radiated murderous intent. Clenching his fist tightly, a tremendous surge of elemental energy coalesced around it, forming a dazzling sphere of light that enveloped his right hand. Upon reaching the concentration realm, a martial artist can manifest their elemental energy outside their body. The golden energy churned violently as Gu Minghu unleashed a punch, transforming into the fierce phantom of a galloping tiger, charging towards Jiang Chun. This was the full manifestation of the fiery tiger fist. Gu Minghu held nothing back in this strike. The sheer power of a full-force attack from a concentration realm expert is nothing short of terrifying. "Lord, please restrain your anger. Jiang Chun is merely at the 3rd level of Qi gathering. He is unworthy of your attention." Jiang Duhai was taken aback at Gu Minghu's sudden aggression as the tiger phantom bore down upon him. Jiang Chen's mind stirred, and in an instant his eyes deepened to an unfathomable extent. The 9 nether spirit eyes activated. Simultaneously, Jiang Chen's vital energy and elemental force surged wildly, converging entirely into his right palm. Bearing the legacy of the Sword Emperor, he would one day ascend to the pinnacle of martial arts. What fear could he have of a mere strike from a concentration realm expert? With a flicker of gray light in his eyes, Jiang Chun executed a thunder palm, striking the tiger phantom squarely on its forehead. In that moment, the elemental energy roared, and the muscles in Jiang Chen's right arm trembled slightly under the immense force. With a resounding crack, the phantom of the tiger was dispersed by Jiang Chen's palm. The young man staggered back a couple of steps, exhaling a breath of turbid air, a smile creeping onto his lips. Chapter 9. A perfect conclusion to revenge faced with the full-force strike of concentration realm expert, Jiang Chun, despite being merely at the 3rd level of Qi gathering, appeared to struggle, yet the spectacle was sufficiently astonishing. After deflecting Gu Minghu's attack, Jiang Chun closed his 9 nether spirit eyes. He did not wish for Gu Minghu to discern any abnormalities in his constitution. His exceptional talent could lead Gu Minghu to insist on his looking after Gu Zhaoyang. But should Gu Minghu discover Jiang Chen's extraordinary potential, Jiang Chun could not guarantee that the man would not harbor ulterior motives. Seeing Jiang Chun emerge unscathed from his fiery tiger fist, Gu Minghu's expression fluctuated between dark and light. Jiang Chen's talent was truly remarkable. In all of Gu Minghu's experience, only the direct descendants of the Gu family from the Yushuan mansion could rival him. As the strongest in Fengning City, with the cultivation of the 1st level of concentration realm, Gu Minghu could command respect in this small city. Yet within the bustling Yushuan mansion, he was no more than an ant. Gu Minghu, relying on his status as the city lord, could compel Jiang Chun to care for Gu Zhaoyang, but he understood well that with Jiang Chen's potential, his future in the Yushuan Martial Academy would be boundless. Far beyond his own reach. If previously Jiang Chun had leveraged Gu Zhaoyang to negotiate with Gu Minghu, now, Gu Minghu was leveraging the Jiang family to negotiate with Jiang Chun. Simultaneously, Jiang Chun was acutely aware that after withstanding Gu Minghu's strike, he had gained the upper hand in this negotiation. For the sake of the mediocre and inept Gu Zhaoyang, Gu Minghu had no choice but to concede to Jiang Chen's demands. even if Jiang Chun chose to reserve the invaluable inner academy spot for his cousin Jiang Xian. Gu Minghu had no option but to comply. Indeed, Gu Minghu ultimately relented. Since the recommendation token has already been bestowed upon you, it is only fitting that you decide its fate. The Lord is wise. Jiang Chun clasped his hands, a gesture of respect towards Gu Minghu, granting him due regard. However, Jiang Chun felt it necessary to inform the Lord that the Yushuan Martial Academy was rife with geniuses, with backgrounds far beyond Jiang Chen's own. If the young lord could not conduct himself with decorum, Jiang Chun could not guarantee he would be able to look after Gu Xiaoyang at all times. Jiang Chun spoke with a calm demeanor, making his intentions clear. Should Gu Xiaoyang continue to act recklessly within the academy, any ensuing troubles would not be Jiang Chen's responsibility. What nonsense are you spouting? Jiang Chun, I, Gu Xiaoyang, do not require your assistance. Gu Xiaoyang interjected defiantly, but was cut off by Gu Minghu, who turned to Jiang Chun, saying, "That is only right. If my son stirs up trouble, he has no one else to blame." Gu Minghu sighed deeply. Many believe that the inner academy of the Yushuan Martial Academy was an unparalleled opportunity, yet they failed to realize that such an opportunity necessitated corresponding talent, strength, and background to bear its weight. Jiang Chun, as a father, I implore you, if it is within your power, I hope you can preserve his life. Father, Gu Xiaoyang's eyes reddened, unable to comprehend why Gu Minghu was belittling him and flattering Jiang Chun. Jiang Chun could not help but feel a stir of emotions within that Jiu You Minghu, for the sake of his son, had even lowered his dignity as the city lord. However, if saving Gu Xiaoyang's life were to be considered, it would require compensation. Rest assured, my lord, although Gu Xiaoyang has erred in the past, with proper reflection, his future may still hold promise. Jiang Chun spoke those words, while internally calculating what he desired. Gu Xiaoyang's storage ring would suffice. I shall take 1.0. Make it 2. 1 for my cousin Xianer as well. And surely the city lord collection of martial arts and important records must be substantial. Perhaps I could procure a few of those. That pill Gu Xiaoyang consumed earlier was quite effective. I shall require several of those, as well as night deepened. Moonlight flowed through the window, transforming the disheveled room into a scene of frost. In a luxurious guest chamber on the 3rd floor of Tianxiang Tower, Jiang Duhai stared in disbelief at his nephew Jiang Chun as he bargained with city lord Gu Minghu. Ultimately, Jiang Chun secured 2 storage rings, 3 gathering essence pills, and a city lord's token granting him free access to the city lord's estate and its library. In the end, both Jiang Chun and Jiang Duhai left with beaming smiles. Bidding farewell to the father and son Gu Minghu as they descended from the 3rd floor window, Jiang Chun noticed a multitude of black-clad guards waiting outside, their sharp gazes fixed intently upon him. Jiang Chun smiled and nodded to them, then leaped into the vast night. For Jiang Chun, this night of vengeance had reached a perfect conclusion. Jiu Xiaoyang's experiences on this day could only be described as utterly humiliating. He had been taken captive by Jiang Chun, unable to voice a word, facing disgrace before all of Fengming City. The woman he coveted, Yi Yunxua, had been forced to her demise before his very eyes. His personal guard, Huida, had been knocked unconscious by Jiang Chun. Rather than punishing Jiang Chun, his father, the city lord, had instead sought to curry favor with him, insisting they enter the martial academy together. Even when Jiang Chun showed blatant disregard by giving his spot to a yellow-haired girl, his father only continued to indulge Jiang Chun further, bestowing upon him numerous benefits. Jiang Chun, that detestable Jiang Chun. The thought of the boy's triumphant expression as he departed sent Gu Xiaoyang into a furious rage. Father, why do you not eliminate Jiang Chun? Gu Minghu's expression turned stern as he coldly snorted. Do you still fail to comprehend your father's good intentions? To kill Jiang Chun. Do you wish to see me witness your humiliation in the inner academy of the Yushuan Martial Academy? To be bullied by others, or to continue playing the role of a servant to the true heirs of our family? I, Gu Xiaoyang, will never be reduced to such a state. Once I enter the inner academy, I will ensure that no one dares to cross me. You are 2 years older than Jiang Chun, both of you at the 3rd level of Qi gathering, yet he was able to defeat Huida, who is at the 7th level. Let me tell you, the geniuses within the inner academy will surpass Jiang Chun in every aspect. Some of those prodigies, at Jiang Chen's age, would find your father's cultivation a mere trifle in comparison. Having spoken, Gu Minghu turned and departed. Jiu Zhaoyang gazed at Gu Minghu's receding figure, astonished, unable to utter a single word. After a considerable pause, Gu Zhaoyang finally regained his composure and took his leave. Shortly thereafter, several guards entered through the window, carrying the unconscious Hua Dou-Wei. The Tianxiang Tower gradually fell into silence. The moonlight flowed, illuminating the pale face of Yi Yunxue and the dusty snow sword that was embedded in the wall. Tomorrow, a kind-hearted servant would secretly bury her alongside the dusty snow sword. After this night, it is likely that no one in Fengning City would care about her any longer. Jiang Chun and Jiang Duhai soon returned to the Jiang family, where the grand hall was ablaze with light, and the clan members were gathered, each displaying expressions of anxiety and tension. This was due to the news from those who had gone out to witness the commotion, claiming that the assassin who attempted to kill the young city lord Gu Zhaoyang was none other than the young master Jiang Chen. The Jiang family was merely a small clan in Fengning City, unable to withstand the weight of such a grave accusation. The clan members felt a deep sense of impending doom as Jiang Chun and his father returned. A young girl was in the hall, comforting her weeping mother. Dressed in a white gown, her delicate features and bright, clear eyes stood out. She was Jiang Duhai's daughter, Jiang Chen's cousin, Jiang Xian. Upon seeing Jiang Chun and her father return, the girl couldn't help but break into a smile. "Brother Chun, father, you have finally returned." Everyone turned their heads towards the entrance, and indeed, it was Jiang Chun and the elder Jiang Duhai who had returned. The Jiang family members erupted in joy, flocking towards the two. Just as Jiang Duhai began to explain the situation to the crowd, Jiang Chun seized the opportunity to discreetly lead Jiang Xian away. Chapter 10. Fame in Fengning City in the Jiang family's backyard. Jiang Xian followed Jiang Chun to a secluded corner. It was the dead of night, with the clan members all gathered in the grand hall, leaving this place desolate and empty. "Brother Chun, you said you had something for me. Why did we come here?" Jiang Xian asked, puzzled. The Jiang Chun before her seemed to exude a different aura, and he carried a stone sword that she had never seen before. While everyone was listening to Jiang Duhai in the grand hall, Jiang Chun had secretly brought her here. With a tender smile, Jiang Chun presented her with an item. "Sister Xian, look at this." Jiang Xian reached out to take it and discovered it was a beautifully crafted token, inscribed with the characters Yu Xian in seal script. A token? What is this for? This token is a recommendation from the Yu Xian Martial Academy's inner court. With it, you could directly enter the inner court. Jiang Chun said casually, mirroring the same anticipation he had when he gifted her presents on her birthday every year, eager to see her smile. They had grown up together, and to Jiang Chun, Jiang Xian was like a younger sister. He wished to give her all the good things in the world. However, upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, Jiang Xian was taken aback and hurriedly returned the token to him. "This is too important. Brother Chun, you should keep it for yourself." Yet Jiang Chun insisted on gifting the token to Jiang Xian. "This token is meant for you. I made a deal with the city lord, and he provided me with a recommendation for the inner court. Once I enter the martial academy, I will protect that useless Gu Zhaoyang." But Jiang Xian hesitated. "There are no buts. Just accept it," Jiang Chun urged. Seeing the determination and expectation on Jiang Chen's face, Jiang Xian ultimately agreed. Then, Jiang Chun produced a ring and 2 pills. "These are what I obtained from City Lord Gu Minghu. Point 1 is a storage ring, and the other 2 are gathering yuan pills. A storage ring and gathering yuan pills." Jiang Xian's eyes sparkled with excitement. Gathering yuan pills were precious elixirs used to stabilize one's vital energy and enhance cultivation, while storage rings were exceedingly rare treasures, owned only by the heads of several prominent families in Fengning City. Suddenly, Jiang Xian seemed to recall something, her brows furrowing slightly as her beautiful eyes cast a suspicious glance at Jiang Chun. Whenever she had seen Jiang Chun get into trouble as a child, she would display such an expression. "Brother Chun, you aren't really planning to assassinate the young city lord, are you?" In response, Jiang Chun laughed and shook his head. He led Jiang Xian to a large tree in the backyard. The tree was thick enough for 5 or 6 people to embrace it. When they were younger and just starting their training, they had once bet on who could fell the tree with a single palm strike. However, at the ages of 16 and 15, one at the third level of Qi gathering and the other at the fourth. Neither had managed to topple the ancient tree, and why current strength surpasses the ninth level of Qi gathering. Jiang Chun declared confidently, gathering his energy in his right palm. The air trembled, resonating with the sound of wind and thunder. With a powerful strike, Jiang Chun aimed at the century-old tree, and with a tremendous crash, the tree was uprooted and fell to the ground, startling the birds that had been resting on its branches into a frantic flight. Jiang Xian's eyes widened. She was astonished by the tremendous power contained within what appeared to be a casual strike from Jiang Chen. At this moment, the commotion drew the attention of the clan members, who rushed to the scene, staring in disbelief at the fallen giant that had stood in the Jiang family for many years. I win. Jiang Chen winked at Jiang Xian. The Jiang family members began to frantically attempt to lift the ancient tree. Hoping to revive it, Jiang Duhai looked at Jiang Chun with a wry smile. Why unleash your frustration on our old tree? This tree is older than your grandfather, Jiang Chun chuckled, scratching his head. I didn't even use my Jiu You vital energy. The old tree should still be salvageable. The next day, in a private room of a tavern in Fengning City, the diners were enjoying their food and drink amidst a lively atmosphere. Have you heard about what happened yesterday? How could one not hear? The whole city is buzzing about it. Oh, you think what they're saying is true. Is it not true? Yesterday, old Zhang was at Tianxiang Tower. Hey, old Zhang, tell us, did Jiang Chun, the young master of the Jiang family, really capture young city lord Gu Zhaoyang and the second lady of the Yi family in front of all the clan heads? Indeed, the young master of the Jiang family is so impetuous. He dared to accuse the second lady of the Yi family of attempting to harm him right in front of the clan heads. The Yi family head was furious and tried to seize him but failed, ultimately witnessing his daughter's demise. Don't you say? I heard that the city lord personally intervened, yet he couldn't subdue Jiang Chun. Upon hearing this, old Zhang shook his head repeatedly. Who did you hear this from? Nonsense. The city lord is a formidable expert at the condensing spirit realm. And no matter how talented the young master of the Jiang family may be, he is merely at the third level of Qi gathering. How could he possibly withstand the city lord? At this moment, a middle-aged man wearing a felt hat leaned in, wearing an expression of knowing. Our clan head was present at the scene. The city lord admired the young master of the Jiang family's talents and refrained from taking action, allowing him to state the facts. It turns out that the second lady of the Yi family was originally betrothed to the young master of the Jiang family, but harbored malicious intentions, attempting to elevate herself by courting the young city lord. She even resorted to poisoning her own fiancé, and when her plot was exposed, she met her end at Tianxiang Tower. Indeed, that second lady of the Yi family was truly wicked. Her fiancé, young Master Jiang, is so youthful and promising. How could she attempt to harm him? She truly deserved her fate. The Yi family has suffered such a scandal. They will find it hard to hold their heads high from now on. But as for the young master of the Jiang family, he was previously rumored to be a waste. Yet who would have thought that years later, he would emerge as the foremost genius of the younger generation overnight? Who could have known? Come, let us drink. In the adjacent private room sat a young man and a young woman. The young man was handsome, with bright eyebrows and starry eyes, yet he wore a peculiar hooded robe. This young man was none other than Jiang Chun, the young master of the Jiang family. The young woman was his cousin, Jiang Xian. With a charming smile, Jiang Xian teased Jiang Chun, "Congratulations, Brother Chun. You are now the most renowned genius in Fengning City." Jiang Chun sighed softly, unable to feel any joy. Sigh, if I don't cover my face, I won't be able to step outside. Jiang Xian stifled a laugh behind her hand. Jiang Chun looked helplessly out the window, where the conversations of passers-by echoed similar themes to those in the adjacent room. Everywhere, people were discussing the events of the previous night, making it impossible for Jiang Chun to remain in Fengning City. He retrieved a token from a storage ring and handed it to Jiang Xian. This is the city lord's token. With this, you can freely enter and exit the city lord's mansion and explore the archives there. We come from this small Fengning City, and our knowledge of martial arts and the outside world is still too limited that I plan to undergo training at Zhongluo Ridge and will return before the assessment competition. Jiang Xian's face showed a hint of worry. The last time Jiang Chun went to Zhongluo Ridge for training, he nearly lost his life at the hands of Yi Yunxue. Yet she knew that Jiang Chun's pursuit of martial arts was relentless. She was also eager to learn knowledge that would be useful at the Yu Xian Martial Academy, so she could assist Jiang Chun in the future. Jiang Xian accepted the city lord's token and stored it in a ring. Jiang Chun bid her farewell in the private room, obscuring the upper half of his face with his black hood as he settled the bill with the innkeeper, who wore a suspicious expression. Shortly after, Jiang Chun blended into the crowd and exited the city. Once the populace thinned, Jiang Chun removed his hood, proceeding towards the direction of Zhongluo Ridge. Chapter 11. To insert or not to insert? That is the question. Zhongluo Ridge stretches across vast expanses, adorned with lush vegetation and teeming with countless demonic beasts. Previously, Jiang Chun had merely ventured into the periphery of Zhongluo Ridge for training. Engaging with first and second-tier demonic beasts, first-tier demonic beasts are roughly equivalent to martial practitioners in the body refinement stage, while weaker second-tier beasts align with those at the early stages of Qi gathering, and the stronger ones possess the combat prowess of mid-level Qi gathering practitioners. This time, Jiang Chun intends to delve deeper into Zhongluo Ridge, seeking third and fourth-tier demonic beasts for practice in terms of martial prowess. These correspond to late-stage Qi gathering and early-stage spirit concentration, respectively. For this endeavor, Jiang Chun has two primary objectives. The first is to break through to the fourth level of Qi gathering. The second is to hone his swordsmanship. The reason Jiang Chun did not wield a sword while at Tianxiang Tower was not due to a deliberate attempt to conceal his abilities or to avoid revealing the Sword Emperor's legacy. The truth is rather simple. Jiang Chun had never learned the fundamentals of swordsmanship. Previously, when he used the Luo sword to send a Qi gathering fourth-tier sword guard flying, it was purely through brute force. In truth, Jiang Chun was entirely unacquainted with the fundamental concepts of sword techniques, such as thrusting, slashing, flicking, or stabbing. The Shitian Daluo sword classic is immensely profound, a supreme sword scripture. However, Jiang Chun had never wielded a sword before. It was akin to an illiterate individual clutching a tome of celestial knowledge, unable to comprehend its esoteric nature, let alone grasp its essence. This time, Jiang Chun has brought along the foundational sword manual he had never perused before. Seeking to practice his swordsmanship against demonic beasts, he drew the Luo sword from his waist. He had crafted a special sheath for the Luo sword, as it could not be contained within a storage ring. The Luo sword, though appearing to be made of stone, far surpasses ordinary iron in both weight and hardness, resembling a heavy sword forged from rare mysterious iron. Although the Luo sword lacks a blade or edge, Jiang Chun intends to wield it as a sword until its seal is lifted, restoring its supreme might. Not long after Jiang Chun began his journey with the Luo sword in hand, he encountered his first adversary, a third-tier demonic beast known as the Rampaging Claw Tiger. The Rampaging Claw Tiger possesses a formidable attack power, significantly larger than a typical tiger, with claws as sharp as blades. It circled Jiang Chun slowly, searching for an opening, its tail swaying like a whip. Jiang Chun activated his Nine Nether Battle Body, his eyes instantly darkening and becoming profound, while his hair turned a silvery gray. Upon witnessing the sudden transformation of this human, the Rampaging Claw Tiger narrowed its eyes, its fur standing on end, a sign of instinctual danger. In an instant, the Rampaging Claw Tiger's muscles tensed, and like a thunderbolt, it lunged at Jiang Chun, its sharp claws aimed directly at his head. Jiang Chun remained unfazed, positioning his sword to block the tiger's assault. A tremendous force coursed through the sword and into Jiang Chun's arm. He pushed back with the sword, repelling the Rampaging Claw Tiger, then seized the initiative to attack, bringing the Luo sword down upon the beast's head. The tiger let out a roar and leapt back to evade. A smile crept onto Jiang Chun's lips. This demonic beast was quite clever. However, the Rampaging Claw Tiger was infuriated, unleashing a deafening roar that echoed through the forest, causing leaves to scatter, under the suffocating aura of demonic energy. The tiger's bloodline power surged, its claws enlarging and its strength amplifying significantly. This power stemmed from the bloodline of the ancient beast Rahu, which had lain dormant for millions of years, as Rahu had yet to awaken. Jiang Chun was unaware that this bloodline belonged to the colossal beast whose spirit slumbered within the Luo sword. Before awakening his Nine Nether Battle Body, he would have fled from the rampaging Claw Tiger rather than forcing it to activate its bloodline power. Faced with the more ferocious rampaging Claw Tiger, Jiang Chen's battle spirit surged even higher. He recalled that his primary goal was to practice swordsmanship, thus refraining from using any energy, be it ordinary or Nine Nether energy. Opting instead to engage the rampaging Claw Tiger using only his physical strength and Luo's sword. The rampaging Claw Tiger launched another furious assault, charging at Jiang Chen once more that he sidestepped, causing the beast to miss. The tiger quickly redirected its attack, roaring as it lunged at Jiang Chen again. Shaking his head, Jiang Chen utilized his Nine Nether Spirit Eye to foresee the tiger's movements. The tiger leaped high into the air. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Chen thrust his sword forward with lightning speed just before the tiger landed, piercing its abdomen before its claws could strike him. The rampaging Claw Tiger's vigorous vitality and life force rapidly waned. Blood gushed forth, splattering onto Jiang Chen, imparting a fleeting warmth to his skin. Yet at that moment, he was Unko, a voice of authority echoed through the mountains. A chilling intent permeated the darkness. The elder had no intention of engaging in conflict with the transformed beast before him. Upon sensing its menacing hostility, he turned to depart. According to the records of the great Emperor Zhou, a formidable ancient seal lay within Zhonglua Ridge, one that even he, upon its discovery, could not unravel. The Emperor left behind a surveillance array, which would activate at the slightest disturbance of the seal. However, for days prior, the control token of this array shattered, indicating that a problem had arisen with the seal. The elder hastened from Yushuan Manor to this location, only to find an unsettling calm. As if nothing had transpired, he sought out the transformed beast within Zhonglua Ridge, attempting to glean information about the events that occurred 4 days ago. Yet, these beasts were all fiercely proud, showing no respect whatsoever. Although his strength surpassed theirs, striking out would mean declaring himself an enemy of the entire Zhonglua Ridge. There was an old saying among the revered of Yukshintu: one should provoke no beast of Zhonglua Ridge. These creatures, inheritors of some exotic bloodline, were notoriously irritable and impervious to both persuasion and force. This time, he chose not to quarrel with these ancient beasts, but should they push him too far next time, he would not hesitate to toss a poison pill into their filthy waters. The elder brooded in frustration. Yet, poisoning was not a feasible option, and he was no match for them in combat. This reconnaissance trip seemed destined to yield no results. After casually dispatching a curious demon leopard with a flick of his finger, the elder leaped into the air. Only upon reaching the ethereal realm could one merge their essence with the energies of heaven and earth. Granting the ability to soar without reliance on external aids, the elder swiftly ascended beyond Zhonglua Ridge. What is that flickering light? He glanced down to see a youth roasting meat by a fire. Intriguing, a young man at the 3rd level of Qi gathering, indulging in roasted meat right here. The elder's interest piqued, and he descended towards the campfire's glow. Jiang Chen, while savoring the roasted meat of a red-backed wild boar, was demonstrating sword techniques with his hands. According to the heaven-eating Great Tao of the sword recorded by the Sword Emperor, he could only begin his formal cultivation of the sword path once he reached the spirit-gathering stage and manifested his divine thought, allowing his essence to take form. Until then, establishing a solid foundation in swordsmanship remained paramount. I could see that moment. He sensed the ground trembling beneath him, faint roars echoing in the distance, as if a herd of beasts was charging toward him. Jiang Chen stood up and gazed in the direction of the tremors, witnessing a bizarre scene. In the shadows, an old man with a white beard was being relentlessly pursued by a horde of wolf demons. Sprinting toward his location, the old man, though only at the 3rd level of Qi gathering, appeared robust and was running with remarkable speed. Trailing behind him was a throng of 2nd-tier wind demon wolves, their numbers overwhelming. What on earth? How did a white-bearded old man end up in Zhonglua Ridge at this hour, with a pack of wolves at his heels? As he fled, the old man soon spotted the flickering light of Jiang Chen's fire and cried out for help. "Save me! Save me!" Jiang Chen was a loss for words. This was Zhonglua Ridge. Did this old man have a death wish? Out of caution, Jiang Chen deactivated his Nine Nether Battle Body. Though the wind demon wolves were numerous, they posed little challenge for him. The old man dashed over to the campfire, his face lighting up with relief upon reaching safety, and implored Jiang Chun, "Young lad, you must help this old man." Jiang Chun scrutinized the unexpected arrival, his brow furrowed. "That I shall save you, old man." Initially, Jiang Chun had planned to fend off the wolves, but upon hearing the old man's plea, he swiftly altered his course. "So, you can run, huh? I can run too." Jiang Chun seized the unfinished roasted meat and stowed it away in his storage ring before turning to flee. The old man was taken aback. Why did this young fellow not follow the script? Was his performance lacking in authenticity, or had the formidable wolves frightened the lad? With the wolves still in hot pursuit, the old man hurriedly followed Jiang Chun as they both ran, upon witnessing the new arrival bolting as well. The wolves howled and leaped over the campfire, continuing their chase. Thus, the scene transformed from a horde of wind demon wolves chasing a white-bearded elder to a chaotic pursuit of both Jiang Chun and the elder. After running for some time, Jiang Chun activated his 9 nether spirit eyes, and in an instant, the darkness lifted, revealing everything clearly. He spotted a forest not far ahead, and an idea sparked in his mind. Once they entered the woods, Jiang Chun leaped up into a tall tree, concealing himself among the branches one by one. The wolves raced past beneath him, continuing their chase after the old man. Shortly thereafter, silence returned to the area. Jiang Chun exhaled, preparing to descend and find another spot to enjoy his roasted meat. Just as he turned his head, he found the old man watching him with a mischievous glint in his eyes. Startled, Jiang Chun lost his footing and tumbled from the tree. The old man, initially looking to jest with Jiang Chun, was taken aback by the boy's expression, devoid of warmth and utterly vacant. This sudden shift startled him as well. Jiang Chun had assumed the old man had been swept away by the wolves, completely unaware that he had followed him up the tree, forgetting to deactivate his 9 nether spirit eyes. The old man was peculiar indeed. Had he seen through his 9 nether spirit eyes? Should he eliminate him? Jiang Chun deactivated the 9 nether spirit eyes, a murderous intent flickering in his cold gaze. The elder jumped down from the tree, observing Jiang Chun rising from the ground. What was wrong with this young man? Despite his tender age, his eyes were filled with such indifference. Did he believe there was nothing worth cherishing in the world? The elder couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy for this youth in Zonglor Ridge. In no wonder he had fled at the sight of the wolves chasing an old man. He must have endured significant hardships to become so heartless, the elder mused. Chapter 13. Jiang Chen's hooked fate. Jiang Chun drew the Shirluo sword from his waist, its icy blade aimed at the elder. "Who exactly are you?" Jiang Chen's gaze was as sharp as his sword. The elder felt a surge of intrigue. This boy had reached the 3rd level of Qi gathering, yet wielded a mere stone sword. This lad was quite the enigma. "I am Dongqing Qi, an alchemist here in Zonglor Ridge to gather herbs." The elder stroked his long white beard, chuckling amiably. Alchemists of the Great Zhou dynasty were few in number, yet held immense power, earning the respect of martial cultivators. Typically, upon revealing their identity, alchemists will be treated with courtesy and regard, for a single crucial elixir could very well save a warrior's life in dire circumstances. An alchemist? Jiang Chun scrutinized the elder, growing increasingly suspicious that he was merely a charlatan masquerading as an alchemist. What kind of reputable alchemist could be at the 3rd level of Qi gathering? Moreover, he had just led a pack of wolves to his own peril and had witnessed Jiang Chen's 9 nether spirit eyes. This old man was of no use to him. He must be dealt with. With his mind made up, Jiang Chun moved to strike. With a swift swing of his Shirluo sword, he aimed a lethal blow at the self-proclaimed Dongqing Qi. The elder, lost in thought as he stroked his beard, was taken aback as Jiang Chun's sword came crashing down, causing his beard to quiver in shock. This boy truly was a harbinger of death, attacking without provocation. Fortunately, he had taken a spirit-locking pill beforehand, keeping his cultivation at the 3rd level of Qi gathering, thus avoiding exposure. The elder quickly leaped back, narrowly evading the strike, his expression one of alarm. "Young man, let us talk this over." Jiang Chun, having recently been exasperated by Gu Xiaoyang's similar words, felt his murderous intent intensify as he swung his sword once more. The elder, surprisingly agile, dodged to the left, the sword slicing into the trunk of a nearby tree with a loud crash, causing it to topple. Though the Shirluo sword lacked sharpness, its immense force was undeniable, especially when combined with the strength of the Nine Nether Battle Body. Jiang Chun, now filled with confidence, felt utterly unafraid. The elder watched in disbelief as the massive tree fell from a single stroke. Was this truly a young man at the third level of Qi gathering? He didn't recall achieving such feats in his youth. Jiang Chun swung left and right, pressing the elder into a corner, forcing him to leap and evade. Stop, stop! Give this old man a moment to catch his breath. The elder, clearly winded, raised a hand to signal for pause, leaning on his knees as he gasped for air. Catch your breath? Just moments ago, you were fleeing from wolves with impressive speed. Jiang Chun paused his assault, ready to mock the elder. It was dangerous back then. I had no choice but to run. Dangerous? Knowing the peril. Why did you lead a pack of wolves in my direction? I saw the firelight on your side. Listen to me, young man. You possess formidable strength. Let us cooperate. I will provide you with elixirs, and you will protect me while I gather herbs in Zhonglo Ridge. You must understand that my favor is not something just anyone can earn. The elder's voice suddenly grew louder, exuding the unique aura of an alchemist, brimming with confidence and wealth. Jiang Chun contemplated for a moment before responding. Cooperate? Fine. 2 gathering essence pills. Jiang Chun was straightforward. If this elder were truly an alchemist, he ought to possess such pills. Gathering essence pills? Upon hearing this, Old Dong revealed a look of disdain. Such a rudimentary elixir. The youth's perspective is indeed rather myopic. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and his expression tightened, betraying a flicker of insecurity. Surely, he had not brought any of the lowly gathering essence pills. Could he perhaps exchange for something else? No, that won't do. Without even a gathering essence pill, how could he dare to call himself an alchemist? Noticing the other's unease, Jiang Chun raised his sword, poised to strike. Wait, wait. Do you wish to learn the art of alchemy? I shall personally teach you, Old Dong exclaimed. Jiang Chun lowered his weapon, eyeing the old man with skepticism. It wasn't that he doubted the man's status as an alchemist. Rather, he questioned the quality of his skills. As the preeminent alchemy master of Yushuan Prefecture, Old Dong was accustomed to being courted and flattered by aspiring disciples. He had never endured such indignity. Frustrated, he puffed out his cheeks and retorted, Boy, do you have any idea how many people have begged to be my disciple? You are fortunate to have this opportunity today. Jiang Chun paid little heed to the old man's boasting, perceiving that he had become so engrossed in his own bluster that he almost believed it himself. However, he also realized that Old Dong had likely overlooked the fleeting glimpse of his 9 nether spirit eye. Perhaps he had been too tense. After all, the eyes of ordinary people are somewhat dark, and his momentary darkness was not particularly suspect. Very well, Jiang Chun concluded, you may teach me some alchemical knowledge, and I shall protect you while you gather herbs. Old Dong's face darkened. You insolent brat, address me as master. Do you not understand the virtue of respecting one's teacher? Jiang Chun shot back. Are you looking to be pursued and attacked again? Old Dong? Fine, fine. What is your name, boy? Jiang Chun. Jiang boy, which family do you hail from? The Jiang family of Fengning City. Just call me Jiang Chun. Very well, Jiang boy. Your lineage is quite ordinary, yet your strength is commendable. Do you know where Fengning City is? Where? Isn't it within Yushuan Prefecture? What? After a lively exchange, Jiang Chun felt a twinge of hunger that he retrieved some roasted meat from his storage ring. Would you like to eat roasted meat? I have the flesh of a red-backed wild boar. I will start a fire to roast it shortly. Little did Jiang Chun expect that this statement would ensnare him. Old Dong, with his myriad schemes and disguises, had but one true desire, to partake in this feast of roasted meat. Observing the cool demeanor of the young man before him, Old Dong could not help but display a triumphant smile. On a clear morning half a month later, Jiang Chun struck down the remaining head of a 2-headed cloud leopard with his sword, crushing the beast's second head. Old Dong, having just awakened, witnessed this spectacle. You little monster, how is it that, hailing from such an obscure family, your physique is so formidable? A third-tier beast pales in comparison before you. And what material is your stone sword made of? It surpasses even Xian iron. Jiang Chun paid him no mind, kneeling to extract the demon core from the 2-headed cloud leopard's carcass. Old Dong continued to prattle on. The demon core of that dark moon demon cat you killed yesterday is undoubtedly a top-tier material for alchemy. It would be advantageous for you to sell it to me at a discount, as you have no use for it. That if you want it, then 3 gathering essence pills will suffice, Jiangchen replied. Old Dong was always eager to purchase his demon cores, yet he could neither produce silver nor useful elixirs, only a youth-retaining pill, which had some value. The rest were obscure and seemingly useless potions. Who would carry gathering essence pills? A successful alchemist like me would never deign to carry such lowly elixirs. Then tell me, what other pills do you possess? Youth-retaining pills, fragrant pills, nine-yang pills, mere frivolous concoctions. Jiang Chan enumerated, expressing his dissatisfaction with Old Dong's lack of focus on proper alchemy. You silly boy, you truly have a wooden head. Who told you that pills are only for cultivation? How many people desire these potions? Yet I am unwilling to part with them. Old Dong shook his head at Jiang Chen's ignorance of the broader applications of alchemical creations. It was only then that he noticed a change in Jiang Chen's aura. When did you reach the 4th level of gathering qi? Last night, during my battle with the demon cat, I broke through to ascend to the 4th level of gathering qi amidst combat, filled Jiang Chen with elation. The previous evening, he had encountered a 4th-tier Dark Moon demon cat, and after a fierce struggle, drenched in blood, he had finally vanquished the FO. Old Dong explained. The strength of the Dark Moon demon cat intensified as night deepened. Fortunately, Jiang Chen had encountered it in the evening when it was not at its full power. Otherwise, the outcome might have been dire. You were covered in blood after that battle, if not for my herbs. How could you have recovered so swiftly? Old Dong boasted, though inwardly he cursed a certain individual far away in the Yushuan prefecture. Damn it, that old rascal Chu Wuqiu, to let such a rare talent slip into his hands. A Chu, in a courtyard of the Yushuan Martial Academy, an elderly man with white hair, tending to flowers, suddenly sneezed. Which old fellow is speaking of me with such resentment? He muttered, glancing at the sky in confusion before returning to his task. Chapter 14. The Spirit Contract. During the more than a month spent in Zhonglua Ridge, Jiang Chen had slain nearly 100 3rd-tier demon beasts and 1 4th-tier beast under his sword. Old Dong had led Jiang Chen through the mountains to gather herbs by day and enjoyed feasting and drinking by night, living a leisurely and joyful life, howling at the full moon. The cries of demon wolves echoed hauntingly beneath the silvery light, sending chills down one's spine. Jiang Chen, unfazed by the terrifying howls, sought out a clearing as usual and began roasting a massive horned bull. Soon, the sizzling meat filled the air with an enticing aroma. I could easily stay here in Zhonglua Ridge forever. This life is truly beyond compare. Old Dong took a swig from his wine gourd and, after slicing off a chunk of thigh meat, spoke with delight. Jiang Chen had grown accustomed to Old Dong's eccentric way of speaking and retorted without reservation, Old Dong, at your age, should you not be concerned about more than just drinking and feasting? Perhaps it would be better to let you stay here to feed the wolves. Life is meant to be enjoyed. Without wine and meat, what pleasure is there? Old Dong savored his meal, unaffected by Jiang Chen's remarks. Over the past month, the two had grown quite familiar, and Jiang Chen had gradually lowered his guard. Old Dong indeed possessed vast knowledge, not limited to alchemy. He was well versed in a multitude of subjects, and every exchange with him yielded valuable insights. After a while, having finished his meal, Jiang Chen stood aside, gazing up at the sky, lost in thought. Old Dong, still enjoying his food at a leisurely pace, continued to drink. Suddenly, Jiang Chen posed a question. Old Dong, to what extent must I cultivate to be unbound by this vast world? Old Dong, casually chewing his roasted meat, took a swig from his wine gourd. Once the fiery liquor settled in his belly, he replied, I have spent most of my life cultivating and have only reached the 3rd level of gathering qi. How could I possibly know such things? Perhaps I should give you a butterfly dream pill, and you can experience it in your dreams. Such a pill allows one to transcend the world's constraints within dreams. Jiang Chen felt a stir of curiosity at the mention of the butterfly dream pill. The path of alchemy encompasses all things. How can your wooden head grasp its wonders? Just one butterfly dream pill can transport you into a transcendent dream, allowing you to forget yourself and dissolve all worries. Old Dong's words dripped with temptation. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen inferred that the pill was likely of dubious purpose and was immediately filled with disappointment, expressing disdain. No need. It serves no purpose. This proves you are indeed a simpleton. Our alchemical path is not merely a subsidiary of martial arts. Why should pills unrelated to combat be deemed useless? Jiang Chun ignored his words. Old Dong, you've been teaching me alchemy for over a month, yet you only instruct me on identifying the properties of herbs. Are you truly an alchemist or merely a herbalist? Old Dong spoke with great authority on alchemy, but only taught him about herbs, which left Jiang Chun quite dissatisfied. Young man, do not be overly ambitious. One must start from the basics. If you cannot even distinguish the most fundamental properties of herbs, how can you expect to craft elixirs? It was only when the topic of alchemy arose that Old Dong grew serious. The path of alchemy is profound and vast. As you delve deeper, you will understand that not only herbs, but all things possess properties suitable for elixirs. Just as Old Dong began to expound on the intricacies of alchemy, a shadow flickered past above the campfire, startling both of them. Jiang Chun withdrew the Luo sword from his waist, and an intense aura of killing intent enveloped the surroundings in an instant. Illuminated by the flickering flames, a shadow descended, revealing a diminutive form. A small dog, with jet-black fur, was unabashedly tearing into a large chunk of freshly seasoned beef. Young Jiang, you are making too much ado about nothing. Upon realizing that a newborn demon dog was the culprit, Old Dong couldn't help but burst into laughter. This little pup, seemingly just born, had a round head, was small and black, and exuded an undeniable charm. Young Jiang, it's rare for a demon beast pup to wander off alone. Would you consider taking it back to nurture as a pet? Though its breed is indiscernible at the moment, its behavioral traits suggest it possesses considerable potential, Old Dong said with a smile. Perhaps having overheard Old Dong's words, the little black dog, after finishing the beef, trotted over to Jiang Chun on its short legs. The demon pup showed no signs of fear, its shiny black eyes gazing up at Jiang Chun, shimmering oddly in the firelight. It seemed to grasp that the meat it had just devoured belonged to Jiang Chun. Resembling a greedy child pleading for more from its owner, Jiang Chun remained silent, merely observing as the little black dog approached him. For reasons unknown, he sensed an unusual tremor emanating from the Luo sword in his hand. The little dog wagged its tail, emitting a soft whimper, striving to communicate something. The tremors of the Luo sword intensified, and the Nine Nether Yuan force within Jiang Chun surged uncontrollably. Suddenly, Jiang Chun's gaze sharpened, becoming profoundly deep, and his hair transformed into a silvery gray as he inadvertently activated the Nine Nether Battle Body. The Luo sword flew from Jiang Chun's grasp, hanging suspended in the air, under the moonlight. The suspended stone sword appeared increasingly mysterious. With a swift whoosh, the Luo sword plummeted, embedding itself between Jiang Chun and the little black dog. Centered around the Luo sword, intricate patterns emerged simultaneously, forming a circular inscription array on the ground, encircling both man and pup. The surrounding natural energies surged towards the center of the array, creating a vortex of vitality. In an instant, a fierce wind erupted, causing branches and leaves to whirl about in the air. Jiang Chun's consciousness remained alert, yet he was bewildered by the bizarre transformations unfolding around him. He felt the Nine Nether Yuan force within him being drawn out by the Luo sword, converting into slender sword lights that penetrated the little black dog's body. Demon blood flowed profusely from the pup's wounds, merging into the array beneath them. Ancient power was reawakening, and brilliant black light erupted from the patterns of the array. The little black dog, bleeding yet determined, continued to inch closer to Jiang Chun, though it was growing increasingly weak, struggling to keep its eyes open. Just as Jiang Chun felt at a loss, a voice suddenly resonated in his mind. "Quick, give it your blood." "Senior Liu, what is happening?" "This contract array is sustained by its blood. Only by feeding it your blood can the contract be established." At this moment, the little black dog was on the verge of collapse, its tiny body weakly lying on the ground. Jiang Chun hurriedly bit his finger, leaning down to let his blood drip into the pup's mouth. As his blood fell drop by drop, the contract took effect. The inscriptions of the array faded, and the black light dissipated like wisps of smoke, while the raging winds gradually subsided. A mark identical to the patterns of the array emerged on the little black dog's forehead. and its wounds began to heal rapidly. Old Dong, witnessing the entire scene from the sidelines, muttered to himself, "By the sword as witness, by blood as oath, the great path is eternal, and the contract is unbreakable." It is indeed the legendary Demon Spirit Contract, Chapter 15. Will you take me as your master? After establishing the Demon Spirit Contract, Jiang Chun gazed at the little black dog before him. Feeling an inexplicable sense of kinship, that moment, Luhu's voice echoed once more in Jiang Chen's mind. "This little creature carries my true bloodline within it. You must treat it kindly. It was the Luo sword that awakened me from slumber. I shall need to sleep for a longer duration next time before awakening." With that, Luhu fell back into a deep slumber. Jiang Chun secured the Luo sword at his waist and gently placed the unconscious little black dog beside the campfire. The fire had long been extinguished by the earlier tempest, and Jiang Chun used a fire starter to rekindle the embers. The bright, steady flames once again dispelled the surrounding darkness, seeing that Jiang Chun was unharmed. Old Dong hurried over to the fire. Jiang Chun tore off a large piece of beef from the demon bull leg and handed it to Old Dong. "Don't ask, Old Dong. I know you're no ordinary old man. What kind of regular elder would dare to play with demon wolves in the middle of the night at Zhongla Ridge?" Jiang Chen's gaze towards Old Dong was filled with sincerity. Old Dong was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend how Jiang Chun had uncovered his secret. "How could you see through my disguise?" Jiang Chun smiled slightly, his eyes suddenly narrowing as he activated the Nine Nether Spirit Eye, allowing Old Dong to catch a glimpse before shutting it off. "Did you see my spirit eyes? You certainly didn't appear frightened when being chased by the wolf pack." Old Dong observed as Jiang Chen's expression turned emotionless in an instant. Coming to a sudden realization, "Young Jiang, you are of the demon race?" Old Dong inquired. Demon race? Jiang Chun had anticipated being recognized for his Nine Nether Spirit Eye, yet instead he was met with a question that left him utterly astonished. "Could it be that you are a hybrid of human and demon?" Old Dong was equally perplexed by Jiang Chen's reaction. "There are hybrids of that sort. Are you referring to human and demon beasts?" Jiang Chun felt his worldview, which had been stable for over a decade, shaken to its core. "Silly boy, what are you thinking? Besides demon beasts, there exists the demon race, those ancient extraordinary beasts and divine creatures. Upon achieving transformation, can adopt both human and beast forms. Their offspring, resulting from unions with humans, gradually evolved into the demon race, while those bred with other demon beasts would see their descendants diluted into various forms of demon beasts." To ensure Jiang Chun understood, Old Dong provided an example. "The royal family of the Tanlang dynasty to the west of our great Zhou dynasty falls under the category of human-demon hybrids." Jiang Chun grasped Old Dong's intent. Pertaining to family reputation, Jiang Chun felt compelled to assert his position with utmost righteousness. "Our Jiang family has always been human. My mother's lineage is also of pure human blood. I am neither of the demon race nor a human-demon hybrid. Why were you able to establish the Demon Spirit Contract?" According to legend, only ancient demon races can forge such contracts. Old Dong was baffled by Jiang Chen's ability to establish a Demon Spirit Contract. "I don't know. Perhaps it was some sort of accident. This Demon Spirit Contract was initiated by the Luo sword, likely linked to the connection between the little black dog's Lahu bloodline and my Nine Nether Battle Body. Since he couldn't articulate it clearly, there is no need to force an explanation. Or perhaps you are an ancient demonic cultivator, reincarnated?" Old Dong suddenly exclaimed sharply, his gaze turning piercingly keen, his cold demeanor akin to a blade directed at Jiang Chun. Caught off guard, Jiang Chun broke into a cold sweat. A wave of inexplicable fury surged within him. How dare Old Dong, incapable of recognizing the Nine Nether Battle Body, shamelessly insult him? Reincarnated? What nonsense! If I were an ancient demonic cultivator, I would have long since cleaved you, this ungrateful old man, with a sword, plucking every hair from your head and tossing you to the wolves as fodder. Who do you think has been slaying demon beasts day in and day out to feed you this roasted demon meat? Who has been running around collecting herbs with you? Which old man has been preaching to me about alchemy? Yet to this day, I have yet to see a single pill, just because I concealed my special physique from you. You have been suspicious and falsely accusing me. Had I known this would happen, I should have dealt with you that night." With that, Jiang Chun, consumed by rage, unsheathed his sword. Old Dong, who had merely intended to jest, had inadvertently struck a chord with the young man's sincerity. Realizing his fault, he quickly apologized. Young Jiang, I was wrong. I merely thought to jest with you. Your willingness to share such a personal secret with me speaks volumes of your trust. I have shown disloyalty and betrayed that trust. Jiang Chun ignored him, his eyes icy and indifferent, resembling the activation of his nine nether spirit. Old Dong let out a long, regretful sigh. I end this life. How many true confidants can one find? Having lived for over a millennium, Old Dong believed he had encountered few who, like Jiang Chun, could candidly share their secrets with such sincerity. The higher one's cultivation, the more one would scheme and calculate, making it increasingly difficult to divulge personal secrets. Having spent these days drinking and feasting with Jiang Chun in Zhongluo Ridge, he felt a sense of joy. Yet upon realizing he had hurt the young man's genuine heart, Old Dong felt a profound discomfort. Young Jiang treats me with sincerity, and I must repay it with sincerity, Old Dong thought. Young Jiang, my true name is Dong Qingjiu, the guardian of the Alchemy Hall in the Yushuan Prefecture of the Great Zhou Dynasty. Old Dong revealed his true identity to Jiang Chun. Initially, Jiang Chun was filled with anger, but upon hearing Old Dong's revelation, his brows furrowed in confusion. In the realm of martial arts cultivation, the three stages of body forging, chi gathering, and spirit condensation are regarded as the mundane three realms. Beyond these, martial practitioners must confront the three higher realms: Yuan Gang, Ling Su, and Shanhai. Old Dong spoke slowly, much like an experienced teacher imparting knowledge to his student. Upon reaching the Shanhai realm, cultivators will open their inner seas, leading to the metamorphosis of their souls, elevating them to the esteemed status among mortals. Thus, those who attain the Shanhai realm are referred to as Zunja. The true cultivation level of this old man is not merely the third level of Qi gathering, but rather the Shanhai realm. As Dong Chengjiu's words fell, an immense and boundless aura swiftly spread from the old man, overwhelming the entire space. In the darkness, he advanced towards Jiang Chun, radiating a brilliant light that showcased the majesty and extraordinary nature of the Shanhai realm. Old Dong, Jiang Chun gazed at the sudden transformation of the old man before him, momentarily at a loss for how to respond. The Yuxian Mansion does not solely recruit talented disciples for the Yuxian Martial Academy. My Dan Hall also seeks exceptional students. Beyond the cultivation of alchemy, we equally emphasize martial prowess. The reason I tested you earlier was that I discerned an unprecedented and astonishing talent within you. Dong Qingjiu's sincere gaze fixed upon Jiang Chun, filled with significance and anticipation for the young man before him. Jiang Chun, my previous words were not mere flattery. Would you consider taking me as your master? Dong Qingjiu had never taken on a disciple before, and his inherently earnest nature led him to believe that Jiang Chun was the perfect student sent by the heavens. With impeccable character, extraordinary aptitude, and their serendipitous encounter amidst the Zhongluo Ridge, he felt destiny had conspired in their favor. In terms of cultivation, he was already a Shanhai Zunja. In terms of wealth and knowledge, he was a preeminent alchemist in Yuxian Prefecture, and with his status as a guardian of the Imperial Court's Dan Hall, his standing was equal to that of the Academy's dean. He was confident that no one would refuse such an opportunity to ascend, especially someone of Jiang Chen's caliber, who needed a mentor with profound cultivation and a strong background. Jiang Chun, however, hesitated upon meeting Old Dong's expectant gaze. He could sense the old man's genuine desire to take him on as a disciple. Yet, after a brief pause, he regretfully declined. Old Dong, while I would love to accept your offer, I must go to the Yuxian Martial Academy. Chapter 16. The Demon Dog. Luo, M.O. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's refusal, Old Dong appeared struck by lightning, his expression one of astonishment. Why? He demanded angrily. Are you displeased with me? I have my reasons for needing to go. Jiang Chun replied helplessly. Humph. No matter your reasons, I can provide you with something far better, the old man declared, exuding confidence. Jiang Chun contemplated for a moment before articulating his reasons to Old Dong. I have made a deal with someone, promising not to let his useless son perish at the Yuxian Martial Academy. MY's sister will be entering the academy. I cannot leave her there alone. MY parents went missing in the academy. and I must search for them, as it is also my grandfather's dying wish. Jiang Chun listed 3 reasons, and each one left old Dong feeling powerless to refute. Am I destined to live my life without a disciple? He sighed in melancholy, the night breeze rustling through his graying hair. However, at that moment, a bold idea struck him. What does it matter if the martial academy accepts an ordinary disciple like you? Jiang, you can enter the Yu Xian Martial Academy, and I shall still take you as my disciple. That I will accept the loss of precedence. He regarded Jiang Chun with a kind expression, though internally he felt a surge of determination. As a guardian of the Dan Hall, can I not snatch a disciple from the Martial Academy? How many pills has the Martial Academy consumed from our Dan Hall? This disciple is mine today. Even that old rascal, Chu Wuqiu, cannot stop me. No, I refuse, Jiang Chun replied resolutely, feeling somewhat bewildered. Old Dong grew anxious. The Yu Xian Martial Academy is the imperial court's institution for nurturing martial talent. You will eventually graduate from there. Once you finish your studies, I can appoint you as an officer in the Dan Hall. You will be my sole disciple, and even if you later choose not to remain in the Dan Hall, I will still impart all my knowledge to you. Graduates of the Yu Xian Martial Academy typically serve factions related to or allied with the academy. Old Dong's reasoning seemed sound, yet he was well aware that the Dan Hall had few alchemists who hailed from the Yu Xian Martial Academy. Once Jiang Chun accepted him as a master, he would undoubtedly be viewed as part of Old Dong's faction. Factional disputes, whether in Fengning City, Yuxian Prefecture, or the Dezhou dynasty, were inescapable. However, Jiang Chun was yet to grasp such profound truths. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Chun found merit in Old Dong's words. Although it seemed somewhat duplicitous, since both the Dan Hall and the Yu Xian Martial Academy served the greater cause of the Dezhou dynasty. Pursuing both paths did not seem like a wrongdoing. What harm could there be in having an additional option? Very well, Old Dong, I agree to be your disciple, Jiang Chun said calmly to the expectant old man. You little rascal, haven't you learned to call me master yet? Old Dong grumbled in dissatisfaction that I've grown accustomed to it. If I must change, then forget it. I won't do it, Jiang Chun retorted with a raised eyebrow. Old Dong quickly acquiesced, fearing Jiang Chun might reconsider. You're right. It's fine. I can get used to it. Jiang Chun chuckled. Old Dong was still the same old eccentric. Huh. Old Dong laughed heartily. I've lived alone in this world for over 1,000 years. And today, I finally encounter a disciple who resonates with me so deeply. Old Dong produced a pill, flicking his finger to transform it into a delicate jade wine vessel before Jiang Chun. Come, disciple, let us share a toast. With a flick of his finger, wine poured from a gourd, tracing a long line into the vessel with precision. Observing Old Dong's uncontainable joy, Jiang Chun too felt elated. A surge of exuberance welled up within him as he raised the wine vessel, exclaiming, "Cheers!" He then downed it in one gulp. Not long after, Jiang Chun felt a rush of warmth surging to his head. The world around him beginning to spin. It was his first experience with alcohol, and he felt his face flush intensely. Haha, Jiang Chun, your tolerance for alcohol is abysmal. Old Dong laughed, pointing at him. This was the last scene Jiang Chun recalled before drifting into slumber. When Jiang Chun awoke, it was already noon, the sun blazing high in the sky, its rays intense. Old Dong had vanished, and the little black dog was gently patting his head with its tiny paws. Jiang Chun groggily turned over, surveying his surroundings, only to find an eerie silence. Where is Old Dong? Could he have tricked me? Having just become a disciple, only to find his master gone, felt like a sorrowful tale indeed. The little black dog barked once, tugging at Jiang Chun's foot, leading him to a large stone. Beneath the stone lay a jade token, a small booklet, and 3 pills, all resting atop a note. Jiang Chun pulled out the note. Jiang, your master has returned to the Yu Xian mansion. When you arrive, you may use this token to seek me out in the main hall of the Dan Hall. Note, the 3 pills include 19 Death Revival Pill, extremely precious. Do not use it recklessly unless your life is in jeopardy. 1 Tortoise Breath Pill can protect your heart meridian at critical moments, allowing you to feign death. 19 Yang Pill. You have a decent appearance, and I believe you will find it useful. The booklet contains essential notes on alchemy, documenting foundational knowledge. Should you wish to learn, you must study it diligently, as I will assess your progress later. Signed, your master, Dong Chungjio. Before him lay the 9 Deaths Revival Pill, exuding a rich aura with a violet sheen, appearing to be the life-saving elixir old Dong had left for him. The Black-Lost Tortoise Breath Pill could simulate death. According to old Dong, it was to be used when faced with an overwhelmingly strong opponent. That AS for the remaining Red Gloss 9 Yang Pill, old Dong had previously boasted about its ability to greatly enhance male prowess, singing its praises extravagantly. The mere thought of the mischievous smile old Dong wore while presenting the 9 Yang Pill left Jiang Chun feeling somewhat speechless at Kati that moment. The little black dog's urgent barking broke through his musings. Jiang Chun had yet to peruse the alchemical notes. Hastily gathering his belongings and turning to the little black dog. The dog was dancing around the remnants of the roasted bull from the previous night's campfire, leaping and prancing. What was it trying to do? Did it want something warm to eat? Jiang Chun wondered, spotting the leftover meat on the spit. Seeing Jiang Chen's lack of action, the little black dog dashed over, tugging at Jiang Chen's foot to pull him towards the campfire. Then it resumed its circling around the fire. Understanding the little creature's intentions, Jiang Chun couldn't help but chuckle. It was urging him to eat. However, Jiang Chun had little appetite for the cold leftovers. He retrieved the pre-prepared food from his storage ring and tossed a piece of cooked meat to the small black dog, who eagerly began to eat alongside him. "What should I name you?" Jiang Chun murmured. "Since Senior Luo's surname is Luo, perhaps you should also bear the surname Luo." Contemplating the little black dog before him, Jiang Chun pondered various names. Luo Mo? Luo Tian? Luo He, Luo Wang, Luo Tai, Luo Shi, Luo Da. No matter how he racked his brain for a name, nothing felt quite right that given your dark coat, I shall call you Luo Mo. With this thought, Jiang Chun smiled. Finalizing the name, then you shall be called Luo Mo. The dog's joyful bark seemed to affirm the decision. Chapter 17. Those who anger me shall be slain by sword. After finishing their meal, Jiang Chun prepared to return to Fengning City with the little black dog. Luo Mo. According to the schedule, the examination competition at the Yu Xianwu Academy was but 7 days away, making it nearly time to head back. His purpose for venturing into the Zhongluo Ridge was to cultivate and practice swordsmanship. Now, having reached the 4th level of Qi gathering and mastered the fundamentals of swordplay, he felt his progress was substantial. Although he had yet to comprehend the crucial sword intent, further practice in a short span would yield diminishing returns. For Jiang Chun, the most significant gains from this journey to Zhongluo Ridge were his master, the old man Dong, and the demon dog Luo Mo, with whom he had forged a spirit contract. Jiang Chun cradled the little black dog, allowing only its small head to peek out, after traversing countless miles within Zhongluo Ridge over the past few dozen days. Walking back would consume several days. Thus, Jiang Chun resolved to sprint home. His physical prowess had grown formidable, rivaling that of a 3rd-tier demon beast, and his speed was now almost unimaginable to ordinary people. Channeling the blood and qi within him, he gathered momentum and propelled himself forward with astonishing speed, dashing forth like a gust of liberated wind towards the edge of Zhongluo Ridge. He dashed through forests, rivers, grassy fields, and valleys, leaving all sluggish entities far behind. However, during his unrestrained sprint, he caught the attention of a 5th-tier demon beast. The lightning falcon. 4th-tier beasts were roughly equivalent to martial cultivators in the mid-stage of qi condensation, while 5th-tier beasts matched those in the later stages of the same realm. The outer regions of Zhongluo Ridge were already rare in 4th-tier beasts, and the appearance of a 5th-tier lightning falcon here was quite mysterious. Nonetheless, it had flown over and set its sights on Jiang Chun. True to its name, the lightning falcon soared with the speed of lightning, asserting its dominance over other beasts. Its pride lay in its swiftness. Relishing the thrill of pursuing agile prey, with a powerful flap of its enormous wings, it rapidly closed the distance to Jiang Chun, casting a vast shadow over him as it circled above. The demon dog, Luo Mo, nestled in Jiang Chen's embrace, barked furiously at the approaching 5th-tier beast, attempting to drive it away. Jiang Chun, too, felt the immense pressure from the lightning falcon overhead. His eyes narrowed as he activated the Nine Nether Battle Body. Upon activating the Nine Nether Battle Body, Jiang Chen's physique enhanced further, and his speed increased. However, the massive shadow continued to hover above him, evading his attempts to shake it off. The shrill cries of the falcon echoed in his ears, mocking him with a sense of superiority. The lightning falcon sensed Jiang Chen's desperate speed had reached its limit and began to toy with him. It gathered demonic energy in its beak and unleashed a bolt of lightning. Jiang Chen, who had been running blindly, suddenly saw a flash of lightning descending from above, striking the ground right in front of him. That a plume of smoke rose from the scorched earth where the lightning struck, only to be trampled underfoot by Jiang Chen. The fifth-tier beast had come to this outer region of Zhongluo Ridge to harass him instead of asserting its dominance in the central area. What a wretched creature! Even with the calmness instilled by the Nine Nether Battle Body, Jiang Chen could not help but curse inwardly. He knew he could not confront a fifth-tier beast in direct combat. Defeating a fourth-tier beast was already the extent of his capabilities at present. Jiang Chen's only course of action was to continue running while devising a strategy to evade the lightning falcon's attacks. Seeking an opportunity to counterattack, bolts of lightning rained down from the falcon's beak, each narrowly missing Jiang Chen. That he understood that his luck was not the reason for his survival. Rather, the lightning falcon was merely toying with him. The intelligence possessed by a fifth-tier beast was comparable to that of an ordinary adult male. That a fierce anger ignited within Jiang Chen's deep-set, nine nether spirit eyes, vowing to make the falcon pay for its cruel games. After thoroughly enjoying its lightning strikes, the falcon determined that the human before it was becoming increasingly desperate, and it was time to instill a greater fear within him. With a piercing screech, a bolt of lightning struck Jiang Chen squarely on the back. Instantly, he felt a wave of numbness wash over him, as if his flesh were being scorched by fierce flames, accompanied by excruciating pain and a charred odor. The Nine Nether Battle Body naturally mitigated the intensity of this pain, allowing Jiang Chen to maintain his composure. The beast's speed far surpassed his own, and it held the advantage of flight. If he continued to expose his back to the falcon, he would merely be a plaything until it grew bored and chose to end his life. Jiang Chen resolved to stop fleeing. He gently set Luo Mo down from his embrace. "You should go," Jiang Chen said softly to Luo Mo. The little demon dog was not even a first-tier beast yet, rendering it insignificant before the fifth-tier lightning falcon. As for the spirit contract, he was uncertain of its true capabilities. Perhaps it would simply vanish in a thin air. Initially, Luo Mo looked up at Jiang Chen with whimpers, then gently nipped at his foot, stubbornly refusing to leave. Jiang Chen felt a surge of reliance and trust emanating from the little black dog before him. Perhaps he should not shatter this bond, but rather strive to protect it with all his might. A smile crept across his face that, in that case, stay here and watch how I slay this beast. As Jiang Chen turned around, he discovered the lightning falcon hovering in the air, indifferent to him, as if he were already a corpse destined for death in its eyes. Yet, Jiang Chen's nine nether spirit eyes were even colder, like the abyss of death gazing equally upon all things. In truth, the lightning falcon did not relish human flesh. It merely reveled in the thrill of toying with the weak. Jiang Chen's refusal to partake in this one-sided game of hunting enraged the brutal avian creature. The lightning falcon unleashed its bloodline power, releasing a wave of immense, demonic aura. As its size increased, the power of lightning enveloped its body, crackling with energy. The humans who had perished beneath its claws had all feared death. It was essential for the falcon to witness the terror of the one before it. However, Jiang Chen did not display fear. Instead, his face radiated confidence and murderous intent. Wong, Wong, Wong. The little black dog, Luo Mo, suddenly barked several times at the lightning falcon. Compared to the falcon's massive form, Luo Mo's tender voice and tiny stature appeared utterly powerless and insignificant. Yet, Jiang Chen sensed a profound, soul-stirring power within the dog's barks. Indeed, upon hearing Luo Mo's cries, the lightning falcon seemed momentarily stunned. Not only was its bloodline power suddenly sealed, but its colossal body also began to plummet. Now's my chance. Jiang Chen seized the moment, propelling himself off the ground with a powerful leap as the falcon descended. His spirit, energy, and essence harmoniously converged, wildly channeling the nine nether primordial power within him. He had but a fleeting opportunity for a fatal strike. and Jiang Chun resolved to direct this decisive blow toward the heart of the lightning falcon. But a flash of gray light flickered in Jiang Chen's eyes as he located the falcon's heart. He could see its massive heart beating vigorously, supplying the beast with a steady flow of bloodline power. Jiang Chun soared upward, charging toward the falling beast. Just then, the falcon regained its strength. Demonic energy surged forth. A tempest erupting as the lightning power crackled around the falcon's body, causing it to rise in a furious ascent. Undeterred, Jiang Chun closed the distance to the falcon's heart, ignoring the searing energy emanating from the falcon's surface. He gripped its feathers tightly to prevent himself from falling, but a tempest of rage and unwavering determination surged within him. And in that instant, Jiang Chun suddenly comprehended the essence of true sword intent. Feeling himself transform into an unstoppable divine sword, he directed his finger toward the heart of the demon falcon, his fingertips slicing through the beast's flesh like a sharp dagger, avoiding the rib cage and plunging directly into its heart. The Nine Nether Sword Finger. This was the only technique Jiang Chun could barely execute from the inheritance of the sky-devouring sword emperor, appearing to be a finger technique but embodying the essence of a sword strike. Only by merging sword intent with Nine Nether primordial power could its true power be unleashed. At that moment, Jiang Chun grasped the meaning of sword intent. Those who anger me shall be slain by sword. The gray Nine Nether primordial power surged continuously from Jiang Chun's sword finger into the heart of the lightning falcon. The falcon's piercing screech echoed through the air, lingering ominously. Its heart was being crushed by Jiang Chun's assault. Chapter 18. Dare you lay a hand on my sister? As the final infusion of the Nine Nether origin power coursed through the body of the lightning falcon, Jiang Chun felt as though he had been utterly drained. Since awakening the Nine Nether Battle Body, this was the first time he had experienced such a profound sense of weakness. The lightning falcon plummeted from the sky, its heart crushed to oblivion by Jiang Chun's sword intent, rendering it irrevocably lifeless. The colossal corpse of the demonic bird descended rapidly, and Jiang Chun found himself too feeble to grasp its feathers, plummeting alongside it. With a thunderous crash, the immense carcass of the beast struck the ground, sending dust swirling into the air. Jiang Chun landed almost simultaneously beside it, enveloped in the rising cloud of debris. Slowly, he rose from the ground, brushing off the sand that clung to him as he moved forward. Woof! The little black dog, Luo Mo, came running over. However, upon seeing Jiang Chun's disheveled appearance, it whined, a hint of disdain lacing its tone. Jiang Chun paid it no mind, instead chuckling as he bent down to pat its head. Rubbing a layer of sand into its fur.it was only through Luo Mo's vital contributions that he had been able to slay the lightning falcon. Luo Mo shook off the sand from its head and dashed away. Soon after, it returned, leading Jiang Chun to a small creek. Before Luo Mo's return, Jiang Chun had extracted the demon core from the lightning falcon. The core, imbued with an exceptionally dense demonic aura, shimmered with traces of lightning power swirling around its surface. As a core from a fifth-tier demonic beast, it was an extraordinarily rare find, comparable to dozens of gathering yuan pills. Yet, what exhilarated Jiang Chun even more than acquiring this fifth-tier demon core was the fact that he had personally slain a fifth-tier demonic beast. The experience of teetering on the precipice of life and death, delivering a fatal blow to an opponent far superior in strength, filled him with an indescribable thrill. Moreover, the intense pressure of the moment, culminating in his ultimate success, brought not just relief but also a profound sense of spiritual elevation. After cleansing himself, Jiang Chun rested for 2 hours, under the formidable recuperative power of the Nine Nether Battle Body. He felt rejuvenated. He cradled Luo Mo in his arms and set off once more towards Fengning City. This time, he encountered no unforeseen events, and by dusk, he returned to Fengning City with the little black dog. As the assessment competition at the Yushuan Martial Academy approached, a palpable tension filled the air within the city. Luo Mo, still unaccustomed to the bustling atmosphere, nestled tightly against Jiang Chun on this return. Jiang Chun did not conceal his face beneath a hood, but rather strode confidently down the street. Numerous individuals recognized him, and a few whispered amongst themselves, casting him looks that were far from friendly. This puzzled Jiang Chun. After merely a month's absence, Why did he sense an odd shift in the attitude of these passersby? However, he brushed it off, intent on his journey to the Yushuan Martial Academy. Indifferent to their whispers that moment. In front of the city lord's mansion, a young woman in a white dress found herself intercepted by a young man at the entrance, dressed in lavish attire. The young man was, at best, passably handsome, but his gaze toward the girl bore a distinctly lascivious undertone. "Junior Sister Jiang, do you have the leisure today to dine with your senior brother?" he asked. "If you wish, I can introduce you to Elder Gu in the future." "Apologies, Senior Brother Gu, but I have matters to attend to today," the young woman, Jiang Xian, gracefully declined. This white-dressed girl was none other than Jiang Xian, who had come to the city lord's mansion to peruse its archives to know. "You find time to read here at the city lord's mansion, yet not to share a meal with your senior brother?" Upon facing another rejection, the young man's expression darkened. His name was Gu Qianxing, an inner disciple dispatched by the Yushuan Martial Academy to oversee the assessment competition in Fengning City, that a practitioner at the 9th level of Qi gathering. He had a penchant for women. Since arriving in Fengning City, having grown weary of the brothels, he set his sights on Jiang Xian, who frequented the city lord's mansion to study. Upon learning that Jiang Xian was an inner disciple recommended for this occasion, Gu Qianxing immediately assumed the role of a senior brother, showering her with attention. Yet, Jiang Xian showed him no respect, and this was already the 3rd time she had rebuffed him out a lowly offspring of a minor family. "Like you dares to feign importance before me? Do you truly believe that your humble origins, having secured a spot in the inner court through recommendations, grant you the right to soar?" Gu Qianxing's impatience grew as he perceived Jiang Xian's evident disdain. He took pride in being from the illustrious Gu family of the Yushuan Academy, looking down upon all families outside the 3 major clans. Even the city lord, Gu Minghu, a distant relative from a branch of the family, was someone he secretly scorned. However, he maintained a facade of politeness toward Gu Minghu out of necessity, striving to uphold his image as a special envoy of the Yushuan Academy. "Junior Sister Jiang, if you heed your senior brother's advice, you will enjoy a life envied by others in the inner court. Should you refuse, I assure you, you will come to regret entering the Yushuan Martial Academy." Gu Qianxing threatened, reaching out to grasp Jiang Xian's delicate arm. "Oh, not touch me!" Jiang Xian exclaimed, her almond eyes wide with alarm as she recoiled. "How dare you lay a hand on my sister?" A thunderous voice erupted from behind Gu Qianxing. "Who is it?" He spun around, eager to confront the audacity of the one who dared speak to him in such a manner. However, what met his gaze was a rapidly approaching fist. Gu Qianxing was struck squarely in the right eye, toppling backwards to the ground. "Brother Chen!" Jiang Xian cried in delight, rushing toward the young man who had thrown the punch. The assailant was none other than Jiang Chen, who had been passing by the city lord's mansion on his way back to the Jiang residence. Upon witnessing the man harassing his sister, Jiang Chen's fury surged, had he not been disinclined to commit murder in front of the city lord's mansion. The sword at his side would have already turned the offender's head into a pulp. "I warn you, should I ever see your filthy hands attempting to touch my sister again, it will not be a mere punch. 1 touch will cost you a hand. 2 touches, your life," Jiang Chen threatened, his voice laced with an unmistakable aura of menace. I could see that moment. Luo, Mo, emerged from Jiang Chen's embrace, attempting to contribute a fierce growl to the confrontation. "Sister Xian, let us depart," Jiang Chen urged, guiding Jiang Xian away from the city lord's mansion. Ji You Qianxing rose from the ground, his countenance dark enough to draw a rain. His right eye, bruised from Jiang Chen's blow, bore a strikingly exaggerated black EY. It dawned on him that the one who had just introduced himself as Jiang Xian's brother and had struck him was the so-called prodigy of Fengning City. Jiang Chen. Previously, he had inquired about Jiang Chen from Gu Zhaoyang, who had stammered that Jiang Chen could defeat a practitioner at the 7th level of Qi gathering while being at the 3rd level himself. Gu Qianxing had dismissed this, believing it to be the narrow-minded perspective of the frogs at the bottom of a well, who were easily astonished by a hint of talent. Unlike Gu Zhaoyang, a waste from a collateral line, he hailed from the prestigious Gu family of the Yushuan Academy, having encountered countless true geniuses that, in his mind, everyone in this paltry Fengning City should bow before him, eager to fulfill his every whim. The audacity of the Jiang siblings, a lowly family, To reject him and even physically assault him ignited a seed of hatred within Gu Qianxing's heart, touching his swollen right eye. His gaze brimmed with cruel malice. Chapter 19. Jiang Xian's concerns. Jiang Chun and Jiang Xian soon arrived at the Jiang residence. They paused outside the entrance, not yet stepping inside. The glow of the setting sun painted Jiang Xian's face a rosy hue. She felt a mix of joy and concern at Jiang Chen's timely intervention that had saved her from trouble. "Brother Chun, you were too reckless," Jiang Xian chided softly, her voice tinged with reproach. "Reckless? I showed restraint out of respect for Gu Minghu. How could you possibly blame me for being rash?" Jiang Chun retorted, clearly irritated by her admonishment. "Who was that man? How dare he act so brazenly toward you?" "His name is Gu Qianxing, an inner disciple sent by the Yushuan Martial Academy to oversee the assessment competition," Jiang Xian explained. "Jiu You Qianxing, brother of Gu Zhaoyang." Upon hearing the name, a smirk crossed Jiang Chen's face. Having just slain a fifth-tier demonic beast, he regarded this mere ninth-level Qi gathering disciple with contempt. "He is from the Gu family of a Yushuan Academy," Jiang Xian elaborated, having become well-versed in the various powers during her recent studies at the City Lord's Mansion. The Yushuan Academy is home to three major families: the Gu family, the Sidu family, and the Lin family. Jiu You Qianxing belongs to the influential Gu family, which has deep roots in Yushuan Prefecture. Far exceeding common understanding, as she spoke, Jiang Xian's gaze remained fixed on Jiang Chun. He listened intently, nodding in acknowledgement, encouraging her to continue. "Our Fengning city falls within the influence of the Gu family. The city lord, Gu Minghu, was granted the opportunity to govern Fengning City due to his collateral lineage from the Gu family of the Yushuan Academy." "Collateral lineage?" Jiang Chun lightly stroked his chin, seemingly deep in thought. "Was Gu Qianxing's behavior influenced by Gu Zhaoyang?" Jiang Chun inquired of Jiang Xian. Jiang Xian gently shook her head, equally uncertain. "I do not know. I did not encounter Gu Zhaoyang while researching at the City Lord's Manor." "Did you not see him? Then I shall personally pay a visit to our young city lord tomorrow," Jiang Chun remarked with a hint of melancholy that a glimmer of coldness flashed in his eyes. If this matter were indeed related to Gu Zhaoyang, his agreement with Gu Minghu would have to be rendered null and void at that moment. Jiang Chun posed another question to Jiang Xian. "Sister Xian, are you familiar with the Dan Hall?" Jiang Xian was taken aback, perplexed by Jiang Chen's sudden inquiry. "The Dan Hall? Are you considering becoming an alchemist, Brother Chun?" "Indeed, I encountered an old man from the Dan Hall at Zhongluo Ridge, who claimed he could teach me alchemy." The thought of old Dong brought a smile to Jiang Chen's lips. The Dan Hall is one of the 6 halls of the Great Zhou, which include the Li Hall, Bing Hall, Dan Hall, Zhan Hall, Qi Hall, and An Hall. Each hall oversees different realms of authority, mutually constraining and coordinating with one another to maintain the Great Zhou's dominance in Yushuan Prefecture. For instance, the appointment of city lords within Yushuan Prefecture is the responsibility of the Li Hall, while the military mobilization within the prefecture falls under the purview of the Bing Hall. After recounting the functions of the 6 halls, Jiang Xian added, "The heads of the 6 halls in Yushuan Prefecture are referred to as guardians, signifying the protectors of the Great Zhou in this region." "In that case, old Dong must hold a significant position," Jiang Chen mused, realizing that despite his seemingly erratic behavior, he was indeed a figure of considerable influence. "What?" Jiang Xian, observing Jiang Chen's murmuring, inquired with curiosity. "It's nothing. Merely that the old man wished to recruit me into the Dan Hall, which I declined," Jiang Chun responded casually. Jiang Xian bit her lip gently, her eyes filled with regret. Given that Jiang Chun had offended Gu Qianxing, it would likely pose numerous obstacles to his entry into the Yushuan Martial Academy. If Jiang Chun could join the Dan Hall, his prospects would rival those of entering the inner sanctum of the Yushuan Martial Academy. Jiang Chun understood Jiang Xian's concerns for him. He patted her shoulder and softly reassured her, "Fear not. Gu Qianxing is merely an ordinary disciple of the inner sanctum. If I secure first place with absolute strength in the competition, he would not dare to turn against me. However, entry into the inner sanctum requires the monitoring disciples to submit an application to the Martial Academy," Jiang Xian pointed out. She firmly believed in Jiang Chen's abilities. Yet according to the regulations, an application for monitoring disciples was essential for entry into the inner sanctum. Otherwise, no matter how well one performed, they could only enter the outer court, since Jiang Chun had offended Gu Qinqing. How could Gu Qinqing possibly assist him in applying for inner sanctum eligibility? Then I shall just give Gu Qinqing a good beating to compel him to apply, Jiang Chun joked to lighten Jiang Xian's mood. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xian chuckled softly. Sister Xian, I never intended to enter the inner sanctum in the first place, Jiang Chun stated nonchalantly. Jiang Xian gazed at him in astonishment. When my parents went missing, I was merely an outer court disciple, so I have long prepared to enter the Yushuan Martial Academy as an outer court disciple, Jiang Chun said earnestly. His parents had disappeared while he was in the outer court, and only by remaining there could he gather clues regarding their disappearance. Growing up alongside Jiang Chun, Jiang Xian was acutely aware of his obsession with finding his parents. Hearing his words, her heart was profoundly moved. Tears glistened in her almond-shaped eyes as she reached out to console Jiang Chun, wishing to comfort him as she had in their childhood. That moment, the little black dog, Luo Mo, peeked out from Jiang Chen's embrace. Her delicate hand instinctively found its way to the dog's head. Luo Mo's fur was soft and smooth, making it a delight to touch, and Jiang Xian found herself gently stroking the pup. The little Luo Mo let out a soft whimper, seemingly enjoying the attention. Oh, what is this? Jiang Xian asked curiously upon noticing the small black dog's head emerging from Jiang Chen's arms. I found this little black dog at Zhonglo Ridge. I named him Luo Mo, Jiang Chun explained, lifting Luo Mo from his embrace. How adorable! Jiang Xian exclaimed, her eyes lighting up at the sight of the small, round, fluffy black dog, just 15 years old. She was in the midst of her innocent and carefree youth, utterly defenseless against the charm of such a furry, pudgy puppy. Especially now, as Luo Mo displayed an endearing and silly expression, Jiang Xian felt her heart melting. She quickly took Luo Mo into her arms, beaming radiantly. With Luo Mo cradled happily in her arms, Jiang Xian joyfully entered the Jiang residence, leaving behind a trail of melodious laughter. For some inexplicable reason, witnessing Jiang Xian so thoroughly captivated by Luo Mo stirred a twinge of jealousy in Jiang Chun. Once it grows a bit older, it won't be as cute, Jiang Chun thought to himself. Chapter 20. I have endured you for long enough. The following morning, Jiang Chun set off alone for the city lord's manor, since Luo Mo was still unaccustomed to the throng of people on the streets. Jiang Chun decided to leave him at the Jiang residence. Dressed in a gray long robe, with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, Jiang Chen's striking appearance drew the attention of many passers-by. However, amidst the crowd, he noticed a few individuals whose expressions changed drastically upon seeing him, hastily retreating. Soon after, Jiang Chun realized he was being stealthily followed. Maintaining a facade of nonchalance, he pretended to be unaware and continued walking ahead. With his singular focus on martial arts and minimal social interactions, the only grudges he had in Fengning City were with Yi Yunxue, Gu Qinqing, and Gu Zihaoyang. Yi Yunxue was deceased, and Gu Qinqing was merely a newcomer to the inner sanctum of the Yushuan Martial Academy, wielding limited influence, primarily from the city lord's manor. Thus, these individuals were either under Gu Zhaoyang's command or part of the Yi family seeking vengeance for Yi Yunxue's death, with this thought in mind. Jiang Chun scoffed. He had initially intended to let bygones be bygones, but it seemed these individuals were pushing him toward a point of no return. In light of this, he decided to oblige them. Jiang Chun turned and slipped into a narrow alley. Observing the young man vanish into the alley, the pursuer hurriedly followed. The pursuer was a middle-aged man, a practitioner of body refinement, clad in coarse cloth. The alley was dim and narrow, devoid of anything but a small path paved with bricks and tiles. Just as the middle-aged man stepped into the alley in search of Jiang Chun, a stone sword was suddenly pressed against his back that a calm voice unexpectedly echoed from within the alley. What brings you to seek me? The middle-aged man's face instantly paled, and he dared not turn his head, repeatedly pleading for mercy. Young Master Jiang, spare my life. I was merely tasked with investigating your whereabouts. You know who I am? Jiang Chun asked, his tone firm. Young Master Jiang is the foremost talent in Fengning City. Who in the city is unaware of your exploits at Tianxiang Tower? The middle-aged man forced a smile, attempting to ingratiate himself. However, with his back to Jiang Chun, The latter could not see the man's expression. "Who sent you?" Jiang Chun pressed, wanting to skip the pleasantries. "I do not know. I am merely following orders for pay," the middle-aged man said, perspiration pouring down his back as he feared provoking Jiang Chen's ire. "Following orders for pay? Someone paid to have us investigate and report on your daily movements. And my companions and I have been lurking in the city for over a month, only spotting you yesterday." Learning that someone had been hired to track him for a month caused Jiang Chen's brow to furrow. If this had begun a month ago, it was unrelated to Gu Qianxing and the actions of those in Fengning City. "Young master, you are now the most talented individual in Fengning City, and with the upcoming assessment competition, it is only natural for someone to inquire about your affairs. My companions and I are merely following orders." With no ill intent, the middle-aged man explained. Jiang Chun was aware of a mysterious underground organization in Fengning City that operated in both the light and the dark, willing to commit heinous acts for the right price while ensuring the identities of their clients remained undisclosed. He was taken aback that someone would go so far as to pay for his movements. "Who is your leader, and what is their cultivation level?" Jiang Chun decided he would seek out the leader to discuss the issues arising from this matter. I do not know. I have no leader. I simply gather information for a living that I do not know who the client is, only that my task is to follow you on the streets," the middle-aged man replied, drenched in sweat. Jiang Chun shook his head, realizing this man was merely a lackey. If he were to let him go, it was likely he would be silenced. "If anyone inquires about this later, just say you were knocked unconscious upon entering the alley and know nothing else. You understand?" The middle-aged man nodded busily. Suddenly, a swift chop struck his neck, causing him to collapse onto the ground. A youthful figure clad in a gray long robe emerged from the alley, exuding an air of tranquility as though nothing had transpired. Upon arriving at the Lord's manor, Jiang Chun presented the Lord's token to the guard, gaining entry with ease. Last night, Jiang Chun had gleaned the layout of the manor from Jiang Xian, and upon entering, he made a beeline for the backyard where Gu Xiaoyang resided. Jiang Chun, possessing striking features and a composed demeanor, was mistaken by the manor's inhabitants for a visiting noble, and he faced no obstruction. Several young maidens even cast flirtatious glances in his direction. As Jiang Chun approached the courtyard where Gu Xiaoyang was, he overheard a woman's voice emanating from within. Inside, Gu Xiaoyang reclined in a wooden lounge chair beneath a tree, a wine cup in hand. A young and beautiful maid, her attire partially undone, leaned against him. "What shall we indulge in today, young master?" the maid inquired with a playful glint in her eyes. "Let's engage in something thrilling today, Xiao Cui," Gu Xiaoyang replied, a lewd smile gracing his lips. "How scandalous!" The maid feigned disapproval. Yet her body nestled closer. Suddenly, a voice rang out from above them. "What thrilling escapade! May I join?" "Ah, there's someone in the tree!" The maid shrieked in alarm. Jiang Chun, Gu Xiaoyang recognized the voice and sprang to his feet. Roaring with rage, the youth descended from the tree with a mocking smirk, landing in the courtyard. The maid Xiaocui, flustered, fled in embarrassment. Such refined taste, young master, engaging in such intimate frolics with a maid in broad daylight. Jiang Chun taunted. "What are you doing here?" Gu Xiaoyang glared, his irritation palpable, as Jiang Chun consistently disrupted his affairs. "Is Gu Qianxing's matter any concern of yours?" Jiang Chun dismissed further banter and cut to the chase. "Gu Qianxing? Isn't he at Yihong Tower?" Gu Xiaoyang appeared puzzled at Jiang Chen's inquiry. Yihong Tower was renowned as the most illustrious establishment in Fengning City. Jiang Chen's expression turned wide. It seemed Gu Qianxing was indeed a lecher. Unfortunately, he had dealt him a blow the previous day, preventing any advances on his sister Zuner. Seeing Jiang Chen's reaction, Gu Xiaoyang assumed he had suffered an affront at Gu Qianxing's hands, and he burst into laughter. "Ha! Jiang Chun, you may flaunt your might in Fengning City, but when it comes to inner courtyard disciples, you're as insignificant as an ant. Your cultivation pace may not be slow. But while Gu Qianxing has reached the 9th level of qi gathering, you are merely at the 4th. Accept your fate. So it was you who instigated it." Jiang Chen's gaze grew colder, an undercurrent of fury brewing within. "Instigated? What do you mean?" Gu Xiaoyang suddenly sensed that Jiang Chen's demeanor was off. "I have tolerated you for far too long. Today, You shall learn the meaning of cruelty. As Jiang Chun advanced towards Gu Zhaoyang, he twisted his neck, producing ominous cracking sounds. Jiang Chun, let's speak civilly. Gu Zhaoyang felt the danger radiating from Jiang Chun and hurriedly intervened. Wait, wait! In a secluded part of the manor's backyard, agonized screams echoed, reminiscent of a slaughtered pig. During this unspoken time of revelry for the young lord, no servants or guards dared approach. An hour later, Jiang Chun sat leisurely in the courtyard, sipping tea, while Gu Zhaoyang lay on the ground, bruised and groaning incessantly as, "Oh, it truly wasn't you who instigated it," Jiang Chun remarked, taking a sip of tea with an indifferent tone. "Of course not. Ever since I returned from Tianxiang Tower, my father has confined me to the Lord's manor. Gu Qinxing is exceedingly arrogant and looks down upon me." Gu Zhaoyang expressed his indignation, only to be met with another wave of pain. Ouch! Chapter 21. Jiang Chen's enigmatic smile upon learning that Gu Zhaoyang had been confined for the past 2 months and had minimal contact with Gu Qinxing. Jiang Chen's attitude towards him softened somewhat. "Since Gu Qinxing's affairs have nothing to do with you, does the matter of someone tracking me concern you?" Jiang Chun finished his tea and inquired of the prostrate Gu Zhaoyang. "What does it matter to me if someone is following you?" "Jiang Chun, are you out of your mind?" Realizing that the beating he had just received was a result of pure misfortune, Gu Zhaoyang felt a wave of despair wash over him. Jiang Chun ignored him and poured himself another cup of tea. "This tea is quite good," Jiang Chun complimented. The entire courtyard fell into an eerie silence. The youth sipped his tea alone, resembling a serene guest, while the courtyard's master lay on the ground, unable to move, his face contorted in frustration. Time passed, and the stillness was abruptly shattered. "The organization tracking you is an intelligence agency in Fengning City. Do you know anything about it? As the young lord of Fengning City, Gu Zhaoyang ought to be privy to some of its more clandestine matters." "Intelligence agency? The organization tracking you is the Dark Hall." Gu Zhaoyang's tone was laced with astonishment. "The Dark Hall? One of the 6 halls of the Great Zhou? Why would the Dark Hall be tracking me?" Jiang Chun was taken aback at the revelation that the organization pursuing him might be one of the 6 halls, prompting him to probe further. "I don't know, Dim, why Father mentioned that there is a branch of the Dark Hall in Fengning City that gathers intelligence and conducts some business. He advised me not to provoke them. The Dark Hall is the most enigmatic of the 6 halls, acting without scruples and straddling both sides of the LAW. And oh, one truly knows what the Dark Hall is responsible for. Could it truly be the Dark Hall?" Reflecting on his previous conversation with the middle-aged man, Jiang Chun murmured to himself, "Jiang Chun, could it be that your identity as a zombie spirit has been exposed, and the Dark Hall has set its sights on you?" Gu Zhaoyang, still nursing his wounds, seized the opportunity to mock Jiang Chun. Jiang Chen's tone turned frigid as he threatened Gu Zhaoyang. "It seems I was too lenient earlier, allowing you to retain your bravado." Jiu Zhaoyang quickly capitulated. "Rest assured, I will keep this matter confidential." Jiu Zhaoyang believed he had captured Jiang Chen's most significant weakness and reveled in his perceived victory. Upon realizing he was being pursued by the most enigmatic of the 6 halls, Jiang Chen's mind raced with countless thoughts. Simultaneously, an idea surfaced in his mind. If the Dark Hall was gathering and trading intelligence within this small Fengning city, could it possess clues regarding the disappearance of his parents? With this thought, Jiang Chen's eyes sparkled, and he hastily inquired of Gu Zhaoyang, "Do you know how to contact the branch of the Dark Hall in Fengning City?" Gu Zhaoyang was taken aback. Jiang Chun, being pursued by the Dark Hall, still dared to throw himself into the fray. "Truly a madman, I don't know, but I know who does. You should ask the plump manager at Tianxiang Tower. He will surely know." Upon hearing this, Jiang Chun promptly set down his teacup and exited the courtyard with the swiftness of the wind. "Hey, where are you going? We haven't finished talking yet. I'm still lying here." Gu Zhaoyang, taken aback by Jiang Chen's sudden departure, called out anxiously. Without looking back, Jiang Chun left Gu Zhaoyang alone in the small courtyard. After Jiang Chen's departure, Gu Zhaoyang's voice rang out. "Someone, shout Sue, who will help me up?" However, no one responded for a long time, and Gu Zhaoyang struggled to rise. Another groan of agony escaped his lips. Ouch! The plump manager of Tianxiang Tower was welcoming guests at the entrance as noon approached. Business at Tianxiang Tower was booming, with a continuous flow of patrons. The plump manager, short and stout, wore a round cap, and was always smiling. Adept at charming guests, the youth in gray approached. The plump manager's eyes briefly widened in surprise before his face broke into a warm smile. "What a rare guest, young Master Jiang. It is indeed a pleasure to see you in my Tianxiang Tower. Are you here to meet someone?" The youth smiled but shook his head, then leaned closer to the plump manager's ear to whisper something. The plump manager's smile faded, his expression growing serious. After listening to the youth, he summoned a waiter to attend to the guests in his stead and led the youth to a secluded room in the back courtyard of the tavern. Inside the small room, devoid of windows and sparsely furnished, there was simply a desk, a wooden bed, and 2 wooden chairs, with a wooden bolt securing the door. The room was enveloped in darkness. The plump manager calmly lit a candle on the desk, and the dim yellow light filled the space. Turning to Jiang Chun, the plump manager inquired politely, "Young Master Jiang, how did you come to learn of the Dark Hall?" The plump manager was curious. Having been absent from Tianxiang Tower when Jiang Chun had attempted to assassinate Gu Zhaoyang a month prior, Jiang Chun smiled without responding, refraining from divulging the source of his information. The plump manager, noting Jiang Chun's silence, revealed no displeasure. Instead, he retrieved a ledger-like booklet from the desk drawer. Opening the booklet to the latest blank page, the plump manager inscribed the name Jiang Chun. Rules? He truly remains unaware of the rules governing the Dark Hall. Upon hearing Gu Zhaoyang mention that the plump steward of Tianxiang Tower knows how to contact the Dark Hall, Jiang Chun immediately took his leave that a wave of regret washed over Jiang Chun. He should have allowed Gu Zhaoyang to finish his explanation. The dim yellow light and the enigmatic atmosphere revealed the extraordinary connection between the plump steward and the Dark Hall. Yet, Jiang Chun was oblivious to the rules that the steward spoke of, and he had no idea how to respond to him. Therefore, Jiang Chun chose to continue smiling in silence, observing the young man before him who neither made demands nor discussed prices, merely smiling with an air of inscrutability. The plump steward found himself puzzled. He was aware that someone was paying for Jiang Chen's whereabouts, and even knew the identity of the customer. The page preceding Jiang Chen's name in the ledger bore that very customer's name. The young man, who continued to smile without speaking, might he be aware of something and testing him to uncover the identity of the client? According to the rules of the Dark Hall, customer information must remain confidential. Should Jiang Chen inquire, he would have no choice but to remain tight-lipped. Thus, the plump steward reciprocated with a similarly inscrutable smile, signaling, "I shall not divulge any information regarding that customer." Upon witnessing the steward's enigmatic grin, it was now Jiang Chen's turn to feel bewildered. Could it be that the steward had seen through his ignorance of the Dark Hall's rules and was waiting for him to expose himself? No, he must not falter. Jiang Chen resolved to maintain his mysterious smile in the dimly lit room. The flickering candlelight illuminated the faces of the two as they exchanged smiles, creating an illusion of an unspoken understanding between them. Chapter 22. The Rules of the Dark Hall. The plump steward, whose real name was Wei Fu, not only served as the steward of Tianxiang Tower, but also held the position of deacon for the Dark Hall's branch in Fengning City. Over the course of more than 20 years in this role, he had encountered a myriad of customers, each displaying a spectrum of emotions: fear, hatred, madness, obsession, arrogance. Every individual exuded different desires. However, he had never before met a customer like Jiang Chun, who appeared so unfazed yet made no demands. The plump steward found himself utterly unable to fathom the young man's purpose for coming. Nevertheless, this young man was now recognized as the foremost talent in Fengning City and had secured a recommendation from the renowned Gu Ming for admission to the Inner Academy of the Yushuan Martial Institute, indicating a promising future. Why should he offend such a person? Regardless of what the young man sought, it would be prudent to extend a courtesy. With this thought, the plump steward's eyes crinkled into a smile, transforming his round face into a visage of warmth. Young Master Jiang has sought the Dark Hall, likely for a matter of importance. Our Dark Hall is known for its fair pricing and just conduct. Please do not hesitate to voice your requests, he said amiably. Upon hearing the steward's words, Jiang Chun realized he had been deceived by Gu Zhaoyang, the debauched scion. This plump steward was clearly the person in charge of the Dark Hall in Fengning City. Gu Zhaoyang was indeed unreliable. He had failed to grasp such a crucial detail, leaving Jiang Chun feeling embarrassed for quite some time. Jiang Chun resolved to first address the issue of being followed. He currently possessed over 100 third-tier monster cores, one fourth-tier core, and one fifth-tier core stored within his spatial ring that, in terms of silver, a third-tier core was worth approximately 500 taels. A fourth-tier core ranged between 6 and 7,000, while a fifth-tier core was exceedingly precious beyond valuation. Thus, Jiang Chen's wealth alone rivaled that of a middling family in Fengning City. The Dark Hall was a place where money could resolve issues. And he had plenty to spare. "Steward Wei, are you aware of anyone tracking me?" Jiang Chen inquired, lightly tracing the patterns on his spatial ring, his tone laden with significance. The smile on the steward's face faded, his expression turning serious. "I shall not conceal it from young Master Jiang. Indeed, the tracking is the work of the Dark Hall. However, the Dark Hall operates under the principle of not questioning the reasons behind such tasks. I hope young Master can understand. I am not here to trouble the Dark Hall. I simply wish to know the name of the person following me." Jiang Chen was indifferent to the Dark Hall surveillance. What he truly cared about was the identity of the individual seeking to follow him. The plump steward displayed a troubled expression upon hearing Jiang Chen's request. "That is not permissible. According to the rules of the Dark Hall, we maintain strict confidentiality regarding our customers' identities. From a manner in which Steward Wei recorded customer names and stored the ledger, Jiang Chen discerned that this confidentiality was hardly stringent. You recorded the customer's name upon our first meeting and simply locked the ledger in the drawer thereafter. Such a lack of diligence hardly constitutes strict confidentiality regarding customer identities," Jiang Chen remarked, a hint of amusement glimmering in his eyes. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, the plump steward's gaze flickered, revealing a degree of internal conflict. "Young Master Jiang, please do not put me in a difficult position. Businessmen value integrity. Rules cannot be easily broken." Jiang Chen grasped the subtext of the steward's words. The rules could be bent, indicating the possibility of exceptions. He opened his palm and retrieved 4 uniquely colored monster cores from his spatial ring, each exuding a palpable aura. "Might I inquire how much these 4 monster cores would be worth in silver?" "Steward Wei, monster cores." The plump steward hurriedly accepted the cores, examining them closely. All 4 belonged to third-tier beasts, each containing the unique bloodline power of the beast from the Zhongluo Ridge, while the plump steward scrutinized the monster cores. Jiang Chen noted the steward's idle left hand, discreetly flipping through the ledger beside him. Jiang Chen's eyes fixated on the steward's left hand, observing as it turned a page forward, the finger sliding down unconsciously until it paused at a name near the end. The name that the steward's finger lingered upon became clear to Jiang Chen. Yi Feng. A cold smile crept onto Jiang Chen's lips. Yi Feng was the elder brother of Yi Yanxue. After a brief moment, the ledger was surreptitiously flipped back to the most recent page. "Young Master Jiang, these 4 monster cores come from formidable third-tier beasts that, in my estimation, each is worth approximately 550 taels, totaling 2,200 taels in silver." The plump steward returned the monster cores to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen did not take the cores back. "If Steward Wei finds these monster cores to your liking, consider them a gesture of goodwill from me for the commotion I caused at Tianxiang Tower." Upon hearing this, the plump steward did not hesitate, accepting the monster cores with a smile. Businessmen prioritize long-term vision. Amicability fosters prosperity. Though it appeared he had compromised customer confidentiality for a price, in reality, he was investing in Jiang Chen's promising future by extending a favor to this inner academy disciple of the Yushuan Martial Institute. The relationship between the Dark Hall and the Yushuan Martial Institute was far more intricate than the average person could imagine. "You are too courteous, young Master Jiang. Your actions that day have indeed brought much acclaim to our establishment." The plump steward placed the ledger into the drawer and stood up, preparing to open the door for Jiang Chen. "Wait," Jiang Chen interjected. "Does young Master Jiang have further matters to attend to? Can the Dark Hall procure information from within the Yushuan mansion?" "Certainly. All intelligence within the Dark Hall is interconnected." The plump steward paused. "However, if that is the case, the price will not be inexpensive. And some confidential information requires approval from the headquarters for investigation or retrieval. In that case, might the Dark Hall assist me in locating 2 individuals? I am willing to pay any price necessary for the information." Jiang Chen retrieved a purple monster core from a spatial ring, its dense aura rapidly permeating the small room. This core's energy was evidently far superior to the previous third-tier cores, and upon closer inspection, the plump steward's face manifested an expression of disbelief that a fifth-tier core, and it contains the power of lightning. How is that possible? Did young Master Jiang personally slay this fifth-tier beast? If the Dark Hall can help me ascertain the whereabouts of these two individuals, this fifth-tier monster core shall serve as my reward. Jiang Chen's voice conveyed an urgency that was hard to suppress. I will immediately contact our headquarters at the Yushuan Mansion and provide young Master Jiang with a response before the assessment competition. The plump steward's eyes sparkled with understanding, seemingly grasping the identities of the two individuals Jiang Chen sought. May I inquire as to their names? A man and a woman. The man's name is Jiang Duxing, and the woman's name is He Muxin. Both went missing from the outer gate of the Yushuan Martial Institute 15 years ago. Upon hearing the name, the plump innkeeper's heart stirred with understanding. Indeed, the individual sought by Jiang Chen was none other than his parents. Having operated his tavern in Fengning City for over 20 years, the innkeeper was well acquainted with the name of the previous generation's Jiang family heir, Jiang Duxing. Jiang Duxing had once been renowned throughout the city for his youthfulness and exceptional talent, having been celebrated as the foremost genius of the younger generation 16 years prior. Had it not been for the deliberate hindrance from the supervising envoy of the Royal Xuanwu Academy during the assessment competition, Jiang Duxing's innate abilities would have undoubtedly secured him a place in the inner academy. Shortly after entering the Royal Xuanwu Academy, he and his wife mysteriously vanished, with the disappearance of the heir who bore the family's hopes. The Jiang family gradually fell into decline, becoming a mere minor household. Witnessing the resolute gaze of the son of an old acquaintance stirred a profound sense of nostalgia within the innkeeper. Who could have anticipated that years later, Jiang Duxing's son, Jiang Chen, would emerge once more as the premier genius of Fengning City, his talents rivaling those of his father? Rest assured, young Master Jiang, in the entirety of the great Zhou dynasty, whether in the light or in the shadows, there is nothing that our Dark Hall cannot uncover or accomplish. The innkeeper assured Jiang Chen. Chapter 23. A failed attempt at noon. The attendants of Tianxiang Tower observed their innkeeper warmly escorting the Jiang family heir out of the tavern. The innkeeper's hospitality was well known, as he personally welcomed and bid farewell to guests each day, a routine they had long since grown accustomed to, hardly paying it any mind. Perhaps they could never have imagined that their jovial, amiable innkeeper, who often extolled the virtues of cordiality and prosperity, was in fact the most enigmatic steward of the Dark Hall in Fengning City. As night fell, under the solitary moon, the Jiang residence remained eerily quiet. However, in a secluded room in the back courtyard, a flicker of light persisted, accompanied by the sounds of youthful laughter. Should anyone have leaned closer to the window, they would have seen Jiang Chen and his sister, Jiang Xian, busily concocting something in a silver basin. Surrounded by an array of small porcelain vials, their faces betraying a mix of tension and excitement. Brother Chen, isn't an alchemical furnace required for refining elixirs? Is this silver basin truly effective? Jiang Xian inquired, her tone tinged with skepticism after witnessing Jiang Chen place 2 herbs into the basin filled with water. Of course, we are merely in the experimental phase of alchemy, attempting to concoct the most basic strengthening bone elixir suitable for the body refinement stage, which can certainly be accomplished without a furnace. The youth replied confidently. I gathered all the necessary ingredients from the Hu family's apothecary and the Zhao family's blacksmith this afternoon. As long as we follow the notes in this alchemical compendium closely, we shall succeed. Brother Chen, look, the silver leaf herb is truly merging into a paste with a gathering sunflower, Jiang Xian exclaimed, cutting him off in surprise. The youth quickly leaned over to inspect the basin, confirming her observation. Clutching the alchemical notes, he recited, when silver leaf herb and gathering sunflower are heated in water, they will rapidly amalgamate into a paste. Now, we must add approximately a dime's worth of nitrate water. Jiang Chen took a small vial from Jiang Xian and carefully dripped several drops into the basin. The paste within began to bubble vigorously. Jiang Qian's eyes lit up. The bubbling indicated that the properties of the herbs were being activated by the nitrate water. At that moment, he intensified the flame beneath the basin, unknowingly adding some powder to the fire, which suddenly flared up, the flames becoming increasingly ferocious. The basin began to shake violently, as if an unseen force were being unleashed from within. The craftsmanship of the Zhao family's blacksmith was indeed commendable, for the basin was securely fastened to a specially designed stand. Woof, 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 came the indignant bark of the little black dog. Luo, M.O., awakening from slumber due to the violent tremors. Brother Chun, why do I feel that something is amiss? Why is the basin shaking so violently? Jiang Xian voiced her uncertain. It's nothing to worry about. Old Dong previously told me that all things possess distinct properties. The essence of alchemy lies in seeking the fundamental nature of substances, refining their characteristics in the manner we desire. It is not bound by fixed patterns or phenomena. Jiang Chun reassured her, feeling quite satisfied with the changes occurring in the basin, believing they were on the brink of achieving the desired result. Next comes the most crucial ingredient, the blood of a magical beast. The text indicates that the blood of a first-tier magical beast in peak condition is ideal. That I procured the blood of a first-tier manicore from the Li family. With that, Jiang Chun lifted a porcelain vial. The vividly crimson blood, imbued with a faint aura of magic, was poured into the basin. Initially, the liquid turned a deep red upon mixing with the beast's blood, but as it boiled and merged with the herbal concoction, the color began to lighten gradually. Jiang Chun covered the basin with a large wooden lid. Thus, the preparation process for the strengthening bone elixir was complete. They merely needed to await its refinement. As Jiang Chun flipped through the alchemical notes, he explained to Jiang Xian what to expect next. Once the bubbling ceases, if the refinement is successful, the liquid in the basin will become clear, indicating that the essence of the beast's blood has been fully absorbed by the herbal mixture. At that point, we simply need to filter it to remove any residue, and the strengthening bone elixir will be successfully refined. It was then that Jiang Chun noticed a line of almost imperceptible tiny characters written in a concealed spot within the text. The handwriting was rather hasty, reminiscent of Old Dong's script that Jiang Chun had seen before. What are these words doing here, and why did Old Dong write them so small? Jiang Chun pondered aloud. Beginner alchemists must closely monitor the bubbling intensity of the liquid after adding the beast's blood. If the boiling is too vigorous, it may result in... Upon reaching this point, Jiang Chun froze. What will happen? Jiang Xian pressed, a sense of foreboding rising within her. An explosion. Their gazes shifted simultaneously towards the bubbling silver basin. The covered basin was now emitting a tremendous gurgling noise, resembling a ravenous beast striving to break free. This is bad. A flash of realization struck Jiang Chun. He swiftly stowed the alchemical notes in a storage ring, then seized Jiang Xian's hand and hurriedly scooped up the irate Luo Mo, making a break for the door. In the instant, Jiang Chun leaped out of the room with Jiang Xian and Luo Mo in tow. A thunderous explosion shattered the tranquility of the night. A brilliant flash of fire erupted as the silver basin, propelled by the shockwave, burst through the roof and landed with a clatter at their feet. A trace of unrefined, strengthening bone elixir remained within, the once bright red beast blood now transformed into a pale hue. Jiang Chun glanced at Jiang Xian, a hint of embarrassment crossing his expression. In truth, the destruction of the room was not a significant loss. His lifestyle had always been modest, and there were no valuable possessions within. However, the commotion would require an explanation to his uncle. Jiang Duhai, it was hardly feasible to claim that he and Jiang Xian had accidentally blown up the house while self-studying alchemy. At that moment, Jiang Xian comforted him, saying, "Do not worry, I will not disclose the cause of this incident to father. There are no alchemists in Fengning City, and for you to achieve such results through self-study is already remarkable." Despite her words, Jiang Chun still felt a twinge of shame and quietly stored the basin in his ring. Footsteps began to echo from outside the courtyard. The last time the Jiang family had caused such a ruckus in the dead of night was 2 months prior, when Jiang Chun had accidentally felled the oldest tree in the backyard with a single strike. The eldest elder, Jiang Duhai, was the first to arrive. He had not yet retired for the night, deep in thought by the window, upon catching sight of a flash of light from Jiang Chen's residence, followed by a resounding boom. He was instantly alarmed and rushed towards the source of the commotion. By the time Jiang Duhai arrived, he found his nephew Jiang Chun and daughter Jiang Xian standing before the burning structure. He was puzzled by their peculiar expressions upon noticing him. Inquiring about the situation, Jiang Chun merely shook his head in silence. Jiang Duhai then turned to Jiang Xian, who also shook her head. Remaining tight-lipped, woof, at that moment, the little black dog, Luo, M.O., barked at Jiang Duhai, seemingly eager for him to question it about the two humans who had caused such a calamity by playing with fire in the middle of the night. Seeing Jiang Chun unharmed, Jiang Duhai's initial concern dissipated, and he decided against further questioning the explosion's cause. Given the peculiar reactions of Jiang Chun and his daughter, it seemed likely to be an unfortunate accident. As the flames blazed higher, Jiang Chen's house was gradually engulfed. The clan members began to gather outside, and upon confirming the young master was safe, their worries began to fade, with the fire intensifying. The discussions among the clan members grew increasingly animated. Jiang Duhai, discontent with their behavior, turned to scold them. "Why are you all just standing there? Hurry up and extinguish the flames." Chapter 24. Zhang San. Fetch the wine. On the eve of the grand examination, Jiang Chun made his way to the Tianxiang Tower. With the assessment looming on the horizon, numerous young scions from various families chose to host lavish banquets within the premises of Tianxiang Tower, rendering the atmosphere that evening as lively as a blazing inferno. As Jiang Chun stepped into the building, the air was filled with the clinking of wine cups and the incessant cheers of patrons. Amidst this cacophony, the melodious sounds of instruments could faintly be heard emanating from the private rooms on the second floor. At that moment, the rotund manager, Wei Fu, was bustling about, attending to guests while directing the staff to ensure everything was in perfect order. Upon spotting Jiang Chun, the manager approached with a beaming smile. "Young Master Jiang, a distinguished guest has arrived. I sincerely apologize for not welcoming you properly." Instantly, countless pairs of eyes turned toward the youth at the entrance. These gazes were tinged with curiosity, skepticism, envy, and admiration. In Fengning City, there was only one Jiang family capable of addressing someone as young Master Jiang, and that was the unparalleled prodigy, Jiang Chun. The consensus among the locals had previously favored Li Xiangqian, the young master of the Li family, as the foremost expert of the younger generation. Having reached the 6th level of Qi gathering by the age of 20, however, it was widely acknowledged that his position was more a product of his age and solid foundation than any extraordinary talent. Beyond Li Xiangqian, the public had higher expectations for Yi Feng, a 17-year-old at the 5th level of Qi gathering, and Guan Yu from the Guan family, who had also reached the 5th level at 16. Yet, following the news of Jiang Chen's victory over the 7th level guard, he ascended to become the undisputed champion of talent. To be able to battle across 4 tiers was an extraordinary feat seldom seen in the small realm of Fengning City. Unfazed by the myriad of stares directed his way, Jiang Chun strode confidently toward the rotund manager. Wei Fu, understanding the purpose of Jiang Chen's visit, summoned a staff member to attend to the guests and led Jiang Chun to a small room once more. This time, he did not meticulously lock the door, but instead retrieved a piece of stationery from the drawer of his desk and handed it to Jiang Chun, expecting news from his parents. Jiang Chun eagerly accepted the letter. However, as he read the contents, the initial excitement on his face gradually morphed into confusion. What could this possibly mean? Furrowing his brow, Jiang Chun inquired of the manager. Since the Dark Pavilion has stated the identities of the two individuals and their entry time into the Royal Xian Martial Academy, why does it later mention that due to insufficient authority, further details cannot be disclosed? Wei Fu sighed deeply. This is the response given to me by my superior. Perhaps because both individuals are disciples of the external academy of the Royal Xian Martial Academy. Their whereabouts post-entry have been classified as high-level information. The manager's voice was steady as he continued. Once you, young Master Jiang, gain entry into the Royal Xian Martial Academy, you may procure information from the headquarters. After contemplating for a moment, Jiang Chun asked, "Do you know how to contact the Dark Pavilion headquarters?" Another sigh escaped Wei Fu's lips as he confessed, "To be honest, I, Wei, was merely the manager of Tianxiang Tower. One day, I was approached by the Dark Pavilion and developed into an informant, serving as their agent here in Fengning City. Though I report regularly to my superior, I do not know who they are, nor how to reach the headquarters." Jiang Chun grasped the operational structure of the Dark Pavilion. Wei Fu was responsible solely for transactions and intelligence within Fengning City, regularly reporting to his superior, who would intervene if matters exceeded Wei Fu's capacity. Such a peculiar organizational method affirmed the Dark Pavilion's reputation as the most enigmatic of the 6 halls. with no leads on his parents' whereabouts. A wave of frustration settled within Jiang Chun. Suddenly, he recalled the old mentor, Dong, who had once remarked that without wine and meat, life lacked joy. Jiang Chun retrieved a third-tier demon core from his storage ring and placed it on the table. There is no need for compensation for the failure to complete this task. Young master, Wei Fu waved his hand in refusal. Jiang Chun shook his head. This is not compensation. It is merely a sum for purchasing wine. Would you care to join me for a drink, Manager Wei? He invited. In that moment, Wei Fu was transported back 2 decades in time, when he had just taken over his father's tavern, brimming with ambition. He had envisioned expanding his business throughout the region, especially after aligning with the Dark Pavilion. There was a spirited young man who frequently visited Tianxiang Tower, always insisting on sharing a drink with him. Those days felt as vibrant as a blooming flower. Yet now, over 20 years later, he found himself ensnared within the confines of the small Fengming city. The once mysterious enterprise of the Dark Pavilion had devolved into a monotonous affair after 2 decades of repetition. Returning to the present, Wei Fu sighed softly. I beg your pardon, young Master Jiang, but I have not shared a drink with anyone in many years. Jiang Chun and Manager Wei returned to the tavern. As soon as they arrived, Wei Fu called out to a nearby staff member, Zhang San, fetch the wine. Bring young Master Jiang the finest pear blossom brew, along with some appetizers. The small-statured Zhang San scampered over like a monkey, his expression anxious as he whispered, Manager, the place is already packed with guests, and there are others waiting in line. Wei Fu was displeased with Zhang San's response. Isn't there still a VIP room on the 3rd floor that is unoccupied? A newly arrived esteemed guest is presenting our Tianxiang Tower's VIP token. Zhang San leaned closer to Wei Fu's ear and murmured, That person is not Lord Gu's son, yet he is using Lord Gu's token. And a beautiful woman is accompanying him. Do you think there might be an issue? Zhang San glanced at Jiang Chun, lowering his voice even further. After all, it has been over a month since Lord Gu last visited following that incident. Wei Fu's brow furrowed, and he admonished, since the guest has shown their VIP token, it is not your place to gossip. Hurry and bring the wine to young Master Jiang, and deliver it to the Tian room on the 3rd floor. Zhang San's eyes widened. The Tian room was reserved for hosting distinguished guests and was typically not open to the public. Hastily, he rushed off to fetch the wine. Wei Fu turned to Jiang Chun and said, Please, young Master Jiang, allow me to escort you to the 3rd floor. Jiang Chun agreed and followed the manager upstairs in stark contrast to the bustling chaos of the 1st and 2nd floors. The 3rd floor was noticeably quieter. The VIP rooms and corridors seemed to have undergone special soundproofing, making it difficult to hear any noise from within, regardless of how lively it was inside. The Tian room was adjacent to a first-class VIP room, and unlike the ostentatious decor of the latter, the entire Tian room was adorned in a serene and elegant manner. After guiding Jiang Chun to the room, Wei Fu excused himself to attend to the guests downstairs. Jiang Chun settled comfortably on a soft couch, patiently awaiting the arrival of the staff member, Zhang San, with the wine. Chapter 25. Resonance and Conspiracy seated within the plush confines of the Tian room. Jiang Chun awaited Zhang San's arrival with the wine, when suddenly, a rhythmic series of thuds echoed through the shared wall with the adjacent room. Curiosity piqued, Jiang Chun rose to investigate the source of the sound. Thud! The rhythmic pounding from the other side was reminiscent of a heartbeat. Having been influenced by Dong for over a month, Jiang Chun suddenly grasped what was transpiring in the neighboring room. Alas, he sighed, lamenting the declining morals of society. In such a corrupt world, how could his innocent heart remain untainted? Forming a fist with his right hand, he lightly rapped on the wall to signal to those next door to be mindful of the noise. Yet, whether due to the fervor of their activities or a sheer disregard for the presence of others, the thudding grew even more vigorous. Jiang Chun furrowed his brow, but upon reflection, he reminded himself that he was merely there to drink, and the raucous behavior of the revelers next door was of no concern to him. Thus, he shook his head and turned away, shaking off his thoughts on the decay of virtue. Moments later, the sound from the wall ceased, only for a subtle tremor to be felt beneath his feet. The door to the room swung open, and the diminutive Zhang San entered, carrying a jade flask filled with wine, along with cups and some snacks. With deft hands, he set the wine and food before Jiang Chun. Who would have imagined I would have the honor of serving young Master Jiang? Should you have any requests, please do not hesitate to ask, Zhang San offered eagerly. Jiang Chun, simply wishing to enjoy a drink to alleviate his frustrations, had no particular requests and nodded in acknowledgement. Zhang San, known for his eloquence, quickly struck up a conversation. Young Master Jiang, that day you caused quite the uproar at Tianxiang Tower, diminishing the prestige of all the family heads in the city. I have long admired your courage. Jiang Chun merely smiled in response, intent on navigating the conversation smoothly. Will young Master Jiang be participating in the examination tomorrow? They say you have received an internal recommendation from the Martial Academy and will not be competing. Zhang San inquired curiously. Jiang Chun nodded, but concerned about any potential misunderstandings, clarified, I will indeed be participating tomorrow. Zhang San chuckled with enthusiasm. I told them just that, young Master Jiang. Even at the 3rd level of Qi gathering, you could defeat those at the 7th level. You are an unparalleled genius in Fengning City. When the time comes, you must showcase your prowess so that those myopic family signs may grasp the true meaning of disparity. Jiang Chun shrugged his shoulders. With aspirations to ascend to great heights and transform like a dragon, how could he concern himself with the trivialities of the small fish and shrimp in the muddy waters of Fengning City? However, upon witnessing Zhang San's beaming smile, Jiang Chun couldn't help but be infected by his joy and smiled back. At the tea that moment, he recalled the happenings next door and inquired, Do you know who is in the adjacent room? There's been a persistent thudding against the wall. Upon hearing Jiang Chun's question, the attendant looked at him with a mixture of surprise and disbelief, causing Jiang Chun to feel a twinge of embarrassment. Young Master Jiang is still too young. Such occurrences are quite common in our VIP rooms. The other guests rarely comment, and sometimes acquaintances engage in impromptu revelry together. Zhang San suddenly grinned mischievously, young Master Jiang. Being so youthful and handsome, as well as the foremost talent of Fengning City, I doubt the esteemed guest next door would refuse your invitation. Jiang Chun felt his cheeks flush and hurriedly replied, I would never engage in such absurd behavior. His prior engagement with Yi Yunxue had been a familial alliance, bound by propriety, and any intimacy shared between them was limited to mere embraces. His true ambition lay in reaching the pinnacle of martial arts, and after experiencing Yi Yunxue's betrayal, he was determined to avoid entanglements that could hinder his martial training. At that moment, Zhang San reined in his grin and revealed a concern. The individual next door possesses a token from Lord Gu Shaoqing, yet you are aware that since you caused such a commotion here, Lord Gu has not returned. Strangely, this person is a newcomer. I have been at Tianxiang Tower for several years and have never seen this esteemed guest before. Upon hearing that the individual held Gu Xiaoyang's token, Jiang Chun's interest was piqued. With a token from Gu Xiaoyang, a newcomer, and a penchant for indulgence, could this person be Gu Qianxing, an inner academy disciple sent to oversee the competition for the Imperial Xian Martial Academy? Jiang Chun promptly inquired about the stranger's appearance. Having served as an attendant for several years, Zhang San could recall customers' features with remarkable accuracy and describe the stranger in detail. After listening, Jiang Chun realized that this was indeed Gu Qianxing, the same individual who had previously harassed his cousin, Jiang Xian. Jiang Chun's disdain for Gu Qianxing deepened, considering that this inspector had engaged in such outrageous conduct the night before the competition. The thought of entering the Imperial Xian Martial Academy under the watchful eyes of such a person only added to his displeasure. Noticing Jiang Chun's evident discomfort, Zhang San refrained from further conversation and left with a tray in hand. Having identified Gu Qianxing as the esteemed guest next door, Jiang Chun lost all interest in savoring the renowned Li Hua wine of Tianxiang Tower. He had previously struck Gu Qianxing in the face. And given Gu Qianxing's character, he was certain that the latter would harbor a deep-seated grudge against him. Jiang Chun resolved to return to his old ways and investigate what mischief Gu Qianxing was brewing next door. He opened the window, dusk had fallen, and darkness enveloped the outside world. Focusing his gaze, he activated his 9 nether spirit eyes, revealing everything clearly before him. Jiang Chun swiftly leapt out of the window, gliding to the neighboring room with the grace of a dragonfly skimming the water surface. Like Gu Xiaoyang, Gu Qianxing, being from the same family, had no qualms about leaving the window ajar while plotting his misdeeds. Jiang Chun moved with feline agility, crouching on the eaves without making a sound, a man's voice drifted from within the room. Fengning City is filled with unsophisticated bumpkins who would extol Jiang Chun. That good-for-nothing, merely at the 4th level of Qi gathering. Soon after, a young woman's voice interjected, yet he did defeat Hua De, who was at the 7th level of Qi gathering. Moreover, Yi Yunqiu met her demise because of him. Even the head of the Yi family could not stop him. The man scoffed that Yi Yunqiu lacked sufficient ruthlessness, failing to eliminate Jiang Chun. I possess a hidden weapon, a lethal spirit artifact crafted by the Gu family, the Death Needle. You are at the 4th level of Qi gathering, and you can infuse your energy into this spirit artifact. Tomorrow, during Jiang Chen's match, you can use this needle to launch a surprise attack from the crowd, ensuring his untimely demise. The young woman seemed to hesitate. Suddenly, a sharp slap echoed, followed by the woman's cry of distress. Do you think I am pleading with you? The man's menacing voice overpowered her cries. Jiang Chun listened intently from outside the window. This time, he restrained himself from barging in and causing a scene like he had a month prior. Jiu Qinxing's intentions to harm him were clear. And while he would undoubtedly kill him, now was not the right moment. Once he entered the Imperial Xin Martial Academy with rightful authority, it would be Gu Qinxing's end. Eventually, the young woman capitulated to Gu Qinxing's pressure. After her submission, Gu Qinxing embraced her, promising to bring her into the inner academy and bestow upon her numerous benefits. The woman appeared to be swayed by Gu Qinxing's charm, and the two began exchanging sweet nothings. Throughout their scheming, they remained oblivious to the fact that someone outside the window had overheard everything. Jiang Chun returned quietly to his room, where the wall next door began to tremble once more. After hearing their plot, Jiang Chun felt no curiosity about the wall's tremors. He merely found their noise bothersome. The aroma of the Li Hua wine filled the air, having cooled in the bowl. And Jiang Chun lifted it as if it were water. Drinking deeply, he had always believed that his previous drunkenness at Zhongluo Ridge was due to Old Dong's wine. As he finished the bowl, the potent liquor coursed through him, warming his entire being. It turned out it was not the wine's fault, but rather his own. Soon after, the young man felt his body grow heavy and collapsed onto the soft seat. Succumbing to intoxication. Chapter 26. The delayed arrival of Jiang Chun. Gentle sunlight filtered through the window, warming Jiang Chen's face, and he vaguely heard someone calling his name. Young Master Jiang, young Master Jiang, young Master Jiang. The attendant Jiang San repeatedly patted Jiang Chen's back, his face etched with urgency. Jiang Chun groggily opened his eyes. What happened, Jiang San? Why are you calling for me? Jiang San appeared frantic as he replied. Young Master Jiang, you mentioned that you would participate in the assessment competition, right? If you don't hurry to register, it will be too late, he added, sounding somewhat aggrieved. Everyone is saying you have already secured a recommendation to the Inner Academy and don't need to participate in the competition. But young Master Jiang, you aren't really going to skip it, are you? I must go. Drinking has cost me dearly. Jiang Chun exclaimed, jolting upright and seizing Jiang San's shoulders. What time is it now? Understanding Jiang Chen's panic, Jiang San quickly answered, it's already past half an hour into the hour of the snake. Registration ends at noon. You still have time if you hurry. Thank you. Thank you. I must leave. Jiang Chun expressed his gratitude repeatedly. Leaping out of the window, like a darting sparrow, soaring down from the eaves. The competition was being held in the northern part of the city, and the registration site was in the open area before the stage. The quadrennial competition would determine which 5 families' offspring would escape the shackles of a nameless Fengning city and seize the opportunity for greatness. Thus, the martial arts assessment was of paramount importance to the city. In the open area before there was already teeming with people. The city lord, Gu Minghu, stood in the tower behind the donned in official attire, his demeanor authoritative and serious. Beside him was Gu Qinxing, dressed in the academy uniform. Jiu Minghu, being a side branch of the Gu family, had always looked down upon Gu Qinxing due to his status as city lord. Noticing Jiang Chen's prolonged absence, Gu Qinxing mockingly remarked to Gu Minghu, City Lord Gu, it seems the first genius of Fengning City has no intention of showing up. What a pity! He had originally arranged for a young lady from a prominent family to use the Gu family's hidden weapon, the Death Needle, to ambush Jiang Chun and ensure his tragic end during the competition. However, he hadn't anticipated that Jiang Chun would willingly forego joining the academy, which surpassed Gu Qianxing's expectations. Without Jiang Chun, he could act against Jiang Xian upon returning to the academy. Malicious thoughts stirred within Gu Qianxing that Jiu Minghu too felt a sense of dissatisfaction. While Jiang Chen's reluctance to enter the inner academy was understandable, his tardiness was unacceptable. Could such a person be relied upon? Yet he did not openly express his discontent towards Jiang Chun in front of Gu Qianxing that a mere genius from a small city like Fengning is hardly worthy of my nephew's attention. Gu Minghu coldly stated. Hearing Gu Minghu refer to him as a junior, Gu Qianxing huffed in disdain. Below, the citizens and numerous family scions had already completed their registrations, the much-anticipated appearance of Jiang Chun. The young master of the Jiang family was long overdue, sparking speculation among the crowd. Why hasn't Jiang Chun shown up? Could it be that he is skipping the competition due to the city lord's recommendation? But I heard Jiang Chun relinquished his spot to his cousin, Jiang Xian. He himself still intends to participate. You fool! The opportunity for a spot in the inner academy is a once-in-a-lifetime chance. How could he easily give it to another? As long as Jiang Chun participates, he is guaranteed the top spot. Letting it go to a relative could actually grant the Jiang family an additional spot. But who among you witnessed Jiang Chun defeat Huada? Now, he is still absent. Could be he fears exposing the truth in front of everyone. I saw Jiang Chun at Tinshan Tower yesterday. Could he be hiding there, drinking? Laughter erupted from the crowd. Time quietly slips away, and the doubts and jeers surrounding Jiang Chen's disappearance grow ever louder. Before the martial arts platform, the shadow of the sundial is about to align with the noon marker. And the bare-chested brawny man, next to the registration desk, can no longer resist the urge to strike the gong, signaling the end of sign-ups for a meal, i.s. no one else registering. The registrar inquires loudly, making a final confirmation. Our young master has yet to sign up. Someone from the Jiang family exclaims. Your young master has wet his pants and fled. A voice booms from the crowd. Laughter erupts among the onlookers, clad in a pale blue dress. Jiang Xian steps out from among her family members and softly asks the registrar, May I register on behalf of another? The registrar shakes his head firmly, stating no, it must be done in person. Seeing that the deadline is fast approaching and worried that Jiang Chun might miss it, Jiang Xian grits her silver teeth and declares to the registrar, Then I shall register. Please write my name down. Jiang Xian intends to return the internal courtyard's recommendation token to Jiang Chun and participate in the competition herself. The registrar begins to inscribe Jiang Xian's name. Just as he writes the first character, a shout rings out from afar. Do not close the registration. Jiang Chun has not yet signed up. A young man rushes forward at an astonishing speed, kicking up a cloud of dust as he halts before the registration desk. Upon seeing Jiang Chen's familiar figure, Jiang Xian's eyes sparkle with joy as she calls out, Brother Chun, Jiang Chun, young master Chun has arrived. The Jiang family members are equally elated to see their young master finally make his appearance. Write down Jiang Chen's name. Jiang Chun asserts resolutely to the registrar. The registrar hastily scribbles the character Chun after the previously written Jiang. Just as the last stroke of the character Chun is completed, the bare-chested brawny man notices the sundial perfectly aligned with the marker and swings his hefty arm vigorously. The gong emits a sharp clang as the brawny man announces gruffly to the crowd. Registration is now closed. Jiang Chun breathes a sigh of relief. He has made it just in time. After emerging from the Tinshan pavilion, he had sprinted without pause, oblivious to the myriad strange gazes cast upon him. Drinking truly causes delays. I must abstain from alcohol henceforth. Jiang Chun resolves inwardly. That moment. Mayor Gu Minghu of Fengning City has descended from the tower and stands alone upon the martial arts platform. Addressing the audience with a loud proclamation, the assessment competition shall commence at the beginning of the afternoon and conclude at the end of the evening. Gu Minghu's gaze rests upon Jiang Chun, his eyes reflecting a hint of anger. Jiang Chun's near tardiness has displeased Gu Minghu greatly. This time around, Gu Minghu has not allowed Gu Zhaoyang to attend the competition, fearing that Gu Zhaoyang might form an alliance with Gu Qianxing and, feeling empowered, provoke Jiang Chun. Jiu Minghu has shown no leniency toward Gu Qianxing in recent days. Should Jiang Chun fail to gain admission to the Yushuan Martial Academy, One can only imagine the hardships that await Gu Xiaoyang within the academy's inner courtyard. Jiang Chan understands the source of Gu Minghu's ire and offers an apologetic smile, nodding to indicate his absolute commitment to upholding their agreement. Unbeknownst to him, a man atop the tower is observing him with a sinister gaze. Since you are eager to court death, do not blame me. Gu Qianxing sneers. Chapter 27. A joyous atmosphere. The competition format for the assessment has traditionally been divided into two stages, the elimination round and the ranking round. The number of rounds in the elimination phase depends on the number of participants, and the rules are straightforward. Purely one-on-one confrontations, with a loser being eliminated if the number of participants is odd. One individual will automatically advance to the next round. The matchups are entirely determined by random drawing, resulting in an unpredictable elimination phase filled with surprises. It is entirely possible for the second strongest contender to face off against the strongest in the very first round. Should they lose, even if everyone else in the ranking phase is weaker, they would forfeit their chance to enter the Yushuan Martial Academy. The academy only accepts young disciples under the age of 20 from Fengning City, a rule that has led many talented individuals, once hailed as geniuses, to carry the regret of a single defeat for a lifetime. Many family heads, including Jiang Chen's uncle Jiang Duhai, have fallen victim to this ruthless competition format. Over the years, it has become an established consensus in Fengning City that only the strongest among the youth can secure a place in the martial academy. This is why the title of the foremost youth in Fengning City is held in such high regard. When a number of participants in the elimination phase dwindles to 10 or fewer, the ranking phase commences. The top 5 contestant from this phase will gain admission to the external courtyard of the Yushuan Martial Academy. If a contestant's potential is recognized by the supervising disciples, they may be recommended for a spot in the inner courtyard. However, it is rare for supervising disciples to request inner courtyard qualifications. Even if they identify someone with exceptional talent, for the academy is never short of gifted individuals. As the hour of the afternoon approaches, the assessment competition officially begins under the announcement of Mayor Gu Minghu. Following his declaration, Gu Minghu descends from the martial arts platform and returns to the tower to observe the competition. To his left, Gu Qianxing, an inner courtyard disciple sent by the Yushuan Martial Academy to supervise the competition, leans back in his chair, his expression rife with disdain for the impending contests. Surrounding them are the heads of various families, with Jiang Duhai, the elder of the Jiang family, standing in for the family head. The martial arts platform is flanked by stands constructed by each family, where their members eagerly watch the matches. The area before the platform is packed with citizens of Fengning City who have come to witness the competitions. Nearly 60 young disciples from various families, their cultivation levels ranging from the 3rd to the 6th stage of Qi gathering, will soon clash on the martial arts platform, carrying the weight of their family's destinies. The first match is about to commence. The tall and spacious martial arts platform features stone steps leading up to it. 2 contestants have ascended. Hu Xing, a young lady from the Hu family at the 3rd stage of Qi gathering, and Guan Yu, the young master of the Guan family at the 5th stage. The match is presided over by Helan, the commander of the city guards of Fengning City, who possesses the 9th stage of Qi gathering. Helan's demeanor is serious, and he does not indulge in idle chatter. Standing at the center of the platform, he announces the start of the match before leaping down. To the right of the platform stands Guan Yu, a dark-complexioned youth dressed in black, exuding a sense of both innocence and strength. On the left, Hu Xing, of similar age, glances nervously at her opponent, her large eyes darting between fear and determination upon realizing she faces Guan Yu, a 5th stage contender. Perhaps due to her opponent's delicate appearance, the young man seems hesitant to make the first move. The spectators below witness Guan Yu standing idly, blinking as if waiting for Hu Xing to take the initiative. As a favored contestant, Guan Yu has taken the lead, yet remains motionless, prompting the crowd to begin cheering. Come on, young Master Guan. Your opponent is a beautiful girl. Are you reluctant to strike? Young Master Guan. If you hesitate, just bring her home as your bride. Then you will be family. The raucous shouts from the audience reach the ears of both contestants, causing them to flush with embarrassment. Humph, Hu Xing, feeling flustered and indignant, exclaims, disregarding the disparity in their strengths as she rushes forward to attack. The young lady gathers her energy in her hands and feet, swiftly closing the distance to unleash a flurry of strikes against the dark-skinned youth. The Hu family's martial philosophy emphasizes enduring strikes rather than seeking an immediate victory, aiming for a prolonged engagement during combat. This approach may be reasonable in battles among equals, yet proves ineffective when the weak confront the strong. Hu Xing's attacks resemble a flurry of butterflies among flowers, intricate yet ultimately futile. The disparity in their powers renders her blows akin to wooden objects striking iron plates, causing no damage, while her own limbs feel the backlash from Guan Yu's energy. Guan Yu blocks each of Hu Xing's punches and kicks without the slightest inclination to counterattack. Guan Yu, have you come to compete or to court a bride? The audience's cheers grow louder, and even the disciples from various families join in the revelry. Unexpectedly, the atmosphere surrounding this first match shifts from tense to jubilant. Burdened by her family's expectations, Hu Xing feels as though her efforts are merely tickling her opponent. And now, with the entire city mocking her, she feels her spirits flood out like a broken dam, squatting down and crying in a mix of anger and sorrow. "Oh dear, please do not cry." Guan Yu, already reluctant to inflict harm on such a lovely opponent, finds himself at a loss upon witnessing her tears. The young man stands awkwardly beside her, realizing that this is indeed a critical competition. Yet she remains his adversary whom he is supposed to eliminate. However, he considers it rather cruel to take advantage of a girl at the third stage of Qi gathering. Ultimately, Guan Yu cannot bear the sight of the tearful maiden and bends down to offer her gentle words of comfort. Oh dear! The clamor of the crowd surged forth with a fervor akin to the relentless tide. Atop the tower, the head of the Guan family shook his head in exasperation, sighing at the simplicity of his son, who, despite possessing great talent and a commendable martial disposition, remained too naive. In this small temple of Fengning City, where righteousness was spoken of, others might still regard him with a modicum of respect. Yet upon leaving Fengning City and entering the chaotic milieu of the Yushuan Martial Academy, where dragons and snakes coiled together and human hearts were inscrutable, such displays of benevolence would likely result in his very bones being ground to dust by others. The head of the Hu family observed his daughter's fragile demeanor, and rather than feeling anger, he found a strange delight in her vulnerability. Though his daughter had lost, a union between the two families could still be a splendid affair. Jiang Xian, seated in the stands, was amused by Guan Yu's silly antics and the joyous atmosphere surrounding the crowd. Meanwhile, Jiang Chun was preoccupied, his mind dissecting and analyzing the young women from various families one by one. He distinctly recalled the woman from the previous day's gathering who had claimed to possess a cultivation level of the fourth stage of Qi gathering. Such a level among the younger generation was already considerable, with only a handful of young women reaching this realm. Soon, Jiang Chun noticed a young, beautiful, and delicate woman in the Li family's section, fidgeting restlessly. While the Li family members laughed heartily, she exhibited a countenance of anxiety and fear, frequently glancing up towards the direction of Gu Qianxing atop the tower. Her cultivation level was precisely that of the fourth stage of Qi gathering. Jiang Chen's heart leapt with recognition. He had indeed found the woman from last night. Chapter 28. Too weak. The first match concluded with Hu Xing of the Hu family conceding defeat, in stark contrast to the previous match's lightheartedness. The subsequent contest pitted evenly matched opponents against each other, with neither side yielding an inch. The brutality of these battles left every participant bloodied and exhausted, driven by a fierce resolve to fight to the bitter end. Each clash, whether exquisite or domineering, elicited gasps of astonishment from the crowd. The atmosphere of the martial arena was drawn back to the tension and gravity befitting the great competitions of yore. Jiang Chen's duel was scheduled for the sixth match. Facing Li Wuzi of the Li family, who was also at the fourth stage of Qi gathering, Jiang Chun ascended the steps from the right side of the arena, standing calmly before his opponent. Li Wuzi was the second son of the Li family, with his elder brother being the Li family's young master, Li Xiangxian, the only cultivator of the sixth stage of Qi gathering among the younger generation in Fengning City. Jiang Chun, the foremost genius of Fengning City. The spectators erupted into a fervor, chanting Jiang Chen's name, creating a tremendous roar. 2 months prior, Jiang Chen's exploits at the Tianxiang Tower had spread throughout the city. His victory over opponents of the fourth stage had left a lasting impression on the citizens of Fengning City, Thus he was hailed as the preeminent genius among the youth. Jiang Chun. You are quite the spectacle, Li Wuzi spat venomously. Jiang Chun had gained fame while still at the third stage of Qi gathering, a level beneath his own, yet he had effortlessly usurped the title of the foremost genius that rightfully belonged to Li Xiangqian, which had fostered deep envy within Li Wuzi. Jiang Chun sensed the palpable malice emanating from his opponent, but was perplexed by its origins. He had enmities with Yi Feng and Gu Qianxing. That much was certain. Yet, he had no prior acquaintance with Li Wuzi, leaving him to wonder what grievance could possibly exist between them. Thus, with a hint of confusion, Jiang Chun inquired, "Do we know each other?" Upon hearing this question, Li Wuzi's face flushed crimson with rage, interpreting Jiang Chun's words as disdain. Before the judge could officially announce the start of the duel, Li Wuzi charged at Jiang Chun. The audience, witnessing Li Wuzi's disregard for martial decorum, erupted into a chorus of boos that on the left side of the stands, the Li family's retainers began to rally, vociferously supporting their second son. Second Master is valiant. Bravo, Second Master, use cunning to crush that Jiang brat's spirit. Young scions from families allied with the Li family also joined in the cheers. Jiang Chun, however, paid no mind to Li Wuzi's underhanded approach. Since his decisive victory over the fifth-stage Thunderhawk with the Nine Nether Sword at Zhengluoling, he found little interest in the so-called young talents of Fengning City. As he observed Li Wuzi striding towards him, a singular thought crossed Jiang Chun's mind. Too weak, with a hint of resignation, Jiang Chun shook his head. Facing such an opponent, he felt he need not even employ his energy, let alone activate the Nine Nether Battle Body. Li Wuzi's entire being surged with vitality, with rolling energy coalescing in his right fist, amplifying its might. The sound of his punch resonated, echoing like the roar of tigers and leopards within the arena. His Qi, gathering fourth-stage nephew, has already cultivated the tiger-leopard fist to a level that can break the air and create sound. He is indeed an exceptional martial talent with boundless potential. The head of the Zhao family praised Li Han, head of the Li family, from atop the tower. Yet it still lacks refinement. My son's tiger-leopard fist is still wanting, far from matching that of his elder brother. Li's patriarch voiced, though inwardly he relished Zhao's praise, wearing a smug smile. Observing the exchange between the two family heads, Gu Qianxing, lounging nearby, could not help but sneer. Despite his disdain for Jiang Chun, he recognized that Jiang Chun had no regard for Li Wuzi at all. He glanced toward the right side of the stands, where a young, delicate woman was anxiously gazing up at the tower. Their eyes met, and Gu Qianxing's icy gaze signaled her to use the lethal needle to assassinate Jiang Chun on stage. At that moment, all eyes were riveted on the clash between Jiang Chun and Li Wuzi. Oblivious to the discreet communication occurring between the 2.1 was a high-ranking inspector from the Yushuan Martial Academy. The other a seemingly gentle and demure young lady of the Li family. Who would suspect their clandestine connection? As the crowd witnessed Li Wuzi launching a fervent assault with his lethal tiger-leopard fist, Jiang Chun remained composed, displaying no sign of panic. Most assumed he would attempt to evade Li Wuzi's ferocious first strike. However, Jiang Chun's response left everyone astounded, as Li Wuzi's fist drew within a foot of Jiang Chun. He deftly caught Li Wuzi's right fist with his claw-like hand, causing the energy within to dissipate abruptly, halting Li Wuzi's ferocious momentum. Li Wuzi was taken aback. How could such a powerful punch be effortlessly caught by Jiang Chun? Yet, Jiang Chun's movements were not yet complete. Grasping Li Wuzi's fist, he swiftly yanked back, seizing his waist with his left hand, spinning around with a flourish, and without waiting for Li Wuzi to struggle. He hurled him off the martial platform, but in a mere instant, the tides of battle had completely reversed, leaving spectators in utter disbelief that a thunderous applause erupted from the masses below, with townsfolk exclaiming in delight. Bravo, young Master Jiang, splendid work. However, from the stands occupied by the various families, murmurs of discontent began to ripple. This hardly resembles a martial contest. What Jiang Chun employed was clearly a mundane wrestling technique. What nonsense is this supposed first genius using? Is Li Wuzi merely playing along for some favor? To the discerning experts, Jiang Chen's earlier maneuver may have appeared simplistic and crude, yet executing it with such precision and decisiveness was no small feat. It signified that Jiang Chen's prowess vastly surpassed that of his opponent. Behind the martial platform, atop the tower, the head of the Li family wore a grim expression upon witnessing his second son being tossed off the stage like cargo. Beside him, several allied heads exchanged glances, unsure of how to respond. The city lord, Gu Minghu, sat regally in his chair, his eyes sparkling with excitement. His bet on Jiang Chun had indeed proven astute. Gu Xiaoyang's future at the Yushuan Martial Academy was now secure. Seated beside him, Gu Qianxing's countenance darkened. Despite Jiang Chen's weak opponent, his dazzling performance incited a surge of resentment within him. Jiu You Qianxing gripped the armrest of his chair tightly, his fingers turning pale with tension. He must die in a most humiliating manner. This low-born waste must not be allowed to rise above me. Gu Qianxing hastily turned his gaze towards the viewing platform of the Li family. Urging the woman to swiftly employ the lethal needle to ambush Jiang Chun, Jiu You Minghu noticed the unusual expression on Gu Qianxing's face, yet he remained oblivious to the animosity that had developed between Jiang Chun and Gu Qianxing. Gu Minghu merely assumed that this inner courtyard disciple from the family, harboring a petty mind, was envious of Jiang Chen's talent after witnessing his performance, and he coldly turned away. Chapter 29. The challenge of hidden weapons. Li Wuzi swiftly rolled over, leaping back onto the stage after being thrown off by Jiang Chun. Although he had not sustained any serious injuries, the humiliation of being publicly cast aside filled him with profound shame. Li Wuzi believed that Jiang Chun had only resorted to cunning tactics and dared not confront him head-on. They say you're just a wild brat without parental guidance, resorting to such despicable tricks in a grand competition. Li Wuzi fumed, berating Jiang Chun. Jiang Chun had no intention of striking hard, but upon hearing Li Wuzi's insults, his brows furrowed that he had shown mercy, yet instead of gratitude, it had only fueled the arrogance of his opponent. It seemed that being overly lenient often led to trouble, Jiang Chun reflected. Given that the other party was so obstinate, he resolved to take the initiative. With a swift stride, Jiang Chun advanced, delivering a punch at Li Wuzi. This blow was devoid of any infused energy, appearing rather plain and unadorned. Li Wuzi was taken aback by Jiang Chen's speed, while simultaneously enraged that Jiang Chun had not utilized any energy for the strike. Clearly, Jiang Chun was belittling him. You dare not use your energy? Jiang Chun, you will pay for this. With a surge of murderous intent, Li Wuzi concentrated all his energy in his right fist and unleashed the tiger leopard fist once more. Vowing to redeem his earlier humiliation, in a split second, Jiang Chen's fist collided with the energy-charged punch of Li Wuzi. Bang! The forces unleashed in that instant erupted, sending shockwaves through the air. The sound of a crisp fracture echoed as Li Wuzi's right arm broke. Simultaneously, his body was sent flying, a spray of blood erupting into the air. Li Wuzi was utterly defeated in one blow, and the arena fell into a stunned silence. Everyone knew Jiang Chun was formidable, yet none anticipated that Li Wuzi, also at the fourth stage of energy accumulation, would be so easily bested. Even more alarming was the fact that Jiang Chun had not employed any energy throughout the duel. To the spectators, despite his lower cultivation, Jiang Chen's actual combat abilities had reached an unfathomable level. That moment, Jiang Chen noticed on the Li family viewing platform a woman, previously allied with Gu Qianxing, drawing out a silver needle aimed at him. This woman was none other than Li Wuzi's sister, the esteemed Miss Li Xianping. Upon realizing that Li Xianping was the one colluding with Gu Qianxing, Jiang Chun kept a vigilant eye on her movements. Seeing her brother defeated by Jiang Chun, Li Xianping hastily retrieved the lethal needle given to her by Gu Qianxing the day before, intending to launch a surprise attack on Jiang Chun before the match was declared over, to secure victory for her brother. With a barely audible whoosh, the lethal needle, infused with energy, shot forth from her hand, carving a delicate silver line through the air, aimed directly at Jiang Chen's face on the tower. Gu Qianxing witnessed Li Xianping's secretive maneuver. Jiang Chun, this lethal needle is a specially crafted weapon of our esteemed Gu family. Exceedingly treacherous. It is laced with the venom of a fifth-tier demon beast, the five-poison toad. Once struck, Your vitality below the consciousness level will surely be extinguished. Seeing the silver needle hurtling towards Jiang Chun, Gu Qianqing was convinced that Jiang Chun was doomed, a triumphant expression gracing his features. The saying goes, a clear shot is easy to evade, but a hidden arrow is hard to defend against. Aside from Gu Qianqing, no one else in the audience noticed the poisonous silver needle flying through the air. Jiang Chun recognized the silver needle as a covert attack against him, his eyes turning icy. Since it was the members of the Li family colluding with Gu Qianqing to conspire against him, they would bear the consequences of their own actions. Jiang Chun seized Li Wuji's body and hurled him upwards to shield himself from the incoming attack. Puff! The lethal needle pierced Li Wuji's body. Upon witnessing the needle meant for Jiang Chun embedded in her brother, Li Xianping was struck by lightning, her face paling instantly. Shortly after hitting the ground, Li Wuji's limbs began to convulse uncontrollably, the veins on his exposed skin bulging grotesquely. After a series of spasms, his body froze in an exceedingly unnatural position, rendering him motionless. The crowd began to murmur among themselves. What is happening? Why does the second young master of the Li family appear as though he's been killed by Jiang Chun? Did Jiang Shaozhu strike with such ferocity, or does Li Wuji harbor some hidden ailment? Oh no! He has been killed. Whether among the spectators below, the various families on the sides, or the heads of the clans in the tower, everyone took note of the grave incident at hand. Li Wuji was dead. Only Li Xianping and Gu Qianqing were aware that Li Wuji's demise was due to the hidden weapon. Everyone else assumed he had been slain by Jiang Chun. In the tower, the head of the Li family, Li Hanya, was filled with grief and fury, rushing towards Jiang Jia's elder, Jiang Duhai. You Jiang family are truly ruthless, striking my son with lethal force. You must pay for my son's death. Seeing that Jiang Chun had killed Li Wuji, Jiang Duhai was equally astonished. Chun'er has truly stirred up a great calamity this time. Jiang Chun had always been seen as gentle and kind in Jiang Duhai's eyes. He never imagined that Jiang Chun would cause the death of the Li family's second son. Calm down, head Li. This was an accident. Perhaps Wuji is not dead yet. Faced with Li Hanya's frenzied demeanor, Jiang Duhai felt a twinge of panic and hurriedly attempted to soothe him that my son is already devoid of breath. How could he still be alive? Well, Jiang Duhai, you shield your nephew who bullies and kills. I will have both you and your nephew pay for my son's life. Li Hanya's eyes bulged with rage, and within the tower, the sounds of thunderous roars echoed as his immense energy surged through his body, all converging into his fists. The head of the Li family vowed to engage in a bloody battle with Jiang Duhai following his son's death. The various clan heads surrounded the two, voices rising in a cacophony of advice and incitement. Head Li, do not act impulsively. The safety of Wuji is of utmost importance. Someone has died, yet you still urge restraint. I believe the Jiang family must take responsibility. Jiang Duhai, your Jiang Chun has grown increasingly audacious. Last time he held the young lord hostage, and this time he dares to harm the Li family's prodigy under the guise of a duel. What punishment should he face? Just then, a voice of great authority rang out. You are all the heads and elders of the various families in Fengning City, yet while a competition is underway, you dare to brawl? What kind of decorum is this? Do you not regard me, Gu Minghu, with any respect? The speaker was none other than Gu Minghu, the lord of Fengning City, who stood up from his seat with a serious expression. The pressure of a powerful cultivator filled the air, causing all present to feel an implicit weight. Under this oppressive force, Li Hanya's fury subsided as he clasped his hands towards Gu Minghu, saying, Lord City Master, my son has always been honest and friendly in the city, humble and respectful. Today he met a tragic end at the hands of Jiang Chun. How can I not harbor resentment? I beseech you to see this matter clearly. Gu Minghu's expression remained impassive, evidently unmoved by Li Hanya's plea. Since the assessment competition is a grand opportunity bestowed upon us by the higher authorities, all families have previously signed an agreement regarding life and death. Therefore, conflicts of life and death on this martial stage are to be expected that in previous years, there have been instances of life and death in the competitions. And even members of your Li family have caused deaths. The rules have always been understood as such. No one has ever held your family accountable. Today, Li Wuji perished due to his inferior skills. What responsibility does Jiang Chun bear? Gu Minghu's words rang with authority, and the surrounding clan heads nodded in agreement. What the city master says is indeed correct, although Li Wuxi's death is tragic. Since he stepped onto the stage for the Martial Academy's opportunity, his death cannot be blamed on his opponent. Alas, Wuxi was indeed outmatched. Let it go, head Li, old Li, in the realm of martial arts. Life and death are fated. Please accept my condolences. Though Li Hanya was seething with rage, he dared not unleash it before Gu Minghu and could only begrudgingly acquiesce and tea that moment. A chilling voice pierced the air beside Gu Minghu, like an arrow striking the ears of all present. That may be so, but Jiang Chen's actions against his fellow martial artists are brutal and ruthless, as the supervising disciple dispatched by the Martial Academy. I, Gu Qinxing, cannot allow such a malevolent and unscrupulous individual to enter the academy, and I demand the cancellation of Jiang Chen's qualification to participate in the competition. The crowd turned their attention to the speaker. The supervising disciple sent by the Martial Academy, Gu Qinxing. Chapter 30. Strength above all. Li Hanya had originally thought that hope was lost, but upon hearing Gu Qinxing's words, his eyes suddenly lit up. Stepping forward, Li Hanya bowed deeply to Gu Qinxing, tears streaming down his face as he implored, "Esteemed envoy Gu, I beseech you to seek justice for my son." Upon learning that Gu Qinxing hailed from the illustrious Gu family of Yushuan, several family heads began to echo in agreement. Indeed, indeed, how tragically did Wuxi meet his end. If the culprit Jiang Chun remains at large, my heart shall find no peace. The words of envoy Gu carry substantial weight. Jiang Chun, a man devoid of virtue and brutality, surely has no right to enter the Martial Academy. I wholeheartedly support envoy Gu's intention to punish him severely and revoke his qualifications for the competition. In my humble opinion, Jiang Chen's previous evasion of punishment during the incident at Tianxiang Tower has sown the seeds of calamity, resulting in his arrogance and grievous misdeeds. He must be dealt with harshly to serve as a warning to others. As practitioners of martial arts, we cannot emulate Jiang Chen's singular focus on martial prowess while neglecting moral integrity. One must recognize that esteemed figures like envoy Gu uphold the principles of martial ethics. Those family heads who disagreed fell silent, wary of offending Gu Qinxing due to his esteemed lineage. The city lord, Gu Minghu, appeared grim, his eyes flashing with menace as he observed Gu Qinxing's unwarranted interference. Gu Minghu, having descended from a collateral branch of the Gu family, bore a lineage that traced back to a familial servant. Through diligent service, his ancestors were granted the Gu surname, which has been passed down through 3 generations, thus elevating their status from servitude. Jiu You Minghu, possessing considerable talent, had independently reached the concentration realm and was appointed as the city lord of Fengning. The Yushuan Gu family. Fengning was a mere backwater, and sending a lowly collateral branch like Gu Minghu to manage it was most suitable. However, in Gu Minghu's eyes, Fengning was part of the great Zhou dynasty, and he held the city lord seal granted by the Hall of Rights. This small city would become the foundation he would pass on to his descendants. He did not wish for his lineage to become mere servants to the main Gu family, but rather to establish themselves as rulers of Fengning, thereby becoming the Fengning Gu family. The 2 recommended positions from the Yushuan Martial Academy represent an opportunity for the Fengning Gu family to rise. Regrettably, his son Gu Xiaoyang had, under his protection, become an indolent wastrel. Among the young talents in Fengning, only Jiang Chun stood out, both in strength and character. In Gu Minghu's eyes, only Jiang Chun could safeguard Gu Xiaoyang at the Yushuan Martial Academy. Thus, Gu Minghu had resolved to endorse Jiang Chun, even if an accident were to occur in the competition, although the examination was a means for the Yushuan Martial Academy to recruit disciples. The Hall of Rights was responsible for its administration across the various cities within Yushuan Prefecture. In other words, all matters concerning the competition in Fengning were under the purview of city Lord Gu Minghu, including the reporting of victorious candidates. Jiu You Minghu scoffed, stating, "I, Gu Minghu, have served as the city lord of Fengning for 25 years and have presided over 6 assessment competitions. Each time, I have adhered strictly to the rules set forth by the Hall of Rights and the Martial Academy, never daring to overstep. Since Jiang Chun has registered for the competition and emerged victorious, he naturally qualifies for admission into the academy, with no mention of martial ethics being relevant. Although Qianxing's nephew is an inspector, he cannot unilaterally make decisions that violate established protocols. Gu Minghu's stance was unwavering, refusing to yield. The inspectors sent by the academy were merely ordinary disciples tasked with observing potential talents and ensuring fairness during the competition. They wielded little authority in a small city like Fengning. The academy hardly cared about discovering talents, and thus, these inspectors often treated their role as a leisurely outing, collecting rewards distributed by the academy. Gu Minghu, possessing keen insight, quickly discerned that Gu Qianxing's talents likely held no significance within the family, and he would probably rank at the bottom within the academy's inner court. How infuriating it was that this individual, relying on his family background, had managed to become an inner court disciple and dared to wield influence in Fengning. Gu Qianxing did not expect Gu Minghu to publicly undermine him, and upon hearing Gu Minghu's words, his expression darkened. As the city lord and a practitioner of the concentration realm, Gu Qianxing felt his anger boil, yet he refrained from completely severing ties with Gu Minghu. Gu Minghu, just wait. Frustrated, Gu Qianxing chose not to observe the competition further and, with a grim countenance, swept his sleeves and departed. Upon seeing Gu Qianxing leave, Gu Minghu remained unfazed, calmly returning to his seat as city lord to continue watching the competition. It was not uncommon for an inspector to miss the entirety of the competition. Gu Qianxing's threats were mere bluster. Although the onlookers witnessed the conflict between the two, they understood the adage that a powerful dragon cannot subdue a local snake, with their families needing to navigate Fengning. They dared not speak further against Gu Minghu. The tower soon fell silent again. Recognizing that Gu Minghu had withstood Gu Qianxing's pressure, Jiang Duohai finally let out a long sigh of relief. However, no one noticed that Li Hanya and Yi Liangtian, the heads of the Li and Yi families, had quietly departed one after the other. Ever since the rumor spread that Jiang Chun had killed the Li family's second son, Li Wuzi, Jiang Chen's reputation in Fengning had plummeted. Once hailed as a prodigious talent and martial arts anomaly, he was now labeled a fearsome demon who killed without hesitation. The upside was that Jiang Chen's opponents, upon seeing him enter the arena, would tremble uncontrollably, begging for mercy before he even made a move. After all, the tragic sight of Li Wuzi falling to the ground was witnessed by all. Who would dare gamble their life against a ruthless killer? The downside was that not only had Jiang Chen's reputation suffered, but the entire Jiang family had also been dragged down with him. After 2 days, the elimination rounds concluded, revealing the final 8 contestants for the ranking competition. Among these 8, only Li Xiangxian from the Li family was at the 6th level of Qi gathering, while Yi Feng and Guan Yu, the heirs of the Yi and Guan families, were at the 5th level. The 4th level was represented by Jiang Chun, Li Xianping, Hu Wansheng, and Zhao Honglai. Lastly, the dark horse of this competition was Lu Fengye, a loose cultivator at the 3rd level. Lu Fengye's advancement to the ranking competition was not merely fortuitous. He had triumphed over stronger opponents in the elimination rounds, defeating 2 at the 4th level. With today's competition concluded, the spectators and family members gradually dispersed. Jiang Chun and Jiang Xian remained behind, while their uncle Jiang Duohai had already returned to the Jiang family's viewing platform. He comforted Jiang Chun, saying, "They say seeing is believing, Chun'er. I have watched you grow since childhood, and I know your character better than anyone. Your talent and strength are indeed remarkable, which has led to envy and resentment. Remember, those who do not face envy are mediocre. Your father faced similar circumstances. In good times, he was praised for his charm and elegance, but in bad times, he was criticized for straying from the righteous path, ultimately leading to misfortune. So, remember that this world values strength above all. Do not be swayed by the empty names others bestow upon you." Listening to his uncle's earnest counsel, Jiang Chun nodded solemnly. Rest assured, Uncle Jiang Chun will remember. Chapter 31. The Will of the Fist of Lu Fengye. In the early morning, the streets of Fengning City were deserted, as citizens and members of various clans flocked to the northern part of the city. Today marked the ranking day of the assessment competition. Everyone was eager to discover which individuals would ultimately secure the 5 coveted spots at the Yuxuanwu Academy, as well as the final standings of these 5 contenders. According to the rules, the 8 participants entering the ranking competition were to be arranged in order of their cultivation levels and ages. Subsequently, those with lower rankings would take the stage to challenge those ranked higher. Should a lower-ranked individual triumph over a higher-ranked opponent, they would assume the latter's position, while the defeated would descend to the victor's original rank. Conversely, if a lower-ranked contender were to lose, the rankings would remain unchanged. The ranking competition consisted of 2 rounds, culminating in a definitive ranking for the 8 participants, with the top 5 earning the right to enter the Outer Academy of Yuxuanwu. While it was true that all 5 could enter the Yuxuanwu Academy, in essence, there was little difference among them. The path of martial arts has always been one of pursuing supremacy. No one is content to play second fiddle. Only those with an indomitable spirit can achieve invincibility. And only the strongest can garner the most accolades and glory. For the various clans, having their offspring claim first place in the assessment competition was a matter of great pride. As the clock struck the second quarter of the hour, a burly man banged a gong, which resonated with a series of clangs, signaling the official commencement of the ranking competition. The 8 participants who advanced to this stage were Li Xiangqian, Yi Feng, Guan Yu, Li Xianping, Zhao Honglai, Hu Wansheng, Jiang Chun, and Lu Fengye. The 8th-ranked Lu Fengye was the first to step onto the martial arts platform at the age of 15. He was a slender youth, reportedly hailing from a once prosperous family, now fallen on hard times. Among the 8 participants, Lu Fengye was the only one clad in humble attire. This seemingly unremarkable individual, without the protection of a clan, had managed to defeat stronger opponents and advance to the ranking competition, leaving everyone curious about whom he would challenge first. All those ranked above him boasted formidable backgrounds, and the only one with a slightly lesser standing, Jiang Chun, was known for his brutality. Unless Lu Fengye had lost his senses, he would not dare to select Jiang Chun as his opponent. Standing upon the platform, Lu Fengye proclaimed loudly, "I challenge Zhao Honglai, ranked 5th. The crowd erupted in gasps upon hearing Lu Fengye's audacious challenge to Zhao Honglai. This assessment competition featured 4 prominent favorites: Li Xiangqian, Guan Yu, Yi Feng, and Jiang Chun. Their prowess far surpassed that of the others, and regardless of how they fared against one another, the top 4 positions were virtually predetermined. The remaining spot was to be contested among Li Xianping, Hu Wansheng, Zhao Honglai, and Lu Fengye. Among these 4, Lu Fengye had the lowest cultivation level and lacked clan support, leading many to believe that his best option was to remain comfortably in 8th place. Given Lu Fengye's innate talent, it was already a foregone conclusion that he would secure a position in the next Yuxuanwu Academy intake. There was no need for him to seek unnecessary hardships at this juncture. In the tower above, the patriarch of the Zhao family, sporting a full beard, displayed an expression of displeasure upon hearing that his son had been challenged by Lu Fengye. This wild boy truly knows no bounds. Merely qualifying for the ranking competition is already a boon from his ancestors. Yet he dares to entertain thoughts of entering the academy, should he defeat the other 3 to claim the final spot. I shall swallow the plaque before our Zhao family's entrance hole. Do refrain from making wild bets. That plaque at the Zhao family entrance is indeed quite substantial. A friendly patriarch jested. Laughter erupted among the gathered heads of families. Just as the laughter subsided, Gu Minghu inquired, "Where is the head of the Li family? Has he not arrived today?" "He hasn't come, nor has the head of the Yi family." One patriarch responded. Jiu Minghu furrowed his brows. Since the fallout with him, Gu Qinqing had not made an appearance. The heads of the Li and Yi families, Li Hanya and Yi Liangtan, had also been absent for 2 days. Could it be that the 3 were conspiring together? Gu Minghu's heart filled with unease. However, their clansmen and offspring were currently present below. Regardless of any ulterior motives they might harbor, they surely would not jeopardize their own kin. With this thought, Gu Minghu felt somewhat reassured and redirected his attention to the ongoing competition. At that moment, Zhao Honglai had gained a decisive upper hand. Ultimately, Lu Fengye's cultivation was insufficient, and after several exchanges, he was struck and sustained an injury to his leg. "You possess commendable talent. Had your background been more favorable, even a slightly more respectable family, you would undoubtedly have secured a position among the top 4. Zhao Honglai remarked impassively as he approached Lu Fengye, preparing to deliver a finishing blow. Lu Feng, undeterred, retorted, I require no familial protection. I can still triumph over you. Then you shall perish, Zhao Honglai declared, unleashing a powerful punch aimed directly at Lu Fengye's heart. Unable to evade due to his leg injury, Lu Fengye was left with no choice but to confront the blow head-on. Clenching his fist tightly, he channeled his internal energy, determination etched on his face. Devoid of fear, I will not be defeated. With a fierce cry, Lu Fengye retaliated with a punch of his own. From the stands, Jiang Qian's eyes lit up as he witnessed Lu Fengye's strike. Zhao Honglai will lose, Jiang Qian stated slowly. Jiang Qian, intrigued by her brother's conviction, inquired, What leads you to that conclusion, Brother Qian? Although she had noticed a shift in Lu Fengye's demeanor, she couldn't grasp why Jiang Qian was so certain Zhao Honglai would falter. After all, the disparity in their realms could not be easily bridged by sheer tenacity. Seeing the puzzled expression on Jiang Qian's face, Jiang Qian smiled. Because Lu Fengye has comprehended the will of the fist. No sooner had Jiang Qian's words left his lips than an astonishing scene unfolded on the martial arts platform. As their fists collided, Zhao Honglai's sleeve tore apart, revealing his pale skin beneath. Following that, his arm seemed to split open, as if countless sharp forces were swirling around it. Slicing through flesh, Lu Fengye's punch appeared intent on shattering everything in its path, reducing all to dust. Under the weight of such formidable intent, Zhao Honglai's arm began to twist unnaturally. Zhao Honglai screamed in agony. The immense force, accompanied by a gust of wind, sent him flying. Bang! Zhao Honglai crashed heavily to the ground. Following that strike, he lay on the platform, gasping for breath, devoid of any vitality. In the tower above, the heads of the families were left in shock at Lu Fengye's astonishing blow. It has been years since anyone has comprehended the will of martial arts, the crowd whispered like tiny mosquitoes. Fearful of raising their voices lest they attract the ire of Jiang Qian. Observing the dread and suspicion directed towards him from below, Jiang Qian felt a ripple of amusement within. Channeling his inner strength, he declared, I challenge Li Xianping. His voice resonated through the arena like thunder. What? Li Xianping? Surely I misheard. The audience erupted into a cacophony of astonishment. Jiang Qian chose not to challenge the formidable Li Xiangqian, nor the fierce Yi Feng or the astute Guan Yu, but instead set his sights on the sole woman among the 8 contenders, Li Xianping. Particularly since Jiang Qian and Yi Feng, as well as Li Xiangqian, were entangled in a rivalry that bordered on vendetta. Jiang Qian, you shameless scoundrel! Afraid to face true warriors, you seek to bully the beautiful and delicate Miss Li. The spectators above were incensed, condemning his audacity to prey upon the weak. Jiang Qian blinked in disbelief. Did Brother Qian mean to show me something interesting? Is this what he meant? Li Xianping stepped forward. Jiang Qian's voice, amplified by his power, echoed throughout the arena. He drew a stone sword from his waist, pointing it menacingly at a woman seated in the Li family's section. Her complexion turned as pale as parchment, staring in shock at the youth directing his weapon towards her. Jiang Qian's challenge was a clear indication that he had unearthed her secret. The crowd rallied in support of Li Xianping, deeming Jiang Qian's actions malicious, fearing he intended to commit an act of brutality. The Li family members reacted with particular fervor, with Li Xiangqian's eyes burning with fury as he could no longer remain seated. Eager to protect his sister, how dare you act so arrogantly, Jiang Qian? Allow me to confront you. Jiang Qian ignored Li Xiangqian, his gaze icy as he mouthed 2 words to Li Xianping. Upon deciphering his intent, she trembled as if struck by lightning. Fearing that Jiang Qian would publicly reveal her involvement in the poisoning of Li Wuzi, she staggered to the martial stage to confront him. In her pallid state, her naturally delicate beauty appeared even more pitiable. You must not face Jiang Qian. Let me take the challenge. Li Xiangqian hastily intervened, turning angrily to Jiang Qian. A silver spear appeared in Li Xiangqian's hand in an instant. Let me rid the world of this Jiang Qian. His rage was palpable, eyes nearly aflame. Jiang Qian had usurped his title, slain his brother, and now targeted his sister. His indignation knew no bounds. He longed to step onto the stage and fight Jiang Qian to the death. No, please don't. If he insists, I must go. The woman urgently protested. Absolutely not. I cannot allow you to take such a risk that I care not for that fully woozy. But you are different. Li Xiangqian's words moved Li Xianping to tears. But she gazed longingly at Jiang Chun that if she chose not to accept the challenge, he would undoubtedly expose her secret. Yet before Li Xianping could wrestle with her dilemma, Li Xiangqian made the decision for her. Li Xianping concedes. He shouted vehemently at Jiang Chun, "I Xianping." Dazed, returned to her seat, knowing her fate now rested entirely in Jiang Chun's hands. Upon her concession, a collective sigh of relief swept through the audience. Well done, conceding is wise. Avoiding the wrath of this madman Jiang Chun is paramount. Jiang Chun stood proudly on the stage, unfazed by the surrounding criticism. It was said that the ancient divine beast Zhuge feared not the myriad poisons. No matter how deadly or terrifying, all would be transformed into its own strength. For Jiang Chun, such disparagement could only serve to make him stronger. At that moment, the judge Elan ascended the martial stage to announce Li Xianping's concession, declaring Jiang Chun the victor. Jiang Chun advanced from 7th to 4th place. With a sardonic smile, he descended the stage, choosing not to disclose that Li Wuzi had actually been killed by Li Xianping. The ranking competition continued. Next, Hu Wanqing fell to Yi Feng, suffering severe injuries, losing an arm to Yi Feng's sword strike, thus rendering him unable to continue in the subsequent battle. Guan Yu was defeated by Li Xiangqian. Although their fight was fiercely contested, Guan Yu ultimately conceded to preserve his strength for the next round. Thus concluded the first round of rankings, with the standings as follows: Li Xiangqian, Yi Feng, Guan Yu, Jiang Chun, Lu Fengye, Hu Wansheng, Li Xianping, and Zhao Honglai. Zhao Honglai, having been utterly incapacitated in his match against Lu Fengye, was taken back to the Zhao family for urgent care, leaving him in the last position without question. Hu Wansheng, too, was gravely wounded in his bout with Yi Feng, losing his chance to vie for a place in the martial academy. The next round would see a clash among Li Xiangqian, Yi Feng, Guan Yu, Jiang Chun, Lu Fengye, and Li Xianping. In the eyes of the audience, each of these 6 competitors held unique strengths that had brought them this far. After witnessing the brutal struggles of the previous round, who could dare to predict which of these 6 would ultimately triumph? Chapter 33. Li Xianping's choice. The second round of rankings commenced in the afternoon. The first to take the stage was the esteemed Miss Li Xianping, the only woman among the competitors. Throughout this grand competition, countless hearts had quietly been captivated by her charm, leading to restless days and sleepless nights. Miss Li is finally on stage. Xianping, my dream sweetheart. Draped in white, Li Xianping ascended the martial stage with an enchanting grace, drawing countless fervent and infatuated gazes that fixated on her every move. On the Jiang family's viewing platform, Jiang Xian scoffed at Li Xianping's display. However, upon glancing beside her, she found Jiang Chun equally captivated, a smile playing on his lips. "Brother Chun, what are you smiling about?" Jiang Xian questioned, her tone tinged with discontent. "Sister Xian, who do you think Li Xianping will challenge?" Jiang Chun countered, avoiding her inquiry. "How would I know? She wouldn't dare challenge you, would she? If she intended to, she wouldn't have refused you this morning." Jiang Chen's smile deepened. "Perhaps she turned me down earlier, but secretly wished not to his words." Jiang Xian's heart raced in confusion. "Brother Chun, you can't possibly have fallen for that vixen Li Xianping, can you? That makes no sense. Please don't let your thoughts wander." Her voice chimed like a delicate bell, attempting to rouse him from his reverie. "You are unaware of how she truly is behind closed doors, but I am quite well informed," Jiang Chun teased. Panic surged within Jiang Xian. Had they met in secret? You in secret? She stammered, her mind conjuring images of Jiang Chun and Li Xianping alone together, leaving her flustered and unable to articulate her thoughts. "Indeed," Jiang Chun asserted confidently, "Li Xianping has been colluding with that lecherous Gu Qianxing, who previously toyed with you." "What?" Jiang Xian was taken aback. Jiang Chun mistook her shock for surprise, unaware of her earlier misinterpretation, and continued, "The other day at Tianxiang Tower, I overheard them discussing plans to ambush me during my match." "What?" Upon realizing Li Xianping's intent to betray him, Jiang Xian regained her composure, her eyes wide and brows raised in disbelief. "How dare she?" Just then, Li Xianping's voice rang out, I challenge Jiang Chun of the Jiang family. Her tone, though empowered by her inner strength, retained its delicate quality to no, Brother Chun, don't go. Ignore her, Jiang Xian urged frantically, having learned of the conspiracy. Yet Jiang Chun merely turned back, offering her a reassuring smile before leaping down from the platform. As he took his place on stage, the audience erupted in cries of despair. Why must it be Jiang Chun? Miss Li, please reconsider. If you seek vengeance for your brother, let your elder brother Li Xiangqian do it instead. How can the frail you hope to defeat the ruthless Jiang Chun? Allow me to take your place, Miss Xianping, so I may die honorably, cried a young man from the left side of the stands, his voice filled with anguish. You truly are remarkable. Jiang Chun complimented Li Xianping sincerely. If they were to learn of your clandestine dealings with Gu Qianxing, would they still be so infatuated with the true face of Miss Li? I'm being coerced, Li Xianping replied, her voice remaining soft and gentle. Before her demise, Yi Yunque claimed she was coerced as well. Jiang Chun replied coldly. Please, do not reveal this, Li Xianping hesitated, as long as you remain silent. I would do anything for you. Jiang Chun chuckled. I am certainly not the lecherous Gu Qianxing. You might as well seek his protection. Li Xuanping's expression darkened as she lowered her head and spoke. That day, I failed to assassinate you, costing him a deadly needle, and he was furious, abandoning me, but a look of disdain appeared on Jiang Chen's face. What should I say, Miss Li? Should I sympathize with you or declare that you brought this upon yourself? At that moment, Li Xianping raised her head. If you promise to spare me, I can reveal secrets about Gu Qianxing and assist you in killing him. A resolute hatred was etched upon her face. Oh, do you no longer wish to climb the lofty branch of Gu Qianxing? Jiang Chun arched an eyebrow. The spectators initially anticipated a fierce battle between Jiang Chun and Li Xianping, expecting a deadly confrontation. To their surprise, the two engaged in conversation upon taking the stage, seemingly quite familiar with one another. Could it be that Jiang Chun and the eldest daughter of the Li family shared a complicated backstory? The audience began to murmur amongst themselves. The subtle changes in expressions between the two led to the rapid fabrication of countless intertwined tales of love and hate in their minds. Up in the tower, even the composed Gu Minghu began to harbor doubts. Could it be that Jiang Chun had some hidden connection with the Li family? The ever-cunning city, Lord Feng Ning, stroked his beard thoughtfully. In the Jiang family's viewing area, Jiang Xian's beautiful eyes narrowed, her expression one of indignation. Did Brother Chen deceive me just now? He seemed to be enjoying his conversation with Li Xianping. On the martial stage, Jiang Chun was not enjoying the conversation at all. In my eyes, Gu Qianxing is no different from a corpse buried in the ground. I have no need for your assistance to kill him. With a sudden push from his right foot, Jiang Chun lunged at Li Xianping with lightning speed. The crowd gasped in shock at Jiang Chun's abrupt movement. The stone sword of Luo was drawn from its sheath. Li Xuanping's face blanched in terror, believing Jiang Chun intended to kill her. The color drained from her delicate face, rendering her even more vulnerable and pitiable. No, I can tell you Gu Qianxing's secrets. The tip of Luo's sword was already pressed against Li Xuanping's throat, mere inches away from piercing her flesh. The skin at her throat was grazed by the sword's intent, trickles of blood cascading down, staining the rising and falling expanse of her bosom. The woman's white garments were soaked in crimson. That if you dare to deceive me, the price will be one you cannot bear. Jiang Chen's gaze was icy. Under the oppressive aura of his sword intent, the woman was on the verge of suffocation. That will never deceive you. Li Xianping struggled to articulate the words. Jiang Chun retracted the Luo sword and turned to leave. Li Xianping could no longer maintain her stance, her body crumpling to the ground. I concede. Her feeble voice echoed in the air above the martial stage. Chapter 34. Both of you come together in the second round of the Wen Ning City Assessment Ranking Competition. The first match concluded with Li Xianping conceding, allowing Jiang Chun to claim victory. Upon returning to the Jiang family's viewing area, Jiang Xian rushed up to him with urgency. Brother Chun, why did you speak so much with Li Xianping? Only to let her go in the end? She mentioned that Gu Qianxing has secrets, which is why I spared her, Jiang Chun replied candidly, without concealing anything. Jiang Xian's brows furrowed, her eyes reflecting reproach. Brother Chun, how could you be so soft-hearted? Have you forgotten how she conspired with Gu Qianqing to harm you? You must not be deceived by this woman's feigned vulnerability. Observing the young girl's anxious concern for him, Jiang Chun felt a warmth swell within. Of course. I remember her collusion with Gu Qianqing, he said gently, ruffling her hair with a smile to offer comfort. Rest assured, Xin'er, I will not fall for her tricks. In this Winning city, no one, regardless of their influence, can harm me. Feeling the gentle touch on her head, Jiang Xian blushed. Brother Chun, I am already 15. Please refrain from patting my head. You did not mind when I did the same to Luo, Mo. Jiang Chun teased. Brother Chun, how dare you use Luo, Mo to mock me? I should bring him here to bite you. Jiang Xian's beautiful eyes glinted with playful reproach as she half pouted, half glared at Jiang Chun. He is currently napping at home. Wait until he wakes up before you let him bite me. That won't do. Little Luo Mo has been asleep for several days now. Be by the time he wakes. Brother Chun, you might have turned gray. After their playful banter, Jiang Xian finally burst into laughter. I could see that moment. On the martial stage, the voice of Lu Fengye announcing his withdrawal from the challenge rang out. Indeed, after comprehending the intent of the fist, Lu Fengye had nearly depleted his energy and strength with that one strike. He was unable to fight again in the second round. Jiang Chun regarded the weakened Lu Fengye on stage with a contemplative expression. When he comprehended the sword intent, he too had nearly exhausted his inner energy and stamina with a single 9 nether sword point. Lu Fengye now stood in 5th place, with Li Xianping, Zhao Honglai, and Hu Wansheng trailing behind him. Among them, Zhao Honglai and Hu Wansheng were too severely injured to continue competing. Having conceded after challenging herself, Li Xianping had lost her opportunity to initiate another challenge. Lu Fengye's withdrawal confirmed his 5th place standing, solidifying it without question. 5th place was just enough to secure a position in the outer court of the Yushuan Martial Academy. Although the supervising disciples, like Gu Qianqing, were unreliable, it had become impossible to gain entry into the inner court through their recommendations. However, Lu Fengye, having grasped the will of martial arts, would likely ascend from outer court disciple to inner court disciple shortly after entering the academy. Jiang Chun genuinely admired Lu Fengye. Despite his humble origins and lack of familial support, he had managed to defy the odds and ultimately gain entry to the Yushuan Martial Academy. Lu Fengye is quite extraordinary. Jiang Chun mused, rising to prepare for his turn on stage. And no matter how extraordinary he is, he cannot match Brother Chen's prowess. You're a once-in-a-century genius of Winning City. Hearing Jiang Xian's praise, Jiang Chun turned back, flashing a radiant smile. Beneath the youthful, sunny smile lay a heart brimming with pride and ambition. Just a century? That won't do. It should be a millennium, 10,000 years, a million years. Slowly, Jiang Chun ascended the stage. This was his final competition. Currently ranked 4th, he could challenge the 3 individuals ahead of him. Those 3 were Li Xiangxian, ranked 1st, Yi Feng, ranked 2nd, and Guan Yu, ranked 3rd. The audience was eager to see whom he would choose. Among these 3, 2 held grudges against him. Li Xiangxian, whose brother he had slain, and Yi Feng, whom he had similarly wronged by killing his sister. If Jiang Chun prioritized ranking, he would likely challenge Li Xiangxian. If he sought to resolve grievances first, he would probably choose Yi Feng. And one believed Jiang Chun would select the unoffending Guan Yu. A calm voice gradually resonated from the martial stage. You all say I'm a ruthless killer who does not blink when taking lives. In truth, I have yet to kill a single person. I have discovered that my abstinence from killing has only resulted in an increasing number of foes wishing me harm. In the viewing area, upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, both Li Xiangxian and Yi Feng bore grave expressions, while Guan Yu appeared utterly bewildered. What does Jiang Chen mean? Is he contemplating forming a grudge against me? You truly are a fool. A petite girl beside Guan Yu playfully thumped his head with her small fist, chiding, what Jiang Chen means is that he has too many enemies alive. The girl was Hu Xing, who had faced Guan Yu in the first match of the elimination rounds. After Guan Yu escorted her back to the Hu family's viewing area, they had grown closer, watching the matches together every day. Guan Yu rubbed his head, finally understanding he intends to challenge the other 2, but both of those individuals have grievances against him. Who will he challenge? How can anyone decipher your thoughts? You men, the girl exclaimed. I say, since you have grievances with both, why not challenge them both at once? With a thud, she playfully struck Guan Yu's head again, eliciting a silly grin from the boy. Not far away, Jiang Qin's furious roar erupted from the martial stage. Akin to the roar of a fierce tiger in the woods, I Xiangqian. Yi Feng, you two, come together, stop dawdling. Hurry up and prepare to meet your demise. Guan Yu was taken aback. He had merely been joking. Yet Jiang Chun was serious. Not only was Guan Yu astonished, but the entire audience was equally dumbfounded. What is happening? The fourth-ranked competitor chooses to challenge both the first and second-ranked at once. After a brief moment of collective shock, the audience erupted into a frenzy, as never before had such a contentious situation unfolded in the ranking competition of Wen Ning City. Up, in the tower, all the family heads exchanged glances, expressing their astonishment at such audacity. Jiang Qin's father had never been this reckless in his youth. Gu Minghu frowned slightly. This Jiang Chun truly has an abundance of tricks up his sleeve. However, he vaguely remembered that there indeed existed a provision regarding circumstances similar to Jiang Qin's in the regulations issued by the Ritual Hall and the Martial Academy. Jiu You Minghu meticulously recalled the rules of the assessment tournament. The specific regulations for the assessment tournament held by the Ritual Hall in various cities stated in Article 34 of the Class A regulations. In the ranking matches, lower-ranked competitors may choose to challenge multiple higher-ranked opponents simultaneously. Should the challenger emerge victorious, they assume the rank of the highest-ranked opponent they defeated, while all challenged opponents are relegated to the challenger's previous rank, with the higher-ranked competitors placed ahead of the lower-ranked ones. Conversely, if the challenger fails, the rankings remain unchanged. Jiu Minghu rose from his seat and leaned forward to gaze at the referee, Helan. Their eyes met, and Helan nodded in acknowledgement as a diligent and professional referee. Helan was aware of this regulation. For reasons unknown, a smile crept across Helan's face. As though he found the situation amusing, he leaped onto the stage and announced to the audience. Jiang Qin's challenge request adheres to the relevant regulations. Li Xiangqian and Yi Feng, please come to the stage promptly, or it will be considered a forfeit. The amplified energy resonated in Helan's deep voice, creating a palpable buzz in the air. It is indeed possible, Guan Yu felt enlightened, exclaiming, Jiang Chun is truly remarkable. He knows this. Chapter 35. The emergence of a nine Hells. Jiang Chun stood alone and defiantly on the martial platform. A glimmer of murderous intent flickering in his eyes, he had always sought no conflict with the world, yet he found himself repeatedly targeted. Even a clay Buddha possesses a measure of wrath. How much more so a human? Since the city had branded him a heartless killer and a lawless rogue, today he would show them just how wrong they were. Jiang Chun, you are exceedingly audacious. To challenge two prodigies simultaneously is sheer arrogance. Jiang Chun had evidently lost his senses. He was courting death. Around him, the crowd erupted in a cacophony of shouts, their ire ignited by Jiang Chen's hubris. They believed him to be mad, devoid of reason, to simultaneously challenge both Li Xiangqian and Yi Feng, the foremost talents of Fengning City, on the Jiang family viewing platform. The relatives looked on with worry and trepidation. What has come over the young master today? Although he is indeed powerful, to take on two opponents at once is rather reckless. This is disastrous. The young master has lost his mind. They had never witnessed the typically composed Jiang Chun display such arrogance. Brother Chun, among the throng, only Jiang Xian understood the arduous trials Jiang Chun had endured to reach this point. Only she could empathize with the fury and pride coursing through his heart. On either side of the martial platform, Li Xiangqian sat on the left in the Li family S section, while Yi Feng occupied the right in the Yi family S section. Both bore expressions so grim they seemed ready to drip water. They found themselves ensnared by Jiang Chen's challenge, caught in an awkward predicament. Should they accept the challenge, a 2-on-1 victory would offer no glory. Yet to refuse would imply fear of Jiang Chun. Not why Yi Feng's gaze drifted across the martial platform to Li Xiangqian. Li Xiangqian met his gaze in return. And one knew from whence this tacit understanding between the two rivals arose, that Yi Feng slightly inclined his head towards Li Xiangqian, his eyes shimmering with unspoken significance. Seeing Yi Feng's nod, Li Xiangqian stood and slowly made his way out of the viewing platform. As he approached the edge, Li Xiangqian bent forward, abruptly stamping his right foot back, utilizing the tremendous recoil. He leapt into the air, tracing an arc from the platform to the martial stage. Thud! A resounding crash followed as Li Xiangqian's embroidered cloud boots landed heavily on the smooth, polished stone platform. He was a figure of athletic grace, with a visage chiseled like a knife and his hair fashioned into a top knot. Jiang Chun, today marks your demise, Li Xiangqian declared, malice gleaming in his eyes. With that, a silver spear, glimmering with a cold light, appeared suddenly in his grasp. Gasps erupted from the crowd. Simultaneously, Jiang Chun felt a chill creep up his spine, prompting him to swiftly turn around. Yi Feng, who had been seated just moments ago, now charged at him with flowing hair and a swift step, wielding a sharp sword aimed directly at him in that instant, as Jiang Chun turned to face Yi Feng on the right. Li Xiangqian attacked from the left. A flash of cold light signaled Li Xiangqian's silver spear, resembling an enraged silver dragon, lunging towards Jiang Chen's vital point. The two had coordinated their strikes perfectly, intent on delivering a fatal blow right from the outset. They had both understood well that in this battle, there would be no mercy nor ethics. Only the living would be honored, while the dead would be shamed. On the martial platform, Jiang Chun found himself sandwiched between the two attackers, ensnared in a perilous situation. The spectators outside could not help but hold their breath in their minds. No matter how formidable Jiang Chun was, he could not possibly contend with simultaneous assaults from both sides. Regardless of how he chose to respond, it seemed inevitable that he would succumb to their combined onslaught. Yet, in the face of this seemingly lethal scenario, Jiang Chun merely smiled with disdain. His previously steady gaze suddenly sharpened, and his hair transformed peculiarly into a silvery hue. This marked the first appearance of the Nine Hells Battle Body to the world. Ha ha! Jiang Chen's laughter rang out, resonant and unrestrained, echoing above the crowd. He drew the Shiro sword from his waist. Today, I shall demonstrate what it means to be lawless and ruthless. Watch closely, with a powerful push. Jiang Chun surged forward like a thunderbolt towards the sword-wielding Yi Feng. The Shiro sword rose high, then came crashing down upon Yi Feng's head. Whoosh! The sound of slicing air was deafening. The black and gray sword light danced as Jiang Chen's stone sword cleaved downward with an unstoppable force. Yi Feng, struck with terror by the might of Jiang Chen's strike, hastily retracted his sword and sidestepped to avoid the blow. However, Jiang Chen's proactive engagement against Yi Feng meant he had relinquished his defense against Li Xiangqian behind him. At that moment, Li Xiangqian's spear was already upon him. As energy surged, the hands gripping the silver spear glowed crimson, imbued with immense power. Thud! Li Xiangqian's spear thrust into Jiang Chen's left side. The spearhead effortlessly pierced through Jiang Chen's thin garment, embedding itself in his flesh, crimson blood spilling forth. It seems that this Jiang Chun was merely putting on a fa ade. Li Xiangqian's lips curled into a slight smirk at having struck Jiang Chun so easily. However, as he pressed on to inflict a fatal wound, he felt a sudden resistance emanating from the spear's It was the Nine Hells energy within Jiang Chun that was thwarting Li Xiangqian's assault. In that fleeting moment, Jiang Chun had evaded Li Xiangqian's attack. Had Jiang Chun lacked that energy for defense, this strike would have surely shattered his innards, sealing his fate. Li Xiangqian thought to himself as he began to retreat. Yet this minor injury posed little threat to Jiang Chun under the Nine Hells Battle Body. In just a few breaths, Li Xiangqian watched as Jiang Chen's wound began to mend slowly. Li Xiangqian's heart raced with alarm. How is this possible? What kind of monster is Jiang Chun to possess such formidable, self-healing abilities? At that moment, Jiang Chun had turned to face Li Xiangqian, his eyes dark and indifferent under the state of the Nine Hells Spirit Eye. The surroundings fell into silence, the crowd stunned by Jiang Chen's ferocity and terror. In the recent exchange, Li Xiangqian and Yi Feng had held the upper hand, yet they had failed to inflict substantial harm upon Jiang Chun. Yi Feng retreated to Li Xiangqian's side, his breath coming in ragged gasps. The pressure from Jiang Chen's earlier attack had been overwhelming. You have comprehended sword intent. Yi Feng's voice was hoarse. Had you not evaded, you would be dead by now. Jiang Chun straightened, his tone icy. You would have perished had you not dodged. Yi Feng was incredulous. The sword intent he had desperately sought had seemingly been grasped by Jiang Chun. Impossible! You cannot have comprehended sword intent. Yi Yunxue informed me that you cannot wield a sword. How could you possibly learn to use a sword and grasp sword intent in such a short time? Such a thing is utterly inconceivable. Yi Feng's typically stoic expression contorted into one of rage. Jiang Chun gripped the Shiro sword firmly, raising it before him, the sword intent igniting and manifesting a gray vortex around the blade. Perhaps you should inquire with her whether I can wield a sword. As Jiang Chun unveiled his sword intent, Yi Feng was consumed by jealousy. No, this cannot be sword intent. You cannot have comprehended sword intent. I am the true genius of the sword path. Yi Feng was nearly driven to madness, his long hair billowing wildly around him. Do not let him provoke you. Li Xiangqian, observing the tumultuous energy within Yi Feng, hurried to grasp his right arm, urging, "Do not forget our father's prior instructions. We must not allow Jiang Chun to sabotage our plans." Upon hearing these words, Yi Feng managed to regain a modicum of composure. Chapter 36. Dark Clouds Over the City. Gradually, Yi Feng settled into a state of calm, his demeanor returning to its usual sternness. Although his expression had regained its tranquility, a venomous hatred lay coiled within his gaze as he looked at Jiang Chun. Akin to a serpent poised to strike, Yi Feng was one of the few sword cultivators among the younger generation. Within Fengning City, no martial arts family possessed its own swordsmanship legacy. Yi Feng's sword techniques had been acquired at great expense by his father, Yiliang Tian, from neighboring cities. Yi Feng had always prided himself on his innate talent for swordsmanship, believing himself unparalleled among the youth of Fengning City. When Jiang Chun was still engaged to Yi Feng's sister, Yi Yunxue, Yi Feng had never deemed him worthy of a glance. In his eyes, Jiang Chun was merely a mediocre waste, knowing nothing but arduous practice in martial arts. Jiang Chun had driven Yi Yunxue to her death, bringing disgrace upon the entire Yi family in Fengning City. This incident had been regarded by the family patriarch, Yiliang Tian, as an irreconcilable enmity. However, Yi Feng did not take it to heart. He merely sought out the chubby steward of Tianxiang Tower, hiring a few individuals to investigate Jiang Chun's whereabouts. To him, a waste like Jiang Chun could be easily dispatched with a single strike of his sword, should he choose to confront him. Yi Feng had never anticipated that someone he had once deemed a worthless fool could comprehend the sword intent he had desperately sought. "I must kill him. I will certainly kill him." Countless voices roared and echoed within Yi Feng's heart. Jiang Chun had just heard Li Xiangqian mention that they could not afford to be delayed by him. The Li and Yi families seemed to be plotting something together to unravel the conspiracy of the two families. Jiang Chun's mind raced. Suddenly, he recalled that during the competition with Li Xianping earlier that morning, she had mentioned that Gu Qianxing held a secret. Jiang Chun lifted his gaze toward the distant Li family's viewing platform. When Li Xianping sensed Jiang Chun's attention upon her, she quickly looked up, her fair face turning to the right. Following her gaze, Jiang Chun's eyes ultimately landed on a middle-aged man seated in the center of the tower. It was none other than Gu Minghu, the city lord of Fengning. Jiang Chun understood now. It turned out that the two families were colluding with Gu Qianxing, scheming against Gu Minghu. Jiang Chun withdrew his gaze and calmly addressed the two before him. "How did you come to know?" Li Xiangqian's expression shifted slightly as he whispered that if he knows, we must eliminate him at once. Yi Feng unsheathed his sword, ready to ACT. Li Xiangqian raised a hand to stop him. "Do not rush. Our plans are already set in motion. Even if he knows, it will be of no consequence. You could not have guessed. A traitor must have revealed it to you." A chill laced Li Xiangqian's voice. Jiang Chun remained silent, his deep-set eyes revealing no emotional turmoil. Behind a martial arts platform, atop the tower, Gu Minghu felt a twinge of confusion. When did Yi Feng and Li Xiangqian grow so familiar with one another? He turned to look back at the gathering of family heads who were intently watching the competition below. Among them, the only notable absences were Li family patriarch Li Hanya and Yi family patriarch Yiliang Tian. Pondering their disappearance, Gu Minghu sensed a flicker of unease within him. Time slipped by unnoticed. Suddenly, Li Xiangqian closed his eyes, seemingly struck by a realization. At Li Xianping. Did she inform you while challenging you earlier? Though his voice was soft, it reached Jiang Chen's ears with crystal clarity. The hint of a playful smile crept across Jiang Chen's lips. Did she tell you that your brother, Li Wuzi, was actually killed by her? Jiang Chen spoke in a calm, measured tone, as though discussing trivial matters with Li Xiangqian. Upon learning that the true killer of his younger brother was his own sister, Li Xiangqian's expression remained unflinching. Li Wuzi was merely a waste. Who would care about the identity of a waste-s killer? Just as Li Xiangqian finished speaking, a shadow suddenly enveloped his face. A thick veil of darkness descended upon everyone present. The crowd looked up to see a massive dark cloud looming overhead. This cloud was astonishingly large, casting its shadow over the martial arts platform. The viewing stands on either side, the audience below, and even the tower behind the platform. In an instant, a chilling wind swept through the air, stirring up sand and debris. Witnessing such a terrifying transformation in the world around them, the crowd instinctively recoiled and feared, "Oh no! The heavens are furious! Run, run! We'll die if we don't escape!" The spectators below scrambled frantically to flee from the area shrouded in the dark cloud, quickly vacating the scene. Meanwhile, the families on the platform were thrown into disarray. Children cried out in terror, their wails rising above the din of the crowd. On the tower above, the family heads realized their internal energy had been sealed, rendering them powerless. What is happening? Have you noticed that our internal energy is locked? From my limited perspective, this is an ominous sign recorded in ancient texts. A demon has descended upon us. Have you noticed Jiang Chen's peculiar appearance below? His pitch-black eyes and silver-gray hair? If a demon exists, it must be this young man. What shall we do now? Should we join forces with City Lord Gu to apprehend him? Do not panic. I trust that City Lord Gu has a plan. Hearing the family heads blame Jiang Chen for their predicament, Jiang Duhai felt a surge of anxiety and quickly reported to the city lord. "Gu Minghu, my lord, it seems more akin to a sinister formation. There may be an unseen hand at work." All eyes turned to Gu Minghu, standing alone at the railing of the tower. Gu Minghu was tall and imposing, his white city lord-esque garb billowing in the gusts of wind. It appeared that Gu Minghu was still able to wield his internal energy. "Enough with the theatrics. Show yourself at once." His authoritative voice thundered like a clap of thunder in the AI, or Jiu You Minghu. Your reign of tyranny in Fengning City has come to an end. A smug Gu Qianxing emerged from the shadows, revealing himself to the crowd. Behind him stood Li Hanya, the patriarch of the Li family, and Yi Liang Tian, the patriarch of the Yi family. These three figures were shrouded in dark energy, seemingly unaffected by the sealing of their internal energy. The inspector, Gu Qianxing. What is the meaning of this? Li Hanya, Yi Liang Tian. How could they appear behind Gu Qianxing? Could it be that the sealing of our internal energy is connected to these three? The sudden reappearance of the trio, who had been missing for several days, left everyone in shock. The Jiu You Ming who searched the crowd for Helan, the head of the city's guards, who would undoubtedly have noticed the setup of such an extensive formation. Upon locating Helan, he found her wearing a relaxed expression, offering Gu Minghu a smile. "I apologize, Lord Gu. I am the head of the Fengning City Guards, not your personal guard." With that, Helan launched a signal into the sky. The signal soared upward, its sparks glaringly bright against the darkened sky beneath the cloud. Seeing this, the city lord's guards, clad in black and lurking in the shadows, revealed themselves. They too were surrounded by dark energy, impervious to the sealing of their internal energy. Jiu You Qianxing's voice rang out once more. From this moment on, the martial arts platform is under the control of the Li and Yi families. Other families should abandon any resistance and submit to their arrangements along with the guards of Fengning City. The members of the Li and Yi families were equally unaffected by the sealing of their internal energy, their faces alight with ferocity and excitement as they joined forces with the black-clad guards to brutally subjugate the members of the other families in the stands. Violent clashes erupted between the families, yet most of those who attempted to resist were like lambs to the slaughter, having lost their internal energy. The air was filled with the sounds of countless screams as members of other families were mercilessly killed. Blood splattered across the stands on either side of the martial arts platform. Those who dared to resist would meet death, Gu Qianxing's ruthless voice echoed above the crowd. Chapter 37. The Law of the Jungle. On the martial arts platform, Jiang Chun too felt the ceiling of his internal energy. That it seemed as though a strange force was locking down his energy sea, halting the circulation of his internal energy. Surrounding Li Xiang Qian and Yi Feng were faintly discernible wisps of dark energy. This was the Xianyin locking spirit formation of the Gu family. Within this formation, anyone below the spirit concentration level would be unable to utilize their internal energy without the permission of the formation's controller. Li Xiang Qian explained to Jiang Chun with an air of calmness, his confidence evident as he sensed victory was within reach. As he spoke, Gu Qianxing had already ascended the tower beside them. Following him were Li Hanya, Yiliang Tian, and He Lan. How does it feel, Jiang Chun? Isn't it refreshing to lose your internal energy? Yi Feng sneered, grinning widely. Even if you have comprehended sword intent. What does it matter? You will soon die like a worthless fool. Jiang Chun stood resolutely before Yi Feng and Li Xiangqian, his obsidian eyes flickering with a tempest of gray light, a manifestation of the intense emotional turmoil within him. In the distance, on the viewing platform, members of the Li family were collaborating with the black-clad guards to suppress the most fervent resistance from the Guan family. He witnessed the members of the Guan clan weeping in anguish and shouting in fury. He saw the glint of blades and blood gushing from the necks of two Guan family members. He observed Guan Yu, with his dark visage, protecting Hu Xing as he engaged in a fierce struggle against four adversaries. Jiang Chun closed his eyes, striving to maintain a tranquil state of mind. Upon seeing Jiang Chun shut his eyes, the derision on Yi Feng's face intensified, his expression becoming increasingly brazen and arrogant. Can't bear to watch, Jiang Chun. Is it that you can't stomach the death of a few insignificant weaklings? What difference is there between you, so feeble, and these worthless beings? Do you truly believe someone like you is worthy of comprehending the essence of the sword? From this day forth, the Yi and Li family shall become the rulers of Fengning City. The more of you that perish, the more solidified our status in Fengning City will become. Open your eyes, Jiang Chun. Survival of the fittest is the truth of this world. Yi Feng continued his relentless mockery, intent on shattering Jiang Chen's spirit. A torrent of rage surged from Jiang Chen's heart. Boom! The Nine Nether primordial energy broke free from the confines of Jiang Chen's inner sea, erupting forth with unparalleled might. Jiang Chun opened his eyes, and under the state of the Nine Nether Spirit Eye, the gray light in his obsidian pupils flared fiercely. His wrath and murderous intent had reached an apex. You all deserve to die, Jiang Chun roared. In an instant, his figure blurred, transforming into a shadow as he charged towards Yi Feng. Yi Feng's pupils constricted in horror, the mockery on his face freezing. How is this possible? Why can you still wield primordial energy? Yi Feng was taken aback by Jiang Chen's speed and quickly raised his sword to defend himself. Jiang Chun offered no reply. What answered Yi Feng was the swift strike of the Luo sword, which left behind only an afterimage. Clang! The sound of metal clashing rang out as the thrust of the Luo sword was deflected by Yi Feng's longsword. Yi Feng sensed an overwhelming force surging towards him in an instant. Under this tremendous pressure, the longsword blocking his path began to crack. Hiss! The fissure spread, causing the entire sword and Yi Feng's arm to tremble. Bang! The longsword shattered, and the Luo sword, with unstoppable momentum, lunged towards Yi Feng's chest. Die! Jiang Chen's eyes blazed with gray light, akin to the infernal flames of the Nine Nether. The edge of the Luo sword pierced Yi Feng's chest. Ew! Yi Feng's eyes widened in disbelief, his face a mask of shock. In his final moments, he finally grasped the essence of the sword he had long sought, but could never attain. This sword intent brought him nothing but death. The Luo sword swiftly siphoned away his life force. Yi Feng's pupils gradually dulled, his head drooping, and his once raven hair turned ashen in mere breaths. Jiang Chun felt the Luo sword vibrating with a jubilant resonance in his grasp. With a slight pursing of his lips, he withdrew the Luo sword from Yi Feng's chest and turned his gaze towards Li Xiangqian. Jiang Chen's sword, imbued with malevolence, had drained Yi Feng of his vitality. Upon witnessing Jiang Chun slay Yi Feng, Li Xiangqian's countenance shifted in terror as he retreated repeatedly. Meanwhile, on the tower above, many clan heads had already been slain, their bodies sprawled across the wooden floor, while the remaining individuals cowered in corners, trembling. Among the slain was the esteemed elder of the Jiang family, Jiang Duhai, who had been brutally murdered by Li family head Li Hania, Y Iliantian, Gu Qianxing. Li Hania and Ilan were besieging Gu Minghu in unison. Jiu You Minghu, unable to withstand their onslaught, was showing signs of deterioration. Jiu You Minghu, your cultivation is hardly impressive. Yi Liantian scoffed triumphantly, only to be taken aback as he beheld his son, Yi Feng, being ruthlessly slain by Jiang Chun on the martial platform. No. Upon witnessing his son's demise, Yi Liantian's eyes bulged with fury, and he let out a heart-wrenching scream towards the tower below. Just as Yi Liantian was unraveling from the shock of Yi Feng's death, a ferocious tiger, conjured from primordial energy, struck him with tremendous force. Bang! Yi Liantian was sent flying, crashing to the ground. Had it not been for the constraints of the Xian-Yin locking spirit array on Gu Minghu's power, he would have been near death from such an impact. Why, Yi Liantian, what are you doing? Li Hania barked at Yi Liantian in exasperation. Even with Gu Minghu, a formidable figure in the condensing spirit realm, having his strength restrained, one could not afford to be complacent. Feng Yi Liantian gradually rose, blood trickling from his lips, his visage a portrait of despair, as pale as death. Fool! It's just a single son. Once we eliminate Gu Minghu, the entirety of Fengning City will be yours. Do you still care about one son? Gu Qianxing chastised Yi Liantian while fiercely striking at Gu Minghu. Boom! A deafening explosion reverberated through the air. Gu Minghu successfully blocked Gu Qianxing's assault. Now that Yi Feng has been killed by Jiang Chun, how far can Li Xianqian be? Gu Minghu sneered, Li Hania, you must consider whether you will rescue your son. The glint in Gu Minghu's eyes was sharp. Yi Liantian, distraught over his son's death, was now unfocused and unfit for battle. If he could drive away Li Hania, the pressure on him would significantly ease. Whether Jiang Chun could defeat Li Hania, who was at the 9th level of chi condensation, was a concern Gu Minghu chose not to ponder at this moment. Li Hania's expression wavered, revealing signs of hesitation as he too began to worry for Li Xianqian's safety. Gu Qianxing, recognizing Gu Minghu's scheme, commanded Helan, you go ensure those guards protect Li Xianqian. Do not let him perish. Helan responded in a low voice. Understood. Suddenly, Helan's voice echoed from the tower, resonating downwards. Protect young Master Li. With that command, the black-clad guards surged towards the location of Li Xianqian and Jiang Chun. I never imagined that in just a few days, you would become Gu Qianxing's lackey. Gu Minghu's countenance darkened, feeling profoundly betrayed. The envoy has promised me that once the matter is accomplished, he will take me to the Imperial Xian Mansion and make me a guard of the Gu family. Helan confessed with a faint smile, revealing his ambitions to Gu Minghu. People strive for higher ground. Helan's voice was low and powerful as he spoke. Apologies, Gu City Lord. Gu Minghu, are you not merely the dog of our Gu family? If a dog does not obey, of course, I must replace it. Gu Qianxing laughed heartily, speaking with arrogance. Chapter 38. The Frenzied Yi Family. There were approximately 20 black-clad guards in the arena, each possessing strength ranging from the 3rd to the 7th level of chi condensation. The cultivations of the Yi and Li family members varied from the 1st to the 7th level of chi condensation, with most being relatively weak, yet all were led by elders at the 8th level. Notably, all present from the Yi and Li families had attained the chi condensation realm, having left the elderly and infirm behind in their estates. The situation on the left side of the viewing platform was under the complete control of the Li family. Survivors had been herded by the Li family members to the center of the platform for supervision, awaiting further action after this upheaval concluded. On the right side, the Yi family, having a weaker foundation than the Li family, saw its members pursue Jiang Chun on the martial platform after Yi Feng's death, resulting in a significantly greater number of survivors and more freedom. The Jiang family, being relatively small, occupied a secluded position on the platform. And with the protection and maneuvering of Jiang Xian, a 5th-level chi condensation expert, their losses were not severe. Each survivor gazed longingly at the martial platform, where Jiang Chun continued to fight, their only beacon of hope. Leading the encirclement of Jiang Chun among the Yi family members was a middle-aged man, Yi Lianghe, an elder of the Yi family. He was at the 8th level of qi condensation and was the brother of Yi Liangtian, making him Yi Feng's uncle. Yi Lianghe cradled Yi Feng's lifeless body, stroking his now ashen hair, his eyes bloodshot. Jiang Chun, how dare you kill my family's phoenix? I shall make you pay with your life. Yi Lianghe roared in fury. He laid Yi Feng's body down and, in a sudden surge of rage, charged towards Jiang Chun with a palm strike, aimed to shatter the AI's primordial energy gathered. A brilliant white light emanated from Yi Lianghe's palm, a display of formidable force. It was the Yi family's ultimate technique, the cloud-pushing palm. Humph! Jiang Chun scoffed coldly, channeling the Nine Nether primordial energy within his sea of qi. With the Jiu sword in his right hand and his left hand transformed into a palm strike, he unleashed a fierce counterattack, embodying the might of wind and thunder. Boom! As their palms collided, a wave of energy surged forth, sending ripples through the air. Following the clash, the 8th level Yi Lianghe staggered back several steps before halting, while Jiang Chun remained as steadfast as a mountain. Yi Lianghe spat out a mouthful of foul air. Seething with resentment, I never anticipated that the Jiang family would produce someone of your caliber. Had I known this day would come, what harm would there have been in marrying Yi Yunshui to you? Upon hearing this, Jiang Chun narrowed his eyes, a flash of gray light darting through his dark pupils. It was you Yi family who conspired in Yi Yunshui's betrayal against me. His voice was frigid. As the daughter of the family head, it was her duty to seek greater benefits for her clan. As he spoke of the death of his niece Yi Yunshui, Yi Lianghe exhibited an astonishing indifference, starkly contrasting the grief etched upon his face when he discovered the demise of his nephew Yi Feng. Yi Yunshui's grave error lay not only in her failure, but also in the disgrace she brought upon the Yi family. Shaming them all, the middle-aged man declared emphatically. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chun wore a sardonic smile. How utterly ridiculous! I had failed to notice before that the Yi family is comprised solely of heartless wretches. It seems the only solution is to eradicate you all. With that, Jiang Chun brandished the Jiu sword and advanced toward the middle-aged man, a palpable killing intent rising steadily as the silver-haired youth approached with deliberate steps. The middle-aged man felt beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. The oppressive aura Jiang Chun exuded was even more formidable than that of a cultivator at the 9th level of qi gathering. In Yi Lianghe's memory, only the city Lord Gu Minghu, who had achieved the realm of spirit concentration, could instill such a sense of dread. Yet, the youth before him was clearly only at the 4th level of qi gathering, especially in his current extraordinary state, which resembled a peculiar physique or some arcane technique. It was truly bizarre. However, Yi Lianghe quickly reasoned that whether it was a special constitution or a secret method, such power must come at a great cost, and Jiang Chun's state could not possibly be sustained for long. And no matter how strong Jiang Chun might be, he was still but one man. If he could not defeat him, they could simply outlast him. Jiang Chun was clearly at his wit's end, merely resorting to intimidation. Everyone, charge at him! The middle-aged man commanded those around him fiercely at a reward of 100 taels of gold for the one who slays Jiang Chun. A high-tier yellow-grade martial technique as well. Under such generous incentives, the members of the Yi family, already stirred by the recent slaughter, were instantly driven by bloodlust, recklessly rushing towards Jiang Chun, oblivious to their own safety. Brothers, kill! How many can he take on alone? Kill him! Avenge our young master! The arena erupted with a cacophony of battle cries as he observed the Yi family members and the black-clad guards converging from all directions. A smile curled at the corners of Jiang Chun's lips. After a brief interval, with a decisive thrust, he pierced through the abdomen of the last. Li Xianping raised her head and softly apologized to her elder brother. At that moment, her tear-streaked face revealed an expression of cold detachment yet unwavering resolve. You! Li Xianqian felt an overwhelming disbelief. Blood gushed forth along the blade of the dagger, resembling a dark red spring bubbling from its source. Li Xianping expressionlessly withdrew the dagger. With a thud, Li Xianqian collapsed to the ground, blood gradually pooling beneath him. Everyone was left in stunned silence. Jiang Chun, witnessing the unfolding scene, was reminded of some unsettling memories. Li Xianping, shedding her usual gentleness, sternly declared to the astonished and panicked clansmen around her, "Fellow clansmen, the traitors of the Yi family have been eradicated by Jiang Chun, and it is soon our turn in the Li family. The only course of action left for us is to align ourselves with Jiang Chun, to once again support the lord of the city and assist him in quelling this rebellion. I'm aware that some of you may be reluctant, but for the survival of our Li family, we must proceed." The Li family members exchanged glances, and swayed by their fear of the killing god Jiang Chun, they leaned toward surrendering alongside their young lady. However, what about the family head? "He is your father?" An older member of the Li family inquired. "From this day forth, I am the head of the Li family," Li Xianping declared with a resolute expression, leaving no room for dissent. "I will negotiate with Jiang Chun." With that, she leapt down from the platform. Her blood-stained white attire billowed in the wind. Jiang Chun had already arrived at the foot of the platform, and when Li Xianping landed, he was merely 2 steps away from her. As she stood before Jiang Chun, he chose to deactivate the Nine Nether Battle Body. The boy's originally deep-set eyes suddenly regained their brilliance, and his silver-gray hair transformed back to black. Taken aback by the boy's sudden transformation, Li Xianping momentarily froze. His gaze was sharp, his tone chillingly indifferent. "Even if you wish to surrender, the other families in Fengning City will not spare your Li family. Therefore, we require your protection." "Protection?" Jiang Chun narrowed his eyes. "Why should I offer protection to your Li family? We, the Li family of Fengning, are the foremost family in the city, possessing the most resources and industries. We also have the greatest combat strength, with 4 high-level Qi gathering experts and 11 mid-level Qi gathering experts." Listening to Li Xianping's description, Jiang Chun frowned. "This is our bargaining chip, as long as you are willing to protect us. The Li family is willing to share our resources and industries with the Jiang family." Her voice carried a hint of earnestness and hope. "I know how to break Gu Qianqing's formation. If the Gu Minghu on the tower cannot hold on, no matter how strong you are, you cannot simultaneously defeat 4 high-level Qi gathering experts. Moreover, Gu Qianqing is a disciple of the Inner Academy of the Yushuan Martial Institute and a member of the Gu family. His strength far surpasses that of an average high-level Qi gathering expert. As for the grudges formed with the other families, the Li family will strive to resolve them." Jiang Chun pondered for a moment before softly replying to Li Xianping, "I want 80% of your resources. Tell me how to break the formation, and I can spare you and prevent them from exacting retribution on the Qi gathering sub-level members of your family." Upon hearing Jiang Chun's conditions, Li Xianping's expression changed drastically. She found his terms unacceptable, impossible. "Without the members above Qi gathering, even 20% of our resources and industries would be unsustainable. Do you truly believe your Li family still holds any bargaining power with me?" Jiang Chun's tone grew increasingly fervent, but he stepped forward, closing the distance between himself and Li Xianping to half a step. "Your Li family has made enemies of the entire Fengning City. Do you still dare to hope that I would choose to spare your members above Qi gathering for the sake of your resources and industries?" The boy's fury was palpable, his murderous intent almost spilling over. "We have already shown our willingness to relinquish nearly everything. Must you truly drive us to extinction?" The tremor in her voice betrayed her fear. "Your kin have slaughtered the members of other families like livestock, creating irreconcilable enmities with nearly all families. Now you come to me, hoping to reconcile with them and seeking my protection while expecting others to overlook your transgressions. What kind of reasoning is that?" Jiang Chun fixed his gaze on Li Xianping, his words deliberate and resolute. "I can spare you and the members of your Li family below Qi gathering, but any of your kin who are capable of murder must die." Upon hearing Jiang Chun's declaration, the color drained from the young woman's face, her body trembling slightly. Chapter 40. The dawn breaks atop the tower. Gu Minghu, the lord of Fengning City, leaned against the wooden wall within the tower, his hair disheveled and blood trickling from his mouth, appearing utterly disheveled. His strength had been restricted by Gu Qianqing's Xian-Yin locking spirit formation, and after a fierce battle, he had been driven to a desperate situation by the 3 assailants. The lord's crown had been knocked to the wooden floor, and the robe, symbolizing his status, was tattered from the conflict. The only remaining emblem of his lordship was the gleaming white City Lord's seal clutched in his hand. The City Lord's seal intermittently emitted a milky white barrier of essence, helping Gu Minghu fend off the onslaught of his opponents. This was Gu Minghu's last line of defense against the three assailants. As the trio continued their relentless assault, the barrier generated by the seal grew increasingly feeble, signaling that the essence contained within was nearing depletion. I never expected the City Lord's seal to be such a formidable defensive artifact. Observing the seal in Gu Minghu's grasp, Li Hanya, the head of the Li family, was momentarily dazzled. All City Lord seals were specially crafted by the Artifact Hall and issued by the Ritual Hall as proof of lordship. The specifications varied for different cities. Seeing Li Hanya's ignorant expression, Gu Qianxing displayed a disdainful demeanor. In a small city like Fengning, Gu Minghu could only obtain the most inferior type of City Lord seal. It is laughable that you consider it a treasure. Unbothered by Gu Qianxing's mockery, Li Hanya chuckled as he replied, "What does Gu Shang's use know? Regardless of the artifact, it is already a prized possession in Fengning City. Moreover, possessing this City Lord's token signifies that the Fengning City Lord is recognized by our great Zhou dynasty." At this, Gu Qianxing raised an eyebrow, proudly declaring, "Gu Minghu's position as Lord was conferred by my Gu family. The City Lord seal was also granted by my Gu family. Even if you were to replace Gu Minghu, you would still need to bow to my Yushuan Gu family in the future." Delighted at the prospect of being granted the lordship by Gu Qianxing, Li Hanya eagerly agreed. Bang! The milky white barrier shattered under the strike of the captain of the guards, Helan, scattering into countless specks of light. Clap! The essence of the City Lord's seal was exhausted, slipping from Gu Minghu's fingertips. The three assailants rejoiced at the sight. Meet your end. Gu Minghu. Gu Qianxing cackled with a sinister grin at the defenseless Gu Minghu before him. You are merely a side branch of our Gu family. Who gave you the audacity to act so arrogantly in my presence? Gu Qianxing reveled in his triumph. Yet Gu Minghu felt a sense of injustice. Trapped within the Xian-Yin locking spirit formation, he had only managed to retain 30% of his strength. Otherwise, how could he have been cornered by mere high-level qi gathering experts? Gu Minghu prided himself on his knowledge and courage, initially intending to break free from his family's constraints and establish his own authority. Yet he found himself ultimately thwarted by a petty man like Gu Qianxing. Gu Minghu could not help but lament inwardly, if fate is against me, so be it. I only hope that heaven is aware and allows my son, who remains in the City Lord's manor. To escape this calamity, Gu Minghu closed his eyes, awaiting the arrival of death with calm resignation. Are you ready to die? Not begging for mercy, you do possess some backbone. Jiu You Qianxing was taken aback to see Gu Minghu give up the struggle. Could there be a trick? Li Hanya said cautiously. What trick? Kill him quickly. I want to go down and deal with that Jiang Chun. Gu Qianxing barked impatiently, just as Li Hanya prepared to approach and finish off Gu Minghu. He noticed Gu Minghu suddenly open his eyes, a cold light piercing through them. Li Hanya, having just raised his hand, paused in surprise. He then sneered. What's this, Gu Minghu? Have you suddenly remembered to struggle? However, behind Li Hanya, both Gu Qianxing and Helan abruptly retreated. Jiu You Qianxing shouted angrily. The Xian-Yin locking spirit formation has been compromised. Li Hanya, what is going on? Wasn't the formation maintained under your careful watch? It was only then that Li Hanya noticed the black mist coiling around him had vanished without a trace. Oh no! Li Hanya exclaimed in alarm, realizing that trouble had arisen among the clansmen below. You two fools, you and Yiliang Tian, are utterly useless. Gu Qianxing was incensed to see the tide of battle turn against them in an instant. Outside the tower, countless rays of sunlight pierced through the cracks in the dark clouds, momentarily blinding everyone present. As the dawn broke, the once opaque darkness was illuminated. The surviving heads of the families, who had been hiding moments ago, now emerged, their cultivation fully restored. They glared furiously at the three instigators, with Li Hanya becoming the focal point of their ire. How ruthless you three are, to regard the lives of the families within Fengning City as mere trifles. Li Hanya, the Hu family has never had any grievances or enmities with your Li family. How dare you commit such heinous acts against us? Li Hanyan, I shall ensure the complete annihilation of your Li family, leaving not a single soul. Not even a chicken or a dog. The crowd began to close in around the three in the center. Umph! The victors write history, and since you are weak, you shall be slaughtered. Gu Qianxing, observing the heads of various families approaching him, revealed a look of arrogance. I am a descendant of the esteemed Gu family. An inspector dispatched from the inner court of the Imperial Xian Martial Academy. My life is of utmost value. Who among you dares to lay a hand on me? The Gu family shall undoubtedly wash the streets of Fengning City with your blood. Upon hearing Gu Qianxing's words, the heads of the families felt a sense of trepidation and involuntarily halted, unsure of how to proceed. At that moment, a mocking voice echoed from the stairs nearby. I see you are quite skilled at playing your little games. Perhaps you should just leave your life here. The crowd turned to find that the speaker was a striking young man clad in gray sword attire. His gaze was fierce, and he was drenched in blood, as if he had just emerged from a fierce battle. Jiang Chun. Li Hanyan's expression turned incredulous. Upon seeing Jiang Chun, Li Hanyan was struck with terror and hurriedly turned to peer over the railing of the tower in search of his kin. However, among those standing below, he could find no trace of any Li family members. Stop searching. Besides your daughter Li Xianping, all the members of the Li family who possessed any significant power have been slain by me. Jiang Chun spoke coolly. Li Hanyan pointed a trembling finger at Jiang Chun, clutching his chest tightly, feeling the blood surge within him, struggling to breathe. Ladies and gentlemen, the current head of the Li family is the former young lady, Li Xianping. She is the one who destroyed the formation that sealed everyone's cultivation. She has chosen to forsake darkness for light on behalf of the Li family. Jiang Chun proclaimed loudly to the assembly. Li Xianping, forsaking darkness for light? Upon hearing that his daughter was now the head of the Li family and had symbolically renounced darkness, Li Hanyan was momentarily rendered speechless. After a brief pause, he regained his composure, his face flushed with rage. That wretched spawn! That filthy cur! She has betrayed all her kin for the sake of survival, selling out the entire family. I should have suffocated her the moment she was born. As Li Hanyan unleashed his unrestrained insults towards Li Xianping, a scornful smile crept across Jiang Chen's lips. Chapter 41. A desperate escape after Jiang Chen revealed that Li Xianping had represented the Li family in forsaking darkness. Aside from Li Hanyan, who was seething with rage, many of the surviving family heads also expressed extreme indignation. They were unwilling to simply let the Li family off the hook. Forsaking darkness for light? Does such a bargain exist in this world? Regardless of what you, Jiang Chun, a mere brat, may say, I will not forgive the Li family for their transgressions. The losses suffered by our Shao family were immense. The Li family must surrender everything they possess, or we shall never forgive them. You Shao family sacrificed nothing. How many of you are there? Our Zhao family lost half our members. Nonsense. It was the Guan family that suffered half their losses. Their head was slain by Li Hanyan, and you, Zhao Yanhua, are merely a foolish donkey to spout such nonsense. The heads of the families began to bicker fiercely. Their shouting grew increasingly intense, shaking the very ceiling above them. Each of them boasted of their family's losses and sacrifices, all hoping to secure the most substantial portion of the spoils in the ensuing division of benefits. Yet, they seemed utterly oblivious to the fact that it was Jiang Chun and Gu Minghu's desperate battle that had led to Li Xuanping's betrayal and the subsequent destruction of the Xian Yin locking spirit formation, thwarting the conspiracy of the Li and Yi families to dominate Fengning City. They also failed to realize that the very culprits, Gu Qianxing and his companions, stood before them, untouched, and that the crisis had not yet fully abated. These fickle-minded individuals, witnessing the heads of the families arguing with flushed faces, Gu Minghu inwardly cursed with a calm demeanor. He distinctly remembered how, during his most difficult times, these people cowered in corners, too afraid to make a sound for fear of attracting the attention of Gu Qianxing and his ilk. Now that he and Jiang Chun had turned the tide, their voices grew louder than anyone else's. Amidst the cacophony of bickering among the family heads, Gu Qianxing and Helan attempted to sneak away. Jiu Minghu caught sight of their furtive actions. Jiu Qianxing, where do you think you're going? Gu Minghu shouted angrily at the two attempting to flee. Jiu Minghu's aura surged as he unleashed a powerful punch aimed at the escaping Gu Qianxing. Caught off guard, Gu Qianxing had no choice but to meet Gu Minghu's blow head-on. Boom! Gu Qianxing was sent staggering back 2 yards, barely managing to keep his footing. Spitting a mouthful of blood onto the ground, he slowly raised his head, his eyes glinting with malice as he surveyed the crowd, and said viciously, "Gu Minghu. Jiangchun, just you wait. I will settle today's score when I return to the Imperial Xian Mansion." With that, a piece of yellow talisman paper suddenly appeared in Gu Qianxing's right hand. The intricate and exquisite inscriptions on the talisman were drawn in vermilion, appearing quite extraordinary. The talisman. Upon seeing the mysterious talisman in Gu Qianxing's hand, Gu Minghu's expression shifted, sensing impending danger. "You cannot escape." Seeing Gu Qianxing attempt to flee, Jiang Chen's eyes narrowed, activating the Nine Nether Battle Body. Clang! A stone sword was drawn from the sheath at the boy's waist, emanating a chilling sword intent. Jiang Chen summoned all his blood energy and elemental force to their peak. Charging towards Gu Qianxing with astonishing speed, eradicate the roots of the problem. Gu Qianxing must not be allowed to survive, lest he becomes a future threat. Jiang Chen rushed towards him at breakneck speed. Gu Qianxing displayed no sign of panic. Instead, a sinister smile crept across his face. Jiang Chen, this last killing needle was originally intended for Gu Minghu. Since you seek death, I shall grant it. With that, Gu Qianxing's hidden left hand shot out from his sleeve. A silver needle was pinched between his fingers. This silver needle was the unique assassination tool of the Gu family, the killing needle, which had previously claimed the life of Li Wuzi due to its potent venom. Whoosh! Gu Qianxing flicked his fingers, sending the killing needle soaring through the air towards Jiang Chen. Thud! The killing needle pierced into Jiang Chen's left shoulder. Upon seeing the needle strike true, Gu Qianxing let out a maniacal laugh. Raising the talisman paper in his hand high, as he infused his elemental force into it, the talisman began to ignite spontaneously. "I have long set up a teleportation array outside the city. Do you think a bunch of rubbish like you can keep me here?" Gu Qianxing laughed heartily, despite the poison coursing through him. Jiang Chen continued to charge towards Gu Qianxing without hesitation. In his mind, there was only one thought: to take Gu Qianxing's life. The talisman in Gu Qianxing's hand was about to burn out, and spatial fluctuations began to emanate from him. Seeing Jiang Chen resolve to leave his life behind, the mocking expression on Gu Qianxing's face grew more pronounced. That "It is a pity, Jiang Chen. You are too late. Even if I turn Fengning City upside down, leaving corpses strewn across the ground, I can still leave unscathed, while you will soon succumb to the tortures of the killing needle's venom. That is the true chasm between us. No matter your efforts, you shall never touch it." As Gu Qianxing spoke, Jiang Chen had already reached him. The 9 nether spiritual eyes were cold and merciless, harboring boundless killing intent that sent chills down the spine. That moment, the last corner of the spatial teleportation talisman in Gu Qianxing's hand had burned away, disintegrating into ash in the wind. The stone sword swung, blood splattering through the air. Just as Gu Qianxing prepared to teleport away, Jiang Chen struck with all his might, severing Gu Qianxing's left arm. This was Jiang Chen's ultimate attack. Empowered by the sword intent, Gu Qianxing's left arm was brutally torn apart by the stone sword. Time seemed to freeze as the derisive smile on Gu Qianxing's face solidified. Then, with a whoosh, amid a spatial fluctuation, Gu Qianxing and Helan vanished into thin air, teleported away by the spatial power of the talisman. Outside the city, on a desolate riverside meadow, a rabbit was frolicking through the lush green grass. Suddenly, a severed arm appeared abruptly above its head. Blood gushed from the severed limb, splattering onto the rabbit's pristine white fur. Simultaneously, 2 massive human figures appeared, obstructing the rabbit's viewpoint. One of the men, dressed in extravagant attire, was missing an arm and appeared pale, kneeling on the ground while gasping for breath. The other man, somewhat older, was clad in armor and wielding a blade, having just survived a harrowing encounter, his expression still bearing traces of panic. Thud! The rabbit, startled by the sudden turn of events, collided headfirst into the armored man's leg. The impact sent the rabbit tumbling to the ground. Crack! The severed arm fell from above, crushing the unsuspecting rabbit. The 2 newly arrived men failed to notice the rabbit's demise. Bang! The man with the severed arm slammed his fist into the ground in fury. His immense strength shattered the earth, creating a dent the size of a basin. Damn it! As he recalled the severance of his right arm at the hands of Jiang Chan before his escape, the man's once handsome visage contorted into a grimace. The excruciating pain from his amputated limb and the seething hatred towards the youth ignited a fierce blaze within his heart. Jiang Chun had fallen victim to the lethal needle. This boy must perish, but do not presume that your death will absolve me of my vengeance. The man muttered bitterly. Once your sister, Jiang Xian, enters the martial academy, I shall seize her and subject her to unspeakable torment, ensuring she is left to yearn for life, yet be unable to find peace in death. Chapter 42. 9 Turns of Rebirth. Ascension, witnessing Jiang Chun severing Gu Qianxing's left arm with a breathtaking stroke of his sword, all present gasped in astonishment. After executing that fatal strike, the youth knelt, supporting himself with one hand on his sword. Jiang Chun had just been struck by Gu Qianxing's treacherous ploy, having been pierced by a lethal needle he had unleashed. This needle was infused with the venom of a 5th-tier demon beast, the 5-poisoned toad, whose poison was exceedingly insidious. Once infected, the toxin rapidly spread through the victim's flesh and nerves, leading to paralysis and ultimately a death marked by convulsions. Jiang Chun trembled, a visage of profound agony etched upon his face, as he found himself locked in a desperate struggle against the deadly toxin. Within Jiang Chen's body, the gray Nine Nether Vital energy coursed through his meridians like a river, striving to repel the encroaching poison. Yet, the effort bore little fruit. Although the Nine Nether Vital energy was mysterious and powerful, it seemed ill-equipped to withstand the onslaught of such a horrifying toxin. The once invincible Nine Nether Vital energy could do little more than maintain a stalemate against this poison, unable to eradicate it. Under the protection of the Nine Nether Vital energy, Jiang Chun retained control over his body, yet he could feel the relentless toxin gradually gnawing away at his vitality. The venom of the 5th-tier demon beast was truly terrifying. Jiang Chun felt as if he were being scorched by flames and torn apart by brute force. In an instant, Jiang Chen's profound eyes returned to their normal state, and his hair darkened. The Nine Nether Vital energy within him was now entirely devoted to blocking the toxin's invasion, leaving him unable to maintain a Nine Nether Battle Body. Overwhelmed by pain, Jiang Chun began to emit primal roars akin to a wild beast. The skin exposed beyond his sword robe flushed a deep crimson, and beads of sweat cascaded down his body. Observing Jiang Chen's dreadful state, the onlookers could not help but voice their concerns. Lord City Master, it appears young Jiang is in dire straits. Though Jiang Chun was undeniably a prodigy, he had fallen victim to Gu Qianxing's treachery and would likely perish. Gu Qianxing is devoid of morality, yet he is a scion of the Yu Xiangu family. The treacherous weapon in his hand is not to be trifled with. Jiu You Minghu gazed at the anguished Jiang Chun, his heart filled with conflicting emotions. In the wake of this turmoil, the families of Fengning City had suffered significant losses, their vitality severely depleted. It would likely take them years to recover. Jiang Chen's valorous efforts had not only saved himself but nearly all the families within Fengning City. Alas, Gu Minghu sighed. Jiang Chen had been struck by Gu Qianxing's dark weapon and was severely poisoned, leaving him feeling utterly helpless. He had initially vowed to protect the Jiang family, and Jiang Chun had ensured Gu Zhaoyang's safety at the martial academy. Yet now, not only had Jiang Duhai perished in this upheaval, but Jiang Chen's life too hung by a thread. If Jiang Chen were to die, Gu Qianxing would remain unscathed. When Gu Zhaoyang eventually arrived at the martial academy, he would undoubtedly face Gu Qianxing's wrath and be subjected to relentless humiliation. Just as the crowd resigned themselves to the belief that Jiang Chun could not withstand the toxin and had little time left, the youth suddenly retrieved a pill radiating a purple glow from his storage ring. The pill shimmered with a resplendent aura, exuding an unmistakable air of the extraordinary. Jiang Chun possesses such a treasure. The crowd gasped in astonishment, bewildered as to how Jiang Chun had acquired a pill so clearly beyond the yellow grade. This pill was none other than the 9 Turns of Rebirth pill, a life-saving elixir left to him by Old Dong when they parted ways, who had specifically cautioned him not to use it unless on the brink of death. Underscoring its preciousness, realizing that he could not withstand the peculiar toxin of the lethal needle, Jiang Chun resolved to consume the 9 Turns of Rebirth pill. Enduring the agonizing pain, he exerted all his strength to swiftly toss the purple pill into his mouth, then bit down hard, shattering it. A rich essence of vital energy immediately dispersed within his mouth. With a gulp, he swallowed the pill. Once the 9 turns of rebirth pill entered his stomach, he felt a powerful surge of medicinal energy rapidly coursing through his limbs and body. The toxin, once dominant within him, met its nemesis in the form of the pill's potent magic, being swiftly devoured and vanquished. Offering no resistance, the medicinal energy permeated deeper. The intense burning sensation that had engulfed him gradually dissipated. How refreshing! Jiang Chun felt as though he were enveloped in a gentle spring breeze, every pore of his body basking in this exquisite sensation. His skin began to return to its normal hue, shedding the strange purplish-red tint, and under the nourishment of the medicinal power, it took on a translucent, jade-like luster. At some point, the youth's face had regained a tranquil expression. Seated cross-legged, he breathed evenly, a vibrant life force radiating from him in waves. The onlookers sensed that after Jiang Chun consumed the pill, not only was he free from the torment of the toxin, but he was also undergoing a remarkable transformation. Jiu You City Master, what is the current condition of this youth? One of the family heads inquired of Gu Minghu. Yu Minghu's expression grew grave. It appeared that the pill Jiang Chun had consumed had absorbed the toxic energy within him and provided him with abundant vital energy. Jiang Chun seemed poised to break through. Although Gu Minghu found it hard to believe in Jiang Chen's rapid ascent, he still conveyed the truth to the assembly. What? He is about to ascend again. How is that possible? This young man was only at the 3rd level of vitality gathering 2 months ago. One family head exclaimed in disbelief. This lad is truly a monster. If he can sever Gu Qinqing's arm at the 4th level of vitality gathering, once he reaches the 5th level, he might contend with formidable opponents of the spirit concentration realm. Another family head mumbled in a Yu Minghu's expression darkened. Jiang Chen's talent and background were far more formidable than he had anticipated, especially considering the eerie transformation he had undergone during battle. His ink-black eyes and silver hair were not traits of an ordinary bloodline. Following this ascension, Gu Minghu was uncertain whether his agreement with Jiang Chun would still hold. Just as the crowd marveled or gasped at the sight of the youth, a sudden influx of ambient vital energy surged towards Jiang Chun, flooding into his body. His aura surged dramatically, becoming even more powerful and solid, clearly indicating that he had reached the 5th level of vitality gathering. Jiu Minghu was correct. Jiang Chun had indeed been on the precipice of ascending to the 5th level of vitality gathering. The miraculous potency of the 9 turns of rebirth pill not only eradicated the toxin from the lethal needle, but the residual energy transformed into a vast reservoir of pure vital energy that Jiang Chun absorbed. Upon consuming this exceptionally pure vital energy, Jiang Chun successfully broke through to the 5th level of vitality gathering. With a deep exhalation, Jiang Chun opened his eyes. Esteemed guest, has anyone seen my uncle? Jiang Duhai, during the upheaval? I wonder where he might be, he inquired. The crowd fell silent, momentarily taken aback. Chapter 43. Departing after the matter is resolved. The crowd was unprepared for Jiang Chen's immediate inquiry regarding the whereabouts of his uncle. Jiang Duhai, upon regaining consciousness, a moment of silence ensued, as none dared to respond. They were well aware that Jiang Duhai had been slain by Li Hanya, the head of the Li family, during the chaos. Yet they lacked the courage to disclose this to Jiang Chun. His brow furrowed, sensing from their reticent expressions that his uncle had likely met with a tragic fate. Suddenly, a maniacal laugh pierced the air. Ha ha ha, Jiang Chun. Jiang Duhai has long since been dispatched by me. You killed my son, so I shall take your kin. I will ensure you suffer a fate worse than death. The crowd turned to see none other than the former head of the Li family. Li Hanwei, in his flight, Gu Qinqing had only taken Helan, the former captain of the Feng Ning city guards, leaving Li Hanya behind in the tower. The fate of an abandoned child was all too predictable. Li Hanya, now resigned to despair, cackled, What does it matter that you won? Your relatives and children will meet the same demise. Gu Minghu, all this sin is due to your protection of Jiang Chun. Li Hanya shouted vehemently at Gu Minghu. Impudent fool! Li Hanya! Do you dare to speak so brazenly here? Even as death approaches, you remain unrepentant. You wretched creature, I long to feast upon your flesh and drink your blood." The crowd glared at Li Hanya with fury, converging upon him to bring him to justice. Yet amid their vehement denunciations, Jiang Chun had already darted forward. Standing before Li Hanya in an instan, Li Hanya's eyes were wide open in disbelief. Seemingly unable to accept the news he had just heard, the surrounding crowd was in an uproar, murmuring among themselves, "Do you know who killed your eldest son, Li Xianqian?" Jiang Chun inquired of Li Hanya. "How would I know? You must be deceiving me." Li Hanya gritted his teeth, the muscles on his face trembling uncontrollably. Li Xianqian was also killed by Li Xianping. She intended to surrender the Li family. But Li Xianqian disagreed, so Li Xianping stabbed him with a dagger. Jiang Chun asserted relentlessly. "Nonsense! They were clearly murdered by you," Li Hanya shouted, like a furious beast. "I have slain all the members of the Li family with qi above a certain level. And this was all done with Li Xuanping's consent," Jiang Chun replied coldly, unfazed by Li Hanya's rage. Moreover, Li Xianping also agreed that in the future, 30% of the Li family's assets would go to the city lord's mansion. 65% would belong to the Jiang family, and the remaining members of your clan would have to humbly safeguard the last 5% of your assets. Jiang Chun leaned closer to Li Hanya, his eyes gleaming like those of a demon. "The destruction of the Li family today, and all the humiliation and torment you will suffer in the future, is a consequence of your foolishness and greed as the head of the Li family." Jiang Chen's words pierced Li Hanya's heart like a sharp blade. "Huh, you are lying to me. You must be lying. I was just about to kill Gu Minghu, and our Li family was about to become the rulers of Fengming City." Li Hanya laughed maniacally, a series of blows rendering him incapable of maintaining his sanity. "Li Xianping, you have done well. You have turned the future ruling family of Fengming City into the most pitiable wretches." Li Hanya sidestepped Jiang Chun, drunkenly shouting at the crowd, "Where is Li Xianping? Have her come out to see me." Behind Li Hanya, Jiang Chen's right middle finger was straightened, while his ring finger and little finger were bent. Forming a sword-like gesture, countless strands of Jiu You Yuanli surged forth from Jiang Chen's dantian. The sound of breaking wind erupted. Jiang Chen's Jiu You sword finger struck behind Li Hanya, the fierce sword intent piercing through his chest. Li Hanya turned around, looking at Jiang Chun with vacant eyes. "My words are finished, and now you shall die," the youth calmly stated. With that, Li Hanya collapsed to the ground, lifeless. Jiang Chun turned to face the crowd and posed a question. "Ladies and gentlemen, does anyone know where my uncle Jiang Duhai is?" Someone pointed to a figure that seemed to be crawling near the stairs. Jiang Chun strode over, bending down to investigate, and indeed found his uncle Jiang Duhai. Previously, when Li Hanya had just entered the tower, he had sought out Brother Duhai, vowing to avenge his son. Brother Duhai, having lost his Yuanli, was utterly defenseless. A family head described to Jiang Chun the circumstances surrounding Jiang Duhai's peril. Jiang Chun placed his hand in front of Jiang Duhai's nose. Discovering that Jiang Duhai had already lost his breath, Jiang Chun quickly placed his hand on Jiang Duhai's chest to check for a heartbeat. "Young Master Jiang, please accept my condolences. You have just killed Li Hanya, thus avenging Brother Duhai," the crowd consoled, interpreting Jiang Chen's actions as an inability to accept Jiang Duhai's death. However, the crowd was taken aback when they saw Jiang Chen reveal a faint smile after placing his hand on Jiang Duhai's chest. Could it be that Jiang Duhai still had a heartbeat and was not entirely dead? Observing Jiang Chen's unexpectedly joyful demeanor after checking Jiang Duhai's heartbeat, the crowd grew perplexed. Jiang Chun retrieved a qi-gathering pill from his storage ring, pried open Jiang Duhai's mouth, and fed it to him. Not long after, Jiang Duhai stirred back to consciousness. Jiang Chun let out a long sigh of relief. Upon awakening, Jiang Duhai saw his nephew Jiang Chun and asked, "Chen'er, how is everything with our Jiang family?" "A few people were injured, but there were no significant losses," Jiang Chun replied. Hearing that the Jiang family was generally well, Jiang Duhai felt relieved that "I owe my survival to the turtle breath pill you gave me. Otherwise, how could I have escaped this calamity?" Jiang Duhai recalled Li Hanya's fierce demeanor and felt a chill in his heart. It turned out that after Li Wuzi's death, Jiang Chun had given Jiang Duhai the turtle breath pill left by Old Dong as a precaution. The turtle breath pill protects the user's heart pulse, inducing a state of false death, which explained Jiang Chen's earlier examination of Jiang Duhai's heartbeat. although Old Dong had been unreliable during the burial at Langling. The 2 pills he provided before leaving proved invaluable. Jiang Chun sighed inwardly. With Li Hanya dead and Jiang Duhai revived, the matter was settled, and Jiang Chun prepared to leave with Jiang Duhai. At that moment, Gu Minghu called out to the 2 of them. "Wait, what other matters does Lord Gu have?" Jiang Chun turned to inquire. "Jiang Chun, you must return to the training platform tomorrow at the hour of the snake. The results of the assessment will be announced then. Although the rankings and selections for the Martial Academy will change due to yesterday's turmoil, you're still the first in this assessment." Gu Minghu stated with a solemn expression. "Rest assured, Lord of the City, Jiang Chun will be there." Jiang Chun nodded in agreement. He then departed with his uncle Jiang Duhai. Chapter 44. The results of the assessment competition that night. After the conclusion of the assessment competition, sorrowful cries echoed throughout Fengning City, lingering for an extended period. These were the lamentations of the survivors from various families mourning their deceased kin. Fortunately, the citizens who had gone to watch the competition suffered little loss. After the creation of the immense dark clouds by the Xian Yin locking spirit array, the spectators below had already fled without a trace upon witnessing the bizarre celestial phenomenon, when they later discovered the high death toll among the various families in the stands. Their hearts were filled with dread. They slowly came to understand what had transpired at the Northern Martial platform. It turned out that the Yi and Li families had colluded with outsiders to incite a rebellion, intending to kill City Lord Gu Minghu and subsequently control the other families to dominate Fengning City. The Yi family's estate was engulfed in flames that night, with both their people and wealth plundered by the other families. Thus, the Fengning Yi family was annihilated. However, when the various families rushed towards the Li family, hoping to enact the same fate upon them, the city lord's mansions to suddenly appear before them, publicly declaring that the Li family was under the protection of the city lord's mansion, which allowed them to escape calamity and avoid total destruction. The following day, at Gu Minghu's invitation, Jiang Chun made his way alone to the Northern Martial platform. As he walked along the street, the sound of Suona echoed incessantly through the alleys, and paper ash swirled in the air. Jiang Chun mused to himself that the coffin shop must have profited handsomely from yesterday's chaos. Approaching the venue, Jiang Chun spotted 5 individuals standing on the empty ground in front of the martial platform. Upon his arrival, all 5 turned their gazes towards him. Among them, Jiang Chun recognized the imposing figure of Gu Minghu standing apart from the rest. The other 4 included the seemingly fragile Li Xianping, the slender Lu Fengye, and the dark-skinned Guan Yu clad in white. To Jiang Chun's surprise, the last individual was Hu Wansheng, who had previously lost his right arm to a strike from Yifeng. Although aware that he was not late, Jiang Chun hastened his pace upon seeing that everyone had gathered and was merely waiting for him. As Jiang Chun arrived, Gu Minghu informed the 5 of the purpose of their summons. In past years, the results of the assessment competition were announced at the conclusion of the competition. However, due to the unexpected events yesterday, both the rankings and selections for the Martial Academy had to be altered, and it was impractical to gather all the families and citizens in the city again. Thus, only the 5 of them, who had qualified for the Martial Academy, were summoned, with hopes for their understanding. The 5 naturally had no objections to Gu Minghu's actions. Hu Wansheng, with a rueful smile, remarked, "I never imagined I could still enter the Martial Academy without an arm. With Yifeng and Li Xiangqian both deceased due to the rebellion, Hu Wansheng, originally ranked 6th, was granted a spot in the Martial Academy." Guan Yu patted Hu Wansheng on the shoulder, offering understanding and encouragement, as he had recently pledged lifelong commitment to Hu Xian. Making Hu Wansheng his brother in law, Jiu Minghu then continued to announce to the group, the top 5 rankings for this assessment competition are as follows. First place, Jiang Chun. Jiang Chun nodded in acknowledgement. The others remained silent, as Jiang Chun's performance was indeed extraordinary, and his first place was unquestionable. Second place, Guan Yu. Guan Yu wearily nodded in response. His father, the head of the Guan family, had died during the turmoil, and although he secured second place and entered the Martial Academy, Guan Yu remained engulfed in sorrow. Third place, Lu Fengye shrugged, indicating his acceptance as a commoner without ties to the families in the stands. He had fled alongside the citizens during the chaos, missing out on the thrilling experiences others had recounted regarding yesterday's upheaval, leaving him with a tinge of regret. Fourth place, Hu Wansheng. Hu Wansheng respectfully nodded towards Gu Minghu. Fifth place, Li Xianping. Why, Lord of the city, I do not comprehend. When Gu Minghu mentioned the name Li Xianping, Guan Yu suddenly cried out in agitation. What is it that you do not understand? Gu Minghu narrowed his gaze, fixing it upon the dark-faced Guan Yu. My lord, Li Xianping is a descendant of the rebel family, the Li clan. Why do you still permit her entry into the martial academy? At this moment, Guan Yu's face flushed slightly, and his voice trembled with emotion. My father was slain by her father. The Li family has committed such heinous crimes. Why does she still qualify for admission into the martial academy? Unable to contain his fury any longer, Guan Yu shouted vehemently at Gu Minghu. Upon finishing his outburst, he glared at Li Xianping with a gaze filled with hatred. Li Xianping turned her head away. Before Gu Minghu could respond, Hu Wansheng swiftly covered Guan Yu's mouth with his remaining left hand. My lord understands. Guan Yu has lost his forebears and is thus in deep sorrow, which accounts for his unreasonable behavior. My lord, please continue speaking. Hu Wansheng said, smiling apologetically at Gu Minghu. As he spoke, he continued to restrain Guan Yu's mouth firmly. Guan Yu's face turned crimson as he struggled, wishing to break free from Hu Wansheng and continue contesting Li Xianping's qualification for admission to the martial academy. It is of no consequence that Jiu Minghu cast a sidelong glance at the struggling Guan Yu and remarked nonchalantly. After briefly addressing Guan Yu's interruption, Gu Minghu resumed, discussing matters of importance with the assembly. I have already informed you of the rankings of the 5 of you, derived from the recent assessment competition. There has been no favoritism or oversight in the evaluation process, and I have reported your identities to the Ritual Hall and the Martial Academy. Now, I shall present you with the tokens for admission to the Outer Academy. The Academy will uniformly enroll all disciples of this cohort on the 15th of October, and you must present these tokens upon your arrival. With that, Gu Minghu produced 5 tokens from a storage ring. They are all identical. You may take whichever you prefer. These 5 tokens bore a resemblance to the recommendation token previously acquired by Jiangshun for the Inner Academy. Though they were nearly half its size, the group stepped forward to retrieve a token each, including the reluctant Guan Yu. Upon receiving the token, Jiangshun examined it closely in his hand. This Outer Academy token, like the Inner Academy's recommendation token, bore the characters Yuxian inscribed in seal script, with a smaller character for Outer etched in the lower right corner to be warned, do not lose this token or allow it to be stolen. For should you fail to enter the Academy, you shall have no one to blame but yourselves. That Jiu Minghu cautioned the assembly. All 5 nodded in agreement. I have conveyed all I wish to say. Do you have any further inquiries? Gu Minghu surveyed the 5 before him with a piercing gaze, ignoring the youthful Guan Yu's agitated demeanor, and seeing no one respond. Gu Minghu cleared his throat and declared, since there are no questions, I, the city lord, shall take my leave, and you may return to your respective homes. With that, Gu Minghu turned and departed. Not far away, Jiangchen noticed several shadowy figures accompanying Gu Minghu as he left. A smile crept upon Jiangchen's face. It seemed the city lord's residence was left with only these guards. After Gu Minghu's departure, Guan Yu stormed towards Li Xianping, seemingly seeking an explanation from her. Hu Wansheng, while trying to restrain him, earnestly urged him not to act impulsively. Liu Feng stood by, distracted. His lineage did not belong to any family within the city, and the entanglements of love and enmity among these families held no relevance for him. In fact, he was far more intrigued by the first-place winner, Jiang Chun. However, just as Liu Feng turned to seek Jiang Chun for a discussion, he noticed Jiang Chun leisurely wandering off into the distance. Chapter 45. Today we may depart. On the 4th day following the conclusion of the assessment competition, during the hour of Chun, the dawn light barely illuminated the sky. Jiang Chun stood outside the eastern gate of Fengning City, ready to depart with Jiang Xian for the Yushuan Manor. The victors of the assessment gathered outside the eastern gate, awaiting the city lord's farewell words. My Fengning disciples, today you may depart, before embarking towards the Yushuan Manor. This tradition had persisted in Fengning City for many years, remaining unchanged. Besides Jiang Chun, the other 4 victors of the assessment competition, Guan Yu, Liu Feng, Hu Wansheng, and Li Xianping, were also present. Accompanying them was the young city lord. Gu Zhaoyang. Fengning City lay on the fringes of Yushuan continent, a considerable distance from the heart of Yushuan Manor, over 50,000 miles away. The city lord's residence provided each individual with the finest shadow flow horses from Fengning City. These shadow flow horses, possessing the bloodline of magical beasts, though not yet first tier, had already been domesticated, boasting remarkable speed and endurance, capable of traversing over 2,000 miles in a single day. Jiang Chen's uncle, Jiang Duhai, along with members of the Jiang family, had come to bid farewell to Jiang Chun and Jiang Xian, having previously harvested over 100 third-tier demon cores in the Zhonglor Ridge. Jiang Chan sold them to the corpulent steward Wei Fu of Tianxiang Tower yesterday, amassing over 50,000 taels of silver. He reserved 10,000 taels for himself as traveling funds, bestowing the remaining 40,000 taels upon Jiang Duhai. With Jiang Chen's contribution of over 40,000 taels, and Ali family's previously held 65% of assets, the Jiang family was thriving and prosperous and could see this moment. Jiang Duhai was imparting advice to Jiang Chun. Chener, once you enter Yushuan Manor, do not be dazzled by the opulence and extravagance there. Always remember to prioritize martial arts. Having said this, Jiang Duhai leaned closer to Jiang Chun and whispered, remember to seek out your parents. That is your grandfather's dying wish. Upon hearing these words, Jiang Chen's expression turned grave as he replied, Uncle, rest assured, Jiang Chun has never forgotten the search for my parents. Jiang Duhai nodded, beginning to discuss matters to be cautious of during their journey. You must travel along the official roads. Avoid the rural paths at all costs. Be wary of bandits and thieves along the way, and do not accept food or drink from strangers. Keep your wealth concealed. If you happen to miss an inn while on the road, seek refuge in a dilapidated temple or abandoned dwelling temporarily. Do not stay in the homes of others. Previously, a disciple from the city was deceived by nefarious individuals and lured into their home, ultimately leading to his demise. Jiang Xian, cradling Luo Mo, stood beside Jiang Chun. It was her first time leaving Fengning City, and upon hearing Jiang Duhai's warnings about the dangers of the outside world, her initial excitement began to wane into fear. Father, you're not trying to scare us, are you? Scare you? Jiang Duhai's expression suddenly turned stern as he replied firmly, do not think that just because the two of you have reached the 5th level of Qi gathering, you can act recklessly. Your cultivation is still lacking. Exercise extreme caution on the road. Jiang Chun and Jiang Xian nodded vigorously in agreement. Not far away, City Lord Gu Minghu and young City Lord Gu Xiaoyang were engaged in a similar conversation. However, Gu Xiaoyang had his personal bodyguard, accompanying him on the journey to report to the Martial Academy. According to the Academy's regulations, inter-academy disciples may bring along a personal attendant, whose status would be on par with that of a servant disciple, but would not be required to perform menial tasks. Lu Fengye stood beside Gu Xiaoyang, having accepted Gu Minghu's invitation to accompany him to report to the Martial Academy. Previously, Gu Minghu had sought Jiang Chun, hoping to have Gu Xiaoyang travel alongside Jiang Chun and Jiang Xian. But Jiang Chun politely declined, prompting Gu Minghu to extend his invitation to Lu Fengye instead. When the reporting day arrives, I wonder what kind of disposition Lu Fengye will adopt under Gu Xiaoyang's influence. Jiang Chun mused upon seeing Gu Minghu standing alongside Lu Fengye. Guan Yu had already become engaged to Hu Wanqing's sister, Hu Xing. The Hu and Guan families united to send the couple off. Hu Wanqing, having lost an arm, was conversing with the head of the Hu family. The dark-faced youth, Guan Yu, consoled his weeping fiancée, whose eyes brimmed with tears as he prepared to depart for the Martial Academy, uncertain of when they would reunite. Yet she understood the significance of entering the academy for Guan Yu and resolved not to become an obstacle in his path. There shall be no romantic entanglements there. The young girl, her eyes glistening with tears, clenched her teeth, demanding a solemn promise from the young in response. He swore an oath to the heavens, his words as unwavering as stone. Only then did the girl's spirits lift. Among the throngs of farewells beyond the city gates, the only solitary figure was a beautiful woman, for no one had come to bid her farewell. This lonely soul was Li Xianping, once the goddess in the hearts of many in Fengning City. She had lost everything overnight, her reputation shattered. Though she now held the title of the Li family head, the remaining clansmen harbored deep resentment towards her, blaming her for betraying the Li clan. The townsfolk were well aware that Miss Li had slain her own brother, Li Xiangqian, sacrificing the lives of all those gathered at the Li estate to preserve the remnants of her family. Although they did not harbor hatred towards her, most were gripped by fear. The people of Fengning believed that Miss Li would not return after her departure this time, a sentiment she shared. Calmly astride her gray steed, she appeared even more graceful. Deep down, she understood that the day's commotion bore no relevance to her. Her sole task was to await the moment to depart alongside the others. As time progressed, the sky brightened. Everyone felt the impending moment of parting. Oddly enough, as the time drew near, hearts were torn between wishing for the moment to linger indefinitely and yearning for it to arrive swiftly. Jiang Chun was still heeding Jiang Huai's admonitions of tea that moment. Gu Minghu was engaged in conversation with Lu Fengye, seemingly bestowing something upon him, while Gu Xiaoyang looked on with a furrowed brow. Jiang Xian was bidding farewell to her mother. Guan Yu held on to Hu Xing's hand, their demeanor intimate. Hu Wanxing looked at his sister and brother-in-law, his smile full of joy. I Xianping remained composed upon her mount, though the horse beneath her grew restless from the weight. After Gu Minghu had finished with Lu Fengye, he noticed the dawn had fully arrived. Clearing his throat with a loud cough, he commanded attention, prompting everyone to cease their conversations. Those heading to the Yushuan Martial Academy mounted their steeds. You are the victors of this year's assessment. You shall soon embark for the Yushuan Martial Academy to hone your martial skills. I wish you all success in serving the great Zhou dynasty, soaring to great heights in the days to come. Gu Minghu proclaimed with vigor. Cheers erupted from the crowd, for they knew that his next words would signal their departure. My fellow Fengning youths, today you may go forth. Gu Minghu shouted with all his might, his voice resonating like a giant bell across the heavens, shaking even the clouds above. This cry was so grand that it ignited a fervor within the hearts of all present. The horses whinnied, and dust rose beneath their pounding hooves. Lord Xie, Jiang Chen departs. Lord Xie, Jiang Xian departs. Lord Xie, Guan Yu departs. One by one, they cupped their fists in salute to Gu Minghu before resolutely galloping away. Chapter 46. The young master of Yushuan Manor, after nearly a month of relentless travel, Jiang Chun and Jiang Xian finally arrived at Yushuan Manor. This ancient and towering city was a place of dreams for countless souls. Beneath the soaring city walls, the bustling crowds and vehicles flowed like a river. Jiang Chun and Jiang Xian led their shadow steed into the city amidst the throng of a small black dog. Luo, Mo, peacefully slumbered in a large pouch on Jiang Chen's right. Luo, Mo had been asleep for a month and had yet to awaken. Jiang Chun speculated it was in the transition from infancy to childhood. Brother Chun, Yushuan Manor is even more splendid than I imagined, Jiang Xian exclaimed, marveling at the vibrant scenes around her. The main thoroughfare was alive with the ebb and flow of people and horses. Lined with shops, the wide streets were filled with vendors hawking a dazzling array of goods as they strolled. They were captivated by the myriad wonders around them. They encountered individuals adorned in peculiar attire. Cultural differences starkly evident, and even beings that seemed not quite human. Brother Chun, look at that person. He appears so strange, like a beast. Jiang Xian pointed in astonishment. Jiang Chun followed her gaze to see a towering figure with horns. His muscular upper body exposed, standing over 10 feet tall, moving like a small mountain. The fearsome presence deterred anyone from approaching within 2 feet. This must be a member of the demon race. Jiang Chun recalled the tales shared by Old Dong. Demon race? Jiang Xian questioned, for no text in Fengning had ever mentioned their existence. Just as Jiang Chun was about to explain, a youthful voice echoed from their left. The demon race are the offspring of ancient demons who transformed and intermingled with humans. Both siblings turned in surprise to find a small boy, his voice sweet and childlike. They quickly scanned the area, but found nothing. Hey, what are you two looking at? This young master is down here. Their eyes fell to the ground, where a richly dressed, adorable little boy stood, a serious expression adorning his face. He wore a gleaming jade pendant around his neck, suggesting a distinguished background. Jiang Chun and Jiang Xian exchanged amused glances at the 5 or 6-year-old's adult-like demeanor. This little fellow is so cute, Jiang Xian beamed, approaching to pat the boy's cheek, only to provoke his ire. You two outsiders, I was trying to kindly educate you, and you mock me instead. I shan't teach you anymore. Please, Do continue. We would love to hear more, Jiang Chen implored, recognizing the boy's potential knowledge and encouraging him to share. The boy, delighted by Jiang Chen's interest, adopted a serious teacher-like expression and resumed. Generally, only the first generation of demons and their offspring are considered pure-blooded demons. He spoke with confidence, clearly relishing being listened to. When demons interbreed with humans, their offspring are typically referred to as half-demons, though we often use that term as a euphemism for the less favorable human-demon hybrids. The fellow you saw earlier with horns is one such half-demon. Half-demon? So human-demon hybrids are also known as half-demons, Jiang Chun murmured, contemplating the new terminology he had not encountered before. Old Dong had merely mentioned human-demon hybrids without specifying half-demons. Though our Great Zhou dynasty is a human realm, the royal family of the surrounding Tanlang dynasty comprises half-demons. While our two nations have been at war for centuries, we have entered a truce in recent years, allowing their kin to study in our Great Zhou and pay homage to our illustrious empire. The boy's face beamed with pride as he mentioned the grandeur of the Great Zhou. Yet, Jiang Chun felt no pride. Instead, he found it perplexing if they had been enemies for so long. Why had the opposing side lowered their guard after just 2 years? Should hostilities reignite, would they not become adversaries once more? The boy dismissed Jiang Chen's concerns with a wave. If they dare to attack us, we will annihilate them. Our Yushuan army is invincible. There's nothing to fear. Just as Jiang Chen was about to inquire further, a servant approached the boy, urgency etched on his face. The servant, a sprightly middle-aged man, appeared quite astute, and upon finding the boy, he bore a look of exasperation, as if he had been searching for a long time. "My young master, what are you doing here? Come back with me at once. You snuck out to play, and your father is furious. He is ready to spank you." "What? My father is angry. No way. I absolutely cannot return. I will be punished," the boy exclaimed in alarm, attempting to flee. However, Jiang Chun watched in shock as the servant made a subtle gesture, and the boy seemed bound. Unable to move, Jiang Chun was taken aback. The servant's ability to restrain the boy from a distance indicated that he had surpassed the Qi-gathering realm, possibly even reached a higher level. Such a skill seemed beyond even the condensation realm. "Let me go," the boy wailed, struggling mightily. After a time, realizing his efforts were futile, he resorted to hurling insults at the servant. "You wicked dog, let me go, or I'll tell my father you hit me." The middle-aged servant chuckled helplessly. "Enough of this, my young master. Come back with me. We have important guests arriving today, and we cannot afford to neglect them." "What guests? Don't think I don't know. They're just some folks from the Central Plains that I refuse to meet them." The servant's expression turned grave as he swiftly covered the boy's mouth. "My little ancestor, please do not speak carelessly." After subduing the young master, the middle-aged servant's gaze shifted towards the side, where Jiang Chun and Jiang Xian stood, revealing a look of skepticism. "Who might you two be?" The siblings wore expressions of innocent curiosity, as if merely spectators. "We are merely passers-by. We know nothing," Jiang Chun responded with a smile. Little did he know, upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, the young boy became incensed. Pointing angrily at Jiang Chun, "You clearly are not just passing by. You even inquired about matters concerning the demon race." The middle-aged servant's expression suddenly hardened. "Inquiring about the demon race? Could it be that you are spies from an enemy nation?" Jiang Chun hurriedly explained to the middle-aged servant. "We are siblings on our way to report to the Yu Xuanwu Academy. We happened to see a demon with horns on its head, and out of curiosity, we asked your young master about it." The middle-aged servant scrutinized the two of them closely. The attire of the individuals before him did not resemble that of the locals of the Yu Xian Academy. Although they appeared young, their cultivation was not low. Both were at the 5th level of Qi gathering, indeed resembling newly admitted outer disciples of the Yu Xuanwu Academy. The middle-aged servant's demeanor softened immediately. "In that case, I shall not disturb you further." With that, the middle-aged servant swiftly whisked the young boy away. "Help me. Quickly come to save this young master," the boy cried out anxiously towards Jiang Chun. However, Jiang Chun could do nothing but smile and wave goodbye to the young master. After the servant took the young master away, Jiang Chun and Jiang Xian continued their stroll along the street, intending to find an inn to rest. Before long, a childish voice echoed in their ears once more. Humph. You think capturing this young master is that easy? The two turned their heads downward, only to discover that the young master who had just been taken away was now beaming at them. Chapter 47. Children love to brag. Jiang Chun had never anticipated that the young boy would sneak out again after being taken by the servant. Judging by the middle-aged servant's cultivation, the young boy's background was undoubtedly extraordinary. If they were mistaken for the wicked instigators of child's escape, it would be dire. "Hey, why do you look so unhappy to see this young master?" the boy inquired, scratching his head. Jiang Chun forced a slightly awkward smile and asked, "How did you escape from your servant?" The boy shyly grinned. "I told him I needed to relieve myself and asked him not to watch. Then I slipped away." Jiang Xian burst into a fit of giggles, her laughter like silver bells. Yet, Jiang Chun felt a sense of unease. Despite the boy's innocence, he was a hot potato. The previous middle-aged servant could not have been so easily deceived to let the boy run away. Jiang Chun sensed that someone was watching them, that it was likely that the middle-aged servant was lurking in the shadows, observing their every move. Jiang Chun scanned his surroundings but found no trace of the middle-aged servant. Nevertheless, he understood that if he and Jiang Xian entertained any ill intentions towards the boy, it would not be long before several formidable figures emerged to apprehend them. Just the thought of such a scenario sent shivers down his spine. He approached the young boy and said, "You should return. You are still so young, and running around in such a big city will worry your family." To his surprise, the young master pouted defiantly and shouted, "I'm not going back. I want to join you at the martial academy." "What?" Jiang Chun and Jiang Xian exclaimed in unison, astonished. The young boy was indeed quite headstrong, thinking he could follow them into the academy. Jiang Chun thought it unwise that this little boy had latched onto them. "Then you should go back and discuss it with your family. Only then can we take you to the academy." Jiang Chun attempted to coax the boy into returning home. "If you go back, and your family will let you out again, I will take your surname." Jiang Chun thought to himself that, of course, his intention was purely frustration, not to take advantage of the boy's family. The young boy, being the spirited child he was, realized Jiang Chun was merely trying to placate him. He glared at Jiang Chun, puffing up with indignation. "You are deceiving me. This young master will not fall for your tricks. If I go back, I won't be allowed out again. I refuse to return," in fear that Jiang Chun would send him back. The young boy threatened, "If you go to my house to report, I will tell my father you kidnapped me. Then you'll be in big trouble." The boy's brash attitude irked Jiang Chun. "Who is going to report to your father? Is your family part of the great Zhou royal family? Does your father's surname begin with G? What kind of brat is raised to be so arrogant? This is simply intolerable. Xianer, let us go." Jiang Chun had no desire to engage with this spoiled child further and intended to take Jiang Xian away. Point one could not afford to provoke such a nuisance. Seeing Jiang Chun and Jiang Xian about to leave, the young boy grew anxious and grabbed Jiang Xian's sleeve. "Don't go. Stay and play with me. If I return home, no one will play with me. I have no mother, and my sister won't play with me." The boy's eyes brimmed with loneliness and desolation. Upon witnessing the boy's pitiable expression, Jiang Xian felt her heart soften. "Brother Chun, why don't we play with him for a while? Until his family comes to fetch him?" Jiang Xian cautiously suggested to Jiang Chun, feeling sympathetic towards the little boy. Jiang Chun furrowed his brows, glancing at the boy with a hint of dilemma. He was certain that the boy's protectors were watching them from the shadows, yet this little boy was adamant about clinging to them. The boy's eyes sparkled with anticipation as he gazed at Jiang Chun. "All right then," Jiang Chun sighed, resigning himself to the idea of helping this careless family deal with a rambunctious child for half a day. Hooray! Upon hearing Jiang Chun's agreement to play, the little boy cheered with delight. "But once you've had enough fun, you must return home," Jiang Chun cautioned with a tinge of resignation. The young boy nodded repeatedly, though it was unclear how much of Jiang Chun's words he truly understood. This child was evidently too lonely. Having someone to play with brought him such joy. Watching his son's delighted smile from afar, a man displayed a gentle smile. The man was shrouded in a faint glow. Unnoticed by those passing by. "My lord, should we have them all brought to the residence to play, or—" The middle-aged servant stood respectfully before the man, inquiring, "Let the two little friends take him around the city for some fun. Just ensure you protect your honor in the shadows." "Understood." The middle-aged servant responded. Then, as if recalling something, he asked the man, "What about the esteemed guests in the residence? Should we take the young master to meet them?" Mentioning the two esteemed guests from earlier, the man's expression suddenly grew cold. "Humph. Those two didn't even come to pay me a visit. It seems the one from Zhongzhou is quite wary of me." The middle-aged servant remained silent. The man's words were not for a mere servant to comment on. The man's gaze became grave as he observed the three figures in the distance. The young boy was lively, chatting animatedly with the girl, while the young man appeared somewhat reserved. New disciples of the Yuxuanwu Academy. He mused, "It wouldn't be impossible to let Yuan enter the academy now." The middle-aged servant looked astonished. "But young master is only 6 years old." "Alas, time is of the essence." The man sighed helplessly. He looked up at the sky. The vast expanse above seemed like a giant eye eternally watching over humanity. "What can be done? Yuan possesses a talent rarely seen in our family for 1,000 years. You tell Yuan that I will send him to the academy." With those words, the glow enveloping the man dissipated, and he vanished without a trace. After the man disappeared, the middle-aged servant remained standing alone for a moment. Then, with a flash, he too vanished from sight. "What is your name?" Since he had promised the young boy to play, Jiang Chan temporarily lowered his guard and asked the boy, "I am called." The boy seemed hesitant to reveal his name. Suddenly, as if recalling something, his eyes brightened, and he declared, "I am Zhou Yuan, Zhou from the great Zhou dynasty, and Yuan from the essence of energy. Zhou Yuan. Are you the young master of the Zhou family from Yuxian?" Jiang Xian inquired, searching her memory for what she had learned about the Zhou family from the city lord's residence in Fengning. However, she found no mention of the Zhou family among the influential families in Yuxian. "That I am not from the Zhou family. Our family is far more powerful than theirs," Zhou Yuan retorted indignantly. "Then how does your family compare to the 3 major families of Yuxian?" Jiang Xian asked with curiosity. "3 major families? You mean the Gu, Lin, and Sita families?" "Yes," Jiang Xian replied, smiling, finding the boy's assertions rather endearing. "Those 3 families can't compare to us. My father alone could defeat them soundly," Zhou Yuan boasted proudly to Jiang Xian. "Haha, you're quite the braggart," Jiang Xian laughed at Zhou Yuan's confident demeanor, thinking it was simply a child's embellishment of his family's status. This young master never brags. Zhou Yuan blushed as he defended himself. Beside him, Jiang Chun listened to Zhou Yuan's words, unable to suppress a smile. If this mischievous child were not boasting, then his father must be extraordinarily powerful. Chapter 48. A prodigy defying the heavens. 6 years of concentration. Although Zhou Yuan possessed a whimsical personality, he was ultimately just a child. As long as you engage him in topics of interest and played along, he would be thoroughly content. Jiang Chun and Jiang Xian accompanied Zhou Yuan as they strolled through several shops along the way, purchasing him some wooden carvings as trinkets. They then bought Zhou Yuan a skewer of candied hawthorn from a street vendor. After consuming those 2 skewers of candied hawthorn, the little boy was completely enchanted. However, Jiang Chun had no intention of lingering. Nightfall was approaching, and he and Jiang Xian had yet to find their own place to stay. That it's getting late. "Where do you live? Allow me to escort you home," Jiang Chun said, bending down to address the little boy. Zhou Yuan, in the midst of gleefully waving a wooden kite, clearly did not want to leave. "This young master is not going back. I want to enter the martial academy with you," Zhou Yuan declared, not even looking up as he spoke. Upon hearing Zhou Yuan's words, Jiang Chun could not help but pinch his forehead in exasperation. "You are still so young, lacking even the foundation of qi gathering. The martial academy will not accept you. That it would be better to wait until you reach the qi gathering stage before attempting to enter," Jiang Xian gently advised Zhou Yuan. Though Jiang Xian intended to offer kind counsel, she did not anticipate that the little boy would take her words to heart. "Is it true that I can enter the martial academy once I reach the qi gathering stage?" the boy asked innocently, seemingly unaware of the specifics of the Yuxuan Martial Academy. Jiang Chun was somewhat taken aback. This boy could articulate the intricacies of the half-demon royal family from a neighboring nation. Yet he was uninformed about the very academy located within Yuxuan Prefecture. "You must reach the 3rd level of qi gathering before you turn 20, and then participate in the assessment competition. That is how I entered the martial academy," Jiang Chun explained to Zhou Yuan. However, He believed that given Zhou Yuan's background, gaining entry to the academy would not necessitate passing the assessment competition. As it turned out, Jiang Chen's conjecture was indeed accurate. Zhou Yuan was astonished by Jiang Chen's words. But my father did not tell me that. He said I was too young and that I could only enter the martial academy once I turned 8. Jiang Chen found himself speechless. At the age of 8, he had been troubled by his inability to cultivate his body, while little Zhou Yuan was already poised to enter the academy. That moment. Zhou Yuan, filled with indignation, shouted to the heavens, "Father, you deceived me. I want to enter the martial academy right now." Suddenly, the green jade pendant on his chest emitted a vibrant glow. "How is this possible?" Jiang Xian exclaimed, her mouth slightly agape, disbelief evident in her beautiful eyes. In an instant, the little boy's cultivation level had reached the 6th level of Qi gathering, 7th level of Qi gathering, 8th level, 9th level. His aura continued to surge, on the verge of breaking through the limits of Qi gathering. Finally, as Zhou Yuan's aura surged once more, a unique energy representing the concentration stage radiated from his small frame. Only upon reaching the concentration stage did Zhou Yuan's aura begin to stabilize. The radiant green light from his chest became dazzling. Jiang Chen swallowed hard, staring in astonishment at the boy before him. Rendered speechless by the revelation, the concentration stage at the tender age of 6, a realm that others might never achieve in their lifetime, was attained by this little boy at such an early age. What a prodigious talent! Zhou Yuan seemed unaware of his extraordinary capabilities, raising his small face and cheerfully asking Jiang Chen, "Look, this young master has already reached the 3rd level of Qi gathering. Now you can take me to enter the martial academy, right?" Just as Jiang Chen was left speechless, a slightly hoarse voice reached their ears. "Young master, it is getting late. We should return." He turned out to be a middle-aged servant who had come over upon witnessing Zhou Yuan's display of power, eager to escort him away. Upon seeing the servant's arrival, Zhou Yuan's expression fell. He knew he would soon be taken back. The green light on his chest dimmed, and the little boy's aura receded. Soon reverting to the ordinary appearance of a mischievous child, "I won't go back. I want to enter the martial academy with Jiang Chen and sister Jiang Xian," Zhou Yuan insisted. Strangely, he addressed Jiang Chen simply as Jiang Chen, yet referred to Jiang Xian as sister Jiang Xian. The middle-aged servant sighed. "The master has instructed me that when the martial academy opens, he will take you there." Hearing the servant's words, the little boy cheered joyfully. Since the middle-aged servant had come to fetch Zhou Yuan, Jiang Chen intended to bid farewell to the duo. However, Zhou Yuan was reluctant to part ways with Jiang Chen and Jiang Xian. He knew they had traveled from afar and had yet to find a place to stay. "Hongnu, please let Jiang Chen and sister Jiang Xian stay at our house," Zhou Yuan pleaded with the middle-aged servant. This was the first time in his brief 6 years of life that he had earnestly asked for something. The middle-aged servant hesitated, although the guest rooms in the estate were empty. He felt it inappropriate to make such a decision unilaterally. Zhou Yuan insisted on having Jiang Chen and Jiang Xian stay at his home, asserting that their vast residence had plenty of empty rooms and that there was no one else to keep him company. "If you don't stay in my house, I'll have no one to play with when I return. Father is always busy, and my sister is occupied with her training. They never play with me." Zhou Yuan turned to the two, expressing his loneliness with a pitiful demeanor. "We will meet again at the martial academy." Jiang Xian comforted the little boy gently, just as Jiang Chen and Jiang Xian were about to turn to leave. The middle-aged servant called out to them, "You two have taken care of the young master for so long. The Zhou family should express their gratitude, since you have yet to find lodging. If you do not mind, please accompany this old servant and the young master back to the Zhou estate. I will arrange for a carriage to escort you." The middle-aged servant extended his invitation. Intrigued by the boy's background, Jiang Chen accepted the middle-aged servant's offer. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's agreement, Zhou Yuan's face lit up with joy. Yushuan Prefecture was known for its vast expanse, a fact well recognized by all. However, it was only after boarding the middle-aged servant's carriage that Jiang Chen truly grasped the enormity of the famed Yushuan Prefecture. As the carriage set off, the sun began to dip in the west. The middle-aged servant drove the carriage using the 2 shadow steed horses that Jiang Chen and his sister had brought along. Zhou Yuan, Jiang Chun, and Jiang Xian conversed within the carriage, while the little black dog, Luo, Mo, peacefully slept at their feet. They traveled through the Yushuan prefecture for an indeterminate time. When the carriage finally came to a halt, the outside world had plunged into darkness. Zhou Yuan's home seemed to occupy a rather secluded location. Surrounded by tranquility, Jiang Chun and Jiang Xian followed Zhou Yuan as they disembarked from the carriage. Along the way, Jiang Chun had learned from Zhou Yuan that the Zhou family was not one of the prominent noble families within Yushuan Prefecture. Aside from Zhou Yuan, his sister, and his father, only the servants responsible for their daily needs resided in the Zhou estate. In terms of size, the Zhou estate was comparable to the Jiang family estate located in Fengning City. However, while the Jiang family housed an entire clan, the Zhou estate was home only to Zhou Yuan and his immediate family. The fact that such a large estate could be established in the precious land of Yushuan Prefecture indicated that Zhou Yuan's father possessed considerable capability and standing. Contrary to Jiang Qin's earlier assumptions, the plaque at the entrance of Zhou Yuan's home indeed bore the characters for Zhou Fu. It seemed that Zhou Yuan truly bore the surname Zhou. "We're home." Accompanied by newfound friends, Zhou Yuan appeared to be brimming with excitement. As the night deepened, a middle-aged servant guided the trio through a side entrance, after ensuring Zhou Yuan was settled for rest. The servant led Jiang Chun and his companion to two adjoining guest rooms. Once the servant departed, Jiang Chun surveyed his surroundings in the guest room. The space was adorned with an elegant and serene decor, a testament to the owner's exquisite taste. Finding nothing amiss, Jiang Chun began to peruse the alchemical notes left to him by the old man Dong. Chapter 49. The maiden practicing swordsmanship under the moonlight previously. Dong had informed Jiang Chun to seek him in the Dan Hall upon arriving at the Yuxian residence. Eager to learn the art of alchemy, Jiang Chun had diligently studied the notes left by Dong. These notes contained many of Dong's past annotations. With each reading, Jiang Chun's understanding of alchemy deepened, though he still lacked practical experience. Without the guidance of a master like Dong, a novice like him would not have been able to grasp the intricate nuances of alchemy so swiftly through mere notes. After about an hour of reading, Jiang Chun closed the book. Perhaps it was the unfamiliarity of staying in such a refined guest room at the Zhou residence that left him feeling somewhat uneasy. He yearned to take a stroll. As he pushed open the door with a creak, he stepped outside. The night was quiet, illuminated by the solitary full moon. Being in the Zhou household made Jiang Chun feel somewhat constrained as he ambled along the cobblestone path. In the distance, he spotted a few figures carrying paper lanterns, unsure if they were night watchmen or merely out for convenience. Although they paid him no heed, this only heightened Jiang Chen's sense of tension. He and Jiang Xian had arrived at the Zhou residence that evening with a middle-aged servant, and the other servants were likely still unaware of their presence. He worried whether they might be mistaken for intruders. Suddenly, Jiang Chun regretted his decision to accept Zhou Yuan's invitation to stay. He recalled his uncle Jiang Duhai's admonitions before leaving Fengning City. Jiang Duhai had warned them not to seek lodging in others' homes, recounting tales of Fengning's youths who were met with misfortune while staying with strangers at night. Although the reason for his and Jiang Xian's stay at the Zhou residence was their connection with the young master Zhou Yuan, and the Zhou household appeared respectable, he felt it prudent to remain cautious, given that he had not revealed his special abilities or heritage. Reflecting on the experiences of the past few months, Jiang Chun sighed. It was just for one night. They would depart with Sister Xian at dawn. Having looked after the mischievous Zhou Yuan, this night would not be in vain. Moreover, Zhou Yuan's father had promised to send him to the martial academy, so it was likely that their paths would cross again in that esteemed institution. Jiang Chun wandered. Lost in thought, he suddenly noticed a pond in the distance, beside which stood a figure. The moonlight spilled into the water, making it shimmer like a mirror. In the interplay of moonlight and rippling waves, the figure appeared strikingly graceful. It belonged to a young maiden. She held a glimmering long sword, seemingly practicing her swordsmanship. Jiang Chun, moved by her poise, chose to stand at a distance, not wishing to disturb her. The maiden's swordplay was exquisite. Under the moonlight, her movements flowed like a dance, reminiscent of falling snowflakes, truly breathtaking. Even Jiang Chun couldn't help but silently commend her skill. He wondered if this maiden might be Zhou Yuan's sister, as Zhou Yuan had mentioned that his sister practiced diligently and had no time to play with him. The moonlight cast a soft glow on the maiden's delicate figure and illuminated her face, radiant as the moon itself. She appeared ethereal, akin to a divine being dancing gracefully. After an indeterminate time, the maiden concluded her practice. Sheathing her sword, as she caught her breath, Jiang Chun noticed a single tear glistening on her cheek. He was taken aback, unsure of the source of her sorrow, standing alone by the pond. Tears streamed silently down her face in that moment of sadness. It was hard to reconcile her current state with the breathtaking image she had just projected while practicing. There's something troubling you. Dear maiden, a voice tinged with concern broke the silence. Startled by the unfamiliar voice, the maiden trembled slightly. She lifted her gaze to find a young man clad in gray. Are you? Her voice was hoarse and quivered slightly. Her first instinct not being one of fear of a thief, but rather the fear of her secret tears being discovered. I am Jiang Chun, a disciple preparing to report to the Yu Martial Academy. Today, I had the pleasure of meeting young Master Zhou Yuan, who invited me to stay at the Zhou residence for the night. Jiang Chun replied, maintaining a composed demeanor. Your brother's friend? The maiden inquired, a hint of confusion in her tone. When did my brother make friends at the Yu Martial Academy? Isn't my father opposed to him going out to play? She found it peculiar that her brother's friend was a boy rather than someone closer to his age. At this moment, Jiang Chun had confirmed that the maiden before him was indeed Zhou Yuan's sister, and he sensed her bewilderment. Today, your brother slipped out to play, and I happened to arrive at the Yu residence with my sister Jiang Xian. Seeing him so young and unattended, we decided to keep him company for a while by the time the servant Hong found him. It was already late, and he invited me to stay the night. Upon hearing that Jiang Chun was indeed a friend of her brother, the maiden's demeanor softened considerably. Since you're my brother's new friend, that makes you my friend as well. I am Zhou Yu, and I will also be entering the Yu Martial Academy this year. She smiled warmly, though the traces of tears still lingered in her eyes. Please forgive my intrusion. I could not help but admire your swordsmanship, which is truly remarkable and rare to find. Jiang Chun offered sincere praise. You saw that? The maiden blushed, feeling shy at the thought of her earlier performance being witnessed. Jiang Chun cleared his throat awkwardly. I simply came out to enjoy the moonlight, and by chance, I witnessed your practice. I beg your pardon. Zhou regarded the young man, apologizing before her, her long lashes fluttering gently. Are you at the 5th stage of Qi gathering? She asked curiously. Indeed, Jiang Chun replied with a smile. You also wield a sword? Zhou Yu's gaze shifted to the sword sheath at Jiang Chun's waist. Jiang Chun drew the Jiu sword for her to see. Yes, but this sword is quite unlike any other. It is a stone sword. He spoke proudly as he introduced the Jiu sword to her. A stone sword. Zhou Yu's eyes widened slightly in surprise. She had never heard of any swordsman wielding a stone sword. This young man was indeed peculiar. Chapter 50. The quivering of the stone sword upon seeing that Jiang Chun's sword was an unassuming black stone blade. Zhou Yu found herself intrigued. It was well known that swordsmen sought sharpness, both in their strikes and in the weapons they wielded. That a stone sword did not seem fitting for combat. This is no ordinary stone sword. It is quite heavy, yet performs as well as any other sword, surpassing all in durability. Jiang Chun explained to Zhou why it once belonged to the strongest swordsman in the world, and it was deemed the mightiest divine sword. He silently mused this to himself, though he refrained from sharing this with Zhou Yu. The Jiu sword seemed to resonate with Jiang Chun's thoughts, and he felt a subtle tremor emanating from it. It was pleased with Jiang Chun's internal praise. Jiang Chun, may I see your sword? Zhou Yu asked hesitantly. Her interest piqued. Surprised, Jiang Chun noted that most people initially dismissed the Jiu sword, but Zhou Yu appeared unusually fond of it. Without overthinking, he handed the hilt to her. Zhou Yu carefully accepted the Jiu sword, sensing its extraordinary nature. What is its name? She inquired. Examining the stone blade with intent. It is called Jiu. Jiang Chun replied nonchalantly. Under the moonlight, Zhou Yu ran her delicate fingers over the stone sword, her white, slender digits gliding along its surface. This Jiu sword must have claimed many lives, she remarked. Zhou Yu sighed, and Jiang Chun was somewhat taken aback. He was uncertain whether the multitude she referred to included those slain by the Sword Emperor of the Devouring Sky in years past, or if it merely pertained to those he had dispatched within Fengning City. Although he had only unleashed his killing intent on the final day of the assessment competition, he had nonetheless taken many lives. As for the victims of the Sword Emperor, their cultivation levels were likely so elevated that they could stand equal to the heavens, their numbers vast enough to fill several eastern seas. "How do you know?" Jiang Chun inquired, a hint of trepidation lacing his voice. "This stone sword harbors a multitude of grievances and resentments," Zhou Siyue replied, raising her gaze to meet his, her autumn-like eyes imbued with sincerity. Jiang Chen's mouth fell slightly agape. How could one perceive the presence of such profound emotions? Observing his bewilderment, Zhou Siyue couldn't help but chuckle. "Ha!" The sound of her laughter was bright and melodious, resonating beneath the moonlight. "Jiang Chun, I believe your swordsmanship must be quite commendable," she remarked. "I dare not compare my skills with yours, young lady," Jiang Chun replied humbly. Had she been a young man, he would have surely engaged in rivalry. However, given her status as the young mistress of the Zhou family and the fact that he was a guest in her home, it was prudent to prioritize harmony. To his surprise, Zhou Siyue seemed displeased by his flattery. Her brow furrowed slightly. "You are deceiving me," she exclaimed, and with a swift motion, the sword of devouring shadows danced in her hand as if performing a graceful ballet, though her attack was sudden. Jiang Chun deftly evaded the strike. Luckily, Zhou Siyue had yet to grasp the essence of sword intent. Otherwise, had he been struck by this surprise assault, he would likely have sustained grievous injuries, making it improbable for him to witness the dawn of another day. Jiang Chun silently rejoiced that Zhou Siyue's talent did not rival that of her brother, Zhou Yuan. Both she and Jiang Chun were of the same cultivation level, the fifth layer of qi gathering. Jiang Chun remained unaware of Zhou Siyue's age, but she appeared to be of a similar age to himself. Judging by her talents, Zhou Siyue's potential seemed comparable to Jiang Xian's. The cultivation method of the qi gathering realm, as the name suggests, involves the accumulation of qi. Once a martial artist reaches this realm, they open their qi sea, allowing them to absorb the elemental energies of heaven and earth, which they then transform into their own vital force through the acupoints within their bodies, subsequently channeling this vital force into their qi sea along the meridians. This method of cultivation appears straightforward, yet the efficiency of different individuals in converting the elemental energies varies drastically. Some with lackluster talents may toil day and night. Yet their absorption and transformation of the elemental energies can be as arduous as collecting droplets of water to fill a lake, rendering them unable to break through even after decades of diligent practice. Conversely, those with exceptional gifts may absorb the elemental energies of heaven and earth as effortlessly as a whale swallowing, transforming vital force as easily as drinking water, allowing them to progress at an astonishing rate unattainable by others. Take, for instance, Zhou Yuan, the 6-year-old prodigy Jiang Chun had encountered today. He was truly astonishing. "Miss Zhou, please remain calm. Do not wield your vital force," Jiang Chun implored gently. His concern was not that Zhou Si might seize the sword of devouring shadows, but rather that this sword had once belonged to the Sword Emperor of the Devouring Sky. Without the Emperor's lineage, one could hardly hope to control it. Should Zhou Siyue employ her vital force, she might suffer a backlash. Clad in white and wielding the sword of devouring shadows, Zhou Siyue appeared remarkably spirited in the moonlight. "You were peeking at me just now, and this is your punishment," she teased with a light laugh, her earlier sorrow seemingly forgotten. Jiang Chun then realized that Zhou Siyue was merely jesting with him. "I apologize, young lady, if there is anything else that displeases you. I am more than willing to make amends. Please, do not hesitate to express your wishes," Jiang Chun offered, feeling a sense of remorse for inadvertently uncovering Zhou Siyue's secret. "Let us compare swords. Only then shall I be appeased," Zhou Siyue declared, tossing the sword of devouring shadows to Jiang Chun while drawing her own weapon. The blade shimmered in the moonlight, akin to frost crystallizing. Upon unsheathing her sword, Zhou Siyue's demeanor transformed entirely. Her exquisitely beautiful face became cold and focused. "Dare you defy my command?" Jiang Chun caught the sword of devouring shadows with a swift motion, swiftly adjusting his grip that a gentle breeze stirred, ruffling the hair of both youth and maiden. The sword of devouring shadows in Jiang Chen's hand began to quiver softly, as if in mirth. "Could you please be a bit more serious? We are to duel," Jiang Chun lamented inwardly to the sword. Yet, the sword of devouring shadows continued to tremble, exuding an air of joy. It seemed to have not felt such happiness in quite some time. Reluctantly, Jiang Chen chose to disregard the sword's exuberance and braced himself for the confrontation. However, due to the bond he shared with the sword of devouring shadows, its carefree demeanor rendered Jiang Chen's stance somewhat awkward. In other words, he was now full of openings. Suddenly, Zhou Siyue's figure flickered, and her sword transformed into a streak of silver light, aiming directly at Jiang Chun. The trajectory of her strike shifted unexpectedly mid-air. Jiang Chun raised his sword to parry, and with the sound of metal clashing, he barely managed to deflect her thrust. Zhou Siyue, seeing her attack thwarted, bore no anger. She tilted her head slightly, her eyes narrowing into a beautiful crescent shape. "Your swordsmanship is indeed impressive," Zhou Siyue commended. This particular strike of hers was known as the swimming dragon's tail, appearing straightforward, yet possessing an enigmatic force that made its landing unpredictable, a feat not easily countered by the average practitioner. Yet Jiang Chun felt no sense of pride within. His old companion, the sword of devouring shadows, seemed inexplicably merry this night. "Please, stop smiling." Jiang Chun internally chastised the sword. The stone blade continued to quiver with delight. Chapter 51. The Alchemist's Appraisal. Zhou Siyue sheathed her sword. "I am no longer angry with you," she said to Jiang Chun. "You must not divulge what you witnessed earlier to anyone. Otherwise, I shall not let you off lightly." The young lady's threat bore no genuine malice, but rather a hint of bashfulness. Jiang Chun smiled. "I merely passed by and did not spy on you, young lady." Zhou Siyue appeared unconvinced. "You are lying. You clearly saw me crying. You even asked me why." Upon uttering this, Zhou Siyue felt a twinge of guilt, and her cheeks flushed slightly. "The night is deep. I must take my leave," she stated, turning to depart. The silhouette of the young lady gradually faded under the moonlight. Jiang Chun stood by the pond, puzzled by her sudden exit, while a peculiar emotion stirred within him. Not far away, a man sat beneath a locust tree. He was the master referred to by the middle-aged servant, as well as the father of Zhou Yuan and Zhou Siyue. He was drinking wine while gazing at the moon, now observing the youth by the pond. "That stone sword of his is rather intriguing," the man mused to himself. "He has grasped the essence of sword intent. He appears to be a practitioner of considerable lineage." There was a glimmer of admiration in the man's eyes. What a pity his cultivation is rather low. At his age, he has only reached the 5th layer of qi gathering. Progressing to the divine, C will be quite a challenge. The man shook his head, somewhat dissatisfied. He raised his cup and drank it dried. I did not expect Siyue to still be thinking of her. He sighed as the cup slipped from his grasp. Looking up, the full moon stirred memories within him that he murmured, "Tonight's moon is truly beautiful." The following morning, in the guest room of the Zhou residence, Jiang Chun awoke from his slumber. Upon opening his eyes, he found Zhou Yuan's innocent gaze fixed upon him. The little boy was accompanied by the middle-aged servant from the previous day. Hong knew Zhou Yuan. Jiang Chun was surprised to see the boy upon awakening. "You are finally awake," Zhou Yuan beamed at him. Then, with a hint of arrogance, he continued, "At your age, waking up later than I do is pure laziness. No wonder at 16, your cultivation lagged behind that of a 6-year-old like me." Jiang Chun found himself a loss for words. This little brat truly had no sense of propriety. The middle-aged servant, Hong knew, wore a smile as he addressed Jiang Chun. "The master is aware of the matters concerning young Master Jiang and young Miss Jiang. He has instructed that, as a token of gratitude for your care of the young master yesterday, you may remain in the Zhou residence until the day of your report to the Martial Academy. The master has requested that you feel free to voice any inconveniences you may have. Young Master Jiang, that I am exceedingly grateful to your master, Hong." Jiang Chun nearly slipped by uttering the term new, but quickly corrected himself. "Uncle Hong, you are too kind. Neither I nor Jiang Xian have any inconveniences." Hong Nu nodded slightly. Jiang Chun continued, May I inquire as to the whereabouts of Lord Zhou? I would like to express my gratitude." Upon hearing Jiang Chen's question, Zhou Yuan pouted, "My father is always mysteriously absent." The middle-aged servant explained to Jiang Chen, "The master is quite busy, and there is no need for young Master Jiang to seek him out to express your gratitude." Since it has been stated that there is no need for thanks, Jiang Chen naturally refrains from excessive politeness. After sending Zhou Yuan on his way, Jiang Chen practiced for another hour. He then made his way to the stable to retrieve his Shadow Stream horse, intending to visit the headquarters of the Dan Hall to seek out Old Dong. The location of the Dan Hall headquarters within the Yuxian mansion is no secret. The 6 halls of the Great Zhou's 6 halls, apart from the perpetually enigmatic Dark Hall, are all situated in plain sight. The Dan Hall is located at the westernmost end of the Yuxian Mansion City. Jiang Chen had acquired a map of the Yuxian Mansion City from the middle-aged servant Hong Nu, which allowed him a glimpse into the layout of the city. The Zhou residence lies to the north of the Yuxian Mansion, while Jiang Chen entered the Yuxian Martial Institute through the southern city gate. This explains why they had spent a considerable amount of time traversing the city in a carriage to reach the Zhou residence yesterday. As for how Zhou Yuan managed to sneak from the Zhou residence in the north to the southern city gate, and how the middle-aged servant Hong Shu found Zhou Yuan, Jiang Chen was none the wiser. Regardless, armed with the map of the Yuxian Mansion City, locating the Dan Hall headquarters should not pose a significant challenge. Upon arriving at the site of the Dan Hall, Jiang Chen discovered a long queue at the entrance. The individuals in line varied in age and stature, encompassing men and women of all shapes and sizes. Uncertain of the reason for this queue, each person's face bore a semblance of anxiety, some even peering inside curiously. Uniformed attendants were present on either side of the line, maintaining order as if they were the stewards of the Dan Hall. Jiang Chen approached a seemingly simple-minded middle-aged man in the crowd and inquired about the purpose of their gathering. "You don't know about the alchemist title assessment? Then what are you doing here?" The middle-aged man expressed astonishment at Jiang Chen's question. "I am not a local of the Yuxian Mansion, merely passing through. I noticed you all queuing here, hence my inquiry." Jiang Chen feigned the role of the passerby. "We are all here for the alchemist title assessment. Today is the evaluation for the Dan 2 rank." The man regarded Jiang Chen with evident skepticism, observing Jiang Chen's appearance and attire. He found it hard to believe that such a young individual was unaware of the alchemist titles. "Are there ranks among alchemists?" Jiang Chen asked in confusion, as Old Dong had never discussed such a classification with him. In Old Dong's view, the ranks of alchemists in Yuxian Prefecture were beneath him, making it unnecessary to engage Jiang Chen on the topic. Noticing the sincerity in Jiang Chen's confusion, the middle-aged man patiently explained. "The Dan Hall categorizes alchemists into 9 ranks based on their mastery of alchemy. The lowest is the 9th rank alchemist, while the highest is the 1st rank alchemist. Those below 6th rank are referred to as Dan 2, while those between 4th and 6th rank can officially be called alchemists, and those above 4th rank are honored as master alchemists." Upon mentioning master alchemists, a sense of pride and yearning gleamed in the middle-aged man's eyes. Jiang Chen couldn't help but feel intrigued. He too wished to assess his own alchemical skills. However, he was self-aware enough to realize that he might not even qualify for the 9th rank based on practical experience. What title does one receive if they do not qualify for the 9th rank? Jiang Chen inquired of the middle-aged man. The man's expression darkened. "I say, young lad, if you seek amusement, you might as well return home. If you can't even reach 9th rank, what business do you have in alchemy? You'd be better off stoking the furnace at home." Seeing the man's displeasure, Jiang Chen ceased his questioning and thanked him before departing. At that moment, a commotion erupted at the entrance. It turned out that the previous group of title assessors had just emerged. Among them, some wore expressions of despair, while others radiated exuberance. "There is something wrong with the Dan Hall's furnace." One of the disappointed participants shouted in despair, his face covered in soot, resembling someone freshly unearthed from the ground. Clearly, he had suffered a furnace explosion. "Haha, it's your poor skills that caused the explosion." Dante blamed the furnace. Laughter erupted from the crowd, directed at him. The unfortunate one, realizing his complaints were met with ridicule, stormed off in anger. Chapter 52. Registration for 9th rank amidst the clamor of the crowd and the shouts of the attendants. A new group of individuals seeking to assess their alchemist titles entered. Jiang Chen noticed a table at the entrance, behind which sat an individual, presumably in charge of registrations. The number of people were lined up before the table to enroll. Jiang Chun joined the queue, and soon it was his turn. "May I inquire what the requirements are for the alchemist title assessment?" Jiang Chun asked the registrar. The registrar was a young, rotund fellow, slouched lazily against his chair in the Dan Hall uniform, a black robe emblazoned with an ancient-style alchemical furnace on the right chest. After Jiang Chun's inquiry, the plump registrar squinted his small eyes and replied drowsily, "Pay the fee. And how much is that?" Jiang Chun inquired. "Further point, 1,000 taels of silver. If you wish to use our materials, that will be an additional charge." The registrar stretched lazily and adjusted his posture slightly. "Equivalent value in alchemical pills or other items is also acceptable, but their worth will be determined by our Dan Hall point. 1,000 taels, plus materials." Jiang Chun was taken aback, having brought 10,000 taels from Fengming City. He had already given 5,000 to his cousin Jiang Xian and spent 500 on the journey. Now he had just over 4,000 taels left. To pay 1,000 taels for an alchemist title assessment was a quarter of his funds, his foundation for establishing himself in the Martial Institute. A slight twitch appeared on Jiang Chen's face. The registrar's small eyes sharpened as he lifted his head to scrutinize Jiang Chun. "If you lack the funds, you can work as a menial disciple in our Dan Hall. We offer free assessments to our own." The registrar assumed Jiang Chun was a dreamer aspiring to be an alchemist and sought to guide him. Jiang Chun was momentarily taken aback. He merely wished to undergo a title assessment. Why was the registrar directly suggesting he join the Dan Hall as a menial disciple? Was the Dan Hall truly so short-staffed? Doubts began to creep into Jiang Chen's mind regarding old Dong's decision to take him on as an apprentice. Jiang Chun hesitated. The registrar remained silent, displaying remarkable patience. However, the individuals behind Jiang Chun were growing impatient. A burly man with a thick beard stood behind him, eager to assess his 9th rank Dan 2 title. "Hurry up, little brat. Don't waste my time. I'm in a hurry to become an alchemist." The bearded man's temper flared. Feeling the pressure from the impatient individual behind him, coupled with his own curiosity about his current alchemical level, Jiang Chun gritted his teeth and handed over the money. Nevertheless, the loss of such a substantial sum still pained him. That feeling of loss was palpable, empty. Upon seeing Jiang Chun produce the money, the registrar cracked a slight smile and ceased further chatter. He took up his pen to record. "Name? Jiang Chun." At the mention of this name, the registrar paused momentarily. It seemed familiar, as if it held some significance. However, the young registrar could not quite recall. He vaguely remembered Elder who mentioning a name that sounded like Jiang Chun, but Elder who had not spoken favorably of it, and he had not paid much attention at the time. The registrar chose to continue with the registration. Age, 16. After completing the registration, the registrar inscribed his name at the bottom of the document. The young registrar was named Huang Qiuming. He handed the completed registration form to Jiang Chun. "You're number 35 of the 3rd batch today. When your turn comes, bring this paper with you. You are being assessed for 9th rank Dan 2, and the materials needed will be collected from you at that time." Within the Dan Hall, every 48 individuals constituted a batch, hence the numbering would cycle between 1 and 48. Jiang Chun expressed his gratitude to the registrar and stepped away from the queue. "With that foolish demeanor, do you truly believe you can become a 9th rank alchemist? You must be joking." The bearded man behind him mocked Jiang Chun upon realizing he was also registering for the 9th rank Dan Tuesday. Jiang Chun turned back and shot a cold glance at the man. The bearded fellow was momentarily taken aback, sensing a chill within him. "Oh, you dare to stare at me. I am at the 9th level of chi accumulation and am about to become a 9th rank alchemist. You dare to meet my gaze?" The bearded man seethed with indignation. Jiang Chun chose to ignore him. "Come and register," the registrar shouted at the bearded man. The bearded man immediately complied, stepping forward to register. The registrar regarded the silhouette of the young man departing, still harboring a hint of doubt. Why did the name Jiang Chun sound so familiar? Alas, he lamented, he should not have accepted Elder, whose request to handle this tedious task of registration. The corpulent steward once again succumbed to a state of listlessness. Jiang Chun gazed at the registration paper in his hands. Unlike the ordinary paper used by most people, this one was smooth and substantial. More importantly, this sheet of paper was of the same kind as the note left for him by the old man Dong. This further confirmed that Dong was indeed affiliated with the Dan Palace. As time passed, after the conclusion of the evaluation for the first 2 batches of titles, it was finally Jiang Chen's turn. Alongside 47 others, he stepped through the grand entrance of the Dan Palace. Beyond the doors lay an expansive plaza. In the plaza, a series of identical bronze alchemical furnaces were meticulously arranged in 6 rows, each containing 8 furnaces. A few of these furnaces had been destroyed, and workers were currently transporting new bronze furnaces to replace the damaged ones. In front of the furnaces, an array of alchemical materials was displayed, provided for those registrants who had not brought their own supplies. Naturally, these materials were priced significantly higher than those available on the market. At the forefront of the plaza sat a tall, slender elder. Despite his unassuming demeanor, he exuded an air of authority befitting a master alchemist. This elder was none other than Elder Hu, the person in charge of this title evaluation for alchemists. Once all the participants had gathered, Elder Hu's voice resonated in their ears. You are all here to assess your titles as alchemists. The Dan Palace has established specific standards for each grade of evaluation. For the 9th grade, you must successfully refine a high-quality gathering yuan pill. For the 8th grade, a high-quality locking spirit pill. Elder Hu meticulously outlined the requirements for the evaluations. With their futures at stake, the crowd listened intently as he concluded. A glint of coldness flickered in Elder Hu's eyes. Should the Dan Palace discover any of you engaging in cheating, such individuals will be deemed a disgrace to the alchemist profession and expelled immediately. Such a transgression will be permanently recorded, resulting in a lifelong forfeiture of the opportunity to participate in the alchemist assessments. His words fell upon the crowd like a blade, instilling a sense of dread among them. Subsequently, Elder Hu's tone softened as he continued. As aspiring alchemists, I encourage you all to refrain from foolish actions. In this balanced admonition, none dared to entertain any nefarious thoughts, knowing well that their future as alchemists was not to be trifled with. Each area surrounding the furnaces bore a number corresponding to the registration papers. The participants proceeded to their respective bronze furnaces. That moment, a coarse voice rang in Jiang Chen's ears. Humph, I didn't expect to be next to a little brat like you. How unfortunate. Jiang Chen turned to see that the speaker was the burly man with a beard from earlier, who now glared at him fiercely. Chapter 53. Refining the gathering yuan pill. Jiang Chen frowned upon hearing the bearded man's words. It seemed that one's success in alchemy was not merely a matter of skill, but often hinged on luck. In response to the man's insolence, Jiang Chen retorted with sarcasm. Do you dare to insult me? The bearded man, understanding Jiang Chen's mockery, was instantly enraged. How absurd! After you have spoken so disrespectfully to me several times. Do you expect me to show you deference? Jiang Chen, unyielding, replied to the burly man. Were it not for the confines of the Dan Palace, I would have already drawn my sword. The bearded man, eyes wide with fury, glared at Jiang Chen, his demeanor threatening. Just you wait until we step outside. You will learn of my prowess, he threatened. Jiang Chen merely chuckled dismissively. Choosing to ignore him, he had not provoked this man at all. Yet he was the one seeking trouble. The bearded man was infuriated by Jiang Chen's disregard. That moment, a square-faced steward from the Dan Palace approached them. Jiang Chen was number 35, positioned 3rd in the 5th row, while the bearded man was number 36, located 4th in the same row. The square-faced steward collected their registration papers and inspected their furnaces. Finding no discrepancies, he then turned to Jiang Chen to request payment. As Jiang Chen had not brought any materials, he was required to purchase those provided by the Dan Palace. The material cost amounted to a staggering 1,000 taels of silver. Reluctantly, Jiang Chen paid, feeling as though he had been extorted that, if calculated at market rates, it would have cost only slightly more than 500 taels for the 3rd-tier beast core, with the other materials requiring minimal expenditure. The Dan Palace is truly unscrupulous. The bearded man scoffed from the side, that you're such a fool for coming to refine pills without materials. You deserve to be fleeced. Haha, when you fail to produce a gathering yuan pill and can't qualify as a 9th grade alchemist. That 2,000 taels will be down the drain. The bearded man shamelessly mocked Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's ire was ignited by the man's brazen ridicule. I will certainly succeed in refining the gathering yuan pill today. As for you, still attempting to qualify as a 9th grade alchemist, I suspect you have failed multiple times. Jiang Chen shot back with unwavering determination. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, the bearded man appeared struck at his core. Indeed, he had failed 8 times without success. Furthermore, on his first attempt, he had also neglected to bring materials, resulting in a loss of 2,000 taels. I was merely unfortunate before. The man bellowed defensively. I've refined countless gathering yuan pills in private. This time, I will succeed, he boasted, filled with confidence about becoming a 9th-grade alchemist. Soon, with a command from Elder Hu, the evaluation for this batch of alchemist titles officially commenced. A total of 48 participants were present, with a duration of 1.5 hours allocated for the evaluations. Most participants aimed for the 9th-grade title, with only a handful seeking to qualify for the 8th grade. For the refining of basic pills, this time frame was more than sufficient. Flames suddenly erupted beneath each bronze cauldron. Alchemists at the Gathering Qi realm lacked the ability to control their consciousness. Thus, their refining methods were rather rudimentary. The difficulty of refining primary pills, such as the Gathering Yuan pill, was not particularly high. There was no need for the alchemists to channel their energy or probe with their consciousness. In this scenario, the qualification assessment for 9th-grade alchemists primarily focused on their ability to handle the materials, with the most critical factor being their mastery of the heat. Theoretically, with sufficient experience, one could certainly qualify as a 9th-grade alchemist. However, the challenge lay in the fact that such a method of refining was exceptionally costly. Cultivating an alchemist required substantial resources, and nurturing one without talent was akin to pouring money into a bottomless pit. This was also the reason for the scarcity of alchemists and their esteemed status. As the evaluations began, participants commenced processing their materials. Although refining the Gathering Yuan pill was simple, individual methods of refinement varied. Differences in material handling techniques and specific refining approaches naturally led to variations in the resultant pill's efficacy. Jiang Chen's entire arsenal of alchemical knowledge and techniques had been imparted to him through the alchemical manual left by Old Man Dong, which also contained the method for refining the Gathering Yuan pill. The formula had undergone modifications in Old Man Dong's notes. During his time in Fengning City, Jiang Chen had attempted to refine the Gathering Yuan pill using a silver basin. Although the process was evident, the final outcome had consistently fallen short of expectations. Today marked Jiang Chen's first attempt at using a cauldron for alchemy. I need Gathering Yang flowers, who move fruits. The beast cores from 3rd-tier beasts, nitrate water, huangjing, foaming grass, and iron round with leaves. Jiang Chen stepped forward and reported the materials he required for refining the Gathering Yuan pill to the square-faced steward. The steward raised an eyebrow, slightly perplexed. The materials Jiang Chen mentioned were indeed common for refining the Gathering Yuan pill, yet there were a few he had never heard of being used in this context. However, as the additional materials were not of significant value, the steward saw no reason to suspect Jiang Chen of wasting materials. Thus he provided them to him. Jiang Chen returned to his bronze cauldron with the materials he had acquired for 1,000 taels of silver. At that moment, the bearded man was cautiously handling his own materials. Upon seeing Jiang Chen's return, the man couldn't help but steal a glance at the materials in Jiang Chen's hands. Iron round with leaves? And foaming grass? The bearded man was initially taken aback, but then erupted in a laughter. Haha, I've never seen anyone use iron round with leaves to refine a Gathering Yuan pill. Are you here to make a pill instead? His boisterous laughter drew the attention of surrounding alchemists, who cast curious glances at Jiang Chen. Iron round with leaves? Foaming grass. Upon confirming the presence of these two materials, the onlookers exchanged derisive smirks. They were astonished that someone would attempt to refine the Gathering Yuan pill using such ingredients. Both iron round with leaves and foaming grass were common herbal materials, primarily utilized in ordinary hemostatic ointments. It was unheard of for anyone to include these two materials in a recipe for a Gathering Yuan pill. Kid, you might as well go home. You clearly don't know the formula for the Gathering Yuan pill. Yet you aspire to be an alchemist? The burly man with a beard spoke gruffly to Jiang Chen. Initially, he had harbored concerns that Jiang Chen might be a concealed master, but now those worries had dissipated entirely. After all, if he couldn't even refine a Gathering Yuan pill, how could he be considered a formidable expert? Jiang Chen, with a composed expression and gritted teeth, chose to ignore the man's taunts that he firmly believed that the revised formula for the gathering yuan pill in Old Dong's notes would not lead him astray. His inner fury surged like the flames beneath the alchemical furnace, that if he had merely come to assess whether his alchemical skills and innate talent could meet the standards of a ninth-grade alchemist. Now he was consumed by a singular thought. He had to successfully refine the gathering yuan pill. He was determined to show the bearded man precisely how the gathering yuan pill ought to be crafted. Chapter 54. You are about to explode the furnace. As the alchemical process commenced, the crowd's attention became fully engrossed in the art of alchemy. Jiang Chun had completed the preparation of all materials and was ready to officially begin the refinement of the gathering yuan pill. Although it was his first attempt at alchemy, after studying Old Dong's alchemical notes repeatedly, he found his mind remarkably clear as he engaged in the actual process that he knew how to handle the materials, when to add each component, and how to observe the heat. These were all detailed in Old Dong's notes. All Jiang Chun needed to do was meticulously follow the key points outlined therein. First, he placed the gathering sunflower and the humu fruit into the alchemical furnace through the central opening. Under the intense heat, the two ingredients gradually melded into a viscous paste. Additionally, within this paste, specks of substance shimmered faintly. The alchemical notes indicated that once the two components had merged into a paste, one should directly add nitrous water. However, Old Dong believed that crushed Wen Ming grass powder should be introduced at this stage instead. With this thought in mind, Jiang Chun wasted no time in pouring all of the freshly ground Wen Ming grass powder into the furnace. Next, he needed to increase the flame's intensity. Jiang Chun seized a handful of flame sunwood powder and sprinkled it into the fire below the furnace. The flames surged dramatically, even causing Jiang Chun's face to feel the searing heat. He focused intently on the changes occurring within the furnace. According to Old Dong's notes, a dense white smoke should now begin to rise from the furnace. Sure enough, moments later, the white smoke began to waft up. Jiang Chun retrieved a jade vial from his side. He lifted the lid of the furnace and poured the liquid from the vial inside. Sizzle! As the nitrous water was added, the furnace began to emit a hissing sound. Jiang Chun's gaze was piercing, fixated on the transformations within the furnace. The smoke gradually dissipated, revealing a viscous substance that was neither liquid nor solid. Jiang Chun remained unfazed. After all, alchemy was not akin to cooking, where one sought a pleasing aesthetic of color, aroma, and flavor. He then added the demon core of a third-tier demon beast. This was the most crucial ingredient for crafting the gathering yuan pill. Once the demon core was introduced, a violent force erupted within the furnace. Jiang Chun understood that his previous failures in Fengning City stemmed from using a silver basin that could not withstand such overwhelming power. However, using the alchemical furnace today would yield a different outcome. Before the force from the demon core fully dispersed, Jiang Chun swiftly added all the remaining materials into the furnace. Bang! Bang! The furnace seemed to be releasing a tremendous energy. Colliding violently in the square, many others were experiencing similar phenomena with their bronze furnaces, as the sounds of clashing resonated throughout. The faces of the onlookers were grave, for this was the most challenging aspect of refining the gathering yuan pill, controlling the fire. If the flames were too fierce, it could easily lead to an explosion. Conversely, if the flames were insufficient, the resulting pill would lack potency or might not form at all, since warriors who had not reached the condensing spirit and gathering chi realms could not control the temperature of the flames with their spiritual sense and elemental energy. They had to rely on auxiliary tools for fire control. For instance, the flame sunwood powder Jiang Chun had just used could enhance the fire's intensity, while a stone known as cold stone could reduce it. These two tools were the most commonly employed for fire control. Once all the materials were in place and the pill was in the refining process, the opening of the furnace must be sealed. This meant that the alchemist could no longer visually inspect the interior of the furnace. They could only observe its reactions and rely on experience to gauge fire control. Seasoned alchemists, having undergone numerous refining sessions, had developed their unique methodologies, whereas novices often had to feel their way through the process, step by step. Unless one were a genius in alchemy, possessing an extraordinary perception of the craft without spiritual insight was highly uncommon. The bearded man did not believe Jiang Chun to be such a prodigy. He had completed his material preparations slightly ahead of Jiang Chun and had been covertly observing Jiang Chun's handling of the materials. When the bearded man saw Jiang Chun add the gathering sunflower and who moved fruit, only to forego the nitrous water in favor of the wind ming grass powder, he couldn't help but smirk inwardly. This kid was surely incapable of producing the gathering yuan pill. The traditional method dictated that the gathering sunflower and who move fruit should be combined under high temperatures, followed by the addition of nitrous water. How foolish of this boy to deviate from that. The bearded man felt a sense of superiority as he gazed at his own furnace, which was clashing violently, convinced that the perfect gathering yuan pill was beckoning him. Noticing that the sounds emanating from Jiang Chen's furnace had diminished considerably, he scoffed, thinking, "Did you think reducing the fire would yield better results?" With a glance at Jiang Chen's furnace, he saw that Jiang Chen had lowered the flames using cold stone. The once raging fire beneath Jiang Chen's furnace had now calmed significantly. How naive, did he not realize that insufficient flames would prevent the formation of the pill? The man looked at Jiang Chen's furnace with disdain. With this in mind, the bearded man felt it necessary to increase his own firepower. As a skilled alchemist, he could not afford to make the same mistake as Jiang Chen. He was confident in his fire control abilities. Grabbing a handful of flame sunwood powder, he tossed it into the furnace, causing the flames to flare up dramatically. As the temperature rose, the clashing sound from his furnace intensified. T.O. better observed the alchemical process within his furnace. Jiang Chen activated his Nine Nether Spirit Eye. This ability allowed him to faintly perceive the flow of elemental energy and changes in medicinal properties within the furnace. Furthermore, the clarity of mind achieved through the activation of the Nine Nether Spirit Eye was indispensable in the alchemical process. Hearing an unusual commotion from the adjacent area, Jiang Chen glanced over at the bearded man's furnace. The flames under the man's furnace were exceedingly vigorous. Jiang Chen noticed a force coalescing within the furnace, ominously on the verge of explosion. You understand now. This is what true alchemy looks like. The bearded man smugly glanced at Jiang Chen, only to find Jiang Chen's eyes were deep and unfathomable, like an ancient well. What is wrong with your gaze? The bearded man felt a twinge of suspicion. You're about to explode the furnace, Jiang Chen stated calmly. You are talking nonsense, the burly man retorted, furrowing his brow as he glanced back at his furnace. I asked this all. How could it possibly explode? Without a substantial fire, how can one refine a pill? I've successfully refined with even greater flames before. However, cold sweat began to trickle down his temple, clearly indicating his denial. The reason I reduced the temperature is that I added the wind ming grass powder, along with the leaves of the iron roundwood. These two materials ensure that my gathering yuan pill can condense under relatively stable flames, Jiang Chen asserted, his gaze fixed on the man, that if you had taken the time to think while observing my alchemy, you wouldn't have reached this point. A slight smile graced Jiang Chen's lips. That moment, the bearded man's face turned ashen. Strange sounds were emanating from his furnace. Boom! With a resounding explosion, the furnace before the man erupted violently. Chapter 55. Those who harm others ultimately harm themselves. The tremendous sound of the explosion reverberated, causing all present to flinch. Most were in the midst of their own tense alchemical endeavors. But after a swift glance, they returned their focus to their own work. The stewards of the alchemy hall lifted their heads, gazing toward the location of the bearded man. Another explosion. This thing truly lacks durability, one steward remarked with a wry smile. Realizing he would have to replace yet another bronze furnace, as for the bearded man, his expression was one of utter disbelief. How could this happen? He struggled to accept the scene before him. The furnace before him had sustained several cracks due to the recent explosion, and the spiritual essence of the materials he had just refined was rapidly dissipating. Through the fissures, he could see a mass of black substance, the remnants of failed pill. Regret washed over him. He had been so certain that the identity token of a ninth-grade alchemist was beckoning him. Why had he chosen to increase the fire? Clearly aware that excessive heat could cause the furnace to explode. The burly man with a bushy beard slapped himself in frustration. Suddenly, he recalled that his decision to raise the heat was prompted by Jiang Chen's earlier addition of other ingredients, followed by a deliberate reduction of the flame to mislead him. It was all Jiang Chen's fault for muddling his judgment regarding the temperature. You scoundrel, you are the one scheming behind this. The burly man directed his ire towards Jiang Chen, who, at that moment, was entirely focused on the alchemical furnace before him. A faint azure glow was emanating from the furnace, indicating that Jiang Chun was successfully refining the gathering essence pill. The man's eyes widened in disbelief, filled with malice as he glared at Jiang Chun. After an explosion, an alchemist would lose their qualification to assess as a ninth-tier pill practitioner. According to the regulations, he would have to vacate the alchemy area and observe others from the sidelines until the evaluation period of 1.5 hours concluded. A cold-faced steward clad in the pill hall's uniform approached to escort the burly man away. "Your furnace has issues. I demand a redo. This time, I will surely succeed." The man remained undeterred, insisting on a re-examination. "If you cannot even control the flame, go home and practice before returning." The cold-faced steward bluntly urged the man to leave, as the burly man engaged in a futile argument with the steward. He discreetly clutched a small bag of sunwood powder in his hand. "Humph! You caused my furnace to explode. I shall ensure you suffer as well." Seizing the moment the steward turned away, the man's eyes narrowed slightly, and he discreetly flicked his wrist. The small bag of sunwood powder flew directly towards the fire source beneath Jiang Chen's furnace. Should this bag of powder fall into the flames, the temperature would surge dramatically, causing Jiang Chen's furnace to inevitably explode and his alchemical endeavor to fail. The thought of Jiang Chen facing the same fate as him made the burly man grin with satisfaction. However, Jiang Chen, now in the state of the Nine Nether Spirit Eyes, possessed remarkable insight and swiftly detected the incoming bag of sunwood powder. Just as it was about to plunge into the flames, Jiang Chen reached out and caught it. The burly man took a few steps alongside the cold-faced steward, only to realize that he did not hear the anticipated explosion behind him. Puzzled, he wondered if he had thrown it incorrectly. He had clearly thrown the sunwood powder. How could there have been no explosion? Turning around to investigate, he was taken aback to see a massive fireball hurtling towards him. Upon catching the small bag, Jiang Chan discovered it contained sunwood powder, and his heart sank. Had he failed to seize it in time and allowed it to fall into the fire, the consequences would have been dire. Jiang Chun was acutely aware that this bag of powder could only have been thrown by the burly man who had just departed. He devised an excellent method of retribution against him. Grasping the small bag, Jiang Chun swept it past the flames below. Upon contact with the fire, the bag ignited. As the exterior of the bag burned without igniting the sunwood powder within, Jiang Chun hurled the blazing bag towards the retreating burly man. The man, just about to look back, collided directly with the flaming B-8G. As the outer packaging of the bag was scorched, flames began to engulf the powder contained within. Initially, the flame was only the size of a fist when Jiang Chen hurled it. But by the time it reached the man's face, it had swelled to a size larger than his two heads combined. The man, caught off guard, instinctively raised his arms to shield himself. Boom! The man was struck by the searing flames. Hiss! Under the influence of the sunwood powder, the flames swiftly spread across the man's body, engulfing him in a fiery embrace within mere moments. The man hurriedly gathered his essence to fend off the flames surrounding him. However, the sunwood powder was incredibly durable and efficient as a fuel source. The fire enveloping him was not easily extinguished. His clothing was reduced to tatters, and the exposed skin was charred and seared. Even as a ninth-tier practitioner of gathering essence, he was not immune to the excruciating pain inflicted by the flames. Under the torment of the blazing inferno, the man let out a pained wail. His cries attracted the attention of numerous alchemists. Onlookers were left dumbfounded, momentarily forgetting the crucial evaluation of pill practitioners they were engaged in. Who would have imagined that the alchemist who had just experienced an explosion would, in an instant, become a human torch amidst them, especially as he flailed and screamed in agony within the flames. The cold-faced steward, leading the man away, turned back upon sensing the commotion, only to find the man ablaze. He was momentarily stunned. What on earth happened? After a brief moment of confusion, the steward furrowed his brow and inquired of the burly man. The man struggled to speak through the flames. "Steward, I am on fire. Please, help me. Extinguish it as he spoke. Even the bushy beard on his face was ablaze. The cold-faced steward, a practitioner of the concentration realm, could manipulate his internal essence with his mind, allowing him to manifest his essence externally. Despite the fiery scene, The steward maintained his composure. He extended his palm towards the man's forehead, and a torrent of potent essence surged from his hand, transforming into a gust of wind that blew towards the man. Under the force of this wind, the flames engulfing the man gradually subsided. With the flames extinguished, the man found himself nearly bare, his hair singed away. However, due to his robust physique and the protection of his internal essence, he was not severely injured, though most of his body was charred and blackened, a sight that was almost unbearable to behold. "Thank you so much, esteemed sir," the man, disregarding his nakedness, hurriedly expressed his gratitude to the cold-faced steward. The steward, uninterested in acknowledging him, ushered him out of the alchemy area. The man hastily fled, tail between his legs. As he departed, Jiang Chun had just tossed a piece of cold stone into the flames beneath his furnace. Truly, one who seeks to harm others often ends up harming themselves. A subtle smile crept onto the youth's lips, revealing his amusement. Chapter 56. Elder Hu's assessment at the forefront of the square. Elder Hu, seated in an imposing chair, had witnessed the entire incident unfold. He saw the burly man stealthily toss the small bag and observed Jiang Chun retaliate by throwing the ignited bag back at him. What a farce! Elder Hu's voice was low and gravelly. Who is that youth? What tier of pill practitioner has he come to assess? Such audacity! Elder Hu summoned the square-faced steward and pointed towards Jiang Chun in the distance. Inquiring, the square-faced steward held the registration papers of all those present for the assessment. He flipped to the page corresponding to Jiang Chun's number. The youth's name is Jiang Chun, here to be assessed as a 9th-tier pill practitioner. The square-faced steward handed over the registration paper containing Jiang Chun's information to the tall, slender elder. Upon hearing the name Jiang Chun, Elder Hu's expression abruptly shifted. Jiang Chun. Elder Hu hastily snatched the paper from the steward's hand. 16 years old, from Fengning City, seeking assessment as a 9th-tier pill practitioner. Elder Hu's countenance grew increasingly grim. Elder Hu, is there something amiss with this youth's information? The square-faced steward, puzzled, inquired respectfully. Elder Hu, with a darkened expression, did not respond, but he waved his hand, dismissing the square-faced steward. Though the steward was confused, he dared not speak further at that moment. Elder Hu's heart was tumultuous. Dong Shouhu, you refused to accept me as your disciple back then. Yet you have taken on such an unremarkable wild brat as your student now. Elder Hu's tone carried a hint of resentment. He recalled 2 months prior when the guardian of the pill hall, Dong Qingjiu, had appeared before him, radiating joy. Little Hu, I have taken on a new disciple at Zhonglo Ridge, not a disciple. Guardian, did you not say you would not take on students? I have never taken a disciple before. But this time I couldn't resist. You know, when such an opportunity arises, one must seize it. Then why not bring him back to the pill hall? He needs to advance to the Imperial Xuanwu Academy to study martial arts. I had to snatch him from Chu Wuqiu. His name is Jiang Chun, a resident of Fengning City. I asked him to come to the pill hall to find me. Keep an eye on him for me. What? Elder Hu had been incredulous at that time. Now, Elder Hu wore a similarly incredulous expression. Elder Hu had entered the concentration realm at the age of 16, already standing on the threshold of becoming a 6th-tier alchemist. Back then, Dong Qingjiu was already a renowned master alchemist in Yushuan Prefecture, yet he had still looked down upon the young Elder Hu and refused to take him as a disciple. Is this the disciple you could not resist snatching away? At 16, he possessed only the cultivation of gathering essence at the 5th tier, yet resorted to underhanded tactics during the assessment of a 9th-tier practitioner. Elder Hu's expression was grim as he fixed his gaze upon the distant youth, as he could not fathom why such a worthless individual had become the disciple of Dong Qingjiu. He suspected that Dong Qingjiu had become senile. An hour and a half swiftly passed. Aside from the burly man with singed facial hair, who had blown up his furnace, 3 others had also failed in their attempts. However, an explosion did not equate to producing pills of acceptable quality. Only through appraisal could the alchemical concoctions be deemed as good products, thus classifying the alchemy as successful. When the time was up, the flames beneath the alchemist's furnaces were extinguished. All that remained was to await Elder Hu's evaluation. Elder Hu approached the first alchemist's furnace, and the alchemist's face betrayed his anxiety. With a mere gesture, the bronze furnace's lid was lifted by an unseen force, and a pill, radiating a faint luminescence. Soared into the air. After a brief inspection, Elder Hu offered no further commentary, simply stating, "Good product." As a master alchemist, a mere glance was sufficient for him to accurately assess the quality of these recently forged low-tier pills. Once Elder Hu completed his appraisal, the first alchemist's face lit up with joy. His Gathering Yuan pill had been rated as a good product by Elder Hu, signifying that he had officially acquired the title of alchemist, albeit a mere 9th-grade pill apprentice. Attaining the status of an alchemist elevated his social standing significantly. The first alchemist solemnly bowed to Elder Hu, who, with a nonchalant demeanor, nodded slightly before proceeding to the next alchemist. The process continued swiftly, and soon Elder Hu had assessed nearly half of the alchemist's concoctions. However, as he passed by the 35th furnace, where Jiang Chun was stationed, he blatantly ignored it and moved on. Watching Elder Hu's retreating figure, Jiang Chun felt a sense of disbelief. The onlookers reveled in schadenfreude as they observed Jiang Chun's plight. Elder Hu had clearly expressed his disdain for the 35th alchemist, and in their eyes, the youth was doomed. "Elder, you have forgotten to appraise my Gathering Yuan pill," Jiang Chun called out. His voice, amplified by his energy, echoed through the square like a resounding bell. The crowd's expressions shifted dramatically upon witnessing the audacity of the youth to publicly challenge Elder Hu. At that moment, Elder Hu was evaluating the 4th alchemist in line. Hearing Jiang Chun's amplified call, a glimmer of ire flickered in Elder Hu's eyes. This was nothing short of provocation. Yet if he were to respond now, wouldn't that imply his own culpability? Elder Hu chose to ignore Jiang Chun and continued assessing the next alchemist concoction. Once more a voice, akin to a thunderous toll, rang out. "Elder, you have forgotten to appraise my Gathering Yuan pill." This proclamation was identical to the previous one, but conveyed a much clearer attitude. The sound pierced the ears of many. How audacious! Many could no longer contain their outrage, beginning to berate Jiang Chun. Who does this wild youth think he is to question Elder Hu? Elder Hu, a master of his craft, has his reasons for every action. Do you think you have the right to question him? Do you even know who you are? Is this a place for you to speak so loudly? You, at the 5th level of Gathering Qi, dare to wreak havoc in the pill hall? Under the mounting pressure from the crowd, Elder Hu felt compelled to respond. He turned to face Jiang Chun. Whoosh! The elder seemed to teleport, appearing before the youth in an instant. "Are you questioning me?" Elder Hu's gaze was sharp, his voice slow and hoarse. Facing Elder Hu, whose cultivation vastly surpassed his own, Jiang Chun displayed no hint of fear. "I merely wish to remind the elder not to forget my Gathering Yuan pill's appraisal." Jiang Chun fixed his gaze upon the tall, thin elder, his eyes gleaming with determination. One was merely at the Gathering Qi stage, an unknown apprentice awaiting evaluation as a 9th-grade pill apprentice, while the other was a seasoned elder of the pill hall. Having attained the Lingshu stage, their eyes met. Suddenly, Elder Hu smiled, a sneer laced within it. "Very well, I shall assist you in your appraisal." Elder Hu raised his hand. Bang! The bronze furnace beside Jiang Chun erupted. Shattering into countless pieces, fragments of bronze flew through the air as a pill, glistening with a brilliant sheen, soared upwards, evidently of high quality. However, Elder Hu did not even glance at the pill. "Inferior product," he coldly declared, his murky eyes fixed on Jiang Chun. Chapter 57. Escaping death, a stifling atmosphere enveloped the entire square. The air felt as though it had solidified. The path of martial arts is well known to encompass 6 realms. Body refinement, Gathering Qi, spirit concentration, Yuan Gang, Lingshu, and Shunhai. The realms beyond Shunhai are seldom discussed, regarded as mere legends. Once a martial artist steps into the Lingshu realm, their essence melds with the heavens and earth. They will capable of influencing the forces of nature. In the eyes of a Lingshu expert, a practitioner at the Gathering Qi stage is no different from an insect. Yet, the crowd witnessed a youth who should have been akin to an ant, daring to confront Elder Hu, a being of the Lingshu realm, provoking his ire. How could they not be astounded? They regarded the youth with the eyes of those witnessing madness, a doomed soul. Their minds envisioned the tragic fate of the young man being crushed by Elder Hu, utterly powerless to resist. Elder Hu has given you an opportunity, and you failed to cherish it, forcing him to anger. How utterly ignorant! Do you, an insignificant insect, think yourself worthy of provoking Elder Hu? This youth has chosen the path to his own demise. If you seek death, do so quietly, without dragging Elder Hu into your mess. No one stood in Jiang Chen's defense, nor did anyone speak on his behalf at this moment. Jiang Chen felt an invisible force gradually pressing down upon him. Was this the power of the Lingshu realm? Within this force lay Elder Hu's domineering, "Well, if you kneel and admit your fault, I shall overlook this matter and may even grant you the title of a 9th-grade pill apprentice." Elder Hu's aged voice carried an unassailable authority. Upon hearing Elder Hu's demand, the surrounding alchemists urged Jiang Chen to yield. "Quickly kneel and apologize to Elder Hu. Elder Hu is being extraordinarily merciful. Had I his power, I would have long crushed this ignorant brat. Elder Hu is offering you a path to survival. Why not kneel and express your gratitude?" Amidst the cacophony of scorn and advice, Jiang Chen stood resolute before Elder Hu, silent. The invisible force pressed down upon him with relentless intensity, attempting to force him to kneel. Jiang Chen remained obstinate, muscles taut as the energy within him surged wildly. Resistance brought him immense pain, every muscle in his body screaming in agony that if he succumbed to this force and knelt, his suffering would cease. Yet Jiang Chen held his head high, enduring the torment. Beads of sweat dripped from his brow. Elder Hu, observing the youth's arduous resistance, reveled in cruel delight that he knew he could easily manipulate the boy, a mere gathering Chi 5 practitioner. With a mere gesture, he could squash him like an insect. He could also summon the forces of nature to crush him. Yet, he relished the sight of the boy's current suffering. "Do you think that because you have become Dong Chengjiu's disciple, I dare not act against you?" Elder Hu's voice was low, audible only to Jiang Chen. Understanding dawned upon Jiang Chen. The reason Elder Hu was deliberately making things difficult for him was due to a grudge against Dong Chengjiu, and he was aware of Jiang Chengjiu taking him as a disciple. "Old dog, you humiliate me today, and I shall remember it." Jiang Chen seethed through clenched teeth. Elder Hu chuckled coldly. "Do you truly believe I would allow you to leave alive?" With that, Elder Hu's fingers splayed, and he made a gesture towards Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen felt the pressure upon him intensify. The weight upon him, akin to a mountain, felt as though another was added, rendering him nearly unable to bear it. Jiang Chen's complexion turned a deep shade of crimson. His muscles quaked under the immense pressure. His clothing tore as his head was forced down. He sensed he was on the verge of collapse, compelled to expend every ounce of strength to resist. Yet his strength was nearing its limit. Suddenly, Jiang Chen's pupils darkened to a deep black, his hair shifting to a silvery gray, although he wished to remain unnoticed. In this dire moment, he had no choice but to activate his Nine Nether Battle Body. Upon witnessing the youth transform into a figure with dark eyes and silver hair, even Elder Hu, seasoned as he was, could not help but be startled. However, upon closer inspection, he discovered the youth's cultivation had not increased. Relieved, Elder Hu thought, as long as the boy remained at the gathering Chi stage, he was still within his grasp. "So, you possess a unique constitution. Is that why Dong Chengjiu accepted you as his disciple?" Elder Hu's gaze was particularly frigid. A genius possessing a special physique could be described as a rare find, and their emergence inevitably incited fierce competition among various factions. The response from the elder was a pair of extremely indifferent, pitch-black eyes upon discovering that the young man before him possessed a unique constitution. Elder Hu felt an ominous foreboding that if Jiang Chen were indeed of mediocre talent, he could eliminate the youth before him, and with a little manipulation to ensure the attending stewards kept silent, Dong Qingji would be powerless to retaliate. However, if Jiang Chen turned out to be a genius with a special physique, he could not withstand the wrath of Dong Qingji. Yet, it was too late for regrets. He could only make an effort afterward to erase the witnesses present. Elder Hu steeled his resolve, a murderous intent surging forth. "You, a mere waste, dare to offend me and refuse to kneel. Then you shall perish." Elder Hu bellowed. A formidable aura erupted from his body. He approached Jiang Chen, raising his right arm as if intending to strike down upon the youth's head. The onlookers were utterly convinced that the young man would soon be obliterated by Elder Hu's blow. to provoke Elder Hu to such a murderous state. This youth was doomed. Within Jiang Chun, the essence surged wildly. He yearned to retaliate, but his current strength was far too feeble. Even with all his might, he could not escape the oppressive force of the heavens and earth bearing down upon him. Humiliation, fury, and unwillingness. Various emotions erupted within Jiang Chen's heart like a volcano, all transforming into the flickering grayish glow of the 9 nether spirit eyes. Creak, creak, the sound of bones nearing fracture echoed in a fit of intense rage. Jiang Chun slowly raised his head. His entire being was ablaze with vitality. Yet that was all. There was no escaping, no power to struggle. Elder Hu's fierce palm was about to descend, struck by a formidable opponent of the spirit void realm. Jiang Chun, at merely the 5th layer of Qi gathering, was destined to die that moment. A colossal beast's roar suddenly emanated from the Shiro sword at Jiang Chen's waist. The roar was wild and ferocious, resonating throughout the entire square. Under the influence of this roar, the crowd fell into a daze, their minds momentarily lost. Elder Hu, standing before Jiang Chun, was no exception. Run now. A familiar voice echoed in Jiang Chen's mind. Senior Luoho. Jiang Chun joyfully shouted the name of Luoho in his thoughts. The one before you possesses formidable cultivation. The effects of my beast's roar on him will not last long. Hurry and flee. Do not waste time. Luoho's tone was extremely urgent, urging Jiang Chun to escape. As Elder Hu's spirit was shaken by the beast's roar, the oppressive force of the heavens and earth on Jiang Chun dissipated. Jiang Chun channeled all his vitality and essence to their utmost limit and sprinted toward the exit of the square. The gates leading outside had not yet been opened, as the title assessment was not yet concluded. With a powerful push, Jiang Chun leaped into the air, vaulting over the walls of the Dan Hall. Simultaneously, he whistled for the Shadow Flow horse. Clop, clop. The sound of hooves echoed as the Shadow Flow horse galloped towards him. By the time Elder Hu regained his senses from the disorientation, Jiang Chun had already mounted the Shadow Flow horse and ridden away. Chapter 58. Jiang Chun. Exhausted and unconscious when Elder Hu came to, he discovered that Jiang Chun, who had been right before him, had vanished. What had that beast's roar been? Recalling the strange roar, Elder Hu still felt a lingering dread. Only a formidable demon of the revered level could cause such a prolonged lapse in his concentration. Elder Hu surveyed the surroundings. The others stood foolishly, still in a daze. After a while, they began to regain their senses. Starting with the 3 stewards of the Qi gathering realm, followed by the alchemists who had registered for the title assessment. Unlike Elder Hu, the others had little recollection of the beast's roar. Once they awoke, their primary concern was the whereabouts of the young man who had offended Elder Hu. Where is that youth? He has vanished. Could it be that Elder Hu's palm reduced him to nothingness? Is this the power of a spirit void expert? With a single strike, it seems as though the void itself is extinguished. Truly terrifying. Elder Hu had been lauded by the crowd, now wore a grave expression. He understood that Jiang Chun had not simply disappeared, but had escaped utilizing the earlier beast's roar. The Yushuan mansion was vast, populated, and rife with factions. Searching for Jiang Chun now would be challenging. Since he had fled, it was imperative that Dong Qingji not learn of today's events. Elder Hu steadied his mind and swiftly made a decision. He summoned the 3 stewards to him. This is a forgetting soul pill. It will erase your memories of today. Consume it, for you are all disciples of my Dan Hall, and I have no desire to harm you. Elder Hu produced 3 black pills. The 3 stewards were taken aback. But Elder, consuming the forgetting soul pill might render us foolish, protested the steward responsible for transporting the bronze alchemy furnace, a troubled expression upon his face. Elder Hu cast a sidelong glance at the steward. Elder, achieving the Qi gathering realm was not easy for me. Please reconsider. I dare not gamble my future. The steward who transported the furnace pleaded with Elder Hu. The other 2 remained silent. The steward remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation, continuing to argue his case. Smack! Elder Hu struck the steward on the head. Thud! The steward's eyes bulged, collapsing to the ground. Do you have anything else to say? Elder Hu turned to the other 2 stewards. The round-faced steward and the cold-faced steward exchanged glances and promptly took the forgetting soul pills without hesitation. Excellent. Seeing their compliance, Elder Hu felt satisfied. In his hand, a piece of paper began to burn. It contained Jiang Chen's registration information. Once the paper was consumed, Elder Hu faced the alchemists eager to assess their titles. The crowd remained bewildered as to why Elder Hu had executed the steward responsible for transporting the bronze alchemy furnace. Everyone, circumstances have changed. Today's title assessment will conclude here. Observing the puzzled faces before him, Elder Hu revealed a chilling smile. He was certain that these individuals would never leave. While Elder Hu was engaged in his ruthless slaughter, Jiang Chun was fleeing on horseback, that he felt exceedingly weak and on the verge of losing consciousness. Fearing that Elder Hu might pursue him, Jiang Chun hastened towards the Zhou residence. "Thank you so much, Senior Luo Ho." Jiang Chun expressed his gratitude. Had it not been for Luo Ho's timely intervention, he would have met his demise. After that roar, Luo Ho's voice sounded quite feeble. "I was awakened from slumber by the Shiro sword's call. This was the second time I was disturbed from my sleep, and I am somewhat displeased. Must you always stir trouble while I am resting? When one is weak, they should avoid confrontations with formidable mature beasts. This is a lesson every young beast should understand." Listening to Luo Ho's complaints, Jiang Chun felt a pang of guilt. The cost of Luo Ho saving him must have been considerable. "I expended a significant amount of soul power this time. I may not be able to assist you in the future." After saying this, Luo Ho fell back into slumber. Realizing Luo Ho had entered his dormant state once more, Jiang Chun took a deep breath and continued his ride towards the Zhou residence. By the time Jiang Chun arrived at the Zhou residence, dusk was approaching. Having waited for a long while since Jiang Chun had not returned after leaving in the morning, Jiang Xian, clad in a pale yellow dress, stood at the entrance. Beside her were Zhou Yuan, the young master of the Zhou residence in splendid attire, and Zhou Siwa, the young lady of the Zhou residence dressed in white. Jiang Xian had already become acquainted with Zhou Siwa. They were of similar age and both at the 5th layer of Qi gathering. Thus they hit it off immediately and engaged in lively conversation. Zhou Yuan was also delighted to see his usually diligent sister accompanying him to play due to Jiang Xian's presence. Upon seeing Jiang Chun return, the three of them broke into smiles. However, they soon noticed that Jiang Chun, mounted on horseback, appeared tense and exceedingly fatigued. His clothing bore several tears, and there were bloodstains around his neck, suggesting he had sustained injuries. As the Shadow Flow horse came to a halt at the entrance, the young man collapsed unconscious atop the horse. The three of them were alarmed and hurriedly carried Jiang Chun back to his room. Zhou Yuan summoned a middle-aged servant. Hong knew the middle-aged servant meticulously examined Jiang Chen's external injuries and internal meridian condition. Under the watchful eyes of the three, the middle-aged servant revealed a smile. "Young Master, Miss and Miss Jiang, please rest assured. Young Master Jiang has merely fainted from exhaustion and is not seriously harmed." "Exhausted and fainted? How is that possible? Brother Chen did not faint even when battling a Qi-gathering 9th layer expert in Fengning City." Jiang Xian found it hard to believe that Jiang Chun could be in such a state. It was known that during his time in Fengning City, Jiang Chun had single-handedly vanquished all the Qi-gathering experts from the Yi and Li clans. How could he possibly be in a state of exhaustion and unconsciousness? The injuries on young Master Jiang stem from the oppressive force of a martial artist, likely inflicted by a spirit void realm martial practitioner who disregarded their own status. The middle-aged servant explained. Young Master Zhang's exhaustion was due to the immense energy expended in resisting that spirit void expert. In the depths of Hong Nu's eyes, a flicker of brilliance danced. Within the realm of the spirit void, only a handful of formidable beings resided in the Yushuan mansion, each a personage of significant renown. That it was utterly astonishing that someone would lower their status to confront a nameless youth like Jiang Chun, who was merely at the 5th level of Qi gathering. Moreover, the fact that Jiang Chun managed to escape from the clutches of that powerful spirit void figure was nothing short of miraculous. Could it be that the individual merely intended to teach Jiang Chun a lesson rather than to end his life? The middle-aged servant could hardly fathom that Jiang Chun was, in fact, a disciple secretly recruited by the guardian Dong Qingjiu of the Dan Hall. He was equally unaware that Jiang Chun had incited the jealousy of an elder from the Dan Hall. Even more unfathomable was the notion that Jiang Chun could elude the murderous intent of this elder. Yet, One thing he was certain of was that this youth from Fengning City was likely far more complex than he appeared. Chapter 59. Upon awakening, when Jiang Chun opened his eyes, he discerned two young maidens whispering nearby. I Xianping has taken the initiative to challenge Brother Chun. She fears he might reveal her assassination attempt on her brother. Spoke Jiang Xian. Did Brother Chun not kill her? Inquired Zhou Su. No. They conversed for quite some time on the arena, and in the end, Brother Chin's compassion led him to spare her. A month later, Jiang Xian still felt a twinge of dissatisfaction regarding Jiang Chen's leniency towards Li Xianping on the arena. It wasn't mere compassion. I struck a deal with her. A calm voice interjected. The two maidens, engaged in conversation, rose to gaze towards the bed that a somewhat pale youth reclined against the headboard, smiling gently at them. Brother Chun, you have finally awakened, exclaimed Jiang Xian, her beautiful eyes sparkling with joy. How long was I unconscious? Jiang Chun inquired. For 2 days. I thought you might sleep indefinitely like little Luo Mo, Jiang Chen's demon pet. Luo Mo had been in slumber for over a month without waking. Seeing Jiang Chun safe and sound brought a sense of relief akin to a heavy stone lifting from Jiang Xian's heart. I was unconscious for 2 days? Jiang Chun expressed surprise. He only remembered that when he finally reached the Zhou residence, he could hardly keep his eyelids open, and eventually he succumbed to darkness. He had never anticipated being unconscious for such an extended period. It seemed that his confrontation with Elder, who had drained not only his physical strength, but also his mental fortitude to the brink. Recalling the humiliation he suffered at Elder Hu's hands, a surge of murderous intent welled up within Jiang Chun. He vowed that one day, Elder Hu would pay dearly for his actions. At that moment, Jiang Xian introduced Zhou Siyue to Jiang Chun. Brother Chun, this is Zhou Yuan's elder sister, Zhou Siyue. She is 16 this year and will join us at Yushuan Martial Academy to cultivate martial arts. She will enter the outer academy alongside you. Jiang Xian winked playfully at Jiang Chun. Confusion washed over Jiang Chun. Had he not already met Zhou Siyue? How could Jiang Xian be unaware? Did Zhou Siyue not mention their encounter that night? Brother Jiang, Zhou Siyue greeted him with a charming smile. Jiang Chun was startled to discover that his life experiences before arriving at Yushuan Mansion were so uniquely remarkable. Clearly, during Jiang Chen's 2-day slumber, Jiang Xian had shared many of his past exploits in Fengning City with Zhou Siyue. Although Zhou Siyue appeared to be praising Jiang Chun, he couldn't help but feel a sense of anxiety. What experiences might the young lady be referring to? He asked hesitantly. Originally regarded as a waste incapable of refining his body, you worked tirelessly day and night to prove yourself, ultimately emerging as the foremost genius of Fengning City. Betrayed and schemed against by your fiancé, you returned 3 days later to exact revenge, making a spectacular return. During the assessment competition, ensnared within the Gu family's Yin-Lock spirit formation, you single-handedly turned the tide in a moment of peril, vanquishing all members of the Yi and Li families. Zhou Siyue recounted what she had learned from Jiang Xian about Jiang Chun. The sparkle in the maiden's eyes revealed her keen interest in his experiences. However, this was not what had caused Jiang Chen's earlier unease. Did Xianer tell you all of this? Jiang Chun sighed in relief. Oh, and Brother Chun, when you were 4, you climbed up that old tree in the backyard and refused to come down to eat, only to be frightened down by a little black cat. I also shared this with Sister Siyue. Jiang Xian chimed in cheerfully. Jiang Chen's face flushed with embarrassment. I asked there more. He asked tentatively. Xianer also told me that when you were 5, you were bullied by a group of children, and then you covered your face with a black cloth and pretended to be a ghost, frightening those kids so much that they didn't dare to go outside for months. Zhou Siyue giggled behind her hand. This is the end. Jiang Chen's face burned with shame. His entire past had been laid bare by Jiang Xian to Zhou Siyue. After a round of laughter, the conversation shifted to the reasons behind Jiang Chen's unconsciousness. Both Jiang Xian and Zhou Siyue inquired about the events of the day he had ventured out. Jiang Chun chose to remain silent, as the matter involving Elder Hu was far too significant to discuss. Noticing Jiang Chen's reticence, they refrained from pressing him further. The trio then began to converse about the Yushuan Martial Academy. In 3 days, it would be the day for new disciples to report. The 3 of them would enter the academy together to pursue their martial arts training. However, Jiang Chun and Zhou Siyue would enter the outer academy, whereas Jiang Xian would be admitted to the inner academy. Zhou Siyue, hailing from the Yushuan mansion, naturally possessed far more knowledge about the academy than the Jiang siblings. Under her guidance, Jiang Chun and his sister learned much about the specifics of the Yushuan Martial Academy. Unlike the headquarters of the Great Zhou's 6 halls, the academy was not located within the city of Yushuan Mansion, but rather built over 100 miles to the east, nestled against the mountains. Part of the academy structure lay on the flatlands below, while another portion was concealed within the mountains. The flatland area served as the residence and training grounds for the miscellaneous and outer disciples, while the mountainous region housed the inner disciples and the residences of the instructors and elders. Generally, without special permission, miscellaneous and outer disciples were not allowed to enter the mountainous area. These were details shared by Zhou Siyue as they made their way to the academy. All 4 felt a surge of excitement at the prospect of beginning a new chapter in their martial training. Though 100 miles might seem a considerable distance, the swift shadow flow horse pulled their carriage, arriving in less than half an hour. Due to it being the reporting day, the carriages heading to the Yushuan Martial Academy had already formed a long queue. The way ahead is blocked. Hong Nu pulled back the carriage's curtain and informed the 4 inside. They had been so engrossed in conversation that they had lost track of time. "Have we arrived at the academy?" Zhou Siyue asked. Hong Nu not quite. "We still have about 2 miles to go. We arrived fairly early. Had we come a few hours later, we might have encountered an even longer delay." The seasoned individual. Hong Nu naturally understood that this traffic jam would persist for quite some time and only escalate further. "Since it's merely a distance of 2 miles, let's alight and walk," suggested Jiang Chun. The others concurred, realizing that the journey was not lengthy, and thus decided to proceed on foot to the Martial Academy. Consequently, they all disembarked from the carriage. Zhou Siyue cradled the slumbering little black dog, Luo Mo, while the middle-aged servant, Hong Nu, accompanied them as well. As for the carriage, they left it momentarily behind, resigned to the fact that it would be ensnared in the congestion for the time being. Many shared Jiang Chen's sentiment, opting to disembark and walk upon witnessing the excessive number of carriages causing the blockage. Amidst the gaps between the various grand and ornately decorated carriages, a group of young men and women navigated their way through. However, not every family and individual arrived at the Martial Academy by carriage. As Jiang Chen journeyed half a mile, they noticed immense dark shadows soaring across the sky. "Wow, an eagle!" exclaimed young Zhou Yuan, lifting his head in excitement at the sight of the majestic beast. Jiang Chen looked up and observed that each of these eagles possessed 3 talons, with a robust martial practitioner standing atop each one. Despite soaring through the heavens, their faces bore no trace of fear, only confidence. Clearly, this indicated a family capable of taming such formidable creatures. Which family could that be? Jiang Chun inquired curiously of Hong Nu. Hong Nu gazed upward at the eagles and recognized them. 3-legged eagles. "Those individuals do not hail from any prominent family," he scoffed. The methods for raising and taming 3-legged eagles were originally a closely guarded secret of a martial family known as the Feng family from Huaxiang City. Located not far from Yushuan Prefecture. So, that family must be the Feng family of Huaxiang City. Young Zhou Yuan asked with keen interest, captivated by the notion of a family that could tame such magnificent eagles. However, Jiang Chen's expression turned grave. Upon hearing Hong Nu's words, he realized that the Feng family of Huaxiang City had likely been annihilated, and their secrets had been seized. Hong Nu smiled, wishing to shield the young master from the harsh realities too early in life. This Feng family has imparted their methods of taming the 3-legged eagles to others. Unexpectedly, the young boy's expression grew serious. "Hong Nu, you are deceiving me. Surely, the family of those individuals above must have stolen the secrets. Although I may be young, I am certainly not foolish." Zhou Yuan shook his head vigorously. "It's merely a case of family acquisition. I understand now. Why hide this from me?" Jiang Chen couldn't help but chuckle. He ruffled Zhou Yuan's hair, bemused by the boy's extraordinary talent and intelligence. Upon reaching the entrance of the Yushuan Martial Academy, they discovered a throng of people gathered, teeming with young men and women at the Qi gathering and spirit foundation stages. In the distance, the verdant mountain range rose behind the academy, with its peaks steep and lush, shrouded in mist. that was on Xuan Mountain, said to be personally named by the founding emperor of the Great Zhou dynasty, Emperor Zhou, and it served as the core of the Yushuan Martial Academy. The disciples, instructors, elders, and the dean of the academy all resided within this mountainous expanse. The academy's scripture repository also lay nestled within the mountain, housing a vast array of martial secrets and tomes from esteemed martial practitioners. That it was precisely due to the existence of this mountain that Yushuan Martial Academy could be regarded as a holy land of martial arts in Yuxinzu. As they ventured within half a mile of the academy, their bodies suddenly swayed. They seemed to have entered a certain formation. Within this formation, they felt the aura of heaven and earth intensify significantly. Simultaneously, they sensed some undefined constraints being imposed upon them. The once majestic three-legged eagles now sat obediently outside the bounds of the formation, their wings bearing signs of wear, indicating a restriction on flight. "We have now entered the protective array of a Yushuan Martial Academy," explained the middle-aged servant. Hong Inu.it is said that there exists an even more powerful protective array atop on Xuan Mountain, though I am not privy to its specifics. Hong Nu gestured toward the distant mountain. As he had never ventured into Anshuan Mountain, he refrained from making presumptions. Jiang Chun and Zhou Sue were to enter the outer academy, while Jiang Xian and Zhou Yuan would proceed to the inner academy. They unanimously agreed to first register Jiang Xian and Zhou Yuan as inner academy disciples before they themselves registered as outer academy disciples. The registration for outer academy disciples was located on the left side of the Yushuan Martial Academy's main entrance, while that for inner academy disciples was on the right, distinctly separated. Thus, Jiang Chun and the others made their way toward the registration point for new inner academy disciples on the right. The registration area was bustling with young disciples clad in inner academy uniforms, with multiple registration points scattered along the way. Jiang Chun had previously encountered these uniforms on the day the assessment competition commenced. Worn by Gu Qianxing, these inner academy disciples were likely responsible for guiding new disciples arriving to register. They arrived at one such registration point, overseen by a plump and a slender inner academy disciple. "Excuse me, fellow disciples. May I inquire if this is where one registers as a new inner academy disciple?" Jiang Chun respectfully asked. "Are you here to register? Hand over your recommendation token." The plump disciple replied brusquely. "I'm not the one registering. I am merely inquiring on behalf of someone else." "Then why are you wasting time? Where's the person intending to register? Quickly hand over the recommendation token." The plump disciple was quite impatient. That moment, behind Jiang Chun, Jiang Xian and the middle-aged servant presented their tokens. The token in the servant's hand belonged to young Zhou Yuan. The plump disciple accepted their tokens, confirming they were indeed recommendation tokens for inner academy disciples, and nodded slightly. Chapter 61. Entering the inner academy, the plump disciple, surnamed Yu, possessed a low cultivation level, only at the 9th level of Qi gathering. He carried himself with an air of superiority, casting a sidelong glance at the middle-aged servant, Hong Nu, who held an imposing presence. "Are you a new disciple? You seem a bit older. May I ask how old you are?" Hong Nu merely smiled in response, a glimmer of sharpness in his eyes that moment. The slender disciple leaned in and whispered to the plump disciple, "Brother Yu, this middle-aged servant has a powerful aura. His cultivation level is likely above the spirit foundation stage. It would be prudent to be cautious." The plump disciple was taken aback. Discreetly assessing the servant's aura, he realized that although the servant appeared calm and unassuming, his profound cultivation level was unmistakable. This was Hong Nu subtly revealing his prowess to the two disciples. Alarmed, the plump disciple quickly adjusted his demeanor. Clearing his throat, he adopted a more humble tone. "My sincerest apologies. I was preoccupied and neglected to attend to you properly. May I ask which two disciples are here to register?" The rapid change in attitude left Jiang Chun and the others astonished. The middle-aged servant chuckled softly, exerting a modicum of pressure on the two disciples. The plump and slender duo immediately broke into a sweat. Initially, the plump disciple had judged the young boy who inquired as merely a Qi-gathering 5th-level practitioner, and upon observing the others, he noticed two girls with the same cultivation level, a seemingly innocent young boy and an unremarkable middle-aged servant. He assumed they were an easy target. leading him to adopt a haughty demeanor. He had not anticipated that this seemingly ordinary middle-aged servant possessed such an intimidating aura. Realizing he had encountered someone he could not afford to provoke, the plump disciple quickly shifted his approach. "The ones here to register are my young master and this Miss Jiang." The middle-aged servant spoke in a slightly hoarse voice. "May I inquire about the names of the two junior disciples?" Zhou Yuan, Jiang Xian. Both the middle-aged servant and Jiang Xian responded in turn. The plump disciple glanced at the slender disciple, signaling him to assist with the registration to AT that moment. The slender disciple was captivated by the enchanting presence of Jiang Xian and Zhou Xiu. Although there were many stunning women in the inner academy, most belonged to noble lineages or were under the protection of formidable individuals, and he typically dared not gaze too long. However, upon seeing these two ethereal beauties, his eyes went wide with admiration. "Hua, don't lose focus," the plump disciple chided, playfully smacking the slender disciple on the head to bring him back to reality. "Oh, right. Zhou's sister and Jiang's sister, correct?" The slender disciple, having just regained his wits after the playful smack, seemed momentarily dazed. "You fool! It's Jiang's sister Jiang Xian and Zhou brother Zhou Yuan." The corpulent disciple was visibly irate. The lean disciple hastily produced a circular disc. This disc of uncertain material bore an intricate design of the yin-yang symbol at its center, encircled by elaborate inscriptions that he first took a recommendation token and placed it on the yang section of the yin-yang symbol, followed by a translucent token resembling jade, which he positioned on the yin section. Supporting the disc with his right hand, he pointed with his left index finger to channel his vital energy into the disc, all the while reciting incantations. Upon infusing the vital energy, the yin and yang sections of the disc radiated light, white for the yang and black for the yin. As the light fluctuated, the previously blank jade token was inscribed with the characters Jiang Xian. Furthermore, the earlier recommendation token displayed the smaller characters Jiang Xian beneath its right inner inscription. Jiang Chun and his companions, having never encountered such a treasure, felt a sense of wonder. However, the middle-aged servant, seasoned and composed, remained unfazed. The corpulent disciple removed both the waist token and the recommendation token, storing the latter in his storage ring and handing the waist token to Jiang Xian. "Jiang Shimi, please accept this. It serves as your identity token while you reside in the mountains." Subsequently, the lean disciple followed suit, completing the registration for a waist token inscribed with the name Zhou Yuan. The corpulent disciple then presented Zhou Yuan's identity waist token to the middle-aged servant. "Might I inquire if these two junior disciples have any attendants accompanying them?" The attendants require registration as miscellaneous servants. The corpulent senior brother appeared somewhat anxious, as regulations stipulated that attendants could not exceed the gathering chi realm. He quietly confided in the middle-aged servant, should the esteemed elder happen to be this young Master Zhou's protector. "You may accompany me to collect the miscellaneous servant token, though I kindly request discretion. Families of high standing often send their heirs to the inner academy of the Yushuan Martial Institute at a tender age, with their protectors assumed to possess considerable strength. However, this is a rather discreet matter." The corpulent disciple harbored concerns that the middle-aged servant might indeed be Zhou Yuan's protector. If the middle-aged servant were to act out of line, he felt ill-equipped to handle the situation. While the Martial Institute was not averse to disturbances, he pondered who would take responsibility if he were met with dire consequences. Yet the middle-aged servant merely chuckled. "Neither of you are accompanied by attendants. This old servant shall not accompany the young master." "What?" Zhou Yuan's voice echoed with disappointment from behind. "Hong Nu, you won't accompany me into the Martial Institute. Are you truly leaving me alone?" Zhou Yuan found it hard to believe that his father had not arranged for Hong Nu to accompany him. The middle-aged servant regarded the young boy with an expression of helplessness. Observing the 6-year-old Zhou Yuan on the brink of entering the Martial Institute alone, the middle-aged servant felt a twinge of sympathy. Yet, this was solely his father's directive, and he could not defy it. Learning that his younger brother would face the entrance to the Martial Institute alone, even Zhou Siwe was incredulous. "Is this truly how father has arranged it?" She questioned the middle-aged servant. The servant's demeanor darkened. Seeing Zhou Yuan's distress, Jiang Xian promptly took the young boy's hand, offering gentle reassurance. Little Zhou Yuan, I will look after you in the inner academy, just as your sister would. Realizing he would not be entirely alone in the inner academy, the tearful boy clutched Jiang Xian's hand tightly. Observing Zhou Yuan gradually calming under Jiang Xian's comfort, the other three breathed a sigh of relief. This young boy possessed an almost prodigious talent. Yet inwardly, he remained just a child. The corpulent and lean disciples exchanged glances, pondering which prominent family had sent their young master to the martial institute at such a tender age and without a protector. No less. Even the most gifted heirs from elite families seldom ventured to the martial institute at such a young age, particularly before solidifying their foundational training. These families, not lacking in martial skills or resources, typically prioritized establishing a strong martial foundation within their ranks before allowing their talented offspring to pursue studies at the institute. Furthermore, the prodigious heirs of those elite families were invariably astute and perceptive, possessing a maturity beyond that of child. In their eyes, this young master would likely endure considerable hardship. Chapter 62. The Consequences of Ignorance of Protocol under the Guidance of the Corpulent and Lean Inner Disciples. Jiang Xian led the young boy Zhou Yuan towards the Anshuan Mountain, where the inner academy was located. Newly inducted inner disciples were required to gather at Anshuan Mountain. After Jiang Xian and Zhou Yuan departed, only Jiang Chun and Zhou Siyue remained, yet to report to the Martial Institute. The two proceeded to the outer disciples' registration area. I could see this moment. The middle-aged servant, Hong Nu, informed them that he must return to Yushuan Mansion to assist Zhou Siyue's father with affairs and could not accompany them any longer. Jiang Chun and Zhou Xin nodded in agreement. They were not like Zhou Yuan, still in the innocence of childhood. Having witnessed Jiang Xian's and the others' registration for the inner academy, they were quite capable of navigating the registration process for the outer disciples on their own. Thus, Hong Nu departed. Jiang Chun and Zhou Siyue stood side by side. Watching Hong Nu leave, Zhou Siyue cradled the little black dog. Luo, Mo, the surroundings buzzed with activity, filled with new disciples arriving for registration. Perhaps feeling a bit unaccustomed to being alone, the normally articulate duo fell into a contemplative silence. Miss Zhou, I find myself perplexed about one matter. Jiang Chun broke the silence. You may call me Sir. There is no need for excessive formality. What would you like to inquire about, Senior Brother Jiang? The young lady's eyes sparkled as she smiled at Jiang Chun. Miss Siyue, I am curious as to why you did not enter the inner academy for martial training. If Zhou Yuan is permitted entry, I believe you should be as well. Jiang Chun posed a question. Zhou Siyue shook her head. Why brother possesses extraordinary talent, making him suited for the inner academy. Whereas I have only reached the 5th level of gathering chi and am naturally suited for the outer academy, that a resolute expression adorned Zhou Siyue's face. Though I may not match my brother's talent, I firmly believe that even within the outer academy, I can ultimately become a formidable warrior like my father. Jiang Chun understood Zhou Siyue's sentiments. She indeed had the capability to enter the inner academy alongside Zhou Yuan, but she felt her current cultivation and talent were insufficient, opting instead to hone herself in the outer academy. Her brother's prodigious talent, having stepped into the condensing spirit realm at the tender age of 6, placed immense pressure on Zhou Siyue. However, she acknowledged the disparity between herself and her brother, refusing to despair. Instead, she trusted that through hard work, she could eventually become a strong martial artist. The path of martial arts undoubtedly values talent. Yet character is equally essential. For them, lacking talent was no reason to abandon martial pursuits. Rather, it fueled their fervor to chase after martial excellence. Jiang Chun felt a profound sense of kinship with Zhou Siyue at that moment. Let us proceed to the outer disciples registration area. After explaining her reasons for choosing the outer academy, Zhou Siyue resolved to set off. The registration area for outer disciples was located to the left of the entrance to the Yushuan Martial Institute. Most new disciples reporting here were at the Gathering Chi realm, arriving in small clusters. They were primarily victors from the assessment competitions held across various cities in Yushuan Prefecture, with only a handful, like Zhou Siyue, being recommended for entry. Jiang Chun and Zhou Siyue arrived at one of the registration areas. Strangely, there were not many individuals registering, yet a considerable number of senior disciples were present to assist. At the registration area they approached, Only one disciple was in charge. This disciple, a youth around 20 years old at the 8th level of gathering Qi, appeared somewhat distracted as he scanned the surroundings. "I am Jiang Chun here to register. May I ask for your name?" "Senior brother?" Jiang Chun greeted the young disciple politely. "My name is Tian Fenglai." "Are you registering alone?" Tian Fenglai inquired, casting covert glances at Jiu You, who cradled the little black dog. "No, I have this young lady with me." Jiang Chun noticed Tian Fenglai's furtive glances at Jiu You and frowned slightly. "Please hand over your recommendation tokens." Tian Fenglai extended his hand. Jiang Chun produced his recommendation token. "Miss Zhou, please pass your token to the senior brother. He will introduce you to our Yushuan Martial Institute shortly." Tian Fenglai flashed a friendly smile at Jiu You. Jiang Chun observed the interaction, sensing ill intentions from Tian Fenglai. Jiu You also disapproved of Tian Fenglai's earlier flippant remarks and handed a recommendation token to Jiang Chun. Jiang Chun accepted Jiu Yu's token and presented it to Tian Fenglai. Tian Fenglai scrutinized Jiang Chun for a moment, displaying discontent. Jiang Chun met his gaze with calm resolve. Should the situation escalate, he would not hesitate to act. Ultimately, however, Tian Fenglai restrained himself, as did Jiang Chun. Tian Fenglai retrieved the yin-yang disc. The registration process for outer disciples mirrored that of the inner disciples, except that the identity tokens for outer disciples were made of iron rather than jade. Once both their names were inscribed on the iron identity tokens, Tian Fenglai did not immediately hand them over. "Senior brother Tian?" Jiang Chun inquired, extending his hand to request something from the other party. However, Tian Fenglai still did not hand over the identity token to Jiang Chun and Zhou. "See, I wonder if junior brother Jiang and junior sister Zhou understand our rules," Tian Fenglai remarked with a narrowed-eyed smile. "Rules? What rules are you referring to, senior brother?" Jiang Chun's expression gradually turned icy. Ever since the harrowing escape from the Dan Hall, Jiang Chun had come to realize the truth that there are always greater powers beyond one's own. It would be unwise to cause trouble within such a formidable force as the Yushuan Martial Academy, especially since he was joining as a new disciple today. "Senior brother is here to welcome junior brother into the Martial Academy. Shouldn't junior brother express his gratitude to me?" Tian Fenglai hinted to Jiang Chun, seeking to extract some benefits from him. If Jiang Chun were to withhold any favors, he would ensure that Jiu You, standing beside him, would bear the brunt of the cost. "I truly appreciate senior brother Tian for your service today," Jiang Chun replied, keeping his tone indifferent. Tian Fenglai's expression darkened. "Although we outer disciples may not match the lineage of inner disciples, we all hail from distinguished families in various cities across the state. Surely, junior brother understands this basic etiquette." Tian Fenglai gritted his teeth, revealing his displeasure. Jiang Chun, being of humble origins and not from any notable clan, seemed oblivious to such courtesies. "Humph. It's normal for newcomers to be unaware of etiquette. That's why they rely on us senior brothers for guidance." Tian Fenglai's eyes glinted ominously. The tense atmosphere drew the attention of those nearby. "Old Tian, what is going on?" Someone inquired about the situation. "This junior brother Jiang is ignorant of our rules and wishes for us senior brothers to enlighten him," Tian Fenglai called out to the surrounding crowd. The other senior disciples, upon hearing this, understood the unfolding drama. Unaware of the rules? Then we must teach him the consequences of such ignorance. They belong to a collective, and the regulations of this designated area were established by them. They had already taught numerous new disciples the dire consequences of disregarding the rules. Those who fail to offer them benefits will be severely punished. Sigh. Another Navi newcomer, lamented an elder disciple, who did not belong to this group, knowing another new disciple was about to suffer. He had already witnessed several newcomers get beaten into a state of near collapse for mistakenly entering the territory governed by this group and stubbornly refusing to comply with their rules. Ultimately failing to even enter the Martial Academy at this moment, approximately 10 elder disciples from this group encircled Jiang Chun, their expressions fierce and malicious. All were robust, most of them boasting high levels of Qi gathering, with the strongest among them at the 9th level. The two newcomers were merely at the 5th level of Qi gathering. Truly a dire situation. This is truly tragic. The elder disciple who did not belong to the group side. Chapter 63. A flash of sword light in front of Jiang Chun. A dozen fierce elder disciples of the outer academy encircled him. Others witnessing this scene dared not approach, only watching from a distance. These elder disciples had established their own rules in this area, dictating that new disciples must offer them benefits in gratitude. What constituted such benefits was entirely at their discretion. Like bandits, they sought to rob the newcomers. Jiang Chen's refusal to comply prompted them to teach him a lesson. Their arrogance and audacity stemmed from belonging to a powerful and domineering faction within the Outer Academy known as the Wild Wolf Gang. Infamous within the Yushuan Martial Academy, the members of this gang were notorious for their unscrupulous deeds. Ironically, their notoriety made them a symbol for the morally corrupt among the outer disciples. The number of those joining the Wild Wolf Gang was steadily increasing. As the gang rose to prominence, rumors circulated that powerful figures on the mountain supported them, emboldening their members to act with increasing impunity. You elder disciples openly resort to such thuggish behavior on the day of new disciples' registration. Jiang Chan glared fiercely at the dozen elder disciples before him. Filled with indignation, it was outrageous that because he had not offered Tian Fenglai any benefits, he sought to prevent him from entering the martial academy, even rallying several elder disciples to punish him. Thug, Tian Fenglai grinned, revealing a smug expression. Junior brother Jiang, let me be frank. The fist is the ultimate truth. Tian Fenglai cracked his knuckles, the sound echoing ominously. I'll give you one more chance, that if you present something that satisfies me, and allow this junior sister Zhou to entertain me, I shall let you both go. Tian Fenglai leered at Zhou Sue behind Jiang Chen. The gazes of the others grew equally intense. Upon hearing Tian Fenglai's words, Jiang Chen's killing intent surged. Instinctively, he shielded Zhou Sue behind him, placing a hand on the Shirluo sword at his waist. However, just as Jiang Chen was about to act, Zhou Sue had already drawn her sword. A sharp beam of sword light shot forth from behind Jiang Chen, aimed directly at Tian Fenglai's throat. The young woman's expert Zhou Sue had already sustained injuries, and now she found it even more challenging to withstand the life-threatening blows delivered by Tian Fenglai, who had reached the 8th level of Qi gathering. His heavy punches fell like rain, forcing Zhou Sue to retreat repeatedly under the immense impact. The young girl's delicate face turned pale, clearly exhausted. Yet, her expression remained focused as she clutched her sword tightly. In stark contrast, Tian Fenglai wore a fierce expression, observing Zhou Sue's tenacious resistance. His eyes were filled with a brutal intensity that a crimson aura enveloped Tian Fenglai, as if his vital energy was ablaze. And the aura emanating from him far exceeded that of the 8th level of Qi gathering. This was a secret technique he employed to unleash his inner potential, but the cost of such a method was tremendously high. Another explosive sound erupted. Tian Fenglai launched a powerful punch at Zhou Sue. Suddenly, a flash of fiery sword light illuminated the to the astonishment of onlookers. Zhou Sue unleashed a remarkably sharp strike, severing Tian Fenglai's left arm. The severed limb spiraled through the air, its fractured end appearing as if scorched by raging flames. That moment, Tian Fenglai's expression was one of utter shock. He could not comprehend how Zhou Sue had executed such a strike. Chapter 64. Truly brutal Jiang Chen was equally astonished by Zhou Sue's strike. He had never anticipated that the usually composed and gentle Zhou Sue could display such fierce intensity. Was that the essence of swordsmanship? Although he too had grasped the essence of swordsmanship, Zhou Sue's understanding seemed distinct from his own. His own sword intent was fueled by fury, unstoppable and lethal. Jiang Chen sensed that Zhou's recent strike erupted like a flame, yet devoid of any violence. The fiery power contained within that strike resembled the wrath of a consuming inferno. Undoubtedly, this strike had drained Zhou Sue significantly. After executing it, she could barely stand. Jiang Chen hurried over to support her, preventing her from collapsing. Despite her frail state, Zhou Sue's face lit up with joy upon seeing Jiang Chen. Senior brother Jiang Chen, I have comprehended the essence of swordsmanship, just like you. After uttering these words, Zhou Sue fainted. Jiang Chen was bewildered as to how she had known about his own comprehension of the sword essence. However, this was not the time for him to ponder such matters. Behind him stood a group of over 10 members of the Wild Wolf Gang, all eyeing them hungrily. He gently laid Jiu down beside the little black dog. Luo, M.O. Then, he turned to face the group of older disciples that surrounded them. Though they too were taken aback by Jiu's earlier strike, now that she had fainted, her sword essence was rendered ineffective. Tian Fenglai was still alive, albeit in immense pain. His left arm had been severed by Jiu's sword essence, and 5 fingers of his right hand had also been cut off. The upper left side of his body was ablaze with searing agony. Furthermore, his left hand was mangled from the violent impact of his own explosive punches. The flow of yuan power within his meridians was now chaotic due to the backlash from the secret technique he had employed. Though he had not perished, he was nearing a state of complete incapacitation. Tian Fenglai clutched his dismembered hand to his face in agony, leaving deep gashes that rendered his visage grotesque and terrifying. Tian Fenglai, you are truly a worthless fool, reduced to this state by a mere newly arrived female disciple at the 5th level of Qi gathering that a burly man, rugged in appearance with bulging muscles, offered no sympathy to Tian Fenglai, instead mocking him with a coarse laugh. This man was at the 9th level of Qi gathering, brimming with vitality. Upon hearing the man's words, the others joined in deriding Tian Fenglai. They were the notorious Wild Wolf Gang of the Outer Academy, known for their lack of loyalty and disregard for relationships. The Wild Wolf Gang was composed of individuals who sought to dominate the weak and act recklessly. They were a product of the dark side of the Xian Martial Academy, located at the foot of Xian Mountain. Their only creed was the fist that in the academy. The upper and lower realms were entirely different worlds. The upper realm was rich in resources for cultivation, with strict management and orderly conduct. Even disciples with lesser talents were not in danger of life-threatening situations, as the penalties for killing fellow disciples from the inner academy were exceedingly severe. In contrast, the lower realm was far more chaotic. Apart from providing resources for cultivation, many dark activities were tacitly accepted as long as they were not overly brazen. For instance, numerous outer disciples had gone missing over the years, often at the hands of enemies. Members of the Wild Wolf Gang openly robbed new outer disciples, with very few older disciples daring to intervene. Even many older disciples who were not part of the Wild Wolf Gang would imitate their actions, preying on newcomers that in such a chaotic order and brutal competition. The fist was the ultimate law of the Outer Academy. Now, Tian Fenglai had lost his fist. He would no longer qualify as a member of the Wild Wolf Gang. From now on, he would endure humiliation in the Outer Academy. Tian Fenglai seethed with resentment, loathing Jiu for this outcome, and despising Jiang Chun for being with her. He begged the other members of the Wild Wolf Gang for vengeance. Whoever can help me kill this youth and allow me to deal with that girl for a night, I will give them all my possessions. Tian Fenglai shouted to the crowd. The promise of great rewards spurred the members into action, especially the earlier coarse-looking man, who exclaimed, "Why not take the free bounty?" With a sinister grin, he rushed toward Jiang Chun, fearing that someone else might seize the opportunity and claim Tian Fenglai as possessions. Seeing the burly man move, the others followed suit, eager to reach Jiang Chun first. Some brandished large hammers, others pulled out spiked clubs, some swung heavy iron axes, while others hurled curved blades. One individual emitted a red glow from his body. Having activated a secret technique, in an instant, the air around Jiang Chun was filled with a dazzling array of energies, reverberating with the sounds of clashing metal. The scene left the onlookers, who had initially gathered to watch, utterly dumbfounded. They had never witnessed such a spectacle. Even the seasoned older disciples of the Outer Academy had never encountered such a phenomenon. Over 10 high-level members of the Wild Wolf Gang were targeting a newcomer at the 5th level of Qi gathering. Surely, this youth would be reduced to nothingness, an utterly terrifying sight. The older disciple who had been observing from the beginning felt a pang of regret. Just then, the young man suddenly moved. Futile, a dying struggle. The older disciple thought, closing his eyes to avoid witnessing the scene. However, a cacophony of shocked gasps erupted from the crowd. The older disciple opened his eyes in haste, only to see the burly man who had charged in first now kneeling on the ground, a stone sword protruding from his chest. The youth grasped the hilt of the sword with one hand, his foot planted firmly on the man's head. The man's hair had turned a stark white. How is this possible? The older disciple's mouth fell agape. A look of disbelief washing over his face, he recognized the burly man as one of the few formidable disciples below the spirit-gathering realm in the Outer Academy. To think that he had been pierced through the chest by a mere youth at the 5th level of Qi gathering, and in such a humiliating posture at that, the older disciple rubbed his eyes, questioning his own vision. Yet everything before him appeared so vividly real. The youth stood triumphantly upon the man's head, gazing defiantly at the approaching crowd. "Come at me, and you shall perish," Jiang Chun bellowed at the throng, simultaneously delivering a punch that sent a curved blade flying from the air. The crowd, filled with murderous intent, would not relent. They outnumbered him. Jiang Chun had slain one burly man, but could he possibly eliminate them all? As the group surged forward with murderous fervor, a smile crept across the youth's lips. Blood splattered, and screams echoed. The hammers, spiked clubs, and iron axes clattered to the ground. Behind the youth lay a trail of corpses. The older disciple who had witnessed the entire scene gasped in horror. "This is truly brutal." Chapter 65. "I can no longer tolerate you." Jiang Chun wielded the Shiro sword, advancing step by step, a sword for each assailant. As he navigated through the fray of over 10 high-level members of the Wild Wolf Gang, as if it were an unguarded realm, he pressed on until he stood before the terrified Tian Fenglai, who now found himself utterly alone. "Do not come any closer," he shouted at the approaching Jiang Chun, extending his remaining hand, devoid of 5 fingers, in a futile attempt to halt Jiang Chun's advance. "Tian Shixiang, do you still wish to teach your junior what rules are?" Jiang Chun asked with a cold smile. "Spare me, junior brother Jiang, spare me. I did not recognize your greatness. Please, spare my life," Tian Fenglai pleaded, terror-stricken as he begged for mercy. The overwhelming sword intent of Jiang Chun left him paralyzed with fear, having witnessed several of his comrades pierced through by Jiang Chun's blade, unable to withstand his strikes. "In your current state, do you still intend to cling to life?" Jiang Chun revealed a look of disgust. Tian Fenglai, initially intent on tormenting him due to his status as a new disciple, now pleaded for mercy at the moment of his impending demise. Such a turn of events is indeed rare in this world. "Junior brother Jiang, if you spare your senior brother, I am willing to offer you my entire fortune. The treasures, elixirs, and techniques I have gathered over the years at the Yukshanwu Academy are plentiful and will surely satisfy you," Tian Fenglai said with a smirk, though he was now nearly incapacitated and would face relentless humiliation in the Outer Academy. He was desperate to cling to life. As long as Jiang Chun refrained from killing him, he was willing to pay any price. Jiang Chun regarded Tian Fenglai with a cold gaze. Were he in Tian Fenglai's position, facing a sworn enemy, he would never beg for mercy. He would rather perish beneath his adversary's sword. Nevertheless, he sheathed the Shirluo sword. "If you can retrieve the identity tokens for me and Sister Siu, I may spare your life." Jiang Chun's expression seemed to soften slightly. Tian Fenglai, hearing this, was overjoyed and hurried to fetch the identity tokens of Jiang Chun and Zhou Siyue, which he had previously placed on the yin-yang disc at the registration table. However, when he reached the desk, he encountered a dilemma. Lacking his left arm, he was unable to lift the yin-yang disc or grasp the tokens. He attempted to use his right hand to pick up Jiang Chun's token, but found it impossible due to the absence of fingers. Perspiration beaded on Tian Fenglai's forehead in his haste. With a clatter after several failed attempts to grasp the token, Jiang Chun's identity token fell to the ground. "Senior brother Tian, if you cannot help me retrieve the identity token, I may very well kill you." A youthful voice rang out cheerfully from behind Tian Fenglai. This seemingly light-hearted tone struck Tian Fenglai like a death knell. He bent down desperately to pick up the token, only to slip and fall. The token landed right before his face. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Although he could not grasp it with his hand, he still had his mouth. Without hesitation, he leaned forward and bit down on Jiang Chun's identity token. Then, with a swift motion, he sprang to his feet, the token firmly held in his mouth, but a victorious smile spread across Tian Fenglai's face as he staggered towards Jiang Chun, intent on delivering the token. Onlookers witnessing this spectacle were filled with having spoken. Murong Mu intended to strike at Jiang Chun. It turned out that Murong Mu was also a member of the Wild Wolf Gang, albeit one who had covertly infiltrated it due to his penchant for notoriety. In the shadows, Tian Fenglai and Murong Mu had conspired together to commit numerous nefarious deeds, yet no one was aware that a disciple was involved in those misdeeds. Furthermore, Murong Mu had some contraband in Tian Fenglai's possession, alongside evidence of their collusion. Now that Tian Fenglai had been slain by Jiang Chun, should Jiang Chun acquire Tian Fenglai's storage ring, all their malevolence would be laid bare. Hence, Murong Mu was in a state of desperate agitation, eager to confront Jiang Chun. With a flick of his folding fan, Murong Mu summoned his, transforming it into a slender blue serpent that surged towards Jiang Chun. How audacious to flaunt such trifling skills before me. Jiang Chun bellowed, brandishing his Jiu You sword. With a single decisive stroke, the blue serpent was cleaved in twain by Jiang Chun's formidable sword intent. Yet a faint smile tugged at the corners of Murong Mu's lips. The severed serpent morphed into two even thinner blue serpents, which continued their advance towards Jiang Chun. Adapting to strength, they transformed yet did not dissipate. The Murong clan's secret technique of the spirit serpent is truly exquisite. A senior disciple, not affiliated with the Wild Wolf gang, observed this spectacle with keen interest. Seeing the two blue serpents poised to strike, Jiang Chun remained unfazed. His nine nether surged towards the impending impact zone. Bang! Bang! Two faint explosions echoed simultaneously. Jiang Chun was propelled backward, yet did not falter, a commendable technique. As the dust settled, Jiang Chun lifted his gaze to praise Murong Mu. However, Murong Mu's demeanor turned grave. He had initially believed that, as a powerhouse, subduing a mere novice would be child's play. No wonder he has managed to slay so many high-ranking disciples. He indeed possesses formidable skill. Though Murong Mu offered accolades, the murderous intent in his eyes intensified. For seasoned veterans like them, the arrival of a new talent must be quashed in its infancy. Otherwise, should these prodigies be granted time to flourish, they might one day overshadow their elders. A glimmer of light flickered between Murong Mu's legs, and his form transformed into a white apparition. This was the Murong clan's spirit serpent step. Alarmed, onlookers gasped, sensing the peril Jiang Chun faced. And one doubted Murong Mu's ability to eliminate Jiang Chun. The chasm between and is a formidable divide. Them. Defeating a peak disciple is a vastly different concept from besting a first-stage expert. In the face of Murong Mu's elusive movements, Jiang Chun chose to remain composed. Eager to engage the formidable adversary, he contemplated activating the Nine Nether Battle Body. However, he sensed that he had already stirred enough commotion for the day. Unlike the previous instance in the Dan Hall, when Luo Hua had come to his aid, he could not invoke Luo Hua's assistance once more. Suddenly, Murong Mu's figure flickered and appeared on Jiang Chun's right side. Jiang Chun instantly whirled and struck with his sword. Vanished. Murong Mu reappeared on Jiang Chun's left side. His folding fan brimming with potent energy. As the fan descended, Jiang Chun retaliated with a wind thunder palm, his left hand transforming into a tempestuous force aimed at Murong Mu's chest. The young man's right shoulder was struck by the fan, causing his shoulder bone to cave under the immense force. Simultaneously, Murong Mu's chest received a blow from Jiang Chun's palm. Spitting blood, Murong Mu staggered backward, leaving the onlookers in disbelief. The clash between the two had resulted in a stalemate. With both appearing to have sustained significant injuries, Murong Mu's face was etched with shock that he had not anticipated that his full-force attack would leave Jiang Chun standing. Jiang Chun too felt a pang of dissatisfaction. The white-clad man had merely spat blood in response to his full-powered wind thunder palm. It is indeed formidable. Jiang Chun could not help but lament. Murong Mu, at this moment, felt exceedingly unwell that a grayish smoldered and eroded at his chest. Marvelous, simply marvelous. The resounding applause drew nearer. Both men turned to see a not particularly tall, unremarkable outer court disciple approaching with a smile. He was the senior disciple who had been observing the duel from the outset. Not affiliated with the Wild Wolf gang, Lu Shan. Murong Mu regarded the disciple, named Lu Shan, with trepidation. Jiang Chun too felt a sense of wariness towards this individual. Thus far, every senior disciple Jiang Chun had encountered had proven to be less than virtuous. Murong Mu, I did not expect you to suffer such a setback at the hands of this Jiang disciple, Lu Shan remarked with a grin, addressing the white-clad man. Just a lapse in judgment. Murong Mu replied bitterly. Being wounded by a novice in front of the crowd was a severe blow to his pride. Tian Fenglai was a member of the Wild Wolf Gang. You have stepped forward in light of his demise today. Have you also joined the Wild Wolf Gang? Lu Shan's gaze sharpened as he scrutinized Murong Mu. Gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd. Before Lu Shan's words, no one had considered associating the always dapper Murong Gongzi with the nefarious Wild Wolf Gang. Do not spout nonsense. Murong Mu's expression shifted dramatically. So, you present a facade of righteousness while secretly engaging in heinous acts. Jiang Chen scoffed. You seek death. Stung by Jiang Chen's words, Murong Mu erupted in fury, unleashing another blue serpent towards Jiang Chen. The serpent moved with blinding speed, leaving afterimages in its wake. Having previously suffered from this secret technique, Jiang Chen was no fool to fall for again. The young man formed a sword finger with his 2 fingers, gray nine nether pulsating at the tip, gathering a sharp sword intent. Hiss! The blue serpent was extinguished by Jiang Chen's 9 nether sword finger in midair. Murong Mu's expression darkened. Ha! Lu Shan's boisterous laughter rang out. Murong Mu, do you intend to silence him? Lu Shan questioned Murong Mu, seemingly preparing to intervene, the immense aura emanating from him. You wish to interfere? I thought you preferred to observe rather than engage. Murong Mu gritted his teeth. Should Lu Shan intervene, he would have no choice but to retreat, regardless of his reluctance. 1 Jiang Chen was already a considerable challenge. Adding another powerhouse of unknown capability, Jiang San, would be perilous. This Jiang disciple has entertained me thoroughly. Now I wish to stretch my muscles, that Lu Shan declared. Humph, this boy has killed over 10 members of the Wild Wolf Gang today. They will undoubtedly seek vengeance, that we shall see if you dare to protect him then. Seeing Lu Shan's resolute stance, Murong Mu huffed, folding his fan and transforming into a white shadow as he departed in indignation. Take care, Lu Shan called out leisurely behind him. I truly appreciate your assistance, Senior Lu. Once Murong Mu was assuredly gone, Jiang Chen expressed his gratitude to Lu Shan. That Lu Shan smiled, saying, No need for thanks. You clearly do not fear Murong Mu. You must have other cards up your sleeve. Jiang Chen shook his head helplessly. I merely do not wish to be bullied. What other card could I possibly have? After today's battle, you will undoubtedly encounter endless troubles in the outer court. The Wild Wolf Gang will not let you off lightly, Lu Shan remarked with concern to Jiang Chen. Let them come if they dare. Jiang Chen's gaze burned with intensity that Lu Shan could not help but shake his head. This Jiang disciple, possessing astonishing talent and a fierce demeanor, is still too youthful and impetuous. The Wild Wolf Gang's influence in the outer court is not something he can confront alone. Does the junior disciple not desire a backing in the outer court down the mountain? Lu Shan inquired. Jiang Chen was no fool. He discerned the ulterior motive behind Lu Shan's words. It appears that Lu Shan's earlier assistance was an attempt to recruit him into his faction. Jiang Chen regarded him with a penetrating gaze. A backing? I wonder what Senior Lu considers a backing. It is not yet time to divulge such matters to Junior Jiang. Lu Shan's smile held an enigmatic quality. He approached Jiang Chen and slipped a storage ring into his hand. Then, leaning in, he whispered, If Junior Jiang is interested, on the day after tomorrow at the hour of the rat, prepare the items within and go to the disciple trading market in the outer court. Seek out a shop called Xianmen Pavilion. There you shall find the answers you seek. Having spoken, Lu Shan swaggered away. Once Lu Shan departed, the surrounding crowd was left in a state of confusion. They had witnessed Lu Shan whisper something to Jiang Chen before leaving, yet the content of their exchange remained a mystery to them. In the eyes of the onlookers, Lu Shan's behavior today was most peculiar, for it marked the first occasion he contemplated taking action. It is essential to note that Lu Shan was renowned among the outer disciples as an eccentric figure, despite having attained the realm of concentration. Placing him among the upper echelons of outer disciples, he behaved like a carefree wanderer, showing no desire to ascend to the inner courtyard, nor engaging in factional disputes. He frequently made appearances, yet never intervened, neither aiding the strong nor the weak, neither the righteous nor the wicked. In his own words, he merely passed by to observe the spectacle. Truly an oddity. Jiang Chen, holding a storage ring, was equally perplexed. However, Despite the confusion, he had yet to even enter the martial institute after all the commotion. First, Jiang Chun meticulously searched through the corpses of the 10 or so elder disciples, scouring for their storage rings. Since these individuals had attempted to rob him, but had met their demise at his hands, their possessions rightfully belonged to him. He collected the storage rings from the members of the wolf gang. Those around him watched with envy, yet none dared to contest him. After all, there lay over 10 corpses. Another would not be missed. Jiang Chun found a small cloth pouch on the rugged figure of a man and placed the gathered storage rings within, fastening it to his waist. After patting the pouch, he approached the registration desk to retrieve Jiu Yu's identification token. Additionally, he discreetly pocketed a circular disc adorned with the yin-yang symbol. Jiang Chun then returned to the spot where Jiu Yu and Luo Mo lay. Jiu Yu had yet to awaken from her stupor, gazing upon her face as delicate as a lotus blossom. Jiang Chun's expression faltered momentarily. It was not feasible for this duo to remain in slumber indefinitely. He needed to devise a way to transport them into the outer courtyard. Luo Mo was manageable, as the small demon dog could simply be cradled in his arms. However, Jiu Yu posed a dilemma. Should he carry her into the Martial Institute in his arms, over his shoulder, or perhaps on his back? After some contemplation, Jiang Chun deemed the first two options too undignified for a young lady of her stature. Thus, he resolved to carry Jiu Yu on his back. He first nestled the small Luo Mo in his embrace, then crouched down to allow Jiu Yu to rest upon his broad back. The young lady's fair arms instinctively wrapped around his neck to prevent her from slipping. Jiang Chun secured them both with a cloth strap, sensing the softness of her form and the subtle fragrance that enveloped her. Jiang Chun stepped forward, gradually making his way into the Martial Institute. In the distance, a middle-aged servant, who had intended to leave, observed Jiang Chun as he carried Jiu Yu into the institute. Indeed, the Jiang family youth was no ordinary individual. He mused to himself, a smile of satisfaction blooming on his face. Since both had grasped the essence of sword intent, the old servant could finally rest easy. Chapter 68. Two mountain bandits. The sight of the youth bearing the young lady attracted considerable attention. In this martial institute, such a scene was exceedingly rare. Though it was a sight for sore eyes, it also elicited a sense of curiosity. Jiang Chun paid little heed to the peculiar glances or whispers of the onlookers as he traversed the verdant stone pathway of the outer courtyard with Jiu Yu upon his back. Newly admitted disciples were required to gather at a designated square after registering. Jiang Chun learned this information from a rather amiable elder disciple. "Hey, Jiang Chun," a voice called out from the crowd behind him. Jiang Chun turned to see Guan Yu, his face darkened by the sun, smiling and waving at him amidst the throng. His left stood Hu Wansheng, who had lost his right arm, and to his right was the slender Lu Fengya. They were all compatriots from Fengning City, having entered the outer courtyard of the Yushuan Martial Institute together. Jiang Chun paused to allow the trio to catch up. The new disciples surged toward the assembly square like a tidal wave. As the three approached, they quickened their pace to reach Jiang Chun. "Jiang Chun, we couldn't find you at the registration desk earlier. What a stroke of luck to encounter you here in the Martial Institute," Guan Yu exclaimed, his excitement palpable. Jiang Chun noted that Guan Yu had progressed to the 6th level of Qi gathering, in contrast to Guan Yu's enthusiasm. Hu Wansheng and Lu Fengya regarded Jiang Chun with a more neutral expression. "Who is the young lady behind you?" Hu Wansheng inquired. "She is a friend of mine," Jiang Chun replied nonchalantly. "We are all from Fengning City, and we should support one another now that we are at the Martial Institute." "Let us head to the square together," Guan Yu suggested, extending the invitation. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Chun shook his head in refusal. "I must look after my friend, so I cannot accompany you." With that, he turned and walked away. Guan Yu was taken aback, about to call out to Jiang Chun again, but Hu Wansheng restrained him with his remaining ARM. It's best to let it go. He is not in a position to join us right now. Heeding Hu Wansheng's words, Guan Yu relented. Jiang Chun held no disdain for Guan Yu and the others. Firstly, he needed to attend to Jiu Yu behind him, and joining Guan Yu and the others would only distract him. Secondly, having crossed paths with the Wolf Gang, if they discovered his connection to Guan Yu and the others, they might endanger them as well. The Yushuan Martial Institute was vast, and the square designated for new disciples was situated at the heart of the outer courtyard at the mountain's base. By the time Jiang Chun arrived, numerous newly admitted disciples had already gathered in the square. The square was expansive, stretching several miles in both length and width. At the forefront stood a towering platform over 5 zhang high, upon which a stern-looking middle-aged man stood. This man, named Situ Bei, possessed the cultivation of Lingshu realm and served as the dean of the outer courtyard of the Yushuan Martial Institute. Behind Situ Bei stood a multitude of formidable warriors, the weakest among them at the concentration realm and the strongest at the Yuanqi realm. They were the administrators of the outer courtyard, entrusted with various responsibilities and the management of its affairs. Situ Bei stood atop the platform, his expression austere as he surveyed the gathering of disciples below. Newcomers continued to trickle into the square. Jiang Chun, cradling Luo Mo, and with Zhou Si, still in a state of unconsciousness on his back, quietly occupied a corner of the square. The registration assembly was set to last the entire morning, meaning those who had already registered would need to remain until the conclusion of the morning session. The corner where Jiang Chun stood was relatively tranquil, with few new disciples choosing to linger there. For safety's sake, Jiang Chun maintained a distance of 1 zhang from the others. Even so, some curious newcomers approached him for inquiries. After all, it was hard not to be intrigued by the sight of a young man carrying a young lady on his back. If someone approached from a distance, Jiang Chun would respond with a few measured words. However, if someone attempted to draw nearer, a sharp glint would flash in his eyes, revealing a hint of lethal intent. Most individuals were disinclined to cause trouble amid the throngs of new disciples. Upon witnessing the murderous intent in Jiang Chun's gaze, they would mutter about the strange madman before instinctively retreating. Time passed quietly, and the shadows of the crowd in the square grew shorter as midday approached, signaling the nearing end of the registration period. Some impatient newcomers began to display signs of restlessness, and the noise level escalated. Individuals began to wander about the square, darting to and fro that moment. Jiang Chun, with his eyes gently closed as if meditating, appeared to be lost in thought. Due to the weight of Zhou Siyue on his back, his upper body inclined slightly forward, giving him an appearance akin to that of a hunchback. The youth's breathing was calm and steady, naturally entering a meditative state. At this juncture, 2 pairs of ill-intentioned eyes fixated on Jiang Chun, or more precisely, on the unconscious Zhou Siyue behind him. These malicious gazes belonged to 2 men. Both at the 6th level of Qi gathering point, one bore a scar on his left cheek and was taller, suggesting he was the elder of the 2. The other, with a scar on his right cheek, was shorter, indicating he was younger. They had approached Jiang Chun's corner, driven by their own restlessness, only to unexpectedly discover a 5-level Qi gathering youth carrying a stunningly beautiful girl on his back. Upon exchanging glances, both men grinned with depraved delight. These 2 were mountain bandit brothers who had ambushed a pair of outer disciples en route to the Martial Institute, subsequently assuming their identities to gain entry. Many outer disciples had, in fact, either killed the original disciples or stolen someone else's recommendation token to infiltrate the institute. However, the Yushuan Martial Institute turned a blind eye to such antics, as long as one possessed a recommendation token. They could become a disciple. This was the institute's rule. The mountain bandit brothers noted that Jiang Chun's eyes were closed, seemingly in slumber. What a fool, thought the bandit with the scar on his left cheek. To enter a meditative state in front of so many people. This is our chance. Let's kill this youth and sneak away with the unconscious maiden. The bandit with a scar on his right cheek mused to himself. These bandit brothers were not ordinary men. They possessed a unique bond that allowed them to communicate telepathically. Such a fairy-like maiden. How could we have encountered her in the mountains before? Let us abduct this enchanting girl and flee, abandoning our aspirations of becoming disciples at the Yushuan Martial Academy. The elder brother spoke wisely. With a beauty such as this, why would we wish to remain mere disciples? Younger brother, let us proceed. The bandit brothers simultaneously drew gleaming steel blades from their storage rings. Then, channeling their inner energy, they lunged forward, swinging their swords menacingly at the distant youth. The boy stood motionless. How foolish is this boy? The blade is nearly upon his head, and yet he remains unresponsive. The younger bandit, lagging behind, saw his elder brother raise his weapon. "Elder brother, why haven't you struck yet?" Seeing the steel blade in his brother's hand yet to descend. The younger bandit grew anxious in his heart. The elder bandit slowly collapsed to the ground. The younger bandit was stunned. He found himself gazing into a pair of icy eyes fixed upon him. Chapter 69. The educational philosophy of the Outer Academy. The two bandit brothers had originally taken to a life of crime in the desolate mountains, living carefree and untroubled, ever since receiving the recommendation token from the martial academy. The elder bandit had harbored a fervent desire to attend. He had told his younger brother that within the legendary Jiu You Sword Martial Academy, treasures of gold and silver abound, and maidens as beautiful as fairies are plentiful. Thus, the two set off in the wilderness to this esteemed academy. Filled with hope and anticipation, on their first day at the academy, they encountered the maiden of their dreams, a girl named Jiu. The elder bandit met his demise at the hands of a youth named Jiu Chun. The boy kicked aside the elder bandit's lifeless body. "Elder brother!" The younger bandit rushed forward, hastily checking on his brother's condition. He saw a hole the size of a finger in his brother's chest. With remnants of gray energy pulsating at the opening, he was beyond saving to, "Oh, my elder brother!" The younger bandit wept bitterly as he cradled his brother's corpse. "I told you we could never become disciples of the Jiu You Sword Martial Academy, yet you insisted on bringing me here. Now we have lost the girl, and you left me first. Why did you have to come?" The younger bandit lamented in sorrow. His heartfelt emotions were enough to bring tears to anyone's eyes. This left Jiu Chun speechless. Clearly, it was the brothers who sought to harm him. How had it turned into him shattering their fraternal bond? "Since your bond is so strong, I shall send you to reunite with him," Jiu Chun said to the younger bandit. The younger bandit lifted his head, wide-eyed, his scarred face awash with tears of grief and indignation for his brother's death. "Spare my life, noble sir," he cried out. Jiu Chun was bewildered. "I have killed your brother, and you do not hate me. What happened to the deep brotherly love?" The younger bandit suddenly bore a countenance filled with the same desolation as his slain brother. However, he soon reverted to his original demeanor. "As long as you spare my life, I, Yang Daiji, shall dedicate this life to you." He bowed deeply to Jiu Chun, in response to the younger bandit's submission. Jiu Chun refused. "Take your brother's body and leave at once," Jiu Chun commanded harshly. The younger bandit bowed thrice before finally rising. "I shall never forget your great kindness, noble sir." With that, he hoisted his brother's corpse and hurried away. Watching the retreating figure of the younger bandit, Jiu Chun shook his head in resignation. Though Jiu Chun occupied a secluded corner, the events unfolding there did not go unnoticed. From a high platform at the front of the square, a pair of piercing eyes observed the distant youth. "This boy possesses great potential," spoke a man clad in armor, exuding an air of authority. "Do you intend to recruit him into the Jiu You Sword army?" A tall woman, also in armor, stepped forward beside him. Her fair complexion and crimson lips were striking, and her robust armor failed to conceal her curvaceous form. "Perhaps we could secure him a position in the army." "I find this youth quite charming," the woman said languidly. "If he were an inner academy disciple, I might consider it, but alas, he is merely an outer academy disciple," the man lamented, shaking his head. "When did the Jiu You Sword army begin to differentiate between outer and inner disciples?" The woman replied, clearly displeased. "Let us ascend the mountain. That is where the true talents lie." The man turned to leave. "I will remain here at the foot of the mountain," the woman insisted stubbornly. "As you wish." The man departed alone. After the armored man left, the woman continued to gaze at that remote corner, where a youth carried an unconscious maiden on his back. The boy vigilantly surveyed his surroundings, wary of any further bandit encounters. Occasionally, he glanced back to check if the maiden had stirred. As she observed him, a glimmer of longing flickered in the woman's eyes. "If I were to be unconscious on the battlefield, how wonderful it would be if someone could protect me like that," she mused enviously. As noon approached, the shadows of the crowd in the square had grown so short that they were nearly invisible. At that moment, the dean of the Outer Academy, Situ Bey, addressed the assembly from the high platform. Empowered by his inner energy, Situ Bey's voice resonated throughout every corner of the square. "Everyone, please be silent." His booming voice reverberated in the ears of all present. The previously noisy square fell silent, with only faint whispers remaining. You are the new disciples of this year's Yushuan Martial Academy's Outer Academy. And as the dean, I welcome you. After extending his welcome, Sidhu Bey continued without pause. Unlike the Inner Academy, the Outer Academy often provides disciples with a more liberated environment, allowing for ample competition. Sidhu Bey spoke calmly. The crowd below began to murmur, many faces displaying anger. The events of the morning had shown them that this so-called liberated environment allowed for unrestricted competition among disciples, clearly fostering chaos among them. You may choose freely. Archaic notions should be discarded. The Outer Academy encourages disciples to unleash their talents fully, and we will not intervene in matters between disciples. Hearing Sidhu Bey's words, most wore serious expressions, while only a few exhibited expressions of joy. For this implied that the Outer Academy welcomed competition that transcended boundaries, or perhaps the Outer Academy had never established any boundaries for its disciples. You may initially find this difficult to adapt to, but you are all the elite youth of Yushuan Prefecture, and I believe you will eventually comprehend the Academy's good intentions in this approach. A glimmer of light shone in Sidhu Bey's eyes. Take care of yourselves. This was Sidhu Bey's final remark before he turned to depart. Following his exit, a gaunt elder clad in black stepped into the position where Sidhu Bey had just stood. I am Elder Xiao Fan, an elder of the Outer Academy. The elder introduced himself to the crowd. The educational philosophy of our Outer Academy has already been outlined by Dean Sidhu. His voice was hoarse. Now, I shall explain how you will cultivate and live within the Outer Academy. Upon entering the Outer Academy, if you have no assigned tasks, you are not permitted to leave until graduation. The Outer Academy will provide you with abundant resources for cultivation. And each month, every disciple may use their identity token to collect supplies from the main hall. The Outer Academy has alchemy halls, artifact halls, and formation halls, where you may purchase desired pills, spiritual weapons, and formation tools. That we have also established a trading market for disciples, where you can freely exchange resources and items. At the beginning and middle of each month, instructors from the mountain will descend to teach you about martial arts. To attend classes, reservations must be made in advance at the main hall. The disciples' living quarters are located on the north and south sides of the academy. After dispersing, each of you may collect a protective formation disc at the main hall entrance. Without a protective formation, your living quarters will be unclaimed, and you will know it at a glance. Lastly, let me remind you, you may create chaos among yourselves, but do not attempt to collude with or harm the Outer Academy's elders, or the consequences will be far greater than you can imagine. The elder's gaze was piercing. Chapter 70, The Guardian Array. After Elder Steward Xiao Fan concluded his remarks, the assembly of new disciples was officially over. Upon leaving the square, the crowd surged towards the main hall to collect the array plates necessary for safeguarding their residences. The main hall of the outer courtyard was situated not far from the square. As Jiang Chun made his way towards the hall, carrying Zhou Siwei on his back amidst the throng, he pondered the information he had just absorbed in the square. The atmosphere within the outer courtyard starkly contrasted with his preconceived notions of harmonious camaraderie and mutual support among fellow disciples. It was a realm of excessive freedom, devoid of moral constraints and rules. Here, the strong could act at their whim, while the weak struggled to fend for themselves. It was no wonder that the previous victors of the assessment contests rarely returned to Fengning City after emerging from its confines. Those who had thrived in such a brutal competitive environment would naturally regard Fengning City as a mere speck of dust. This train of thought led Jiang Chun to reflect upon his own parents, who had vanished without a trace 16 years prior. Could it be that they had met their demise within the outer courtyard of the Yushuan Martial Academy all those years ago? A tempest of emotions surged within him. Unbeknownst to him, Jiang Chun had arrived at the main hall that moment. The entrance was teeming with people. Nearly 1,000 new disciples had gathered at the doors of the hall. Although the space was expansive, it could not withstand the cacophony and jostling of so many individuals. Not wishing to squeeze into the crowd while carrying Zhou Siwei, Jiang Chun deliberately positioned himself at the periphery, contemplating waiting until the throng had thinned before collecting the array plate. By then, Zhou Siwei might have awakened. Thus, he stood in a secluded area. Away from the masses, he observed numerous disciples departing with their array plates, elated expressions gracing their faces. Soon, however, Some new disciples began to rob others of their array plates. Many weaker individuals found their plates snatched away, frantically seeking assistance. This act of thievery incited the ire of several benevolent yet stronger new disciples, who banded together. They formed a guardian alliance to protect the vulnerable. Some robbers were punished, while others, either too powerful or too swift, eluded capture, leaving the alliance unable to recover the stolen array plates. The plates taken from the punished robbers were confiscated and used as compensation for those who had lost theirs. Jiang Chun observed how, amidst the presence of both good and evil, strength and weakness, an inherent balance of order began to emerge, preventing chaos from taking hold. A flicker of understanding ignited within him. Eventually, Jiang Chun spotted Guan Yu among the ranks of the Guardian Alliance. Guan Yu delivered a decisive blow to one of the robbers, causing the latter's nose to become crooked. A faint smile graced Jiang Chun's lips. Josue remained in a deep slumber on his back, and he could feel the gentle rhythm of her breathing against his shoulder. Although he could have collected the array plate by now, he opted to wait for Josue to awaken, as the plates had to be claimed in person rather than through an identity token. As time passed, the number of new disciples at the entrance dwindled, as did those distributing the array plates. The sun's warmth gradually waned, and dusk began to encroach upon the sky that a few crows cawed as they flew overhead. With no one left to rob the array plates, the Guardian Alliance eventually dispersed as well. Unable to wait any longer for Josue to awaken, Jiang Chun ultimately decided to claim the array plate. By this time, the entrance to the hall was devoid of others. An elderly man, whose cultivation level was evident, sat yawning at the distribution point. Upon noticing Jiang Chun approaching with the slumbering girl, there was a peculiar glint in the elder's eyes. "Are you here to collect an array plate?" he inquired, glancing at the girl on Jiang Chun's back for confirmation. "Indeed," Jiang Chun replied. "Do you know you require one or two?" The elder's lips curled into a mysterious smile. After a moment's hesitation, Jiang Chun affirmed. The elder shook his head. "I can only provide you with one, unless you manage to rouse the girl on your back. Then I shall wait." Jiang Chun sensed Josue's breathing quicken. Perhaps she was on the verge of awakening. "I have no time to linger here, waiting for both of you," the elder grumbled, producing a round array plate and urging, "If you want it, take it quickly. I must return." Jiang Chun hesitated once more. The elder, growing impatient, tossed the array plate onto the table. "Even if you desire to, it matters not. I have but this single one left." After the old man finished speaking, he departed without a backward glance, in a place unseen by the youth. A cunning glimmer flickered in the elder's eyes. Jiang Chun had no choice but to stow away the array plate and take his leave. According to the words of the elder steward, Xiao Fan, the residences of the outer courtyard disciples were situated on the northern and southern sides of the martial arts academy. Given that the main hall leaned slightly towards the south, Jiang Chun decided to head south accordingly. After a considerable time, approximately half an hour, he finally arrived at the southern disciples' living quarters. The living area was a vast expanse of woodland, where wide paths crisscrossed and extended into the distance. Flanking the roads, various small courtyards were nestled among towering trees. These small courtyards served as the abodes for the disciples of the outer courtyard. As night fell, a gentle golden light shimmered on the walls of the courtyards inhabited by the disciples. Jiang Chun noticed that the courtyards ahead were already occupied. He ventured deeper along a narrow path. After an indeterminate duration, Jiang Chun ultimately discovered a dimly lit courtyard with a dull wall. The absence of a protective array's golden glow indicated that this courtyard was uninhabited, carrying the slumbering Josue on his back. He stepped into the small courtyard. The courtyard was modest in size, featuring a square stone well. Behind the courtyard stood a stone hut, which had no door, so Jiang Chun entered directly. The furnishings within the small stone hut were quite simple. A stone bed by the window, a stone table in the center, and two stone chairs beside the table. In a corner of the hut, there was a circular recess, seemingly the place for activating the protective array. Jiang Chun gently placed the sleeping Josue on the stone bed and set the little black dog, Luo, Mo, down beside her. After settling them, he took out the array plate for the protective formation. The plate was inscribed with numerous intricate and obscure runes, and at its center was a token-shaped design. Jiang Chun embedded the array plate into the recess he had discovered earlier in the hut's corner. with a resonant hum. The protective formation was activated, and the array plate immediately radiated with golden light. Concurrently, a faint golden glow began to emerge on the walls of the courtyard. The operation of the protective formation essentially divided the power of the entire outer courtyard's guardian formation, making the protective array for the disciples' residences exceedingly formidable. Under the shelter of this protective array, even cultivators at the spirit-gathering realm could not forcibly breach the courtyard. For every disciple of the outer courtyard, their residence would forever remain the safest haven, where they could sleep soundly without fear of intrusion. Chapter 71. The inconvenience of cohabitation. Once the protective formation at the residence was activated, Jiang Chun gradually began to discern many of its functions. Firstly, the temperature within the small stone hut would adjust automatically, creating an extraordinarily comfortable atmosphere. Although the hut lacked doors and windows, any excessively cold night wind that entered would be repelled by a faint barrier of elemental energy. Most importantly, the protective formation had the effect of gathering the elemental energy of heaven and earth, resulting in an exceptionally rich atmosphere of elemental energy within the stone hut. Experiencing such dense elemental energy for the first time, Jiang Chun felt his body instinctively absorb it at an astonishing rate. The only downside was that the protective formation did not provide illumination for the night, although the activation of the array plate emitted golden light. It was a straight beam that failed to illuminate the interior of the hut. Jiang Chun had no choice but to retrieve an oil lamp from his storage ring. He lit the lamp and placed it on the stone table. Having learned how to manipulate the protective formation with his identity token at the entrance of the main hall, he hurried to the corner where the array plate was located. The runes on the plate glowed with a golden light. Yet the token-shaped design remained dim. Jiang Chun placed his identity token into the designated spot, and it fit perfectly, aligning seamlessly with the design. Upon contact with the array plate, a brilliant radiance burst forth. Jiang Chun pressed his hand upon it, and soon thereafter, a peculiar sensation surged through his mind that he experienced a unique connection with the protective formation, allowing him to control its various functions with but a thought. A smile graced the youth's face as he turned to check on Jiu, hoping to see if she had awoken. However, she remained in slumber, her delicate form rising and falling gently with each breath. Jiang Chun shook his head helplessly and settled down to meditate on the ground. Under the protection of the formation, his mind completely relaxed, and he unwittingly fell into a profound state of meditation. In this state, he was entirely insulated from all external disturbances. Not long after Jiang Chun entered his meditative state, Jiu stirred awake. The oil lamp on the stone table flickered gently, its tiny flames swaying softly. As Jiu sat up, she spotted Jiang Chun seated in the corner of the hut, deeply engrossed in his practice. Jiang Chun's eyes were closed, his breathing steady. With each inhalation and exhalation, glimmers of light seemed to dance around him, a manifestation of his absorption of the elemental energy of heaven and earth. Not wishing to disrupt Jiang Chun's cultivation, Jiu chose to sit cross-legged on the stone bed and began her own practice. Soon, a layer of ethereal light enveloped her as well. The following day, Jiang Chun finally emerged from his meditative state. He stood up slowly, feeling a delightful tingling throughout his body. Stretching lazily, he let out a comfortable sigh, reveling in the clarity and vigor surging through him. After a night of undistracted practice, he discovered that his energy reservoir felt exceedingly full, as if he were on the verge of a breakthrough. Could it be that I am about to ascend to the 6th level of Qi gathering? Jiang Chun marveled at his pace of cultivation, especially considering that just a few months prior, he had only reached the 3rd level of Qi gathering, his talent deemed mediocre in Fengning City. Since awakening the Nine Nether Battle Body, the continuous battles and bloodshed seemed to have further unlocked his potential. After assessing his condition, Jiang Chun's gaze fell upon the stone bed, where the little black dog, Luo, was sound asleep as always. Jiu, having awakened at some point, stood by the stone bed, gazing at Jiang Chun. Jiang Chun, senior brother. Upon noticing Jiang Chun's gaze, Jiu greeted him with a warm smile. The morning light streamed in, illuminating the young woman's smiling face. Miss Siue, how is your injury? Jiang Chun inquired. Jiu had battled Tian Feng, a cultivator at the 8th level of Qi gathering, the day prior. although she ultimately grasped the intent of the sword and severed her opponent's left arm. She had sustained severe injuries herself. That I'm fine, truly. Thank you very much, Jiang Chun, senior brother. Just call me Jiang Chun. Jiang Chun replied. How could that be? If I were to address you by your name directly, wouldn't it seem disrespectful for me as a junior? Zhou Siwa teased Jiang Chun. Perhaps I could call you senior brother Chun like Jiang Xian calls you brother Chun? Jiang Chun coughed lightly. Ahem, we are of the same age, and we both entered the outer courtyard to pursue martial arts together. So there is no need for such distinctions. We can simply address each other by our names. Zhou Siwa fell silent. At that moment, she recalled the event from the previous day's registration at the Martial Arts Academy. Jiang Chun, how did you manage to escape from those ruffians yesterday? I killed them all. Jiang Chun stated matter-of-factly, his tone devoid of pride. All of them. Zhou Siwa's eyes widened in astonishment at Jiang Chun's words. She was aware that he had comprehended the sword intent, but she had not anticipated that he could single-handedly slay over a dozen elder disciples. Zhou Siwa questioned whether she could have achieved the same, even with her comprehension of sword intent. Jiang Chun certainly recognized the abnormality of his strength, yet he found himself at a loss for how to explain just how strong he truly was. Thus, he opted for silence. Miss Siwa, it seems we shall have to share this stone hut from now on. Jiang Chun spoke with a hint of guilt. I only received one protective array plate yesterday. If you feel inconvenienced, I am willing to accept any punishment. Being a man sharing a living space with a woman undoubtedly posed greater inconvenience for her. Upon hearing Jiang Chun's words, Zhou Siwa's face suddenly flushed bright red. Yet, she also understood that Jiang Chun had not meant it that way if it weren't for you. Jiang Chun, I would have likely fallen into the hands of those ruffians. How could I be so ungrateful as to blame you for this? Zhou Siwa responded softly. The two fell into a contemplative silence. Cohabitation indeed bore its inconveniences, yet there was no altering the reality of their situation. Finally, Jiang Chun broke the stillness. That I will partition the hut into 2 rooms to ensure it does not inconvenience you. Miss Siwa, all right. Zhou Siwa, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, nodded in agreement. Subsequently, Jiang Chun assisted Zhou Siwa in acquiring the techniques to manipulate the Guardian Array and elucidated the function of the identity token, as well as various matters concerning cultivation within the outer courtyard. He recounted to Zhou Siwa the conversation he had overheard the previous day in the square between Situ Bei and Xiaofan. He also shared his experiences at the entrance of the Grand Hall. Zhou Siwa listened intently, expressing regret for having missed the opportunity to obtain the array disc for the Guardian Array due to her fainting the day before. Jiang Chun was somewhat astonished by her quick understanding of the topics he discussed. There were instances when she anticipated points he had yet to mention. Ultimately, the two conferred on how to renovate their modest stone dwelling. After their deliberation, Jiang Chun and Zhou Si exited their quarters, setting off towards the Grand Hall to collect their cultivation resources for the month. Chapter 72. Where is your alchemist token? The Grand Hall is situated towards the southern part of the outer courtyard, closer to the residential area for disciples in the south. Even so, it took Jiang Chun and Zhou Si nearly an hour to arrive. They spent about half an hour exiting the residential area and another half hour traversing the distance to the Grand Hall. The outer courtyard is expansive, adorned with numerous halls and towering pavilions. Along the way, Jiang Chun observed many disciples riding on mystical beasts. The most common of these was a creature known as the crimson-eyed steel-claw tiger. This first-tier beast boasts blood-red eyes, broad claws, agile movements, and remarkable speed. Riding such a tamed beast not only exudes an air of grandeur, but also provides convenient transportation. Jiang Chun sighed as he thought of his own mystical pet, Mama, who spent its days sleeping at home. Setting aside the fact that he would have to wait an eternity for little Loma to mature, even once it did, it would hardly serve as a mount, given that it was merely a mystical dog. Despite the long journey, Jiang Chun and Zhou Siwa engaged in conversation, rendering the trek far from tedious. Although Zhou Siwa was remarkably intelligent, she occasionally revealed a naive simplicity typical of youth. This may be attributed to her and her brother Zhou Yuan having lived a sheltered life within the Zhou estate for many years. According to Zhou Siwa, their mother passed away 6 years ago during Zhou Yuan's birth, after which their father, Zhou Yan, rarely displayed a smile. I end Zhou Siwa's words. Her mother was the most gentle and beautiful woman in the world. It was only at this moment that Jiang Chun comprehended that Zhou Yu's tears that night were a manifestation of her longing for her mother. Jiang Chun, too, reminisced about his parents, who had been missing for 16 years. Eventually, they arrived at the Grand Hall. The entrance was bustling with activity, although it lacked the overwhelming crowd of the previous day. Many individuals were still making their way inside. The Grand Hall was impressively vast, measuring over 60 zhang in length and width, and towering more than 10 zhang high. The interior was exquisitely adorned with intricately carved beams and brilliant decorations, evoking an inexplicable sense of solemnity in those who entered. The area designated for distributing cultivation resources was located at the far left end of the hall, where many people were gathered to collect their resources. As distribution of cultivation resources could occur at any time during the month, most of the individuals present were new disciples who had only joined the martial academy yesterday, with only a handful being senior disciples. Jiang Chun and Zhou Yue followed the crowd towards the resource distribution area. Just as they were about to arrive, they overheard a heated argument taking place at the resource distribution point. Why is it that we, as new disciples, are receiving so much less in cultivation resources than you? Indeed, we all just arrived at the martial academy yesterday. How can there be such a disparity in treatment? Some of us have even achieved higher cultivation levels than some of you. There must be some foul play involved. The larger group of new disciples expressed their anger through a barrage of questions. Although we are new disciples, we registered as apprentices at the Alchemy Hall, Armory Hall, and Formation Hall yesterday. Thus shouldn't we be entitled to more abundant cultivation resources? The smaller faction, though fewer in number, was undeterred in their rebuttal. You are just as new as we are. You are not alchemists. You know nothing at all. Just registering your names does not entitle you to superior resources. The larger group of new disciples could hardly believe such a situation existed. We will eventually become alchemists, weapon masters, and formation masters in the outer courtyard, and if you are dissatisfied, refrain from using the pills, spirit weapons, and formations we create. The smaller group of new disciples retorted triumphantly. This is utterly outrageous. Such regulations are simply unreasonable. The larger group of new disciples was incensed. These are the rules. If you disagree, take it up with the one who set them, replied the smaller faction with arrogance. Upon hearing this, the larger group's resolve began to wane. They may have dared to confront fellow new disciples, but they would not dare challenge those who enforce the rules that, at this moment, a tall, lean steward in charge of resource distribution addressed them. These are the regulations that if you are dissatisfied, simply go to the 3 main halls to become an alchemist, weapon master, or formation master. That way, you will not need to register as apprentices in the 3 main halls to enjoy even more abundant resources. With the steward's intervention, those who were unhappy with receiving fewer resources than others fell silent, taking their allocated resources with disgruntled expressions before departing. Haha, serves you right for being foolish and failing to inquire about the rules. Did you not know that new disciples can register as apprentices in the 3 main halls to learn skills while enjoying more generous resource allocations? The smaller faction of new disciples mocked openly. Although the others trembled with anger, they felt powerless. Their frustration was no longer solely about receiving fewer cultivation resources than others, but stemmed from their ignorance of the opportunities mentioned by the others. Realizing they had missed the chance to register as apprentices in the 3 main halls. Now, all apprentice slots for new disciples in the 3 main halls have been filled, and it was too late for them to register. In the path of cultivation, to lag behind even a moment means to fall behind in every aspect, receiving less cultivation resources each month, while also missing the chance to learn a skill, truly left them feeling like they had fallen behind. Upon hearing the dispute between the 2 factions, Jiang Chen's eyes lit up, since he had already demonstrated the ability to refine quality gathering essence pills during his assessment at the Alchemy Hall. This indicated that he had reached the level of an alchemist. Hence, he could claim a greater share of cultivation resources. Soon, it was Jiang Chen's turn to receive his resources. Hand me your identity token. The tall, lean steward instructed Jiang Chun briskly. Jiang Chun produced his identity token and handed it over. I am an alchemist. The steward, without lifting his gaze, was busy examining Jiang Chen's identity token with a dual-sided mirror artifact. Fool, you must register as an apprentice in the Alchemy Hall. The steward, seeing Jiang Chen's demeanor, inferred that he had not attended the hall yesterday, and thus there were no available slots left. The mirror in the steward's hand emitted a blue light that illuminated Jiang Chen's identity token, which became fixed on the mirror's surface. What I mean is that I have already attained the level of an alchemist. The steward raised his head. You claim to be an alchemist. Where is your alchemist token? The steward inquired while continuing to inspect Jiang Chen with the reverse side of the dual-sided mirror. I encountered some issues during my assessment at the alchemy hall. I managed to refine a gathering essence pill, but the elder responsible for the assessment refused to grant me the token. Jiang Chen's expression reflected a sense of helplessness as it was captured on the mirror's surface. The surrounding crowd erupted in laughter upon hearing Jiang Chen's words. Chapter 73. I will come back this afternoon. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's statement, the tall, lean steward adopted a stern expression. Are you attempting to make a joke? Would the elder at the alchemy hall deliberately make things difficult for a mere fifth-level gathering essence practitioner like you? His gaze towards Jiang Chen was filled with disdain that a few days ago I refined a high-quality gathering essence pill at the alchemy hall, and that old dog acted as if he did not see it and even attempted to strike me. Jiang Chen's eyes burned with fury. The crowd began to ridicule him. Puffing up your chest with false bravado, daring to speak boldly without an alchemist token. You claim the elder at the alchemy hall targeted you? Do you even deserve that? If you could be an alchemist, then I'm a grandmaster alchemist. I will simply go to the inner courtyard on a mountain and become a lord. Zhou Yue suddenly realized that Jiang Chen was referring to the events of the day he had fainted. At that time, the middle-aged servant, Hong Nu, had mentioned that a martial artist of the spirit void realm had attacked Jiang Chen. She recognized that Jiang Chen was not lying, distressed by the crowd's mockery of Jiang Chen. Zhou Yue felt compelled to defend him. What Jiang Chen said is true. The elder at the alchemy hall did indeed attack him, and he fainted for 2 days as a result. Zhou Yue implored the crowd on Jiang Chen's behalf. Nonsense! I refuse to believe it. If the elder at the alchemy hall had attacked him, he would be dead without a doubt. How could he merely faint? You are only defending him because he is your acquaintance. As the crowd witnessed Zhou Yue defending Jiang Chen, their hostility intensified. Zhou Yue found herself at a loss for words. Her face flushed from the relentless barrage of criticism. The tall, slender steward observed the two entangled in a futile argument. His gaze towards Jiang Chen filled with disdain that he produced 4 milky white crystal stones and 2 lightly glowing elixirs, placing them directly on the table. These milky white crystals, known as source crystals, are purest forms of vital energy, capable of being directly absorbed by martial practitioners, significantly accelerating their cultivation speed. In the outer courtyard, many transactions also utilize source crystals as currency. I care not whether you have been harassed by the elders of the alchemy hall. As long as you're not an alchemist today, you shall not receive any additional cultivation resources. Take these 4 source crystals and 2 gathering essence pills and leave at once. Do not cause further disruption. The steward's demeanor was harsh as he began to expel Jiang Chen. So, if I become an alchemist today, I can obtain more cultivation resources. Jiang Chen did not take the source crystals or elixirs. He intended first to qualify as an alchemist at the alchemy hall. Do not harbor such delusions. Do you think becoming an alchemist is that easy? You would be better off returning to your cultivation. The steward scoffed. Wait for me. I shall return this afternoon. With that resolute declaration, the youth turned and departed. Upon seeing Jiang Chen leave, Zhou Yue followed closely behind. The crowd, witnessing the boy's retreat, assumed he had fled in embarrassment, and their mockery grew louder. Daydreaming. Next, amidst the cacophony of derision, the stewardess' disdainful voice rang especially harsh. Jiang Chen, it turns out you visited the alchemy hall before your fainting spell that I could see this moment. Zhou Yue had caught up with Jiang Chen, and the two walked side by side out of the grand hall. I initially went to find someone at the alchemy hall and inadvertently sought to verify my alchemist title. I never expected that elder who was in charge of the title verification, would be such a vile old fool, attempting to take my life. As he recounted his experience, a rare glint of malice flickered across Jiang Chen's face. However, the elders of the alchemy hall are primarily powerful beings of the spirit void realm. How could he possibly act against a mere junior at the gathering chi realm? Zhou Yue inquired. Puzzled, perhaps the individual I sought had a grudge against him. Jiang Chen replied nonchalantly. Josiue's beautiful eyes sparkled with intrigue. Who could possibly compel an elder of the alchemy hall to resort to violence? After exiting the Grand Hall, Jiang Chun headed straight north, intending to undergo alchemist qualification at the Northern Alchemy Hall. Yesterday, while waiting at the Grand Hall's entrance to receive the Guardian Array Disc, Jiang Chun had already familiarized himself with the locations of several key institutions within the outer courtyard. The main gate of the Martial Academy lies to the west, while the eastern side is occupied by the inner courtyard on Anshuan Mountain. The southern and northern extremes serve as residential areas for the outer courtyard disciples. The northern half comprises the Martial Lecture Hall, Alchemy Hall, and the Trading Pavilion, while the southern half includes the Grand Hall, Weapon Hall, and Array Hall. Centrally located in the outer courtyard is a plaza, the very site where the new disciples congregated yesterday. Jiang Chun had also heard a rather peculiar rumor. The high platform in the plaza could directly transport one to Anshuan Mountain. The steward's residence is situated near Anshuan Mountain, where one can benefit from the protective array of the inner courtyard. The dean of the outer courtyard, Sidu Bei, resides on Anshuan Mountain and seldom descends unless significant matters arise. Additionally, the living quarters of the miscellaneous disciples are dispersed throughout the outer courtyard, with each area being relatively small and lacking protective arrays. After walking for over an hour, Jiang Chun and Zhou Siwei arrived at the Alchemy Hall. The outermost part of the Alchemy Hall is a public shop, where various elixirs are displayed on shelves for outer courtyard disciples to buy and sell. Upon their arrival, they noticed a burly man with dark spots on his face embroiled in a dispute with a young disciple wearing a broad-brimmed hat. A hallmark of Alchemy Hall apprentices. Just this detoxification pill, and you wish to sell it for a source crystal? Chun Shuren, why don't you go rob someone instead? Oh, this price is already exceedingly fair. Go ask around outside. Ask around. I have no task and can't go out. Where am I supposed to inquire? The Trading Pavilion. What a joke. The people there are even worse than you, Alchemy Hall. Then it's settled. A source crystal to save your life is truly worth it. With clenched teeth, the burly man begrudgingly took the elixir and stormed off. The young disciple named Chun Shuren chuckled and turned his attention to Jiang Chun and Zhou Siwei. Are you two here to buy or sell elixirs? I am here to verify my alchemist identity, Jiang Chun replied. Upon hearing Jiang Chun's words, the young disciple's eyes brightened. Can you refine gathering essence pills now? Jiang Chun nodded. Impressive, Chun Shuren exclaimed repeatedly, though his expression soon turned somber. I have been learning alchemy for 4 years, yet I still cannot produce even a single quality gathering essence pill. Jiang Chun remained silent, thinking it unwise to disclose that he had only studied for 3 months under such circumstances. However, I feel my alchemical skills have improved recently. Perhaps it won't be long before I successfully refine a gathering essence pill and become a certified alchemist. Chun Shuren's smile returned. Once I become an alchemist, I shan't need to come here regularly to assist with the buying and selling of elixirs. He glanced inside the shop, where other Alchemy Hall apprentices were haggling with customers. Were it not for the opportunity to learn the art of alchemy, he would have no desire to serve as an apprentice, toiling for the Alchemy Hall. An Alchemy Hall apprentice. They are not true alchemists. Merely the Hall's laborers. Shifting his gaze back, Chun Shuren asked Jiang Chun, May I inquire your names? Jiang Chun. Zhou Siwei. Since Jiang and Zhou are together, please follow me. Chun Shuren beckoned, leading the two deeper into the shop. Chapter 74. This is my alchemist token. Behind the Alchemy Hall shop lies a square courtyard, in the center of which stands a large apricot tree. Upon entering the courtyard, Chun Shuren guided Jiang Chun and Zhou Siwei to the right into a room. Li Steward, this is Jiang, a disciple wishing to verify his alchemist status. Chun Shuren addressed a woman seated inside. The woman, with fair skin and slight wrinkles at the corners of her eyes, still exuded charm. She was the steward responsible for alchemist qualifications. Hearing Chun Shuren's words, the steward looked up and cast a glance at Jiang Chun. Oh young. Chun Shuren, why do you bring anyone to me? The steward glared at Chun Shuren, her expression tinged with irritation. Let us give it a try. After all, Jiang will pay the verification fee. Chun Shuren winked at Jiang Chun with a grin. In the alchemy chamber, a gray-clad youth sat diligently before a 3-legged alchemical furnace. Engrossed in his craft, the young disciple in the broad-brimmed hat and the female steward observed from outside the chamber, accompanied by a rather anxious-looking girl to Li Steward, Why did this Jiang disciple not add the nurturing sunflower and who moved fruit directly into the nitrous water, but chose to incorporate the powder of wind whistlegrass instead? Embracing a spirit of inquiry, Alchemy Hall apprentice Chun Xiuren sought clarification from the steward beside him. However, the steward was equally perplexed. Quite strange. I have not heard of this method for refining gathering essence pills. The steward furrowed her brow, deep in thought. Could it be that this Jiang disciple hails from an alchemical lineage and possesses a unique formula? Contemplating this possibility, Chun Xiuren's breath quickened with excitement. If this Jiang disciple indeed originates from an alchemical family, he must learn from him diligently. Chun Xiuren himself boasted decent martial talent, having reached the 8th level of gathering qi by around 20 years of age. Had he not been so engrossed in the study of alchemy, spending 4 years as an apprentice in the Alchemy Hall and thus squandering considerable time and energy, he could have advanced much further in martial cultivation. He was well aware of his martial prowess and, with effort, could even enter the inner courtyard on the mountain in the future. Yet he could not relinquish his passion for alchemical study, as his love for the craft was unparalleled. It was precisely this extraordinary passion for alchemy that made Chun Xiuren feel exhilarated rather than envious upon discovering Jiang Chen's potential special understanding of refining gathering essence pills at this moment. Jiang Chen had already placed the demon core of a 3rd-tier demon beast into the furnace. The furnace began to rumble, as if an unseen force was being released. The flame Jiang Chen is using a bit too low. Chun Xiuren observed intently, while murmuring to himself. Although he was watching Jiang Chen concoct elixirs, he was actually summarizing experiences for his own benefit. The Gathering Yuan pill, as one of the most fundamental elixirs, has a relatively simple formula. However, the challenge lies in distilling the correct alchemical experience. Since practitioners at the Gathering Qi realm cannot utilize divine consciousness, they must rely on keen observation and practical application to gather knowledge. Furthermore, the materials for alchemy are quite expensive, which means that most alchemists of humble origins can only rely on observation as their primary source of experience. Chun Xiuren noted that Jiang Chen's alchemical process was exceedingly smooth. During the refinement, the interior of the alchemical furnace was remarkably stable, making it much easier to control the flames, eliminating the need for frequent adjustments in intensity. Jiang Chen's method of concoction appeared to be more efficient and stable than the approach I had previously employed. Chun Xiuren's eyes sparkled with excitement. That moment, the female steward spoke up, having comprehended Jiang Chen's intention behind the modified formula. Indeed, it is advisable to add the powdered Fengming herb before incorporating the nitrate water, as this would mitigate the release of demonic energy from the subsequent demonic core. I previously failed to understand why this young man included the leaves of the ironwood, but upon reflection, it is likely due to the leaves' consolidating properties, allowing for the use of a weaker flame without the fear of failing to produce an elixir. Listening to the steward's explanation, Chun Xiuren suddenly grasped the concept. I had always thought the formula for the Gathering Yuan pill was fixed, merely requiring attention to flame control. Yet such control is exceedingly difficult for someone like me who has yet to reach the condensing spirit stage. If only I could think like this junior Jiang, I would not have spent 4 years without becoming an alchemist, contemplating how my 4 years of hard work paled in comparison to 2 minor modifications to the formula. Chun Xiuren displayed a wry smile of resignation. Upon hearing Chun Xiuren's words, the steward slowly shook her head. You only perceive these 2 modifications as trivial, merely adding 2 common materials, yet you are unaware of the immense difficulty in identifying these points of improvement and accurately utilizing these materials. A mistake could result in a complete failure to produce the elixir. The steward gazed solemnly at the young man in the alchemical chamber. Possessed the ability to enhance this formula. One must either have a profound understanding of alchemy or possess an extraordinary intuitive talent. Chun Xiuren was taken aback. An hour and a half swiftly passed. The flames beneath the alchemical furnace were extinguished, and Jiang Chen stood up, somewhat pale. This attempt at refining the Gathering Yuan pill had consumed considerable mental energy. Upon witnessing the conclusion of Jiang Chen's process, Chun Xiuren hurried forward. He needed to inspect the quality of the Gathering Yuan pill produced by Jiang Chen on behalf of the female steward. As the furnace's opening was revealed, A gathering yuan pill, radiating a lustrous glow, lay quietly within. Such a high-quality, gathering yuan pill. Chun Xiuren exclaimed in astonishment, having been in the alchemical hall for 4 years. He had never seen anyone produce such a high-quality gathering yuan pill. It was nothing short of perfection, but he quickly retrieved the pill and presented it to the female steward for her inspection. The steward's expression mirrored his shock upon seeing the gathering yuan pill. The lustrous sheen emitted by it was far beyond what low-grade elixirs could exude. The potency fluctuations of the gathering yuan pill Jiang Chun had refined could rival that of 3 ordinary quality pills. Li Steward, do you think this gathering yuan pill meets the standards? Jiang Chun smiled as he addressed the female steward. She promptly produced a bronze token and handed it to Jiang Chun. In our Yuxian Wu Academy, alchemists are not categorized by rank. They're only Dan disciples, alchemists, and alchemical masters. Her gaze toward Jiang Chun was now filled with admiration. The Dan disciple token from Yuxian Wu Academy is recognized even in the Dan Hall. Thank you very much, Li Steward. Jiang Chun expressed his gratitude with a bow. Subsequently, he intended to leave with Zhou Siua. Siua, let us proceed to the Dan Hall to collect our cultivation resources. Wait, Junior Jiang. Might you spare some time to discuss alchemy with your senior brother? Chun Xiuren, in a moment of urgency, stepped forward to grasp Jiang Chen's arm as he attempted to depart. Brother Chun, I will return to the Dan Hall another day. Jiang Chun replied to Chun Xiuren that I have pressing matters at hand. Recognizing Jiang Chen's urgency, Chun Xiuren reluctantly released him, allowing the two to leave. After Jiang Chen's departure, Chun Xiuren looked at the female steward with a beaming smile. I implore you, Li Steward, to evaluate my status as an alchemist. He had now learned Jiang Chen's method for refining the gathering yuan pill, and it was a foregone conclusion that he would soon become a Dan disciple. Observing Chun Xiuren's elation, the steward nodded with a smile. Within the Grand Hall, many outer court disciples were obtaining cultivation resources from a tall, slender steward at the far left. I could see that moment. A young man strode forward. With a resounding clap, he tossed a bronze token onto the table before the slender steward. This is my Dan disciple token, the young man declared. Chapter 75. The woman in red Jiang Chun flung the Dan disciple token onto the table before the slender steward. Initially, the steward was taken aback. The Dan disciple token. He stared at the bronze token glinting in front of him, astonished. Within the entire outer court, including the 3 stewards of the Dan Hall, there were fewer than 30 alchemists, scarcer than disciples at the condensing spirit realm. The slender steward looked up and recognized the young man before him as Zhang Sheng's face. Jiang Chen's eyes sparkled with mockery as he regarded the slender steward. It was then that the steward suddenly recalled the events of the morning. You wait here. I shall return this afternoon. Those were Jiang Chen's parting words as he had left earlier. The slender steward stammered, momentarily at a loss for words. What? Have you forgotten me so soon? Steward? Jiang Chun spoke in a nonchalant tone. Finally, the slender steward managed to articulate. How could this be possible? He was incredulous. He couldn't fathom how the boy he had expelled from the Grand Hall that morning had returned in the afternoon to toss a Dan disciple token before him. Jiang Chun was presenting the Dan disciple token, yet it felt like a slap to the steward's face. Whispers of admiration rippled through the surrounding disciples. It's a Dan disciple token. He seems to have just entered yesterday. Yet he is already an alchemist. One new disciple exclaimed in shock. Once one becomes an alchemist, they can receive 3 times the resources of ordinary disciples each month. The status of an alchemist is exceedingly prestigious. Some expressed dissatisfaction with the elevated status of alchemists in the outer court. Sigh, don't even mention it. I've been learning alchemy in the Dan Hall for 8 years, and still haven't become an alchemist. I've no idea how many furnaces I've blown up. An older disciple lamented the challenges of learning alchemy. Listening to the chatter, the slender steward's expression grew increasingly grim, alternating between red and white. He recalled how he had looked down upon the young man earlier that morning, disdainfully branding him a dreamer. Little did he realize how wrong he had been, noticing that the steward retained a semblance of shame. Jiang Chun had no intention of further humiliating him or making him uncomfortable. May I ask your name, steward? Jiang Chun inquired. Zhao Changsheng, the slender steward promptly replied. Steward Zhao, I have shown you my Dan disciple token. I kindly request that you issue the cultivation resources I am entitled to this month. Jiang Chun reclaimed his Dan disciple token and presented his outer court disciple token to the slender steward. According to regulations, upon becoming an alchemist, an outer court disciple is entitled to 3 times the resources of an ordinary disciple, amounting to 12 source crystals and 6 gathering yuan pills. Seeing that Jiang Chun had not disclosed the events of the morning in front of the crowd, the slender steward felt a surge of gratitude towards him. Very well, very well, the slender steward exclaimed, hastily retrieving 12 source crystals and 6 gathering yuan pills. The sight of so many source crystals and gathering yuan pills made the surrounding onlookers green with envy. This amount could sustain them for 3 months of cultivation. Jiang Xiaoyu, please accept this that I was indeed blind this morning, Steward Zhao admitted, feeling remorseful. Ignorance is no crime. Moreover, I was somewhat rash this morning and failed to explain the situation to Steward Zhao. Jiang Chun not only refrained from reproaching Steward Zhao, but also offered him comfort. Thank goodness this young man was not petty. Otherwise, if he had caused a ruckus in the Grand Hall, the entire outer court would know of my embarrassment in confronting the newly appointed alchemist, leaving me with no face to show thereafter. Steward Zhao secretly felt fortunate. Subsequently, Steward Zhao also distributed resources to Zhou Siyue. He even inquired whether Zhou Siyue was an alchemist, fearing she might wish to retaliate against him like Jiang Chun. Once they exited the Grand Hall, Jiang Chun erupted into hearty laughter. Jiang Chun, why did you so readily forgive that Steward Zhao? His attitude towards you was so poor this morning, Zhou Siyue queried curiously. What? Do you think I'm someone who harbors grudges? Jiang Chun replied with a light chuckle as he gazed at Zhou Siyue. Of course not. It's just... Zhou Siyue found herself momentarily at a loss for words. I understand your point. I opted not to continue the quarrel with him because he is a steward. Although my status has significantly improved since becoming an alchemist, my martial prowess is still insufficient. It is better to avoid unnecessary conflict. Jiang Chun earnestly explained to Zhou Siyue. Moreover, I already have enough matters on my plate. Since he wishes to keep the peace, there is no necessity for me to engage in a protracted dispute with this Zhao Changsheng. What if he becomes incensed and ceases to provide me with cultivation resources in the future? Suddenly, a radiant smile blossomed on Jiang Chun's face. After all, the cultivation resources I can currently obtain are indeed plentiful. 12 source crystals and 6 gathering essence pills constitute a considerable fortune for most newly admitted disciples of the outer court. These resources can be utilized for cultivation or traded, thereby enhancing one's strength in myriad ways. Let us proceed to the artifact hall to see if there are any satisfactory spirit tools. Jiang Chun suggested to Zhou Siyue. His proposal was also aimed at familiarizing her with the specifics of the outer court. Zhou Siyue, having missed much due to her fainting the day before and still nursing her injuries, was safest in Jiang Chun's company. Thus, the two made their way southward towards the location of the artifact hall. The weather was splendid, with sunlight pouring down, casting a bright golden hue on everything. However, the scene before them was far from as beautiful as the weather. 2 senior disciples at the 9th level of Qi gathering were engaged in a fierce altercation in the middle of the road, their fists creating gusts of wind and chaos. The cause of their conflict was not surprising. They had once been close brothers, now turned adversaries over a woman clad in our Jiang Chun's astonishment. The very woman they were fighting over was none other than Li Xianping. Upon seeing an old acquaintance, Jiang Chun exclaimed, "Is that truly Li Xianping?" Zhou Siyue, having heard Jiang Xian speak of Li Xianping when she was at the Zhou residence, held a decidedly unfavorable impression of her. Compared to her appearance during her time in Fengning City, Jiang Chun could scarcely recognize Li Xianping now. Dressed in a form-fitting red gown, she exuded an enchanting allure, her beauty striking as a flower. The only feature Jiang Chun could still identify was the delicate, fragile expression in her eyes. Yet, this frailty seemed to morph into an alluring charm under her deliberate display. Is this the vixen Jiang Xian spoke of? As a refined young lady, Zhou Siyue had never encountered a woman of such a style. She turned her gaze sharply towards Jiang Chun, unable to accept the possibility of him being involved with such a woman. Noticing Zhou Siyue's accusatory glare, Jiang Chun coughed awkwardly a few times. That was a misunderstanding. I am not well acquainted with her, he clarified, surprised by Li Shuangping's remarkable transformation. Back in Fengning City, she had been a goddess in the hearts of many. Yet, in just a month's time, she had metamorphosed into an otherworldly enchantress. Chapter 76. Spending like water, Li Shuangping had initially watched the two disciples fighting for her with a confident smirk. However, upon noticing Jiang Chun and Zhou Se observing her from a distance, her expression shifted to one of panic. She had not anticipated encountering Jiang Chun in such a place. Yet moments later, her eyes regained their confident sparkle. She smiled at Jiang Chun, her expression more beguiling than before. Zhou Se could no longer contain her disdain for Li Shuangping. Jiang Xian was right. This Li Shuangping was indeed untrustworthy. Let us leave quickly, she urged Jiang Chun. Jiang Chun nodded in agreement, preparing to take a detour. However, Li Shuangping approached them with an enticing sway. Young Master Jiang, she called softly. Jiang Chun pretended not to hear. Young Master Jiang, she repeated. Her voice drew the attention of the two combatants, halting their altercation. Which young Master Jiang? Damn it, there's another young Master Jiang. One of them cursed out, let's take him down first while we can. The other added, equally agitated. Upon hearing their words, Jiang Chun felt a surge of energy within him. He swiftly grasped Zhou Se's hand, and within moments, they vanished from Li Shuangping's sight. Li Shuangping stared blankly at the retreating figures of Jiang Chun and Zhou Se. Damn it, that pretty boy got away. Shall we continue fighting? Less chatter, take this. The two senior disciples resumed their brawl. Jiang Chun led Zhou Se around two corners until they were far from Li Shuangping's vicinity. Let us take another route to the artifact hall, he suggested, releasing Zhou Se's hand after confirming that no one was pursuing them. Jiang Chun, I'm dragging you down, Zhou Se expressed regretfully. Had it not been for her, Jiang Chun would not have needed to flee. Do not say such foolishness. Jiang Chun met her gaze. The gentle breeze swept by as sunlight bathed their faces. The weather is delightful today. I have no desire to shed blood, he stated lightly. Indeed, it is a beautiful day. Zhou Se felt her mood lift upon hearing Jiang Chun's words. Neither of them mentioned the incident with Li Shuangping again. After walking for nearly half an hour, they arrived at the artifact hall. The layout of the artifact hall mirrored that of the pill hall. The outermost area was designated for the sale and purchase of spirit tools, although most items within were mere pseudo-spirit tools. The definition of spirit tools is quite broad. Generally speaking, any weapon or protective equipment that can withstand the infusion of the user's energy is categorized as a spirit tool. However, within the cultivation realm, those spirit tools that produce special effects upon energy infusion are referred to as true spirit tools or simply spirit tools. True spirit tools are exceedingly rare, and few martial cultivators at the Qi gathering stage possess them. To date, Jiang Chun had only encountered true spirit tools such as the City Lord Seal belonging to Gu Minghu, the yin-yang disc he had taken during the Martial Institute's enrollment day, and the double-sided mirror belonging to Zhao Changsheng, which was used for the distribution of cultivation resources. These spirit tools may not necessarily be used for combat, but they certainly possess unique functions. Possessing an offensive or defensive true spirit tool would significantly enhance the user's capabilities. The specialized spirit tool known as the Death Needle, which Gu Qinsheng used, is classified as a semi-spirit tool, even if it can only be used once. Meanwhile, items that merely withstand the infusion of energy are referred to as pseudo-spirit tools or may not be regarded as spirit tools at all. Most martial cultivators at the Qi gathering stage wield pseudo-spirit tools, such as the Chen Shui sword Jiang Chun, gifted to Yi Yunxue, the silver spear used by Li Xiangqian, and the longsword wielded by Yifeng. These weapons, when infused with energy, do not produce special effects and do not shatter. They merely exert the inherent power of the infused energy. Unlike the square hats worn by the Pill Hall apprentices, the apprentices of the Artifact Hall don black caps. Clad in these black caps, along with their well-built physiques, they evoke an immediate impression of being smiths, in contrast to the Pill Hall's clamor and bustle. The atmosphere of the Artifact Hall is decidedly more serious and somber. Perhaps it is due to the more rugged demeanor of the apprentices, or perhaps the items sold here come at a much steeper price. For instance, a pair of high-quality bearskin boots costs 2 source crystals. What? You want me to pay 2 source crystals for a pair of boots like these? Why don't you go rob someone instead? Jiang Chan exclaimed in astonishment when a student named Qin Shan offered him such a price. One source crystal is worth approximately 1,000 taels of silver, meaning these bearskin boots were priced at 2,000 taels, equivalent to the cost of a gathering essence pill. The price reflects the excellent materials. Just look at the craftsmanship and quality. Absolutely durable. The student was tall and broad-shouldered, towering over Jiang Chan, who, despite his own considerable height and stature, felt dwarfed in comparison. What was more remarkable was the student's polite demeanor. He spoke with composure and without haste. If you're not satisfied, we do have another pair of similar boots, though their protection and quality are significantly inferior. If you have high standards, I would hesitate to recommend them. How much for those? Jiang Chan inquired. One source crystal, Qin Shan replied, presenting another pair of boots for Jiang Chen's inspection. Jiang Chan was dissatisfied. Ultimately, he chose the initial pair of bearskin boots priced at 2 source crystals. Brother, you must understand, I would never deceive you. The quality of these boots is genuinely excellent. If I could wear them myself, I would buy them. Qin Shan smiled at Jiang Chen that moment. Jiang Chen's expression darkened. He had initially thought he brought along 10,000 taels of silver, intending to share half with Jiang Xian, believing the remaining 5,000 would suffice for at least 2 years at the Yushuan Martial Institute. In hindsight, he realized how naive he had been. Here, money truly flows like water. Although I can earn 12 source crystals and 6 gathering essence pills in a month, spending 2 source crystals all at once is still quite painful. However, there's one thing that Jiang Chen must acknowledge. The quality of these boots is indeed exceptional. They facilitate both offense and escape with remarkable ease. And they are durable. Previously, Jiang Chen often found his boots surreptitiously torn after battles. At this moment, Zhou was also selecting spiritual artifacts in the artifact hall, attended to by a female apprentice. Unlike Jiang Chen, who was purchasing boots, she preferred to acquire a piece of inner armor. The lightweight yet protective inner armor would prove invaluable in combat. Upon finding the armor she desired, Zhou discovered it required 5 source crystals. However, her cultivation resources for the month amounted to only 4 source crystals and 2 gathering essence pills. Her father had not provided her with any additional resources when he sent her to the outer academy. After a moment of hesitation, Zhou ultimately purchased the inner armor for 3 source crystals and 1 gathering essence pill. Now, she had merely 1 source crystal and 1 gathering essence pill left from the resources she had collected an hour earlier. Chapter 77. True Nature Revealed. Junior brother, junior sister, take care, do come often. As Jiang Chen and Zhou exited the artifact hall, the apprentice Qin Shan, who had attended to Jiang Chen, waved them off at the door. The apprentices receive a commission for the spiritual artifacts they sell. For every artifact valued at 10 source crystals, they earn 1 source crystal as a reward from the hall. Jiang Chen purchased spiritual artifacts worth a total of 11 source crystals today, which meant Qin Shan would be able to collect 1 source crystal from a hall. Jiang Chen acquired a pair of bearskin boots, valued at 2 source crystals, a sword bag that can be slung over the shoulder, worth 1 source crystal, and a chillingly radiant short sword, priced at 8 source crystals. As he stepped out, he donned the bearskin boots and secured the short sword at his waist, while the Jiu You sword was stowed in the newly purchased sword bag on his back. With the enhancement of his new equipment, the young man felt a renewed sense of strength. Zhou, having only purchased a piece of inner armor valued at 5 source crystals, found herself without the means to acquire anything else. Given that her total cultivation resources for the month were worth only 8 source crystals. Although Jiang Chen was willing to cover her expenses, Zhou adamantly refused, leaving him with no choice but to relent. Jiang Chen found it rather peculiar, as the young lady of the Zhou family. Her father had given her nothing when sending her to the outer academy, despite his high status and ample wealth within the Yuxian house. Jiang Chen could only interpret this as her father's intention to toughen her up. After completing their purchases at the artifact hall, the two decided to head to the disciples' trading post for a meal. The trading post is located on the outskirts of the Yuxian Martial Institute, sprawling over an area approximately a quarter the size of Fengning City. Numerous shops run by Outer Academy disciples line the streets within the trading post. These establishments are permitted by the Outer Academy and receive a steady influx of goods from outside the Academy to cater to the various needs of the disciples. The trading post offers a comprehensive array of goods, including not only taverns, clothing stores, and money exchanges for the daily necessities of the disciples, but also establishments in the gray areas, such as gambling houses and brothels. It is even rumored the mysterious assassin organization, capable of hiring killers for a price, lurks in a corner of the trading post. Undoubtedly, the trading post remains the most bustling location in the Outer Academy, even in the dead of night. Throngs of people revel in the atmosphere as Jiang Chun and Josua arrived at the trading post. The sun was nearing its descent. This was the peak time for activity, with crowds bustling through the various streets and alleys. Jiang Chun and Josua walked through the throngs, one behind the other. Like Zhou Yuan, Josua was also not permitted to venture out often. Being a girl, she lacked the rebellious spirit and fervor that her brother Zhou Yuan exhibited, always yearning to sneak away. Thus, her understanding of the outside world stemmed mostly from the various books housed in the Zhou Manor. Although she had read about lively places like the Disciples' Trading Post, she had never experienced it firsthand. Immersed in the scene, Josua felt both intrigued and anxious. At some point, Jiang Chun felt a delicate, soft touch cautiously brush against his right hand. Surprised, he turned to find Josua's face flushed with a rosy hue. Jiang Chun, there are too many strangers here, and I feel a bit nervous, Josua murmured softly. Jiang Chun couldn't help but chuckle. He grasped Josua's hand, saying, "Let's first grab a bite to eat, and then we can purchase some daily necessities. This place is crowded and chaotic, and we need not frequent it often." Josua nodded, her face still tinged with crimson. The two then navigated through the crowd hand in hand. Eventually, they found a modest tavern within the trading post and prepared to dine. Jiang Chun insisted on treating. Josua was initially reluctant, but Jiang Chun mentioned that he had been living off the Zhou family for over 7 days, and this meal was a way to repay their kindness. Josua thus acquiesced. They settled at a square table tucked in a corner. Due to her nervousness, Josua's cheeks remained flushed. "Jiang Chun has helped me so much. It seems I haven't been able to assist him in any way." The girl felt a twinge of guilt. Yet she also believed she could do little to aid Jiang Chun. He seemed to lack nothing and appeared capable of resolving any issue. He could concoct elixirs and had comprehended the essence of swordsmanship, while she could only wield a sword, and her skills were inferior to his. Josua found herself lost in thought, gazing at the young man's face. He noticed her staring. "What are you looking at, Miss Siwa? Is there something on my face?" Jiang Chun inquired curiously. Josua hurriedly shook her head at that moment. A young attendant approached their table. This attendant possessed the cultivation of the 8th level of Qi gathering and maintained a courteous demeanor in serving the two customers, who were only at the 5th level of Qi gathering. They did not order any extravagant delicacies, but opted for some ordinary dishes instead. 50 taels of silver, the young attendant stated flatly after taking their order. 50 taels, Jiang Chun exclaimed in astonishment. "I in Fengning City. 50 taels could easily suffice for 100 meals of such fare. New disciples always react like you when they come here for the first time." The young attendant smiled, his eyes sparkling with mischief. "Some of them end up thrown out after breaking their legs." Upon hearing this, Jiang Chun's expression darkened. However, he ultimately produced the silver, but he realized that he was not being cheated by the tavern. Rather, this was the standard pricing for food within the Disciples' Trading Post. Here, without strength or solid background, some individuals might genuinely struggle to afford even a meal out of course. Those who could dine at this tavern were hardly destitute. Aside from a few new disciples who came here out of curiosity and anxiety, most regular patrons appeared flush with health and wealth. The young attendant accepted Jiang Chun's silver with a knowing glance. "That's right, junior brother, in the Outer Academy. As long as you possess strength, you can have it all, but a mere 50 taels is nothing to fret over," he remarked before turning to leave. Yes, he did. He cast a glance at Joe, a young lad, clad in gray, accompanied by a girl in white. The young attendant lowered his head, murmuring, "I didn't see the dark stone sword at his waist. I wonder if the one wrapped in the sword bag is." His eyes narrowed. Killing over a dozen members of the wolf gang, yet worrying about why a meal costs 50 taels. This junior brother truly is a master of concealment. But I suppose it's unfortunate for him. After all, he offended the wolf gang. The young attendant scoffed inwardly. Chapter 78. Casual banter at the table. Jiang Chun and Josua sat within the tavern, awaiting the young attendant to bring their dishes. The adjacent table. Two senior disciples, both at the 7th level of Qi gathering, were engrossed in their drinks. They conversed animatedly, and Jiang Chun and Zhou Siyue could clearly hear their exchange. Have you heard? This afternoon, two senior disciples at the 9th level of Qi gathering died on the main road. One of them, well-informed, shared the news, while the other merely listened. Both of them died. Who killed them? Strangely enough, they perished in a mutual fight, with injuries all over their bodies from each other's attacks. That's not too surprising. It's common for disputes between two individuals to end in their demise in our outer academy. The listener dismissed it lightly. What's peculiar is that, although both bore each other's marks, their deaths were gruesome. Their eyes bulged as if they were about to pop out, mouths gaping wide, tongues stretched long. Like they were possessed. Don't scare me with ghost stories. You're making me uneasy, the other voice quavered. I've heard them say that these two were on good terms. For some reason, they ended up fighting in the middle of the road. Some have reported that when they witnessed the altercation between the two individuals, a mysterious woman clad in red stood nearby, watching them with a cold smile. Why do you keep making things increasingly eerie? Let us not discuss such bizarre matters. We practitioners of martial arts do not delve into these supernatural phenomena. Upon hearing the words of the two elder disciples at the neighboring table, Jiang Chen's heart suddenly tightened. The two who had perished in mutual slaughter must be the same individuals he saw vying for the Li Xian bottle at the weapon hall. Thus, the woman in red they spoke of must be Li Xian. He lifted his gaze toward Zhou Siyue, who was also looking at him, her eyes filled with a trace of terror. She was frightened. Jiang Chun, however, was not intimidated. He suspected that it was indeed Li Xian who had slain those two elder disciples of the 9th stage of Qi gathering. Jiang Chun believed that Li Xian possessed such ruthlessness, especially since she could even kill her own beloved elder brother. Yet he could not fathom how Li Xian, at the 4th stage of Qi gathering, could have killed two disciples of the 9th stage. Could it be that the two truly engaged in a deadly scuffle against one another? Recalling the scene he had witnessed that afternoon, where the two fought over Li Xian, doubts began to swirl within Jiang Chen's mind. At this moment, the two individuals at the neighboring table had shifted to a new topic of conversation. Did you know? A family sent a young boy to the inner courtyard yesterday. That I have no idea. As an outer courtyard disciple, why should I concern myself with matters of the mountain? You might not believe it, but the boy is only 6 years old. Jiang Chen's ears perked up. It seemed the two were discussing Zhou Yuan's situation in the inner courtyard. He noticed that Zhou Siyue had held her breath. What of the 6-year-old? Wasn't the young master of the Lin family also 6 when he ascended the mountain? That is different. The Lin family's young master was merely at the 3rd stage of Qi gathering when he arrived at 6. Can you guess what stage that little boy is at? What stage? Is it even higher than the Lin family's young master? The 5th stage of Qi gathering. Remarkably so. That 6-year-old boy is at the spirit concentration stage. The informed one spoke with great excitement. This was followed by incredulous gasps from the listeners. How can this be possible? Such a prodigy exists in the world. When a young boy's cultivation was revealed, the elders on the mountain were all astonished. One one-eyed elder was so excited that his false eye fell out, and he didn't even bother to retrieve it, crushing it underfoot. It is said that in the end, President Chu Wuqiu took the boy as his disciple, and that child even dared to tug at the president's beard in front of everyone. Talent indeed allows one to act with impunity. The informant vividly recounted the scene on the mountain. Jiang Chun and Zhou Siyue exchanged smiles. The informant continued to discuss news from the inner courtyard. Did you know that this year's inner courtyard has also welcomed 2 significant figures? Significant figures? Which family's talents? Have it the young master of the Lin family, the young master of the Gu family, and the young lady of the Sidhu family already entered the inner courtyard long ago? Not at all. Compared to these two, the status of the young masters from the 3 great families pales in significance. The young master from the 3 great families are not enough to compare. Could it be? Are you referring to? Precisely. The inner courtyard has received a prince and a princess. What? A prince and a princess have come to our Yushuan Martial Academy. Aren't the offspring of the great Zhou royal family studying in the Royal Martial Academy in the capital? I cannot say for certain. I only heard that they have arrived. The last time a prince came to study at Yushuan Martial Academy was centuries ago. I never expected 2 to arrive in this cohort. The elder disciple sighed upon hearing this news. The informant, growing more animated, shifted the discussion to the outer courtyard where they resided. Speaking of which, this year's new disciples in the outer courtyard are no ordinary bunch. Yesterday, a dozen members of the Wild Wolf gang attempted to extort tolls from the new disciples reporting for duty, but they were all slain by a pair of newly arrived junior brothers and sisters. Jiang Chan exchanged a knowing glance with Zhou You. They were now the topic of conversation at the neighboring table. I heard about this as well. Both wield swords and have comprehended sword intent. I truly wonder which swordsmanship family sent their progeny to our outer courtyard to hone their skills. They might as well send them straight to the mountain to compete with those geniuses. One of the listeners exclaimed indignantly. The Wild Wolf gang is currently offering a bounty on the two. The price is quite high. Upon hearing this news, Jiang Chen's interest was piqued. What is the price? The listener inquired curiously. For any information leading to their whereabouts, one would receive 30 source crystals. If one were to kill either of them, 70 source crystals would be awarded. For both, 150 source crystals. If one were to capture one alive, 100 source crystals would be given. And for capturing both alive, 200 source crystals. The listener gasped in astonishment. Such a bounty for merely dealing with two new disciples. It is truly outrageous. The informant, with a serious expression, shook his head. You do not understand how brutal the scene was when that youth slaughtered those Wild Wolf gang members. A man at the 9th stage of Qi gathering was pierced through the heart by that youth wielding a stone sword. Later, even the adept at the spirit concentration stage, Murong Mu, failed to subdue that youth. That youth is indeed remarkable. Nevertheless, they have offended the Wild Wolf gang. I fear they may never be seen again. The listener lamented. It is said that the young man wore gray robes, with sharp sword-like brows, while the young woman donned white robes. Though young, her beauty was already evident. As the informant continued speaking, he felt something was amiss. The descriptions of the two seemed eerily familiar, as if he had seen them somewhere before. Moreover, both possessed the 5th stage of Qi gathering. The chatter at the table abruptly ceased. The two speakers swiftly rose, gazing towards the youth and maiden at the adjacent table. It was only then that they realized the very individuals they had just been discussing were seated beside them. Listening intently, "So it is you," one of the listeners exclaimed in surprise. "Indeed, what you were speaking of pertains to us," Jiang Chun replied with a smile. "However, we must take our leave now." Jiang Chun and Zhou Se stood to depart. Thinking to flee now? Too late. An enraged shout came from a distance as a bald man, who had reached the spirit concentration stage, sprang forth from the entrance. Outside the tavern, the Wild Wolf gang had already surrounded the establishment. The young attendant, who had kept Jiang Chen waiting, was following closely behind the bald man. Jiang Chen's countenance darkened. He realized he had been betrayed by the young attendant. Jiang Chen? And, is that Zhou Shimmy? I did not expect to recognize you just now. The young attendant grinned at the two. Chapter 79. The most fearsome Wu Fei as a crowd blocked the entrance of the tavern. All those dining inside stood up in alarm. What do you people want? Do you intend to disrupt our meal? A drunken patron, his face flushed, shouted at the group of hulking men at the door. His companion tried to pull him back, but the intoxicated man ignored him, advancing to confront the thugs. Slap! A fierce gust of wind swept through the air as the drunken man was sent sprawling by a powerful slap. As he fell, he knocked over a nearby table. Crash! The food and utensils scattered across the floor around the drunken man. What's this? You also defy our Wild Wolf gang and wish to play the hero? A narrow-eyed man at the 9th stage of Qi gathering sneered at the drunken patron, brandishing a gleaming broadsword. The fallen man touched his face and found it covered in blood. The slap had left his skin torn. Shaking his head, he looked ahead and finally recognized the situation. The Wild Wolf gang. The drunken man was instantly sobered, his face betraying sheer terror. Yet, it was too late to regain his composure. The narrow-eyed man swung his blade down mercilessly, killing the drunken patron instantly. Blood gushed from the fallen man's head, mingling with the spilled food and drink beneath him. Who else dares to defy our Wild Wolf gang? Step forward now. The narrow-eyed man stood over the slain drunken patron, shouting arrogantly. The room fell into a hushed silence. None dared to move, fearful of meeting the same fate as the unfortunate man, faced with the most ruthless and domineering Wild Wolf gang. The crowd felt anger, yet remained silent. They understood that the Wild Wolf gang had come for the youth in the corner. Now, all they could do was hope that the gang would leave swiftly after dealing with him. The bald man at the spirit concentration stage was now facing Jiang Chun. Jiang Chun. The bald man's gaze was fierce, like a knife poised to strike. Yes, that's me. Jiang Chun replied without a hint of trepidation. You were the one who killed over a dozen of my Wild Wolf gang brothers yesterday. The bald man twisted his neck, akin to a serpent preparing to strike. Those familiar with him knew this was a precursor to his bloodlust. Yes, it was indeed me. Why do you ask? Do the members of the Wild Wolf gang always leave their brains at home? Jiang Chun retorted disdainfully, finding the question ludicrous. The patrons in the tavern gasped in shock. How could this youth at the 5th stage of Qi gathering dare to speak to the spirit concentration stage Wu Fei in such a manner? He truly has a death wish. As expected, the bald man was enraged by Jiang Chun's words. The veins on his temples bulged with fury. You know who I am. The bald giant resolved to grant Jiang Chun one final opportunity to amend his attitude. Should he comply, the giant might show him mercy, allowing him to perish more swiftly under his torment. I don't know, but it is evident to me that you are a fool, Jiang Chun remarked indifferently. A collective gasp echoed throughout the tavern. This young man was truly mad to provoke Wu Fei, the most formidable member of the Wild Wolf gang, known for his ferocity and mastery of the spirit-gathering realm. Wu Fei was a rarity among body cultivators, his vitality and blood essence exceedingly robust. His physique was akin to bronze and iron, making it nearly impossible for an ordinary individual to breach his defenses. Moreover, Wu Fei's temperament was notoriously brutal. He delighted in torturing those he had bested. Most importantly, he loathed being called foolish. Unsurprisingly, upon hearing Jiang Chun's taunt, Wu Fei erupted in a thunderous rage and struck out. A crimson aura surged around the bald man's body. It was said that Wu Fei hailed from a gang of mountain bandits near Yuxian House, and after inadvertently consuming a rare herb during his youth, he had become extraordinarily strong, endowed with innate divine power, cold-blooded and merciless. He was infamous for his bloodshed within the bandit circles. Eventually, he accidentally killed and seized a recommendation token from an outer court disciple, which allowed him to enter the martial academy. Upon his arrival, the Wild Wolf gang was on the rise, and Wu Fei became their most loyal and fearsome enforcer. Suddenly, a series of crackling sounds emanated from within Wu Fei's body as his muscles swelled, further enhancing his already formidable physique. This transformation stemmed from some arcane body-refining technique he had acquired. Then, with a fierce push from his right foot, he launched a punch at Jiang Chun. The force of this blow erupted like a geyser of blood energy. Seemingly harboring an endless malice, be cautious. There is something amiss with his essence. Jiu You warned Jiang Chun. Jiang Chun too sensed the peculiar nature of the punch. Typically, a martial artist's essence will be tied to their physique and cultivation method. For instance, Jiang Chun's essence transformed into the Nine Nether essence under the influence of the Nine Nether Battle Body, while Jiu Yu's essence ignited with fiery power when her sword intent surged. Yet, Wu Fei's punch was infused with a bloodthirsty aura that seemed to encapsulate the bald man's violent emotions and a ravenous thirst for blood. Jiang Chun sensed that this bloodthirsty energy was distinct from martial will, resembling some sinister technique. Drawing the Shiro sword from his scabbard, Jiang Chun unleashed its sword intent, a grayish gleam emanating from the blade. He swung the sword, clashing it against the bald man's fist. With a resounding bang, the giant was sent flying, while Jiang Chun was forced back. Colliding against the wall, he felt a tumultuous surge of blood within him, a metallic sweetness rising in his throat. Jiang Chun, Jiu You rushed forward to assess his condition. There's no need to come closer, Jiang Chun advised, expelling the coagulated blood from his throat. This bald giant's strength was formidable, far beyond that of an ordinary spirit gathering first layer. Jiang Chun's expression grew solemn as Wu Fei rose from the ground. The crimson aura about him noticeably diminished. Initially, everyone believed Wu Fei would easily dispatch Jiang Chun with a single blow. Yet after their exchange, they were astonished to find Jiang Chun seemingly in the superior position. After all, Wu Fei had been knocked back, while Jiang Chun had merely been forced against the wall. Wu Fei's astonishment exceeded that of the onlookers. He could hardly fathom being unable to subdue a mere fifth-layer spirit-gathering youth. Your sword intent can actually wound me, the giant growled through clenched teeth. Over the years, he had slain countless sword cultivators, and few could breach his defenses. Not only can I wound you, but I can also kill you. Do you dare to believe it? Jiangchen replied, revealing a confident smile in the face of his formidable adversary. You have successfully infuriated me beyond measure. Wu Fei roared like a bloodthirsty tiger caught in a frenzy. Chapter 80. Blood Battle with Wu Fei. As Wu Fei's roar reverberated, the onlookers witnessed his aura intensifying once more. The bald man's physique grotesquely expanded, his body enveloped in a nearly tangible crimson haze. Simultaneously, a terrifying, bloodthirsty energy was unleashed. The members of the Wild Wolf gang erupted in cheers. Gazing at the bald man, now shrouded in crimson aura, as if he were a bloodthirsty demon to owe them, Wu Fei had become the very embodiment of strength. However, to others, his current state resembled that of a malevolent spirit emerging from the abyss. Ordinary body cultivators are never this terrifying. Jiang Chun, he has killed many, absorbing the vitality of those he has slain, Zhou Siyue informed Jiang Chun. Yet the resentment and hatred within him differ from that of your Shiro sword. Zhou Siyue discerned the boundless resentment hidden within the bloodthirsty energy. Jiang Chun shook his head. You mentioned that the Shiro sword has also claimed many lives, he remarked to Zhou Siyue. But it is different. The Shiro sword can control the resentment of those you kill, while his bloodthirsty energy cannot reign in the hatred of his victims. Zhou Siyue explained to Jiang Chun. Confusion clouded Jiang Chen's gaze as he regarded Zhou Siyue. He did not grasp the implications of her earlier words. What did the resentment of the slain signify? What purpose did it serve? You can actually perceive the resentment of those I have slain. Wu Fei's eyes sparkled upon hearing Zhou Siyue's words. I sense it. Your blood vitality is unlike that of ordinary individuals. Wu Fei exclaimed, his expression brimming with excitement as he addressed Zhou Siyue. Ha! Wu Fei laughed maniacally, his aura surging once more. I want you. As his power escalated, Wu Fei began to lose his sanity, relying more on instinct than reason. He thrust out a massive hand toward Zhou Siyue. Attempting to seize her, Zhou Siyue drew her sword in response. I am tormented by them. Wu Fei shouted as he lunged toward Zhou Siyue. A fiery sword beam flashed through the air as Zhou Siyue swung her sword at Wu Fei's neck. However, to her astonishment, Wu Fei remained unscathed by her strike. The force of her blow dissipated against the layer of crimson aura surrounding Wu Fei. Zhou Siyue's strike had no effect, leaving Wu Fei unharmed. Faced with the giant, whose size was twice her own and whose expression was a mask of fury, the young woman felt a chill creeping into her heart. I can sense the purifying power within you. I must possess it. Wu Fei howled, his breath reeking of blood. Zhou Siyue recoiled in disgust at the sight of Wu Fei, retreating step by step. Despite his massive size, Wu Fei's movements were as swift as lightning. He reached out with a colossal hand to grasp Zhou in a desperate attempt. She positioned her sword horizontally to shield herself. The clash of metal echoed as the sword was wrenched from her grasp. Wu Fei's strength was overwhelming, rendering Zhou Siyue unable to withstand it. Just as Wu Fei was about to seize Zhou Siyue, Jiang Chun darted in from the side, pulling her away from the giant's grasp. Wu Fei roared in fury as he saw Zhou Siyue slip from his clutches. His gaze shifted to Jiang Chun, filled with wrath. I will make you die. Wu Fei's voice emerged slowly from his throat, losing his grip on reason. He resembled a beast capable only of expressing basic emotions. Though his sanity waned, his primal instincts propelled him into a frenzied assault against Jiang Chun, charging like a colossal flame of blood. Jiang Chen's eyes narrowed, and his hair transformed to a silvery gray in an instant. The Nine Nether Battle Body was activated. In the current state of blood magic, Wu Fei's power had transcended the boundaries of the first level of concentration, compelling Jiang Chun to activate the Nine Nether Battle Body. The onlookers, witnessing Jiang Chun transform instantaneously into an entirely different form, were left in a state of shock, while they were unaware of the specifics of Jiang Chen's unique constitution. They understood the significance of such a trait within the outer court. The IT signified an opportunity to enter the inner court, access to prioritized cultivation resources, and an infinitely bright future. Zhou Siwa, standing behind Jiang Chun, gazed at him in astonishment. She finally comprehended that the faint power she had sensed within Jiang Chun, which seemed to resonate with the devouring Luo sword, was indeed the source of his strength. Jiang Chun no longer cared about the potential uproar that revealing his Nine Nether Battle Body might incite. His mind was singularly focused on one thought: to eliminate the menacing Wu Fei before him. At that moment, Wu Fei was equally indifferent to the nature of Jiang Chen's unique constitution or his latent talents. Driven by instinct, he sought to possess Zhou Siwa, while simultaneously desiring to annihilate Jiang Chun. The obstacle in his path, with great strides, Wu Fei charged at Jiang Chun, causing the ground to tremble beneath him. A fist, imbued with a torrent of blood-red energy, hurtled towards Jiang Chun, swiftly evading the blow. Jiang Chun adeptly maneuvered behind Wu Fei. The sound of air being sliced echoed as the fierce sword aura, accompanied by a gust of wind, struck Wu Fei's calf. The impact caused Wu Fei to stagger repeatedly. However, after regaining his balance, his expression morphed into an even more ferocious snarl. The longer he remained in the blood magic state, the more his rationality eroded. Now, he was rendered speechless, his throat emitting a series of ghastly rasping sounds. Roar! Wu Fei bellowed, turning to unleash another punch at Jiang Chun. This strike was overwhelmingly powerful, as if the very air trembled in response. Jiang Chun raised the devouring Luo sword defensively before him, forming a guard. Within him, the Nine Nether Yuan force surged relentlessly into the sword. The gray radiance upon the devouring Luo sword flickered, as if solidifying. That Wu Fei's fist collided with the sword's blade, unleashing a tempest of energy that erupted in an explosive cacophony. Under the tremendous force, a shockwave radiated from their clash. Jiang Chun was sent flying, crashing through 2 tables in the tavern. The might of Wu Fei in his blood magic state was astonishing, rendering even Jiang Chun, in his Nine Nether Battle Body, hard-pressed to withstand it. In an instant, Jiang Chun sprang back to his feet and charged once more at Wu Fei. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, a testament to the toll Wu Fei's previous strike had taken on him. The blood-red aura surrounding Wu Fei weakened significantly, suggesting that his blood energy had been drained. With the diminishing violent energy, his rationality seemed to return somewhat. As Jiang Chun regained his footing, Wu Fei had already seized Zhou Siwa. The power within you is what I desire. Wu Fei's eyes glinted with madness to him. Zhou Siwa's flesh was irresistibly delectable. Zhou Siwa struggled desperately, but Wu Fei's strength was overwhelming, rendering her efforts futile. He opened his bloodied maw, aiming to bite into Zhou Siwa's throat. He intended to purify himself with her blood, liberating himself from the adverse effects of the blood magic. Just as Wu Fei's teeth were about to pierce the tender skin of the girl's throat, Jiang Chun struck him across the face with a wind thunder palm. Ugh! The force of the palm, infused with the tempestuous energy of wind and thunder, caused Wu Fei to release Zhou Siwa. Jiang Chun then unleashed a finger strike, imbued with potent sword intent and Nine Nether Yuan force, aimed at Wu Fei's chest. This strike contained boundless destructive power, a technique inherited from the Sword Emperor of Heaven, known as the Nine Nether Sword Finger. Chapter 81. Blood magic puppet Jiang Chen's sword finger pierced through the blood energy shield encasing Wu Fei, striking precisely at the location of his heart. Bolstered by the fierce sword intent, countless strands of Nine Nether Yuan force surged forth from Jiang Chen's fingertip, converging into a lethal assault. In a matter of moments, the eerie gray energy twisted and tore through Wu Fei's chest, creating a bloody hole. From Jiang Chen's perspective, he could see everything within that gaping wound had been shredded to pieces by the sword intent. Wu Fei's mouth gaped wide, his body bent forward as he gazed down at the bloody cavity in his chest. Hiss! Wu Fei's throat emitted a choked sound, as if he were weeping. The blood-red aura enveloping him dissipated, and his breath faltered dramatically. His body shrank back to its normal size. With a resounding thud, he collapsed onto the tavern floor. Jiang Chun and Zhou Siwa stood side by side, watching in silence as the notorious bald man breathed his last. The tavern fell into an eerie stillness, the gazes of the onlookers fixated on Jiang Chun, akin to that of a monstrous entity, possessing a unique constitution and having comprehended formidable sword intent. Such a prodigious newcomer ought not to exist within the outer court. Over the years, Wu Fei had rampaged through the outer court, claiming countless lives, even defeating and killing disciples at the concentration stage. No one could have foreseen that the infamous leader of the Wolf Gang, Wu Fei, would meet his demise at the hands of a mere fifth-level Qi-gathering youth. In everyone's hearts, a singular question arose. Did Wu Fei's death herald the end of the Wolf Gang's reign of terror in the outer court? Jiang Chun stood proudly, quietly observing the lifeless body of Wu Fei. The boy's eyes were dark and profound, concealing unfathomable depths. No one could fathom what this enigmatic and powerful youth was contemplating at that moment. Jiang Chun requested Zhou Siyue's sword. Though puzzled, she complied and handed him her weapon. Jiang Chun then severed the finger adorned with Wu Fei's storage ring and tucked it into a small pouch at his waist. The contents of Wu Fei's storage ring were undoubtedly invaluable at this moment. Jiang Chun's intentions were remarkably straightforward. However, just as he turned it apart from Wu Fei's corpse, Zhou Siyue's panicked voice rang out. "Jiang Chun, be careful." Upon hearing her warning, a chill coursed down Jiang Chun's spine, and a foul odor, akin to a hot wind, surged towards him from behind, and a violent punch materialized behind Jiang Chun, aimed at his back. He propelled himself forward, evading the strike just in time. Ensuring his safety, Jiang Chun turned around. Roar! He beheld the bald man, now shrouded in a crimson aura, unleashing a deafening roar. Wu Fei had revived. How could this be? Jiang Chun's eyes narrowed. Wu Fei had clearly been slain by his Nine Nether Sword finger. Moments ago, when he had severed Wu Fei's finger, there had been no trace of life. The fiend's body was under the influence of blood magic. Zhou Siyue's expression turned grave as she spoke to Jiang Chun. He has succumbed to madness. Upon hearing her words, a flicker of gray light flashed in Jiang Chun's ink-black eyes, activating the Nine Nether Spirit Eye. He discerned that Wu Fei's body emitted no traces of Yuan force. He appeared to be a mere puppet animated by the blood magic within him. The patrons of the tavern, witnessing Wu Fei's bizarre resurrection, were engulfed in terror that he must have turned into a demon. Someone cried out. Even those who had once idolized Wu Fei from the Wolf Gang were now paralyzed by fear. Wu Fei had transformed into an unthinking beast, devoid of rationality, driven solely by the instinct to kill and a voracious appetite for flesh and blood. He commenced a merciless assault on anyone within the tavern, reduced to a blood magic puppet. Wu Fei's speed was astonishing, his strength formidable, and his methods brutally savage. Anyone unfortunate enough to be caught by him faced a death blow, only for Wu Fei to lower his head and feast upon their flesh, absorbing their life force. In mere moments, over a dozen lives were extinguished. The tavern was awash in a tide of bloodlust as the patrons scattered in panic. Jiang Chun and Zhou Siyue retreated to a corner, momentarily unnoticed by Wu Fei. "Jiang Chun, what shall we do now?" Zhou Siyue inquired, her gaze fixed upon Jiang Chun's obsidian eyes. Holding the stone sword, devouring luo, which he had just picked up, Jiang Chun felt it vibrate with excitement. Wu Fei craved the blood and flesh of others, while the devouring luo sword yearned for his very essence. "I can slay him once, and I can do so again," Jiang Chun declared, a slight smile gracing his lips. At that moment, Wu Fei had seized the slender-eyed Wolf Gang disciple who had previously used a crude blade to slay a drunken man. "Master Wu Fei, it's me," the slender-eyed disciple pleaded, attempting to curry favor even as he leapt up to strike Wu Fei with his blade. Yet, Wu Fei remained unfazed. The crude blade shattered upon impact with the blood magic surrounding Wu Fei, and in an instant, Wu Fei sank his teeth into the disciple's throat. Within mere moments, the slender-eyed disciple succumbed, his life force drained, ceasing all struggle. Roar! The bloodthirsty puppet, Wu Fei, emitted an exultant C-R-Y-A-T that moment. He caught sight of Zhou Siyue. The power emanating from her being was an irresistible temptation for him. With a strange shriek, Wu Fei charged towards Zhou Siyue and Jiang Chun. "This is perfect," Jiang Chun exclaimed. He sensed the immense excitement coursing through the Shiro sword in his grasp. With both hands firmly gripping the sword, he directed all his strength into his arms and surged forward in a direct assault against Wu Fei. Countless dark red energy waves surged and rolled across Wu Fei's surface, resembling a tide of blood. In that moment, his sole focus was Jiu You. Faced with Jiang Chun, the frenzied Wu Fei opted for a reckless collision. With a sharp thrust, the Shiro sword pierced through Wu Fei's bloodthirsty defenses, embedding itself in his lower abdomen. The blade delved deep into Wu Fei's body, leaving only the hilt exposed. As Wu Fei barreled forward, Jiang Chun endured an overwhelming force. Yet, the young man resolutely clutched the hilt of the Shiro sword. The bloodthirsty power radiating from Wu Fei assailed Jiang Chun's body with unrelenting ferocity. Although the Nine Nether Vital energy within Jiang Chun thwarted the encroachment of the bloodthirsty force, he still bore the brunt of its direct impact. Whistles of pain echoed as countless deep wounds were carved into Jiang Chun's flesh by the bloodthirsty energy. Hisses of smoke rose from his body as the Nine Nether Battle Body worked to mend his injuries. Both sides were locked in a fierce stalemate. Simultaneously, the Shiro sword reveled in absorbing the energy from Wu Fei's body at last. With a piercingly horrific scream, the bloodthirsty aura within Wu Fei dissipated entirely. He collapsed to the ground, a desiccated corpse. Jiang Chun, kneeling beside the lifeless body and leaning on the Shiro sword, gasped for breath. Chapter 82. Resistance against the Wolf Gang in a secluded chamber of the Yushuan Manor. An elderly man with silver hair sat in meditation with his eyes closed. His visage bore the marks of age, and his emaciated form resembled that of a withered corpse. His aura was immense and distant, seemingly connected to the great Tao. Suddenly, the old man opened his eyes, revealing a pair of deep green irises. He threw his head back and expelled a mouthful of pitch-black blood. As he did so, his elongated ears were revealed, resembling those of a wolf rather than a human. The sharp ears and green eyes were distinguishing traits of the royal lineage of the greedy wolf dynasty, a half-demon wolf clan whose bloodline descended from the ancient beast, the Nether Wolf. The blood demon host is dead. The old man's expression darkened ominously. The blood demon host was the longest-serving host I cultivated using the three demons spirit cultivation technique. How could he be discovered at such a critical juncture? Anger surged within him. He extended a withered hand, opening his fingers. Suddenly, a plant with 3 blossoms sprouted from his gaunt palm. The flowers were blood red, blackish purple, and deep green, with the latter still in bud form. The blackish-purple flower appeared poised to bloom, while the blood-red flower, though fully open, was withering away, its petals falling from the old man's hand. The blood demon's seed of malevolence has also been discovered and eliminated. The old man's heart sank. His nostrils flared as he bared his sharp teeth. The seed of the lust demon has just found a suitable host. The lust demon host must proceed with utmost caution. A greenish glow flickered in his eyes. At the same time, in the tavern, Jiang Chun stood, gripping the Shiro sword. After enduring 2 fierce battles against Wu Fei, even with the Nine Nether Battle Body, he was nearing his limits. The tavern was still filled with members of the Wolf Gang. Although none had reached the realm of concentration, Jiang Chun could not afford to be complacent. The Wolf Gang was an immensely powerful faction, and he could not guarantee that another formidable member like Wu Fei would not emerge unexpectedly. Jiu You approached Jiang Chun, sword in hand, aware that he was no longer at his peak. Although she could not intervene during Jiang Chun's battle with Wu Fei, she felt confident in facing these ordinary disciples of the Wolf Gang. The brutality and cunning displayed by Wu Fei had instilled fear in everyone present. Jiang Chun's overwhelming prowess in defeating Wu Fei twice had left an indelible impression on all. Faced with the formidable Jiang Chun, the surviving members of the Wolf Gang were paralyzed with uncertainty. If someone as powerful and terrifying as Wu Fei had been slain by Jiang Chun, would it not be tantamount to courting death for them to attack him? For the first time in years of rampant tyranny by the Wolf Gang, they hesitated before an adversary. After a tense standoff, one of the Wolf Gang disciples suddenly shouted to his comrades, "Brothers, let's flee. Wu Fei is dead." The tavern erupted in astonishment. Was this still the same ruthless and unbridled Wolf Gang? Years ago, 5 disciples of concentration had bravely stepped forward to resist the Wolfgang's endless atrocities in the outer courtyard. As they recalled the past, memories flooded back. I remember those days when the skies were particularly dark, and the outer courtyard was engulfed in a terrifying storm of blood and carnage, with countless disciples being slaughtered while opposing the Wolfgang. Those 5 brave disciples ultimately perished at the hands of the 9 formidable members of the Wolfgang. Since that battle, no one had dared to challenge the Wolfgang's ferocity again. Now, unexpectedly, this new disciple, Jiang Chun, who had only been in the academy for 2 days and possessed a mere 5th layer of qi gathering, had instilled fear in the members of the Wolfgang. Bang! Someone overturned a nearby table. "Wolfgang, I have had enough of you," he shouted. This man was a friend of the drunkard who had been killed. Unable to prevent his inebriated companion from being brutally murdered by the narrow-eyed Wolfgang member, he had watched helplessly. Witnessing Wu Fei's demise, the Wolfgang's fear of Jiang Chun ignited his suppressed rage. The drunkard's friend picked up a scattered knife from the ground and swung it at a nearby member of the Wolfgang, but a surge of energy erupted, forming a sharp blade of light. The Wolfgang member failed to evade in time and was struck down, blood splattering everywhere. This act shattered the pervasive fear that had gripped the tavern's patrons. Their dormant courage was reignited. "I have had enough too. What is death? Damn the Wolfgang!" Another person shouted, overturning a table and seizing a weapon. "Yes, we are killing the Wolfgang today. If I fear death again, I shall no longer bear the surname Qian." Voices of anger rose in a chorus. The crowd's fury surged as they recalled the years of oppression from the Wolfgang. Friends and loved ones had been killed, robbed, and humiliated over the years. The Wolfgang was the root of all their suffering. Thus, one by one, they drew their weapons, resolute in their decision to resist today, even if their past experiences warned them that all who dared to confront the Wolfgang would meet a grim fate. The clanging of metal resonated as the collective hatred and murderous intent towards the Wolfgang spread among the crowd. Many blocked the entrance, determined to prevent the Wolfgang members from escaping. Though each member of the Wolfgang was formidable, they were not overwhelmingly superior to the patrons of the tavern. Crucially, they were outnumbered. They had initially thought they were merely capturing 2 5th-layer qi gathering disciples and had not brought many members. Just 2 fledglings. Let Lord Wu Fei entertain us with some excitement, was their mindset. Now, with the tavern's entrance blocked, their cries for help could not reach outside. The crowd advanced menacingly towards the surrounded Wolfgang members. "You Wolfgang thrive on numbers and bully the weak. Now we return the favor," someone shouted, vindicated. The eyes of the Wolfgang disciples reflected palpable fear. Some trembled uncontrollably. Only a handful managed to maintain their former ferocity. "Brothers, today our junior brother Jiang Chun has slain the Wolfgang's Wu Fei of the concentration realm. Let us assist him in dealing with these remaining small fry," declared the drunkard's friend to the crowd. "Yes, let us eliminate these wretched shrimp." The crowd responded fervently. They felt their confidence returning, rekindling their courage to resist, something they had not experienced in years under the Wolfgang's oppression. Chapter 83. Sky-splitting slash within the tavern. A fierce battle for survival erupted between the patrons and the members of the Wolfgang. Jiang Chun confronted the young attendant who had betrayed him. This very attendant had revealed Jiang Chun's whereabouts to the Wolfgang. Now, Jiang Chun had come for retribution. "Jiang Chun," the young attendant shrieked in panic, "I didn't think you would remember me." "Senior brother!" Jiang Chun opened his mouth to the young attendant, although the corners of the youth's lips bore a faint smile. His ghostly eyes emanated a chilling, captivating coldness that a palpable aura of murderous intent radiated from him. Jiang Chun had already raised the stone sword in his hand. "Hear me out," the young attendant pleaded for mercy, wishing to express that he had yet to obtain the 30 source crystals promised as a reward. But he wanted to confess his previous folly, blinded by the allure of the source crystals. He sought Jiang Chun's clemency, hoping for a chance at redemption. With a swift thrust, the stone sword pierced through the young attendant's chest, but a grayish, ghostly energy coiled around the blade. "Your death is the finest explanation you can offer me," Jiang Chun remarked coldly. He realized then that some individuals were destined to remain unrepentant. To perish beneath his sword was their most fitting end. The young attendant gazed at Jiang Chun with unyielding resentment, his eyes wide with disbelief. In mere moments, his hair turned an ashen white. Suddenly, a radiant black light erupted from the stone sword in Jiang Chen's grip. An astonishing energy emanated from it as the Luo sword, having absorbed the life force of both Wu Fei and the young attendant, finally broke through a fragment of its sealing constraints. The onlookers in the tavern noticed the shift in Jiang Chen's aura. A true spiritual weapon, a weapon of remarkable caliber. Those with discerning eyes recognized the significance of this newfound energy. Jiang Chen possessed a true spiritual weapon. Who could he possibly be? Did he hail from some mysterious and powerful hidden lineage? Or was he a descendant of an ancient force? The crowd could not help but speculate that it was known that true spiritual weapons were exceedingly rare, even within the inner courtyard, making it difficult to encounter one with such potent energy. Fueled by the exhilarating news of Jiang Chen's possession of a true spiritual weapon, the crowd intensified their assault on the members of the Wild Wolf Gang. The members of the Wild Wolf Gang, in turn, felt a surge of trepidation. Many of them fell during the onslaught. This moment, Jiang Chen was acutely attuned to the Luo sword's new transformation. Originally, the Luo sword was a rugged, unremarkable stone blade. Now it gleamed with a beautifully polished black luster. More importantly, having ascended to the status of a true spiritual weapon, the Luo sword now possessed the ability to unleash spirit-infused martial techniques while channeling energy into the Luo sword. One could activate its formidable skills. Jiang Chen raised the Luo sword high. The ghostly energy within him surged, drawn into the sword as if caught in a whirlpool. A dazzling black radiance burst forth. As if a colossal black beast were about to emerge from the sword, a vast sword intent began to coalesce upon the blade. Simultaneously, Jiang Chen sensed an overwhelming tide of negative emotions converging upon the Luo sword. These emotions originated from those who had fallen to its edge. Resentment, anger, bitterness, greed. Such malevolent feelings chilled the bone and could corrode one's spirit. In that moment, Jiang Chen comprehended the significance of what Jiu You had previously conveyed regarding the resentment housed within the Luo sword. When utilizing its spirit-infused martial techniques, these resentments would manifest as a mental assault upon adversaries. The cultivation practitioners of the Gathering Qi realm could not manifest their energy externally, yet with a true spiritual weapon, they could heaven-splitting slash. Jiang Chen swung the sword downwards. A breathtaking sword light surged towards the clustered members of the Wild Wolf Gang, who were huddled in the center of the tavern. The sword light was vast, spanning several meters in length. The crowd gasped in horror, instinctively retreating. 2 members of the Wild Wolf Gang, caught unawares, were struck by the formidable sword light, their bodies cleaved in twain. The sword light was accompanied by a deluge of resentful energy. Not only did it sever the bodies of its foes, but it also inflicted a profound psychological shock upon those who faced it. Those in proximity to the sword light felt as though they were engulfed in a sea of corpses and blood. The air was filled with piercing wails and anguished cries. Some of the weak-willed members of the Wild Wolf Gang collapsed. Overwhelmed, Sidu Han announced to the crowd, who hung their heads in silence, their compliance evident as they nodded fervently. Soon, Jiang Chen departed the disciples' trading house with Zhou Si. That moment, the events unfolding within the tavern of the trading house had yet to spread, and all was tranquil outside its walls. However, Jiang Chen was acutely aware that after this night, he could no longer lead a peaceful existence in the outer court. Having slain Wu Fei, his enmity with the Wild Wolf Gang was destined to be relentless. Jiang Chen, you possess a unique constitution? Zhou Si inquired. Indeed, Jiang Chen replied with a slight and no wonder your strength is so formidable. Zhou Si mused thoughtfully. Yet you ought to enter the inner court. The outer court is not suited for you. She earnestly advised Jiang Chen. He shook his head. I have many reasons for being in the outer court. I am in search of my parents' whereabouts.